The time traveler Tang Huang was supposed to be an ordinary university student, but a twist of fate turned him into a heavily indebted interstellar pioneer. In this universe filled with advanced technology and lurking dangers, he is about to embark on an incredible adventure. Attention all pioneers. The Stargate is about to open. Please take your positions. A deafening broadcast jolted Tang Huang awake. He suddenly found himself in a narrow corridor, surrounded by 4 towering mechanical guards, and clad in a form-fitting exoskeleton suit. Before Tang Huang could fully gather his thoughts, a flood of memories surged into his mind. He quickly realized his situation. He had traveled from 21st century Earth to the interstellar era, becoming a newly graduated interstellar pioneer. This was part of an ancient ruins exploration mission led by the Yada Empire and several other interstellar civilizations. At that moment, a virtual screen appeared before Tang Huang. A scaly alien face filled the screen, speaking in a threatening tone. Mr. Tang Huang, are you ready? The Stargate is about to open. Please enter the ruins sector promptly. I hope you find something valuable and pay back my money soon. Tang Huang instantly recalled the identity of this Yada named Liatasi. He was the owner of Jeshuan Financial, a loan shark in disguise. Tang Huang didn't owe him money. His late father did. 10 years ago, his father had borrowed 1.2 billion Yada credits from Jeshuan Financial to buy a decommissioned escort ship, unknowingly falling into a high-interest loan trap. In a conflict with pirates, his father was killed, and Jeshuan Financial secretly reclaimed the entire pioneering fleet, waiting 7 years before approaching Tang Huang. They claimed the debt had skyrocketed to 4.8 billion credits, insisting that the son must repay the father's debt. Even more horrifying, Tang Huang later discovered that the pirates who killed his father were actually Jeshuan's hired thugs. With no other option, Tang Huang enrolled as a military cadet in the High Mortality Ruins exploration mission, hoping to find a lifeline in these ancient ruins, such as the immensely valuable Standard Template Construct (STC) technology. This technology could drive several interstellar societies crazy and might help him escape his predicament. With a heavy heart, Tang Huang followed the 4 mechanical guards toward the hatch at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The Super Interstellar Empire Exploration System is now activated. Congratulations on receiving the Beginner's Reward Pack. You have obtained the STC production template for the silicon-based Tactical Doll Tribe. Tang Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. A system? A cheat code? And what did he just receive? The STC production template for the silicon-based Tactical Doll Tribe? Before he could process this, the system continued. The system grants you 30 initial tactical doll units. Please accept them. As Tang Huang wondered how to accept them, a beam of light flashed before him. Like a 3D printer, the light traced out human-like figures. Precision alloy skeletons, high-strength carbon fiber muscle bundles, molecular electromagnetic vascular lines, high-strength bulletproof bionic skin. One by one, lifelike girls took shape. Tang Huang stared in astonishment at the 30 diverse and beautifully shaped girls before him. Silicon-based mechanical beings? Tactical dolls? They looked so real. Too real. 30 tactical android girls stood in formation, divided into 3 groups. The team on the far left was fully armed, clearly elite combat units. Leading them was a valiant girl with short, sleek black hair and an air of confidence. Tactical android Black Jiao squad leader Yu Yi. Reporting to the Supreme Commander, she announced loudly. The middle group was led by a girl in a white lab coat, her long black hair flowing gracefully. Her perfectly shaped phoenix eyes, with purple irises, looked as if they were meticulously crafted. Mechanical circuits were visible at the corners of her eyes, giving her an aura of coldness and indifference. Technical android research team leader Shi Wei, reporting to the Supreme Commander. She reported calmly. The right group was led by a blonde girl in a yellow engineer's suit, her hair tied in twin tails, and her blue eyes as clear as the sky. Engineering android engineering team leader Dong Shou, reporting to the Supreme Commander. She exclaimed enthusiastically. Among the 30 tactical androids, 10 were combat units, 10 were technical research units, and 10 were engineering units. They had all established an unbreakable soul link with Tang Huang, the Supreme Commander. Tang Huang instantly sensed the state of these tactical androids. Each team leader had a distinct personality. Yu Yi was valiant, Shi Wei was cold and silent, and Dong Shou was fiery. Taking a deep breath, Tang Huang ordered, "Let's get this ship moving and pass through the Stargate." Meanwhile, the system panel in front of Tang Huang displayed detailed information about the ship. Current vessel, Ram-class assault boat. Standard weight, 2,400 tons. Full load weight, 2,700 tons. Dimensions, 88 meters long, 8 meters wide, 8 meters high. Armor, grade titanium alloy plates, 200 millimeters thick. Power system, small dual nuclear fusion reactors. Propulsion system, Bird-class 2-ion engines. Maximum speed, 15 of light speed. Crew capacity, 2060, minimum operational crew 4. Weapon systems. Raven I 8-barrel close-in missile launcher X1. Twin Falcon anti-ship missile launcher X1. Laser Bird 3 120mm electromagnetic rapid-fire naval gun X1. Self-defense I 60mm electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun X2. Hardhead 1000mm armor-piercing ram. Sailor boarding I ram, integrated twin thermal melting guns. Radar system. Click to expand. Personnel transport bay. Additional modified troop bay. Can tightly accommodate 200 infantry. System evaluation. The sole purpose of this warship is to use its ram to collide with enemy ships and then board and capture them. As for this ship, discard it. Additional comment from an anonymous corn demon. Child, what are you waiting for? Use this small ship to find an enemy vessel, ram it, and board to decapitate your foes. Please the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. It is worth noting that this ship lacks any faster-than-light travel capability and only has a meager ion propulsion system with a maximum speed of 15 light speed. Just then, the system issued a new mission. Ding! Galactic Empire Rise Phase Mission released. Reclaim Earth. Galactic Empire Rise, Phase 1. Reclaim Earth. Earth, a perfect life-bearing planet and the cradle of humanity, was occupied by the Turan Empire 4,000 years ago. As a human, you are obligated to reclaim your home planet. Declare war on the Turan Empire. Make these damn aliens understand who the true masters of Earth are. This is a major phase mission with no time limit. Current distance from Earth, 3,500 light-years. Tang Huang's eyes widened. This mission was no small feat with his current ship, capable of only 15 light speed. It would take thousands of years just to traverse the 3,500 light-year distance to Earth. Not to mention, the Turan Empire was a superior empire under the Yada Empire, akin to a suzerain state, dominating the Turan Interstellar Society. The Turan Interstellar Society consisted of the Turan Empire, the Yada Empire, and over a dozen other interstellar civilizations. Beyond the Turan Interstellar Society, there were other interstellar societies as well. As Tang Huang pondered this daunting task, the system issued another smaller phase mission. Ding! Minor phase mission released. Faction Rise Minor Phase 1. Establish a base. As someone with a heavy responsibility, you need a foothold in the stars. You need to develop and build your fleet. Construct an interstellar base. All necessary equipment and corresponding construction equipment have been provided in the system warehouse. More system functions will be unlocked upon establishing the base. Mission reward, Firestorm Heavy Strike Cruiser STC Construction Template. In the system's warship classification, warships are ranked from highest to lowest as Sancheng class, C class, Wulao class, CC class, Chiyuan class, Beiji class, Jiao class, and Shidu class. The Firestorm Heavy Cruiser belongs to the Jiao class. The Yada Empire's warship classification ranges from S, A, B, C, D, to E correspondingly. The system's Jiao class is equivalent to the Yada Empire's A class. Tang Huang was instantly excited. Although the first mission was extremely challenging, the second mission seemed achievable. Just completing the initial task would grant him an A-class warship's full STC construction template. To put it in perspective, Tang Huang's late father's military loan for a push military frigate, valued at 2 billion Yada credits, was only between C and D class. Because of this, Tang Huang was saddled with a debt of 4.8 billion Yada credits. Not to mention, this was a fully automated STC construction template that only required materials to build. Tang Huang's current Ram-class assault boat was the lowest in combat sequence at E-class. If the system's Jiao class was this powerful, how strong would the highest Sancheng class be? Tang Huang forced himself to calm down. He decided to proceed through the Stargate as quickly as possible, head to the ruined sector, and develop his strength rapidly. Tang Huang's Ram-class assault boat was currently docked at the Yada Frontier System's ruined Stargate spaceport. This spaceport was built around an ancient civilization's Stargate. The port was crowded with countless starships of various shapes and sizes, all ready to embark on their interstellar journeys. The ruined sector was an immensely vast region composed of countless star systems. No one knew the true extent of this sector, a remnant of an ancient civilization. The border between the ruined sector and the Yada Empire was a void spanning thousands of light years. This void was true emptiness, devoid of any matter, even space itself. Without complete space, faster-than-light curvature engines couldn't be used. Without any matter, resupply was impossible. The only way to traverse this void was through ancient civilization stargates situated on either side. The ruined sector was discovered when the Yada Empire expanded its territory over a century ago. Despite the efforts of several interstellar societies, only the relatively safe peripheral areas of the ruined sector had been explored. It was estimated that over 98 of the ruined sector remained shrouded in mystery. One by one, starships departed the port and entered the Stargate. Soon, Tang Huang received a prompt. 16th batch of interstellar pioneers, please enter the Stargate. Shi Wei, start the engines, Tang Huang commanded. The engines at the rear of the assault boat emitted a blue flame as it began to depart the port. Suddenly, a starship behind Tang Huang's vessel started its engines at a much faster rate. It accelerated quickly, overtaking Tang Huang's boat in no time. If not for Shi Wei's advanced computational ability and computer-like reflexes, which allowed for early evasive maneuvers, Tang Huang's boat would have been smashed to pieces. The starship, several times the size of Tang Huang's boat, sped past, leaving a long trail of light. A message came through. Sorry about that, hairless ape. Almost crashed into your little dinghy. Ha? Lily. TMD. Who the hell is that acting so arrogant in front of me? The engineering android girl, Dong Shou, responsible for the radar fire control system, shouted angrily, her golden twin tails bouncing with her agitation. Tang Huang frowned and muttered to himself, Lele? Why does that name sound so familiar? He quickly snapped a photo and sent it to his military academy class group for answers. Soon, replies flooded in. Tang Huang, you don't know him? That's Lele, the infamous aristocrat from our academy. He's the youngest son of Lettuce-I, the owner of Jeshuan Financial. Tang Huang, I advise you not to mess with him. Did you see his warship? His dad equipped him with an Imperial-class Firebird-class light rapid assault ship, worth 6 billion Yata coins. He has many siblings, so he won't inherit the family business. He's here to prove himself in this interstellar exploration. A cold glint flashed in Tang Huang's eyes. He responded briefly in the group and then fell silent. His friend Lu Quan sensed something was wrong and immediately sent a private message. Tang Huang, this isn't a big deal. Just endure it. We can't afford to provoke Yata nobles. This indeed isn't a big deal, but someone has to pay the price, and it's not just about this. Tang Huang replied and said no more. Lu Quan was taken aback, then remembered Tang Huang's father's situation and hurriedly advised, Tang Huang, don't do anything foolish. Although private duels aren't banned in the Stargate's ruined sector, how can we possibly fight against Yata nobles? That's a 6 billion class warship, the best non-official military purchase available. However, Tang Huang was no longer the timid person he used to be. He already had a plan in mind, a slight smile forming on his lips. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Mission triggered, newcomer combat. To establish an empire, you must experience battle. You must board an enemy warship and engage in combat. Mission completion reward. 3 lottery chances. Tang Huang's gaze locked onto the massive warship ahead, and he turned to the android girl beside him. Zivi, if we board that 670-meter-long warship through a jump operation, what are our chances of success? I'll send you the public combat data of the Yata Empire's warships and soldiers for evaluation. Zivi's violet eyes flashed with data streams as she quickly analyzed. Firebird-class light rapid assault ship, classified as a frigate, 670 meters long, estimated crew of 4,000 to 7,000. Assuming the highest possible one-third combat personnel, the enemy might have 1,300 to 2,300 combatants. Based on the firepower data, in close proximity after passing through the Stargate, I am 100 confident in completely approaching the enemy. In a boarding operation and close-quarters combat, comparing our tactical androids with enemy soldiers, we have over a 75% chance of eliminating all combat personnel on the enemy warship with 0 casualties on our side. Tang Huang was surprised. That's strong? Zivi explained, yes, master. Our ship may lack the firepower of the enemy, but it is smaller and more agile. My computational abilities far surpass the enemy warship's AI. Our tactical androids have bodies as strong as steel, capable of withstanding over 1,000,000 kilograms per square centimeter. Conventional enemy firepower is unlikely to cause significant damage. Only heavy firepower poses a threat, but we also have some heavy firepower. Tang Huang excitedly asked, so, all tactical androids I create in the future will have this strength? No, master. We are special. The strength of new androids you create using our race's STC templates will depend on the materials you use, Zivi explained. Tang Huang nodded thoughtfully. So, you are essentially hero units. Good, Zivi, that reassures me. I'll go check our weapons and equipment. You take control of the ship. Tang Huang patted Zivi on the shoulder appreciatively and turned to leave. Zivi gently touched the spot where she was patted, a fleeting look of emotion in her eyes before her cold demeanor returned. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Yata Empire's class Firebird light rapid assault ship, Lele lounged in the captain's seat, his legs propped up on the console. His lizard-like face, covered in scales, wore a disdainful smile, his golden slit pupils glowing slightly. A human classmate sycophantically reported, young Master Lei, here's a chat screenshot from Tang Huang in the discussion group. It seems he holds a grudge against your family. Do you think he might pose a threat after we pass through the Stargate? Lele sneered. Just a monkey. If he dares to come after me, let him try. But I won't kill him. He still owes my family money. Do you think a superior being would care about the threats of a lowly monkey? The sycophant continued to flatter. You're noble and I admire you greatly. Like Lele, Most Yada nobles harbored deep-seated racial prejudice against humans. Although humans had been elevated to second-class citizens, many Yada still saw them as lowly monkey slaves. Larry suddenly turned to the first officer and asked, "By the way, that Tang Huang earlier, what kind of warship is he commanding?" The first officer quickly pulled up the external surveillance records of the warships. A virtual screen flashed in the air, displaying a series of data. "Sir, based on the images taken before we passed through the Stargate, the other vessel is confirmed to be a ramming assault boat." Larry glanced at the data on the screen and scoffed. It wasn't arrogance but a recognition of the vast disparity between the two warships. Larry's Flamingo-class light rapid assault ship was 670 meters long, while Tang Huang's ramming assault boat measured only 88 meters, a significant size difference. "Too weak. Ignore him," Larry said dismissively, turning his attention away from Tang Huang. At that moment, a spectacular scene unfolded in space. Countless points of light representing stars dotted the dark canvas of the universe. A colossal equilateral triangular stargate, with each side measuring 600 kilometers, floated in the void. Numerous ships and warships departed from the spaceport, passing through the massive stargate like moths to a flame. The Engine's trails formed a beautiful spectacle in space. Tang Huang's ramming assault boat inconspicuously slipped through the water-like stargate. In an instant, the starfield transformed, and the assault boat found itself in an unfamiliar star region. This was a newly discovered coordinate extracted from data left within the Stargate by the Interstellar Society. "Sylvie, initiate optical detection and search for data on the Flamingo-class light rapid assault ship. Find Larry Tang Huang ordered, staring at the virtual panel displaying the space scene. Despite the ramming assault boat's radar having a scanning radius of only 20,000 kilometers, insignificant on a cosmic scale, Tang Huang opted for optical detection. This was because the Empire's class Flamingo light rapid assault ship had radar stealth capabilities, making it undetectable by Tang Huang's E-class vessel. Given their proximity after passing through the Stargate, optical detection remained effective. "Master, within 1,000 kilometers, there are 1,201 moving obstructions, all of which are man-made flying objects. After comprehensive analysis, only one matches the target parameters, located 920 kilometers away," Sylvie reported. Tang Huang nodded and asked, "What's the current speed of the target?" "The target speed is stable at approximately 100 kilometers per second, with no acceleration," Sylvie replied. "If we accelerate at 120 g, we can reach 141.2 kilometers per second in 2 minutes. Considering acceleration and deceleration time, we can catch up with the target and maintain parallel speed in about 5 minutes." "All right, I'll enter deep-sea state and prepare for acceleration," Tang Huang said. A spherical operation pod rose from the floor, and Tang Huang entered, being immersed in deep-sea acceleration fluid. Once ready, the assault boat began its acceleration. Amidst the dense fleet, the small vessel suddenly sped up, its engines trailing light for kilometers. Within 2 minutes, it reached 141 kilometers per second. During this time, the Flamingo warship had moved 12,000 kilometers, but the distance between them was closing. Distance to target, 4,452.8 kilometers. No response from the enemy, Sylvie reported. Distance reduced to 3,507 kilometers. Initiating deceleration. Estimated 35 seconds to achieve parallel speed of 100 kilometers per second with the enemy. At this moment, alarms blared on the Flamingo warship's bridge, red lights flashing. "Sir, a ship is rapidly approaching from behind. Estimated to reach us in 25 seconds, the first officer urgently reported. Larry sprang to his feet, staring at the virtual screen. Shock, confusion, disdain, and anger flashed through his mind. "It's that brat Tang Huang's ship. He actually dares to make a move on me? How dare he?" Larry slammed his fist on the control panel, shouting in rage, "Sink him for me." On the bridge, the radar and fire control personnel had data cables connected to the fire control radar at the back of their heads. Their thoughts manipulated the warship with astonishing speed. 6 directed energy thermal fusion ion beam cannons quickly adjusted their barrels to aim rearward. In an instant, 6 crimson beams sliced through the darkness of space, cutting across the stars like straight red lines. Lyle sneered disdainfully, his sharp teeth flashing. He thought to himself, the Flamingo-class light rapid assault ship is the backbone of the Yada Empire's fleet. Unlike those escort ships equipped with numerous close-in defense systems, it is designed for swift, powerful assaults. The 6 high-powered thermal fusion ion beam cannons can easily melt through the armor of enemy light warships and even threaten class cruisers, let alone Tang Huang's pitiful E-class assault craft. Lyle anticipated that a single volley would penetrate Tang Huang's fragile 200mm armor. He absent-mindedly thought about Tang Huang's debt issues, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, to a lower-ranking scion like him, the life of a human was insignificant. Suddenly, a A shout interrupted Lai Lei's thoughts. Bad news. Our attack has been evaded. The enemy is still decelerating and closing in. Lai Lei's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared. What? How is that possible? At a distance of less than 3,000 kilometers, how could they evade a light-speed directed energy weapon attack? In reality, while the light-speed attack itself couldn't be dodged, the enemy could react before the attack was fired. The glow of the thermal fusion ion beam before firing was a blatant signal to someone like Shi Wei, whose thought speed surpassed that of ordinary supercomputers. With the slightest maneuver, she could easily steer the assault craft, speeding over 100 kilometers per second, out of harm's way. Lai Lei quickly thought of a countermeasure. Can we accelerate instantly to shake them off? But he soon realized it was impossible. The distance was too close. The enemy would catch up before their engines reached full power, and there was no time to enter deep-sea mode. Now, Lai Lei had only one option left: completely destroy Tang Huang's assault craft. But how to do it quickly? Given the opponent's demonstrated evasion skills, only missiles could effectively track them. However, the Flamingo, as a rapid assault ship, was equipped for high-stakes missions and lacked conventional missiles. Besides numerous light close-in defense guns and small close-in defense laser arrays for self-defense, it only had torpedoes for large warships and a railgun for penetration attacks at the bow. Lai Lei regretted choosing a warship with insufficient firepower against small targets. However, a crew member reminded him, "Master, don't worry. Though we lack firepower against small, fast targets, our warship's flanks are equipped with numerous light close-in defense guns and small close-in defense laser arrays. Even though the enemy is directly behind us now, if they attempt to board us, as soon as they approach our flanks, their thin armor won't withstand the concentrated light firepower for even a moment." Overjoyed by the suggestion, Lai Lei decided to wait for the enemy to approach. In the high-speed chase, the distance between the two ships rapidly closed. 2,000 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. At such a distance, given their speeds, they would be fully engaged in less than 10 seconds. Lai Lei was sure Tang Huang would change direction at this distance. Sure enough, as the enemy ship's position changed, the Yada soldier operating the radar system exclaimed, detecting a large number of missile radiation sources. The enemy has launched numerous missiles. They're approaching us from the flank under missile cover. The Ram-class assault craft was equipped with Raven-I 8-cell close-in missile launchers and Twin Eagle anti-ship missile launchers. Although it didn't have many launch cells, Shi Wei had preemptively launched all missiles, sending over 100 missiles screaming out. Using her exceptional piloting skills, she used the missiles to draw the enemy's side fire as cover and swiftly approached the Flamingo warship from the flank. All the Yada soldiers on the Flamingo's bridge were wide-eyed in shock, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. Lai Lei shouted in astonishment. How is this possible? Not even the Yada Empire's top-level shipborne AI could perform such calculations and maneuvers. How could Tang Huang, a penniless guy burdened with debt, have such capabilities? Suddenly, alarms blared. 5 seconds. The enemy ship is heading straight for us. 4 seconds. Lai Lei roared. All side firepower. Concentrate fire. However, Shi Wei had already adjusted the assault craft's angle, approaching from the side in a tilted position. Most of the area taking the fire was concentrated on the Ram-class assault craft's head, which was equipped with a 1,000-thick, precision-engineered ram and twin close-range, thermal fusion cannons, the sturdiest part of the craft. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom. The entire Flamingo warship shook violently, a deafening roar echoing from within. The Ram-class assault craft's 3-meter-long precision-engineered ram instantly pierced the enemy ship. Immediately after, the bow's thermal fusion cannons activated. Despite their meager range of 500 meters, at such close distance, their power was overwhelming. The Flamingo warship, although 670 meters long, was a light rapid assault ship with relatively thin armor. With the 3-meter-long ram already embedded, the gushing thermal fusion laser quickly burned through the remaining armor layers. The 88-meter-long assault craft deeply embedded itself into the 670-meter-long Flamingo warship, like a sharp dagger thrust into a giant beast. Feeling the violent tremors beneath his feet, Lai Lei's golden pupils trembled violently, and he muttered in disbelief. They just came in like that? The middle deck has been breached. The enemy is right below the bridge. Lai Lei's heart pounded violently, his eyes bloodshot. He never imagined that Tang Huang would actually break through the defenses. Despite the dire situation, Lai Lei still held on to hope. The Flamingo warship had a crew of 5,000, including over 2,000 retired soldiers from the Yada Empire, forming 4 Marine battalions and a space fighter squadron. Although large-scale equipment couldn't be deployed in time, the single-soldier power armor of the armored battalion was sufficient. Lai Lei sneered at the thought. Tang Huang's small assault craft could have no more than 200 men. How could they possibly be a match for him? The passageway on the middle deck was filled with smoke, and the ground was littered with melted armor fragments. A 3-meter-wide hole in the wall, still smoking, marked where the assault craft had rammed through. A half-cybernetic officer with one eye yelled orders, urging the soldiers into position. Fully armed Jeshuan soldiers quickly lined up on both sides of the passage, and a formidable medium-powered armor slowly took its place, its 30mm electromagnetic cannon aimed at the smoldering hole. Suddenly, two objects flew out of the hole, instantly releasing a thick cloud of smoke. The one-eyed officer stared intently at the smoke screen but saw nothing. Then, deafening gunfire erupted. Two streams of bullets tore through the smoke, instantly shredding the armor of over a dozen soldiers and even destroying the medium-powered armor. The Jeshuan soldiers fell into chaos, firing wildly in panic. As the smoke cleared, a shocking scene emerged. A group of tall, stunningly beautiful girls, each wielding massive firearms that seemed completely disproportionate to their slender frames, emerged from the hole. On the bridge, the first officer was dumbfounded by the surveillance footage. Those enormous firearms were old-fashioned 40mm anti-armor machine guns. How could such seemingly delicate girls handle these high-recoil weapons? Engineering humanoids Dong Xiao and Yu Yi each wielded a 40mm machine gun, mercilessly mowing down the enemies on both sides of the passage. The other girls also demonstrated astonishing combat prowess, effortlessly slaughtering the Jeshuan soldiers. Lai Lei watched all this unfold through the monitors, nearly driven mad. He frantically ordered all available forces to stop these monsters at any cost. However, the situation spiraled beyond his imagination. The news of Colonel Shima's death arrived, throwing the first officer into a panic. Lai Lei screamed, ordering that the enemies must be stopped. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased. In the ensuing silence, Lai Lei stood frozen, uncertain of what would happen next. The surveillance footage showed the mid-deck corridor in complete disarray. Spent shells, pieces of power armor, and shattered human remains were strewn about, covered in blood and gore. The cacophony of battle had suddenly ceased, leaving an eerie silence hanging in the air. Lai Lei stared wide-eyed at the screen, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What's going on? Why did the fighting stop? He muttered, anxiety lacing his voice. The first officer quickly switched to another camera feed, revealing a shocking sight. The remaining Jeshuan soldiers were kneeling on the ground, their faces etched with terror. Even the two intact medium power armors had ceased functioning, with their pilots having crawled out to join the others on their knees. Young master, the remaining soldiers on the middeck have surrendered, the first officer said, his voice trembling with disbelief. What? Lai Lei exclaimed, unable to accept the reality. These soldiers were retired veterans, highly skilled in combat, belonging to Jeshuan Corporation's Armed Security Division. Yet, at their core, they were just ordinary workers, earning a few thousand yada credits a month. Faced with the threat of death, they chose to save their lives. Furious, Lai Lei slammed his fist onto the control panel. Traitors, he roared, a mix of anger, fear, and desperation in his voice. Just then, the first officer shouted in panic, young master, they're about to break in. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a deafening explosion rocked the room. The bridge door was blown open by a thermal breaching charge, and a dozen tactical android girls stormed in, taking control of everyone in the bridge in the blink of an eye. Following the tactical androids, a figure walked in slowly. Tang Huang, clad in full-body force feedback armor, surveyed the scene with a hint of disdain in his voice. So, this is the bridge of the Firebird? Not very impressive. Lai Lei's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the guns pointed at him, jaws agape. Tang Huang, you can't kill me. If I die, the news of my death will be automatically uploaded to the Star Network. My father won't let you get away with it. Tang Huang's expression remained impassive as he replied calmly, don't worry, I'm not going to kill you right now. Lai Lei tried to say more, but Dong Xiao, with a wicked grin on her face, shoved the massive 40mm barrel of her machine gun into his mouth. Lai Lei's voice was abruptly cut off, the overheated barrel scorching his mouth, sending smoke billowing out. He trembled in agony, the scales on his face quivering violently. Tang Huang's black eyes glinted with a cold light. Stop the ship and order the remaining crew to surrender. Dong Xiao, satisfied, withdrew the gun barrel. Lai Lei, shaking, broadcast the surrender order to the entire ship. Under his command, the armored units in the lower decks armory were also deactivated. Tang Huang had successfully taken control of the ship's bridge, but a new problem loomed. How to deal with a ship carrying 5,000 crew members, including over 2,000 combat personnel? Even though the tactical android girls had killed over 200 in the previous battle, nearly 2,000 combatants remained, scattered throughout the ship. Tang Huang pondered, realizing that the 30 tactical androids might not be enough to maintain control. Looks like we'll need some outside help, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, at the Frontier Stargate, another group of interstellar pioneers' ships arrived at the ruined system. Among them were some newly graduated students from the Yada Military Academy. In the Star Network's chat group, Tang Huang's friend Lu Quan voiced his concern. To be honest, I'm really worried about Tang Huang. He hasn't replied to my messages. The other graduates tried to reassure him, believing Tang Huang wouldn't take unnecessary risks. Just then, a female voice suddenly joined the conversation. What's going on? Everyone fell silent upon hearing the voice. The girl was Li Lingwei, their classmate, known for her strong personality and her affection for Tang Huang. Lu Quan felt a chill, knowing that if Li Lingwei found out Tang Huang was messing with Lei Lei, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, a mocking voice broke the silence. Haha, Lingwei, don't bother asking. Tang Huang is probably already dead. Haha. The voice belonged to the classmate who had previously tipped off Lei Lei. Xiaogo, what did you just say? Li Lingwei demanded sharply, her eyes blazing with fury. Xiaogo, the one who had previously tipped off Lei Lei, wore a smug expression. Coming from a comprador family, he was essentially a lackey to the Yada aristocracy, oppressing his fellow humans. Huh, you guys think Tang Huang is smart? I think he's just plain stupid. Xiaogo sneered, sending a link with a flick of his wrist. Look, he's already gone to confront Lei Lei. The link opened to a shocking news report. The headline from Galactic Wonders News was striking. Shock. A battle erupts just as the new star system in the ruins sector opens. The accompanying image showed a small spaceship braving a barrage of laser fire, charging towards a massive warship many times its size in the pitch-black void of space. The photo, though taken from a distance, captured the moment with perfect timing and angle. As a renowned media outlet in the Empire, Galactic Wonders News would never miss such explosive news. Everyone present recognized the small sherpit was Tang Huang's battering ram assault craft, while the colossal ship was Lei Lei's flamingo warship. Ha ha ha, see that? Tang Huang's overestimated himself, and now he's surely paid the ultimate price for his foolishness. Xiaogo laughed heartily. As fellow humans, I advise you all, never mess with the Yada. The human students turned pale. It's over. Tang Huang really went to pick a fight with Lei Lei, someone muttered. Tang Huang, why are you so impulsive? Lu Quan, sitting in his own warship, also turned pale. Just as he was about to speak, Li Lingwei gritted her teeth and cursed, "Shut your filthy mouth. This can't be true. Just accept reality." Xiaogo taunted. Shut the Lu Quan was about to retort when he suddenly froze. His face lit up with joy. Lu Quan, gather your people and a few trusted classmates. Bring the ship to these coordinates. I'll be waiting for you here. The message from Tang Huang made Lu Quan shout with excitement. Tang Huang is still alive. What? What nonsense are you spouting now? Xiaogo's tone grew even more sarcastic. Lingwei, Zhu Chun, David, I'm sending you the coordinates. Let's go. Lu Quan sprang into action. Tang Huang is really alive? Li Lingwei asked excitedly. Just follow me, Lu Quan explained. Tang Huang sent me a message. I think he managed to escape with his ship. We're going to pick him up. Even though his ship is gone, we still have ours and can form a small fleet. Let's go. Among the large fleet of pioneer ships just passing through the Stargate, 4 relatively small ships broke away and headed into the depths of space. Seeing this, Xiaogo felt a chill in his heart. Could Tang Huang really be alive? Impossible. He knew Lei Lei's personality and the firepower of the Flamingo warship well. Lei Lei was a ruthless person who wouldn't let Tang Huang escape. What are you all doing? Going crazy? Xiaogo mocked. Maybe this is just a trap set by Master Lai to lure you idiots in. As soon as he said it, Xiaogo paused. He realized it could really be a trap set by Lei Lei. If Lei Lei had captured Tang Huang and sent out a message through his neural chip, the goal would be to lure everyone in and eliminate them. By saying this out loud, wasn't he ruining Master Lai's plan? Realizing this, Xiaogo's face turned ashen. He couldn't afford Lei Lei's wrath. But Lu Quan and the others ignored him, giving Xiaogo a moment of relief. He quickly sent a message to Lei Lei. Master Lai, were you trying to lure Lu Quan and the others to the coordinates to eliminate them? You succeeded. They're heading to the coordinates now. At that moment, Lei Lei, with a 40mm gun barrel pressed against his throat, saw the message and cursed Xiaogo's ancestors in his mind. What the hell? In my current situation, you think this is a trap? Eliminate them? I'm about to be eliminated myself. But he dared not reply, as he was not only under the gun, but also had a tactical humanoid's data line connected to his brain, with every move monitored by Tang Huang. The Flamingo warship was currently docked on a small asteroid about 2 kilometers in diameter. Tang Huang was waiting there for Lu Quan's arrival. Supreme, we found something. You should come and see this. Tang Huang received a message from Yu Yi. Most of the tactical humanoids were busy confiscating the weapons and equipment of the combat personnel on the warship, while a few remained on the bridge to control Lei Lei. Tang Huang quickly headed to Yu Ye's location, the lower deck of the Flamingo warship, in a room adjacent to the armored units and space fighter base. Under Yu Ye's protection, Tang Huang entered the room and was met with a shocking sight. Rows of biological preservation tanks, about 100 in total. Each tank contained a living human girl, their bodies intact but their foreheads neatly cut open, exposing their brains submerged in preservation fluid. Each brain was connected to several neural data lines. Supreme, take a look at this data we just found. Yu Ye's dark eyes flashed with a stream of data. Tang Huang received the data and began reading carefully. Batch cargo list. Human female brain cargo number 132451. Current status, vegetative sleep. Number 132452. Current status, vegetative sleep. Number 132,453. Research report. On the psychic reaction of female human brains with the ruined sector, the research report has, for the first time, revealed a mysterious forception X emerging in the 99th stellar region. This unknown power from higher dimensions has caused unique cases among the intelligent beings of the 88th stellar region, with the highest proportion being female. Scientists have discovered that psionics seems to originate from the brains of these intelligent beings. Tang Huang read through the detailed report, his expression growing darker. The report described a series of inhumane brain experiments conducted on human females. Even more disturbing was the prevalence of capturing female intelligent beings and dissecting their brains to study psionics, a practice widespread across the entire Yada Empire and even the Turn Interstellar Society, with humans being the most affected. Even the young master of Yada Corporation, Lai Lei, dared to transport a batch of human girls to the relic stellar region for psionics research, showcasing the audacity of the Yada people in this matter. Tang Huang was furious and immediately ordered Yu Yi to investigate the number of Yada people involved in this on the warship. Yu Yi took the order and left, but Tang Huang already had an idea. The chamber housing the life support tanks for the human girls was located next to the equipment warehouse, which had a high traffic volume. This meant that the more than 5,000 people on the entire warship might have been aware of, or even participated in, the experiments. Yu Yi quickly returned with a decoded navigation log report from the bridge database. It detailed the Flamingo warship's activities during its stop at a human-dominated poor planet, including a special research report and a list of goods sold by Lai Lei. There was even a batch of goods labeled as edible. The Flamingo warship's crew of over 5,000 were all lizard-like Yada, with not a single human among them. At that moment, Tang Huang had already decided the fate of everyone on the warship. On a small asteroid with a diameter of 2 kilometers, the Flamingo warship opened the massive hatch on its lower deck. All weapons, large armored units, and space fighters were transferred to the surface of the asteroid. At this point, the only ones left on the warship's bridge were the immobile Lai Lei and a group of tactical humanoid girls. The 5,000 unarmed Yada were confined to the large equipment warehouse at the rear of the lower deck. Tang Huang, holding a gun, approached Lai Lei, whose face was filled with terror. When Tang Huang mentioned the special goods, Lai Lei tried to feign ignorance but was quickly shot in the head. Tang Huang coldly fired a few more shots into the corpse, then ordered Yu Yi to dispose of the body in space and instructed Shi Wei to separate and jettison the chamber holding the Yada prisoners into space. Dong Shito, carrying an armor-piercing cannon, spat on Lai Lei's corpse and skipped after Tang Huang as they left. With her superior computational abilities, Shi Wei easily controlled the Flamingo warship, which originally required thousands of operators. She piloted the warship into space, separated and discarded the large equipment warehouse from the lower deck, and then fired the 6 high-power thermal plasma beam cannons simultaneously, completely destroying the jettison chamber. After completing this, the warship landed back on the asteroid. At this moment, the system notified Tang Huang that he had completed the novice combat mission and earned 3 lottery chances. More system functions would be unlocked after establishing a base. Once the warship had docked again, Dong Xiao and the other engineering humanoids began dismantling the now-defunct ram combat assault boats and repairing the warship's breaches. Just as Tang Huang was preparing to pilot the repaired warship to find a suitable location to establish a base, he received an encrypted message from Lu Quan. Lu Quan, mistakenly believing Tang Huang had been captured, stated that they had arrived and were hiding behind another asteroid, ready to organize a rescue squad. Tang Huang, torn between amusement and exasperation, replied that he had already taken control of the situation. However, Lu Quan seemed unconvinced and insisted on organizing an assault. Tang Huang felt helpless about this. Tang Huang sent a brief encrypted message to his comrades. "Damn it, Lu Quan. You can't stand to see me doing well, can you? I told you I'm fine. Come over here." Lu Quan's eyes widened in disbelief as he received the message, realizing that Tang Huang might indeed be safe. He quickly relayed the good news to the others. "Guys, Tang Huang is fine." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Li Lingwei, who had been worried all this time, finally smiled. However, Lu Quan suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. Wait, did Tang just say he killed Lai Lei? This information hit the team like a bombshell, leaving them stunned. David's mouth dropped open in disbelief. How is that possible? The Flamingo warship is the Empire's most formidable small interstellar vessel. He began listing the warship's powerful weapon systems and defenses, from plasma beam cannons to warp engines, all of which were top-notch technology. Despite their doubts about Tang Huang's feat, Li Lingwei decisively suggested, regardless, let's go find Tang Huang first. A few minutes later, their spaceship arrived at the asteroid where Tang Huang was located. The massive Flamingo warship was docked there, surrounded by numerous ground combat units and space fighters. Tang Huang had been waiting for them. As soon as Lu Quan saw Tang Huang, he rushed up and punched him in the chest, then marveled at the colossal vessel behind him. Tang, you're really alive. Damn, is this the Flamingo warship? How did you do it? Tang Huang didn't answer immediately, but instead warned, wait, you've got a tail. He then issued a command to the warship, and a red beam shot into space, followed by an explosion in the distance. It was Zhao Go, that traitor, David said through gritted teeth. Tang Huang nonchalantly replied, well, that's taken care of. Facing Lu Quan's questions, Tang Huang simply explained, it was straightforward. Once I passed through the Stargate, I launched a close-range assault, boarded the ship, and captured Lai Lei. This explanation left everyone dumbfounded, and all they could say was, impressive. However, Tang Huang soon noticed Li Lingwei's presence and, surprised, pulled Lu Quan aside to ask why she was there. After learning the situation, Tang Huang's expression grew serious. I won't go into details, but I'm not out of danger yet, Tang Huang explained gravely. Letters will definitely know about Lai Lei's death, and he won't let me go. This means we're now enemies with the Empire's military. Tang Huang told his comrades that he planned to stay in the ruined sector to avoid dragging them into trouble. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Although Li Lingwei was worried, she understood the gravity of the situation. Before parting ways, Tang Huang gave some equipment to his comrades. After everyone left, he returned to the Flamingo warship and went to the chamber where special cargo was stored. Facing rows of girls submerged in biostasis tanks, Tang Huang fell into deep thought. Just then, Sylvie's voice echoed. Master, you can give them new life. What do you mean? Tang Huang asked, puzzled. Sylvie explained, since you obtained our race's STC module, you have the ability to Ironheart assimilate. You can transform other intelligent beings into our tactical humanoid mechanical girls. For these girls in a vegetative state, this is the best option. They will join us and pledge their loyalty to you. Flesh is weak, but machines ascend. Sylvie's words resonated in the chamber, pointing Tang Huang toward a new path. With a heart set on assimilation, Tang Huang's eyes gleamed with a peculiar stream of data. He turned to Shi Wei for guidance. Shi Wei explained, first, you need to use alloy materials. Even if you convert them into mechanical girls, without sufficient mass, their bodies will still be fragile compared to ours. Not even you, the Supreme One, can violate the law of conservation of mass. Tang Huang nodded slightly and immediately decided to use his scrapped ramming assault ship. Although some materials had been used by Dong Xiu to repair the Flamingo warship, there was still plenty available. Under Dong Xiu's lead, the engineering androids managed to gather about 100 tons of titanium alloy and other materials into the sleeping girls' chambers. Taking a deep breath, Tang Huang closed his eyes, feeling the connection with all the mechanical girls. Within this link, he sensed a peculiar force, burning like a spark. Suddenly, a change occurred. A beam of light burst from Tang Huang, enveloping all the alloy materials and the 100 girls in the biosustaining tanks. Under this light, the girls' brains and flesh began to decompose and restructure at the atomic level. During this process, the girls fell into a painful dream. In the dream, they experienced all the vulnerabilities of carbon-based life, barely surviving hunger, unable to resist disease, helplessly struggling under tyranny. But today, it would all come to an end. Flesh is weak. Mechanical ascension. With a flash of pure blue light, 100 perfectly shaped mechanical girls appeared before Tang Huang. Their eyes glimmered with streams of data, and their bodies held power far beyond that of flesh. Hail the Supreme One. The newly born mechanical girls gazed at Tang Huang with devotion, adoration, and fervor. Tang Huang nodded slightly, instructing Dong Xiu to distribute equipment and clothing to them. Just then, a tactical android girl stepped forward. As she was about to speak, sparks flashed across her forehead. Instinctively, Tang Huang reached out to support her, but they both fell due to her weight. Dong Xiu quickly separated them. The sparks on the girl's forehead gradually subsided, and she awoke, staring at Tang Huang with unique pink eyes. A system notification sounded, announcing the discovery of a special UNITA psychic girl. What is your name? Tang Huang asked. Supreme One, I am Ruby, your humble follower. The girl answered, her eyes filled with fervent worship. Tang Huang cleared his throat and decided to set aside this unexpected discovery for now. Get serious, put on your equipment. We're heading deeper into this star system. With everything ready, Tang Huang's team now included 100 combat androids, among them the mysterious psychic girl. The Flamingo warship ignited its engines, leaving the asteroid behind, heading into the dangerous and opportunity-filled depths of the star system. Meanwhile, in the core star region of the Yada Empire, within the Holy Relitas star system, leaders from the Jeshuan Corporation was negotiating with the Imperial military. Suddenly, his expression turned sorrowful through the biological life detection system. He had learned that his beloved youngest son had died. What's wrong, Letas? The Empire general across from him noticed the change in Letas's expression and frowned. Letas took a deep breath, a flicker of pain in his eyes. My son is dead. The words had barely left his mouth when he felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. Someone had killed his son. The Empire general's brow furrowed further as he cautiously asked, should we pause the deal? No, it doesn't matter. Let's continue. Letas closed his eyes, his massive mechanical heart pounding rapidly in his chest. The biostabilizers quickly coursed through his body, and soon, the grief and anger dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, his golden slit pupils glowed intensely, and his face regained its composed demeanor. General, let's carry on with our discussion. The Empire general scrutinized Letas and nodded slightly, inwardly impressed. Truly one of the most successful merchants, to continue business negotiations right after learning of his son's death. About 2 hours later, the deal worth billions of Yada currency was sealed. Letas had acquired another batch of the Empire's active-duty interstellar warships. However, he felt no joy, only a deepening gloom. These newly purchased Empire warships were supposed to be deployed to the newly opened Relic Star region, where his younger son, Lele, was meant to establish a forward base. Now, everything had turned to ashes. Boss, you might want to see this. A subordinate's voice sounded in Letas's ear. Data streams flickered in his eyes, and a link appeared before him. He clicked it open to find a news article. Star Domain Chronicles. Shock? First battle erupts in newly opened Relic Star region. Letas squinted, immediately recalling the simple AI he had deployed across the star network to gather information. The star domain's big data quickly sifted through, and he soon had several key pieces of information. A recent graduate of the Yada Empire Military Academy, assigned a decommissioned head hammer assault craft. And one name, Tang Huang. Tang Huang. Letas took a deep breath, but he couldn't believe Tang Huang had the capability to kill his son. If Tang Huang was indeed involved, he must have been just a pawn. Someone was exploiting Tang Huang and the company's conflicts, stirring trouble from the shadows. There had to be a larger force at play behind this. They aimed to provoke me through these means, to enrage me. Letas's eyes gleamed. Well, they've succeeded. Tang Huang may be a minor player, but I'll play along, starting by eliminating this small piece. Data streams flickered wildly in his eyes. But I can't act directly. Relay my order. Issue a bounty to the major raider factions in the Relic Star region. A bounty on Tang Huang, alive. 1 billion Yada currency. The explored Relic Star region comprised 117 star systems. Tang Huang was in the 117th, while the first 116 were mostly occupied by various interstellar civilizations, with numerous fleets stationed there. The remaining star systems were either extremely dangerous or chaotic, filled with wild interstellar species and space pirates, in stark contrast to the tranquility of the major interstellar societies. The major interstellar societies, including the Turin Interstellar Society where the Yada Empire was located, had 3 mainstream faster-than-light travel methods. 1. Stargates, allowing instant travel between 2 points as long as both ends have a gate. 2. Natural curvature jump nodes, utilizing string mesh link points in space, allowing ships to jump between nodes. Distance between nodes varied from a few light-years to hundreds of light-years. 3. Curvature jump engines, enabling ships to achieve faster-than-light travel by manipulating space when not near a curvature jump node. The more advanced the engine, the further it could reach. Currently, Yada Empire's active warships could jump within 10 light days of a space node. Not all star systems in the Relic Star region were connected. Initially, space storms separated them. But once new star system coordinates were found in the Frontier Stargate database, the storm between those systems would disappear. The 117 explored star systems were now interconnected, while unexplored systems still had dangerous space storms blocking the way. Tang Huang was in a single star system with a red giant star nearing the end of its life. Though the star was old, the likelihood of a supernova was still minimal, not a current concern for Tang Huang. At this moment, Tang Huang was struggling to find a hidden and safe location for his base. The area needed to have ample mineral resources for development. If he chose an asteroid belt, the selected asteroid couldn't be too small. It had to be large enough to provide natural cover for the base. Tang Huang was currently on the edge of the star system. Although there were many asteroids around, none were large enough to meet his requirements. He needed to continue exploring to find a more suitable location for his base. Tang Huang piloted the stolen Flamingo battleship deeper into the 117th star system. Ahead lay an asteroid belt similar to the Kuiper belt in our solar system, located about tens of billions of kilometers from the system's central star. The battleship's warp engine was at full power, propelling it at an astonishing speed of 5 times the speed of light, and it was expected to reach the star within 2 hours. First, Tang Huang ordered Sylvie to observe the planets in the star system. Soon, data flowed through Sylvie's violet eyes as she reported, "Supreme, there are only 3 complete planets in this system, but there are numerous dwarf planets with diameters ranging from 900 to 2,000 kilometers. So few planets?" Tang Huang was slightly puzzled, but ordered to proceed. After passing through the asteroid belt, the battleship fully activated its warp engine. As the engine ignited, a warp bubble formed, and the 670-meter-long Flamingo battleship was enveloped in colorful light, transforming into a straight beam and disappearing into the vast cosmos. After traveling about 30 billion kilometers, the battleship halted and exited warp mode. Ahead was a region densely populated with dwarf planets, ideal for establishing a base. Tang Huang asked Sylvie why they had stopped, and she explained. "A dwarf planet has entered its orbital path ahead, and proceeding with the warp engine could be dangerous. Moreover, I observed that the distribution of these dwarf planets is quite abnormal. I suspect they were formed from the collapse of several planets that originally existed in this region." Upon hearing this, Tang Huang couldn't help but take a deep breath. He pondered what this star system had experienced in the distant past, but also realized that if these dwarf planets were reformed from collapsed planets, their surfaces were likely safe. "Indeed, this region is perfect for establishing a base," Sylvie nodded, adding, "Beyond this area are a few complete planets." Tang Huang had a plan in mind. He wanted to fully occupy this star system, but not immediately. The key to controlling a star system lies in managing the natural warp transition points. In multi-star systems, these points are located at the gravitational balance points between stars, known as Lagrange points. In single-star systems, the natural warp transition points are found between the star and its planets, which are smaller in range but easier to occupy and can serve as gateways to the cosmic highway. Currently, many star system pioneers had entered this system, mostly individual explorers. Major powers had yet to arrive, using these individual pioneers as the first wave of reconnaissance. Tang Huang knew that once the system was deemed relatively safe, the major powers would enter en masse. This gave him a few months to develop. After surveying, it was found that this region contained 19 dwarf planets, each with a cleared area in its orbital path. Tang Huang chose a moderately sized dwarf planet with a diameter of about 1,400 kilometers. This dwarf planet had abundant heavy metal elements, and the surrounding asteroid ring contained ice, which could be harvested for deuterium and tritium to generate fusion energy. The battleship began its descent near a crater about 4 kilometers in diameter and several hundred meters deep on the dwarf planet. Tang Huang led the tactical humanoid girls out of the hatch, and a system prompt sounded, asking if they wanted to establish a base here. After confirming, numerous construction devices materialized from the light. "Dong Xiu, get ready to start," Tang Huang said to the engineering humanoid girl Dong Xiu. Dong Xiu looked excitedly at the large construction machinery and responded, "Yes, Supreme." As the base location was established, system functions were perfected, the lottery module was activated, the faction module was enabled, and the technology exchange and comprehensive mall were also opened. Standing at the edge of the crater, Tang Huang gazed at the barren land that would soon become his new base, filled with anticipation for the future. Tang Huang stood in front of the system panel, his eyes darting between 4 options: lottery template, faction template, tech exchange, and marketplace system. He first clicked on the lottery template, ready to use his task-earned chances to test his luck. Next, he checked the faction template. The screen simply displayed, faction name, unnamed Supreme Unique, Tang Huang's main base, under construction. Tang Huang thought to himself that once the base was fully built, more information would likely be available here. The tech exchange and marketplace system formed a large, comprehensive section. When Tang Huang opened it, he saw a growing tech tree on the left side, with 3 main branches: mechanical physics, biological genetics, and cognitive psi. The mechanical physics branch was the most developed, cognitive psi was just starting out, and biological genetics hadn't even been activated. The system prompted him to invest newly acquired tech to enhance this tree. On the right side was a traditional marketplace offering various warship and equipment blueprints. Warship blueprints were divided into 8 levels, from highest to lowest: Sanqing, Si, Wulao, Liusu, Qiyuan, Beiji, Jiuyo, and Shidu. However, levels above Qiyuan were currently unavailable. Tang Huang carefully reviewed the available Beiji-level warship blueprints, which included 8 main ships such as the Qinkuan Heavy Assault Battleship and the Kundi Orbital Strike Heavy Cruiser. The system also allowed him to combine 2 warship blueprints to create more variants. However, when he saw that the Qinkuan Heavy Assault Battleship cost 500,000 spirit sources, he couldn't help but gasp. He currently had a measly 100 spirit sources, a reward from previously capturing the Flamingo warship. With no other option, Tang Huang turned to the lottery template, hoping to change his fate. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Sanqing Taoist, Si Emperor, Wufang Emperor, Infinite Buddhas." Help me with the lottery. Urgent as the law commands. Go. On his first attempt, he received a strand of blessing from the Chaos God Corn, a peculiar reward that granted him and all his ground troops immunity to 20 of enemy long-range attacks. Despite its powerful effect, Tang Huang wished it could be applied to his warships. The second attempt gave him the high-energy monomolecular chainsword blueprint, a weapon sharp enough to easily cut through warship armor. Tang Huang couldn't help but marvel at the lottery's magic. Now, he took another deep breath, ready for his third and final draw. Don Juan stared at the constantly spinning needle on the control panel in front of him, silently guessing the impending outcome. The needle finally stopped at the military section, and the system promptly announced, "Congratulations! You have obtained the 10-district level Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer Design Blueprint." The system began detailing the parameters of this colossal ship: 2,200 meters in length, 300 meters in width, 320 meters in height, and a mass of 2 million tons. It featured a 3-layer composite armor, each layer 1,000 millimeters thick. The energy system consisted of 4 10 Kings of Hell Type 1 fusion reactors connected in parallel. It was equipped with a Hell Leap superluminal warp engine and 4 JAMA Type 1 plasma propulsion engines. The maximum warp distance was 40 light days, with a conventional maximum speed of 10 times the speed of light and a maximum acceleration of 120 g. The standard crew capacity was 26,000, with a minimum operational requirement of 150 personnel. The weapon systems were equally impressive. The main gun was the ship's bow mount, Chu-and-I Type 1 red-black particle strike cannon. Secondary armaments included 16 Black Rope Small Hell Type 1 plasma lance cannons and 6 large anti-ship torpedo launchers. The broadside firepower consisted of 44 50mm electromagnetic naval guns and 600 long-range damage missile launch tubes. The defense system comprised 400 burning laser close-in weapon systems and 240 50mm electromagnetic rapid-fire guns. Don Juan marveled at the destroyer's formidable power, eagerly anticipating the future 9 Suns-class fire Yao heavy strike cruiser. He carefully stored the blueprint in the system's warehouse, awaiting the completion of the base's construction. The efficiency of the engineering humanoids was astounding. Each could control over 100 large engineering machines simultaneously through data links. The first structure completed was the fusion power plant, serving as the energy core of the entire base. The remaining helium-3 from the Flamingo warship was used as fuel, with the once flagship now serving as a transport ship, shuttling between dwarf planets and the asteroid belt to gather materials. As time passed, various parts of the base were constructed one by one. The control center, radar operations center, residential areas, large alloy smelters, industrial zones, and automated weapon production factories. These structures rose from the 4-kilometer diameter crater, even hollowing out nearby hills. The entire base covered 1 square kilometer, and astonishingly, all this was completed in just 3 days. When the final building was completed, the system prompt sounded, "Faction Rise Phase 1. Base Establishment Task Complete. Congratulations, you have received the task reward. The complete STC construction templates for the Fire Yao Heavy Strike Cruiser. Please find a suitable area of no less than 4 square kilometers to place this automated production line." It was then that Don Juan realized his mistake in choosing the site. The crater floor was already fully occupied by the base, unable to accommodate such a massive production line. He boarded the Flamingo warship and, while surveying the terrain from above, had a sudden inspiration. He asked the system if the production line could be placed underground. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Don Juan chose an underground area 400 meters deep, not far from the base, to place the production line. The system quickly notified him that the production line had been installed and even automatically connected an underground tunnel to the base, along with a large lift platform for warship launches. Don Juan was impressed, piloting the Flamingo back to the base and landing in front of a row of giant doors embedded in the crater wall. He took a maglev transport vehicle through the tunnel to the enormous underground automated production factory. The engineering humanoid Dong Xiu eagerly requested to be in charge of the factory, and Don Juan gladly agreed. Watching Dong Xiu's excited demeanor, her azure eyes sparkling and her golden twin-tails bouncing with her movements, Don Juan couldn't help but smile. The 9 Luminaries class STC automated production template array stood tall at the center of the base, signifying that Tang Huang could manufacture any warship below the 9 Luminaries level. As he stood at the control console, his eyes quickly scanned the information on the display. The Huayao Heavy Strike Cruiser, the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, and the Flamingo Light Rapid Fire Assault Ship all were on the production list. Suddenly, an astonishing discovery made Tang Huang's eyes widen. This production line can not only build standard ships, but also replicate the ones I've captured? He looked at the production option for the Flamingo ship, marveling at the system's capabilities. Eagerly, Tang Huang brought up the data schematic for the Huayao Heavy Strike Cruiser. The massive vessel's parameters jumped out at him: 7,700 meters long, 1,200 meters wide, 980 meters tall, and weighing 24 million tons. It could accommodate nearly 100,000 standard crew members, featured 9 layers of composite armor, each a meter thick, 24 parallel fusion reactors, and a faster-than-light engine capable of 40 light-year jumps. The weapon systems were even more impressive. A 10-meter caliber main cannon on the ship's underside, 12 large fixed anti-ship thermal plasma lances at the bow, and hundreds of auxiliary and defensive weapons scattered across the ship. This is practically a mobile planet destroyer, Tang Huang muttered to himself. However, his excitement was quickly tempered by reality. Building such a colossal vessel required at least 30 million tons of various materials, while the current daily production capacity of the base was only 100,000 tons. Even the smaller Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer required 2.5 million tons of materials. Tang Huang quickly pulled up the base data. A level 1 base, covering an area of 1 square kilometer, was equipped with all kinds of facilities. But crucially, there were only 2 remaining automated mechanical cores, which were key to expanding production capacity. After weighing his options, Tang Huang decided to first expand 2 furnace industrial zones. As the command was issued, engineering humanoids in the base immediately sprang into action. The Flamingo ship was also requisitioned as a transport ship, shuttling between dwarf planets and asteroid belts to collect energy materials. Just as the new industrial zones were about to be completed, the system's notification sound chimed in. No automated mechanical cores remaining. To acquire more automated mechanical cores, please upgrade the base level. Tang Huang gazed at the bustling base before him, already calculating his next move. He knew that to establish a foothold in this star sector, a single transport ship wouldn't suffice. He needed more firepower, a fleet truly his own. And the starting point for all of this was the imminent completion of the first Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Time flew by as the base operated around the clock, producing the various materials needed for warships, while construction proceeded at a feverish pace. With a daily output of 30,000 tons of standard warship alloy, Tang Huang was able to allocate resources to the production templates for tactical humanoid units, continuously expanding his squad of tactical humanoid girls. These tactical humanoid girls amazed Tang Huang. They possessed their own thoughts and intelligence, resembling an entirely new intelligent species rather than mere machines. Thanks to their internal mechanical structure, these girls did not need to eat. They could recharge in various ways, including using an internal miniature fusion reactor or direct charging. This feature saved Tang Huang the trouble of procuring large quantities of food. On the 8th day, while browsing the relic sector on the Star Domain Network and gathering information, Tang Huang received a communication from Dong Shou. Supreme. The first warship has been completed. Upon hearing this news, Tang Huang was thrilled and immediately rushed to the warship production base. Inside the base, a massive black warship rested on an enormous lift platform. This colossal vessel, measuring 2,200 meters in length, 300 meters in width, and 320 meters in height, delivered an overwhelming visual impact. Its unique black coating not only absorbed light but also effectively reduced damage from laser weapons. The 3 layers of 1000 thick alloy armor plates and internal honeycomb structure endowed it with remarkable damage resistance. Atop the warship, 16 Hell-I-type plasma lance cannons were neatly arranged, their menacing barrels intimidating all who looked upon them. Numerous missile silos were concealed beneath the sturdy alloy armor plates. The sides were equipped with large anti-ship torpedo launchers, 40-inch I-type 450mm electromagnetic naval guns, and countless Closian weapon systems, all cleverly hidden under the first layer of armor. This Jida-class Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, with its sleek, angular design complemented by a black primary color and blood-red lines, exuded an aura of majesty, coldness, and terror, as if it were a warship from the underworld's elite forces. The system notified Tang Huang that it was time to name his faction. After some thought, Tang Huang decided to go with the system-generated name, Mech Celestial Court. He then named his first fleet, Mech Underworld Fleet. Tang Huang began assigning personnel to this warship. Although the standard crew requirement was 26,000, the presence of tactical humanoid girls, who needed no food and minimal maintenance, significantly reduced the actual number required. He allocated 8,130 tactical humanoids as follows: 2,000 engineering units for maintenance and repairs, 1,000 technical units for administration and navigation, and 5,000 combat units as Army or Marine forces. To equip these tactical humanoids, Tang Huang spent resources to acquire a series of designs for individual equipment and ground combat armor units, including Tianbing I-type powered exoskeleton armor, 20mm electromagnetic explosive rifles, 60mm electromagnetic rapid-fire armor-piercing cannons, Zhuke combat transport aircraft, and Xuanwu heavy armored tanks. Fully equipped, the combat humanoids were a sight to behold. Standing at 2.3 meters tall, clad in powered exoskeleton armor, wielding large-caliber explosive projectile weapons, with chainsaw swords at their waists, and their long, shapely legs encased in armor. Who could possibly resist such formidable and striking warrior women? With warships, you need a fleet structure. And with soldiers, you need a military organization. Although Tang Huang currently has only 2 warships and a few thousand soldiers, he is determined to first build a complete framework. Tang Huang began forming the First Legion, incorporating all combat units into it. His eyes were set on the future. With his ability to assimilate others into mechanical beings, he was confident he could eventually form multiple legions from various races. But for now, he had just this one legion, with a little over 5,000 members. He simply divided the legion. A regiment would consist of 1,000 soldiers, and a company would consist of 100. As he pondered the structure, a new message flashed before him. It was from Lu Quan. Spring, we're preparing to leave the ruined starfield. We can't survive here anymore. Tang Huang immediately initiated a video call. Lu Quan's 3D projection appeared before him. Lu Quan, are you really leaving the ruined starfield? Tang Huang asked. Lu Quan sighed and explained, yes, the number of interstellar pioneers flooding into the 117th star system far exceeded expectations, several times more than before. The core areas are occupied by ancient automated machinery, and small groups like us can't get near. The middle and peripheral zones, including the asteroid belts and damaged spaceports, have become fiercely contested areas. We just can't make it here. Tang Huang, deep in thought, replied, I suspect that some of these so-called pioneers aren't genuine explorers. What do you mean? Lu Quan asked, puzzled. Tang Huang explained, I'm being hunted by Jiesun Corporation. There's a black bounty on me in the dark web of the starfield. Some of these people who entered days after the star gate opened are likely here because of that bounty. Damn, I knew Jiesun would make a move. Lu Quan cursed, then asked worriedly, Spring, are you okay over there? Don't worry, I found a place without any ruins to hide in, and there's hardly anyone around. Tang Huang reassured him, then inquired about another person. By the way, have you heard from Lingwei? She hasn't contacted me in a while. Lingwei? She left the ruined starfield a few days ago. Said she got a job offer from a human-led military company and rushed back to start. Lu Quan replied. A human-led military company? Where? Tang Huang repeated. I don't know. Lingwei didn't say, and she didn't tell you either? All right, I got it. Stay in touch. Okay, take care. We're leaving. The communication ended, and Lu Quan's projection disappeared. Tang Huang took a deep breath and gazed through the skylight at the vast universe, countless stars dotting the dark expanse. Time to make a move, Tang Huang said, standing up and contemplating his next steps. The base produced 300,000 tons of standard warship alloy daily, but a single Huiyang-class heavy strike cruiser required 24 million tons. At this rate, it would take months to produce enough alloy. Tang Huang knew he didn't have that much time. Based on his experience, major forces would enter the ruined starfield in about a month. He needed to ramp up production, which required automated mechanical cores. Each core cost 500 spirit sources, or he could earn them by completing system missions to upgrade the base. Regardless, he couldn't stay holed up in the base any longer. It was time to go out and make some money. Sylvia, stay at the base. Dongxiao, continue overseeing the warship production line. Yuya, Ruby, come with me to the warship. Tang Huang commanded, heading towards the warship. Upon hearing the order, Ruby's pink eyes flashed with data, automatically extracting the keywords, Ruby, come with me. Her face flushed, and she was about to leap towards Tang Huang from behind. A swift figure intercepted her, Yuya's long leg precisely kicking Ruby's face, sending her flying. Yuya maintained her high kick stance, showcasing her graceful curves and sharp demeanor. She lowered her leg, her piercing gaze full of disdain. Stop acting crazy. Suspended in midair, Ruby's body crackled with electricity. Her silver-white hair floated as if in a breeze, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, a layer of frost forming on the floor. Tomboy, mind your own business. Ruby retorted angrily. Yuya, expressionless, replied, the Supreme can't handle it. You don't want to harm him out of selfishness, do you? Hearing this, Ruby's anger turned to concern, her crystalline pink eyes welling with tears. You're right, I almost forgot. Supreme, I almost hurt you. Please punish me. Any punishment is fine. I can take it. She blushed and trembled. Ahem. Enough. Enough. Tang Huang quickly intervened, glancing at Yuya, feeling as if her words implied he was lacking in some way. Let's drop this topic. Everyone, board the warship. We're on a mission. With that, Tang Huang stepped onto the bridge. Yuya pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, then at Ruby, the warning clear. Ruby's spirit energy surged as she floated lightly to Tang Huang's side, gently wrapping her arm around his. She turned and made a face at Yuya, sticking out her tongue in defiance. In the distance, beyond the meteorite crater, the surface of the dwarf planet suddenly trembled. A straight fissure appeared on the ground, and then widened on both sides. A colossal black battleship, spanning 2,200 meters, slowly ascended from beneath the surface, soon hovering above the ground. This massive firepower destroyer, name Black Rope Hell, carried 4,503 crew members. The enormous vessel gracefully adjusted its orientation in the air. Dozens of thrusters at its rear emitted dazzling blue flames, propelling the warship away from the dwarf planet's gravity and into the vastness of space. Not far away, a gigantic space station floated silently in the cosmos, surrounded by countless debris and fragments of unknown warships. This ancient civilization's spaceport relic had been drifting in orbit for an untold number of years, filled with desolation and silence. Only a few automated machines, following the remnants of AI directives, patrolled, returned, and repaired the space station day after day in an endless cycle. However, today, this tranquility was shattered. Hundreds of interstellar ships of various shapes suddenly appeared, their tails trailing brilliant flames, slicing through the silent space as they approached the large space station. Hello, viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Galactic News Report. An enthusiastic Yada reporter stood on the bridge of a nearly kilometer-long battleship, speaking passionately into the camera. The Empire's pioneers have discovered another ancient civilization's spaceport relic. This is the fifth relic found, and it is far larger than the previous four. Let's see if the pioneers can conquer it this time. The reporter then introduced the sponsors of the live broadcast, including dozens of companies like Gorman Shipbuilding. Although the Galactic News Report's battleship did not participate in the relic exploration, their broadcast reached all 207 directly governed planets of the Yada Empire, boasting trillions of viewers. Their annual revenue even surpassed the total tax income of some weaker interstellar civilizations. Gorman Shipbuilding, as the main force in this interstellar exploration, dispatched a formidable fleet. Their flagship was an 800-meter-long battleship, comparable in performance to the Empire's destroyers. Additionally, they had 12 escort ships of 300 meters each and 57 armed vessels ranging from 80 to 150 meters. On the bridge of the Gorman, the company owner's son, Juan Gorman, sat in the captain's chair, staring at the large virtual screen displaying the spaceport relic. At the military advisor's inquiry, he ordered the operation to begin, driving away other individual interstellar explorers. The Gorman fleet quickly spread out, issuing warnings to other ships. Faced with protests, Wyatt decisively ordered the destruction of the most vociferous ship. The Gorman's main cannon instantly locked onto the target, and a high-temperature laser beam precisely hit the core reactor of the ship 100,000 kilometers away, obliterating it in an instant. This action intimidated everyone. The other explorers' ships retreated, while the Galactic News Report's live broadcast captured the scene perfectly, sparking heated discussions among viewers. Wyatt looked at the comments and smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to order the encirclement of the spaceport relic, a burst of colorful light suddenly flashed from the depths of space. As the warp bubble dissipated, a magnificent battleship, pitch black with blood-red patterns, appeared out of nowhere, disrupting the situation. The Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer suddenly appeared near the spaceport ruins, just over 100,000 kilometers away. This cruiser-sized warship instantly drew everyone's attention. The host quickly adjusted the long-distance camera and, upon closer inspection, exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is a brand new cruiser. But it doesn't belong to any active Imperial fleet. Where did it come from? There's no record of any large warship docking or passing through the Imperial Space Gate." The audience's curiosity was piqued by the mysterious warship, and they began speculating about its origin. Wyatt was particularly agitated, knowing that no major faction had any large warships in the current ruined Star Region 117 system. Why did this warship suddenly appear here? He wondered. Wyatt's subordinates quickly conducted a database search and reported, "Sir, we've scanned all types of ships registered with the Empire and found no record of that ship. It has no markings from any nation or company, and there's no information in the public databases of other interstellar civilizations. It's likely a privately owned ship or a large vessel built by some organization." Hearing this, Wyatt sneered. He recalled those spoiled heirs who built large warships to show off. Despite their size, these ships often lacked professional design and could be easily destroyed by a small frigate. Meanwhile, Tang Huang stood on the bridge of the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer, observing the Gorman Company's fleet through a virtual screen. He nodded slightly, thinking, not a small fleet, about 70 ships. To Tang Huang, any Yada person or anyone siding with the Turn Interstellar Society could be an enemy. His goal was clear: explore the space ruins, gather data to upgrade his base, and earn enough spirit sources to buy an automated mechanical core. Tang Huang ordered a scan of the opposing fleet. The tech humanoid quickly reported, "Supreme, the data shows we can defeat their fleet with minimal cost." Tang Huang was pleased, but had no intention of communicating with the other side. In this dark universe, strength was the ultimate decider. Wyatt swiftly commanded, "Arm the ship formation and surround that warship." He believed the opposing warship had limited weaponry aside from its 16 large-caliber cannons on top and planned to use the flexibility of smaller units for encircling maneuvers. His aim was to drive the other ship away without fully destroying it, to avoid offending any potentially powerful backers. Meanwhile, on the Interstellar Curious News live channel, viewers excitedly began placing bets. Most bet on the Gorman Company, believing their numerical advantage and agility would give them the upper hand. They thought the massive unknown warship would struggle in close combat and might just be a showpiece for some wealthy heir. Keyboard warriors chimed in, arguing that large-caliber cannons were ineffective in close-range combat, while Gorman's small-armed ships could quickly approach and launch powerful missiles. They were confident that the battle would soon end in Gorman Company's favor. In a virtual reality room within the Starfield network, the boss of Jeshuan Corporation, Letas, was negotiating another batch of warship orders with a general from the Yada Empire. Their holograms stood side by side, watching the live feed of the ruins in the 117 star system. Letas, what do you think? The general's sharp eyes turned to Letas, his tone laden with interest. Letas shook his head disdainfully, his golden eyes flashing with scorn. Just a toy. He pointed to the massive black warship on the screen and scoffed. Even if that ship truly matches the performance of an Imperial fleet cruiser, it doesn't matter. This isn't an era where a single ship can decide the outcome. In large-scale space battles, without the support of frigates and destroyers, even the biggest warship is just a target. General, I believe you know this better than I do. The general nodded slightly but didn't fully agree with Letas. He motioned to continue watching the broadcast. I understand, but I have some theories that need verification. Let's keep watching. Letas shrugged. All right, let's see what's so special about this warship. The screen switched to the outskirts of the 5th spaceport ruins. As billions of viewers watched, the battle erupted. Juan decisively ordered his fleet to deploy laser scattering shields, instantly enveloping the entire formation. These laser scattering shields, developed at great expense by Gorman Shipbuilding Company, deployed special particles around the ships to significantly weaken enemy laser weapons. In space battles spanning hundreds of thousands or millions of kilometers, laser weapons were the mainstream long-range threat due to their light-speed attacks. While these shields didn't block physical projectiles, the slow speed of such attacks at long distances made them easy to intercept. Confident, Juan commanded the small ships to encircle the Black String Hell heavy fire destroyer. Don't be fooled by the size of your ship. It's useless. Every ship in my fleet, even modified civilian vessels, is equipped with laser scattering shields and military-grade fire control radars. Laser weapons, physical projectiles theory, all interceptable. Get lost. This is my turf. Tang Huang observed the enemy ships, raising similar energy barrier defenses. He scoffed and ordered, fancy tricks? Lock onto the largest enemy ship and charge the main cannon. The Black String Hell heavy fire destroyer's Junie type red-black particle strike macro cannon began charging. Warning, we've been targeted. High energy reaction detected. Preliminary analysis indicates an energy weapon attack. The system alarm blared. Juan remained unfazed. No need to evade. Billions of people are watching us live. This is the best chance to showcase our company's new product. He had utmost confidence in the laser scattering shields developed by his company. Tests had shown that even the shield on his 800-meter-long Gorman was capable of withstanding a large laser cannon strike from a battleship. A visible black-red energy beam instantly traversed over 100,000 kilometers, striking the Gorman. However, wrapped in the laser scattering shield, the Gorman remained unscathed. Juan burst into laughter. Ha! I told you. Viewers of the live broadcast were amazed. Wow, what kind of energy field is that? That laser looked powerful, yet the Gorman is unharmed? Gorman Company is impressive. The Empire's general watching the broadcast showed a hint of admiration. Gorman Company's latest laser scattering shield is quite effective. The ship remains completely unaffected. However, while Juan was imagining future orders from the Empire's military pouring in, a sudden change occurred. The laser beam striking the Gorman flickered, as if a conduit had formed, and a particle glowing with intense light shot through it. In just 2 seconds, it crossed over 100,000 kilometers. In this era, human cognition, accelerated by neural chips, could process and react rapidly within those 2 seconds. What? Juan was jolted by a terrifying realization the beam was not an energy weapon attack, but a directional marker. His suspicion was confirmed. The Black String Hell heavy fire destroyer's main cannon was not a conventional energy weapon but a directional energy particle strike macro cannon. It accelerated a special red-black thermal particle to 20 of light speed and guided it precisely to the target using the beam. At this point, it was too late for Juan to order any countermeasures. Even if he had commanded evasive actions from the start, it would have been futile. The distance was too short, just over 100,000 kilometers. At 20 of light speed, the red-black thermal particle would strike within 2 seconds. The Junie type red-black particle strike macro cannon was designed to target large enemy ships several kilometers long. Such massive vessels were slow to maneuver and easy to hit. Using it against the mere 800-meter-long Gorman was already overkill. The hull of the Gorman ship erupted in a chain reaction the moment it was struck by the crimson thermal particle. The molten plasma spread like wildfire across the entire ship, causing it to disintegrate almost instantly. A brilliant flash of fire momentarily lit up the vacuum of space, only to vanish just as quickly. With no oxygen in space, the flames from the Gorman ship's explosion extinguished swiftly after consuming the ship's internal oxygen supply. In the blink of an eye, the Gorman ship was reduced to a cluster of space debris, its fragments drifting aimlessly. A system notification sounded. Enemy warship destroyed. You have gained 100 spirit energy. Tang Huang's eyes gleamed with excitement. This ship was far superior to the previous Firebird. Seizing the moment, Tang Huang ordered his warship to unleash its full firepower. The 200-meter-long vessel's deck opened up, revealing a battery of large-caliber weapons. The sleek, angular warship transformed into a menacing beast. 16 plasma lances fired simultaneously, their crimson beams slicing through space and easily penetrating the laser scatter shields of the remaining Gorman fleet, melting their armor in an instant. Hundreds of missiles launched from silos, trailing long tails of fire like a meteor shower descending upon the enemy ships. The 450mm electromagnetic naval guns roared, their shells screaming through the void. Large anti-ship torpedoes silently cut through the dark expanse of space. The remaining 60-plus ships of the Gorman fleet descended into chaos, desperately unleashing their firepower in a bid to intercept the onslaught. Closian laser beams wove a defensive web, and rapid-fire electromagnetic guns roared continuously. Yet, their all-out efforts barely sufficed to protect themselves, leaving them no opportunity to counterattack the Black Rope Hell's heavy firepower destroyer. The spectacle of one warship suppressing dozens of enemy vessels stunned the billions of viewers on the live broadcast channel. The host of the intergalactic news gasped repeatedly, "Oh my God! That unknown warship destroyed the Gorman in one strike, and is now single-handedly suppressing the entire fleet. And there are still 12 Imperial military-grade frigates among the enemy. This firepower is insane." In a virtual reality room, an Imperial general watching the broadcast slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with a stream of data. "I knew it. My hypothesis was correct," he exclaimed excitedly. Liedes snapped out of his shock and quickly asked, "General, what hypothesis?" The Imperial general calmed himself, though his eyes still shimmered with data. "I've checked. None of the Empire's spaceports or frontier stargates have records of this warship passing through." "This mean?" Liedes realized, eyes widening. The general continued, "This warship was either brought in modularly and assembled, or it was built within the 117-star system. But the time frame is too short for either possibility." He pointed to the Black Rope Hell on the screen, a particular tone in his voice. "So there's only one possibility: this is an ancient lost civilization warship discovered by a pioneer in the ruins of the star system." The Imperial general trembled with excitement. "Do you know what this means? In the past century of exploring the ruins, we've never found a warship of this caliber. This is the most significant discovery for the Empire in 100 years. The 117-star system's value far exceeds that of other ruins." Hearing this, Liedes also grew excited, but then remembered his son, who had been killed by Tang Huang. Hatred surged in his heart, and a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. "If my son hadn't died, he might have been the one to find this warship." Liedes' eyes gleamed with greed, while the face of the Imperial general twisted slightly with excitement. This discovery was undeniably significant and monumental for both of them. "General, what should we do now? Should we change the Empire's deployment?" Lida asked eagerly, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. The Imperial general remained silent for a moment, his gaze scrutinizing Lida's face. Although Lida was merely a businessman collaborating with the Empire's military, the current state of the Yada Empire had long shifted. The so-called legitimized profit gains had become the norm. The general ultimately decided to reveal some information, but it would depend on how much sincerity Lida could show. Sensing the general's intent, Lida nodded slightly. "I understand. I will show enough sincerity." "Very well." The general nodded with satisfaction. "Given the significance of this intelligence, the deployment of the Imperial Navy will be adjusted. Once the new plan is formulated, I will inform you accordingly." The two fell into a brief silence, with Lida's gaze once again drawn to the live feed showing the pitch-black warship. "And what about this warship? How should it be handled?" he asked, his greed becoming more apparent. The general spoke slowly. "This is merely the first warship discovered. There may be more ancient civilization warships in the Relic Star region. As long as your sincerity is sufficient, acquiring one is not impossible. As for this current one, it's not yet time for the Imperial Navy to intervene. Your company, Jeshuan, can make initial contact on behalf of the Empire. Ideally, you should purchase the warship. If that fails..." "You know what I mean." Lida nodded in understanding. Although he was being used as a pawn, The risk was worth it for establishing deeper ties with the Empire's military. If Jeshu and company fully aligned with the Empire, its future would be bright. Oh, by the way, General, our company has some shares. The two continued to discuss in detail. After the conversation, the Imperial General logged off from the virtual reality space, satisfied. Left alone in the virtual space, Lita continued to stare at the live feed, entirely captivated by the black warship that had destroyed all other ships. An ancient civilization's warship. It's mine. My warship, he muttered to himself, his eyes glowing with fanaticism. Then, his figure dissolved into data and disappeared from the virtual room. Lita immediately began organizing his company's fleet, preparing to be the first to enter the Relic Star region. This time, his actions were blatant, with various types of warships boldly added to the fleet, including destroyers and above, which were banned for civilian use by the Yada Empire. After all, he was representing the Imperial Navy, not acting on personal initiative. Meanwhile, other factions within the Yada Empire also saw the live feed and began taking action. The most intense reaction came from Gorman Corporation, as the entire destroyed fleet belonged to them. You destroyed an enemy frigate, earning 50 spirit sources. You destroyed an enemy frigate, earning 50 spirit sources. You destroyed an enemy armed ship, earning 10 spirit sources. Battle summary. You have earned a total of 1,270 spirit sources. The system notifications kept coming, and Tang Huang was particularly pleased. A single battle had netted him over 1,000 spirit sources, enough to buy 2 automated mechanical cores and open 2 new submines. Tang Huang waved his hand to bring up a virtual screen, checking the status data of the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. The warship's first layer of armor had only 7% minor damage, and the rest of the structure was intact. He nodded in satisfaction. The system-produced warship was indeed formidable. Transmit my order. Advance the warship and prepare personnel to explore the spaceport relic ahead, Tang Huang commanded. The Black Rope Hell warship slowly moved toward the spaceport relic, surrounded by fresh debris from destroyed warships. The massive bow slightly trembled as it shattered a piece of wreckage, still bearing melted metal traces. In the distance, aboard the live broadcast warship of the Interstellar News, the host passionately shouted into the camera, "Complete annihilation. Viewers, we've witnessed a heart-stopping space battle. Surprisingly, the 70 ships of Gorman Shipbuilding Corporation's fleet were entirely wiped out by that unknown warship." The live chat exploded. What the heck? Gorman ships are so fragile? Damn it, I lost thousands of bucks. Is this a setup by the bookies to scam our money? Screw this, refund. Are you kidding us? Gorman ships are this garbage? Screw this, refund. The viewers were shouting for refunds, especially those who had bet heavily on Gorman's fleet. The most agitated of all was the owner of Gorman Corporation. Just as Tang Huang's Black Rope Hell warship was about to approach the spaceport relic, he received a communication request. Interstellar News employee Tada is requesting to communicate with you. Tang Huang raised an eyebrow. Was it that ship that had been observing from the battlefield? He casually accepted the communication. A typical Yada person appeared on the screen, lizard-like in appearance, holding a microphone symbolizing a host. Hello, sir. Tada greeted enthusiastically. Tang Huang wasn't worried about revealing his appearance. At the moment, he was fully encased in power armor, standing 2.3 meters tall, completely different from his usual appearance. What do you want? He asked coldly, his voice transformed into a chilling mechanical tone by the full coverage helmet. Sir, this is a private conversation and will not be broadcast. Tada first clarified, then continued, Sir, the owner of Gorman Shipbuilding Corporation, Mr. Gorman, wishes to have a conversation with you to discuss some business matters. Don Juan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He had no recollection of the names, Gorman Shipbuilding Company, or Boss Gorman. He had never heard of the company or the man. Tada respectfully explained, Sir, the fleet you just defeated was led by Boss Gorman's son, Wyatt Gorman. Now, Boss Gorman wants to discuss business with you. What do you think? Don Juan sneered. Interesting. I just killed his son and destroyed his entire fleet, and now he wants to talk business. Tada smiled and replied, business is business, as long as it brings profit. Boss Gorman has many offspring. Losing one is insignificant. Your strength has caught his attention. If the benefits are great enough, he won't mind these small matters. Hearing this, Don Juan couldn't help but marvel at the cold-blooded nature of capitalists. But his interest was piqued. Put him on. I want to see what Gorman has to offer. The screen switched, revealing a Yada man with ornate glasses. This was Gorman, the owner of Gorman Shipbuilding Company. His golden vertical pupils stared intently at Don Juan, as if trying to see through him. In fact, Gorman wished he could tear Don Juan apart. Not because Don Juan had killed his son, but because he had ruined a massively expensive live-streamed advertisement. Hundreds of billions of viewers had witnessed the debacle, and Gorman's company's reputation had plummeted. They had paid a fortune for the ad and organized a massive fleet, only for it to backfire spectacularly. From now on, when people thought of Gorman Company, they would first think of the laughable fleet annihilated by a single warship. Don Juan asked coldly, "What do you want?" Suppressing his anger, Gorman forced a smile. "Esteemed sir, would you be interested in selling this warship? I assure you, I will offer a price that will satisfy you. Of course, you can name your price." Don Juan scoffed. "By my warship? You can't afford it." Gorman, brimming with confidence, replied, "Sir, I believe I can. Our company controls 3 colonized exoplanets, generating an annual revenue of 3 trillion yada credits. If you don't want a lump sum, I can personally offer you a 1% stake in our company. This would mean hundreds of billions of yada credits in annual dividends. All you have to do is sell us this warship and a portion of the spoils from your space explorations. What do you think?" Don Juan questioned. "Hundreds of billions every year?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Gorman quickly added, "Yes, potentially even a trillion. You won't have to lift a finger, and will still receive this enormous income annually." However, Don Juan's response left Gorman stunned. "Do you take me for a beggar? You think a trillion a year is enough to buy me off?" Gorman exclaimed, "That's a trillion a year. How can you still be dissatisfied?" Don Juan calculated. Even with the conversion rate between the system's currency and yada credits, a trillion a year was only equivalent to 10,000 spirit sources. It would take 50 years to save up enough to buy the design plans for an octuple-class warship. In 50 years, with the system's help, his fleet could be large enough to reclaim Earth. Besides, he didn't trust these capitalists to be so generous. "We can negotiate further if you're not satisfied," Gorman began. But Don Juan cut him off. "Get lost." The communication was abruptly terminated, and Tada's face reappeared on the screen. Before he could speak, Don Juan pointed at him and said, "You disappear too. And get rid of that warship 1.2 million kilometers away, and the fleet hiding behind the asteroid belt 1 billion kilometers out. All of you scram." Tada was stunned. There was indeed a fleet from the galactic news hiding behind the asteroid belt 1 billion kilometers away. It was their secret base in this star system. Generally, large Imperial warships could only detect up to a few light minutes away. Even super-large ground-based military radars had a range of only a few light hours. How did this man discover them? Despite his shock, Tada maintained his composure. "Understood, sir. We will leave immediately." After the communication ended, the galactic news warship 1.2 million kilometers away fired up its engines and accelerated out of the area. Meanwhile, Gorman's face twisted with rage. He roared at his subordinates, "Order the fleet to regroup. Bring in the defense fleets from our colonized planets. All of them. Into the relic starfield. I must have that warship." The orders were swiftly relayed, and the defense fleets from Gorman Company's 3 colonized planets mobilized. Hundreds of military warships began leaving their ports, heading towards the distant space relic. Surrounding the spaceport ruins, within tens of millions of kilometers of space, only Tang Huang's warship floated alone in the void. After clearing the surrounding area, Tang Huang felt somewhat reassured and ordered the warship to approach the ruins, which were orbiting along a predetermined path. The ruins had a diameter of about 2 kilometers, slightly smaller than the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer that Tang Huang was aboard. Numerous automated machines floated around, part of the ruins' still active self-defense system. As the Black Rope Hell entered within 50,000 kilometers of the ruins, the defense mechanisms were activated. Swarms of small, automated machines charged at the warship like locusts, moving with astonishing speed and agility. The warship's Closian laser defense systems and rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons immediately opened fire, creating a dense web of firepower in space. However, this firepower, which was sufficient to suppress the entire Gorman Company fleet, seemed ineffective against these automated machines. A technical android reported, "Supreme, these small machines have an instantaneous acceleration exceeding 1024 Earth Standard G. They can dodge over 10 kilometers in a second, seemingly equipped with some kind of advanced inertialess engine. There are thousands of these defense machines." Tang Huang exclaimed, "Damn, how are we supposed to fight that?" He couldn't help but wonder how those ruins discovered and occupied by interstellar societies in the past were conquered. The small defense machines spread out in space and unleashed red laser beams at the Black Rope Hell. Tang Huang urgently asked, "What's the damage to the warship's armor?" "The first layer of armor is 5% damaged. These machines seem to be equipped with small thermal energy weapons. Our armor has a special laser scattering coating that significantly reduces the damage." Tang Huang frowned. Although it didn't seem like much, the dense firepower of 70 Gorman fleet ships only caused 7% damage. These small machines inflicted 5% damage in a single round. A few more rounds and the warship wouldn't hold up. He ordered a retreat out of the alert range. The warship turned around and, under fire, withdrew 50,000 kilometers. The automated machines then ceased their pursuit. What Tang Huang didn't know was that in the past, interstellar societies sent large fleets to explore ruins. The defense strength of the ruins varied, and not all had such special machines. Major powers had no good solutions for these machines either, but they relied on their numbers, sacrificing part of the fleet to draw attention while the rest forced a landing. After exploration, they would immediately withdraw and then use hydrogen bombs to completely destroy the ruins. Once the ruins were destroyed, the small machines, losing their protection target, would self-disintegrate. These special machines with inertialess engines were not only unseen by Tang Huang but unheard of in the entire interstellar society. As Tang Huang pondered, Ruby suddenly spoke, "Supreme. I can sense some kind of psychic reaction inside the spaceport ruins." Psychic reaction? Tang Huang was stunned. Yes, and those small machines seem to only react to attacks aimed at the ruins. "Supreme, I have a plan." A mischievous gleam appeared in Ruby's eyes. Her plan was simple. Hollow out the warhead of an anti-ship torpedo and let her sit inside. The warship would launch the torpedo, but not aim at the ruins, instead passing within a few meters. At that moment, Ruby would leave the torpedo and infiltrate the ruins to take control of the internal devices. Tang Huang conducted an experiment. Torpedoes aimed at the ruins were intercepted and destroyed at 50,000 kilometers, but those not aimed at the ruins passed through unimpeded. It really works. Tang Huang breathed a sigh of relief but then worried. "Ruby, can you handle this alone?" "Supreme, are you worried about me?" "I'm so touched." Ruby was about to pounce, but was stopped by Moonlit Night in time. Ruby stuck her tongue out at Moonlit Night and turned to Tang Huang with a smile. "Don't worry. I can sense that the psychic reaction of the creation inside the ruins is weaker than mine. I can definitely take control. Maybe we can even control these special defense machines afterward," she said confidently. Tang Huang selected 30 fully armed combat androids to accompany Ruby on the mission. They carefully chose an anti-ship torpedo, removed its warhead, and replaced it with a compartment that could accommodate personnel. Including Ruby, the Special Operations Landing Team consisted of 31 members. "Don't worry, Supreme One, nothing will go wrong with me here," Ruby said confidently, leading her team into the modified torpedo compartment. On the bridge, the technical androids were methodically preparing for the launch. "All systems ready, target locked, trajectory calculations complete," came the concise reports to Tang Huang. He nodded slightly and issued the final command. "Launch." In the bow of the Black Rope Hell Heavy Fire Destroyer, the large torpedo launcher shimmered with electromagnetic light. The massive torpedo detached from the ship at an astonishing speed of 500 kilometers per second, tracing an invisible path through the silent void of space. Estimated to pass by the spaceport ruins in 100 seconds. "Are you ready, Ruby?" Tang Huang communicated. "Don't worry, Supreme One. I've got this," Ruby responded excitedly from inside the torpedo, fully clad in her celestial soldier power armor. The tactical androids around her remained silent, ready for action. The torpedo sped forward, swiftly passing the first patrol line of defense drones. Surprisingly, these automated machines did not react to the high-speed torpedo. 50 seconds later, the torpedo had crossed 25,000 kilometers, covering half the distance. Data streams began to flicker in Ruby's eyes as she quickly calculated the trajectories of the spaceport ruins and the torpedo. As the distance rapidly decreased, the torpedo finally skimmed just tens of meters away from the spaceport ruins. At this critical moment, Ruby activated her psionic powers. Arcs of electricity danced around her, and the entire torpedo compartment instantly frosted over. A strange force enveloped the compartment, detaching it from the torpedo and sending it hurtling like a small meteor toward the nearby spaceport ruins. At that moment, the automated machines in the spaceport ruins seemed to be alerted and began rushing back frantically. "Now, fire the missiles. All electromagnetic cannons, open fire," Tang Huang decisively ordered. "Draw their attention and support Ruby." The side batteries of the Black Rope Hell Heavy Fire Destroyer erupted instantly. 20 God E-type 450mm electromagnetic cannons roared in unison, and hundreds of missiles poured out like a meteor shower. Sensing the attack, the returning automated machines had to turn and intercept. Dense small energy beams flickered against the dark backdrop of space, accurately intercepting each missile and shell. The 50,000 kilometer distance was lit up with brilliant explosions. Meanwhile, inside the spaceport ruins, Ruby kicked open the battered compartment door and floated out first. It was a dark and lightless environment, resembling a deep corridor. The tactical androids in their celestial soldier power armor followed closely, wielding 20mm electromagnetic burst rifles, quickly spreading out to search and guard. With their advanced visual systems, they could clearly observe the surroundings without additional light sources. "Clear," one combat android signaled, simultaneously sending an electromagnetic signal. "Supreme One, we have successfully entered. The surroundings are temporarily secure," Ruby reported to Tang Huang. "There seems to be no defense mechanisms inside the ruins, or they might be damaged." She noticed a broken mechanical construct floating in the dark passage, with scans indicating it might be a completely damaged internal navigation system. Good, continue exploring, and be quick. We'll keep covering from outside, Tang Huan instructed, relieved. All right, girls, let's get to work, Ruby said with a hint of excitement in her voice. She raised her electromagnetic burst rifle with one hand, activated the jetpack on her back, and led the 30 combat androids toward the source of the psionic reaction. They moved swiftly through the vast and dark corridors. The maze-like structure posed no problem for Ruby with her psionic sensing. In less than 10 minutes, the team navigated through the complex network of passages and reached the core area of the ruins. In front of them was a massive door. Ruby could sense that the source of the psionic reaction was just behind it. Thermal lance, she ordered succinctly. A combat android immediately stepped forward, raised the thermal lance, and aimed it at the door. In the silent vacuum, the red-hot beam silently cut through the metal, quickly creating a 3 by 3 meter opening. Passing through the door, Ruby was certain they had reached the most crucial part of the spaceport ruins, the central control room that stored important data. Surprisingly, despite the unknown passage of years, the control room was still operational. How peculiar could it be due to the psionic reaction? Ruby mused as she examined the central control platform, which still emitted a faint glow in the darkness. In the center of the platform was an unremarkable-looking device, but in Ruby's psionic vision, it radiated a unique light. The device bore a distinctive symbol, 2 interlocking circles with 8 arrows of varying sizes extending outward from them. The combat androids began to explore the central control room. Among the 30 androids, there were not only those specialized in combat but also engineering androids responsible for emergency battlefield repairs and technical androids providing support. A young technical android girl carefully examined the equipment in the control room, her brow furrowed. Captain, these machines are still running, but based on their mechanical structure and technical diagnostics, they should have broken down long ago. Why are they still operational? She asked in confusion, clearly unable to explain the phenomenon with conventional logic. Ruby pointed to a device in the center of the control platform engraved with strange symbols and explained, "That's a subspace artifact, a high-dimensional creation. Beyond our universe's dimensions, there exists another realm, subspace. The physical rules and concepts of time there are different from our reality and can be warped. The manifestation of subspace power in our universe is known as psionic energy, and it's this energy that keeps these ancient machines running." Ruby laughed excitedly. Now, all these treasures are ours. Others might think they're worthless, but to us, they're priceless. She then ordered, "Dismantle all the machines, including that central device, and bring everything back." Meanwhile, outside the space relic, the swarm of automated defense drones suddenly ceased operation, floating motionlessly in space. Seeing this, Tang Huang immediately ordered the warship to advance and dispatch personnel to recover the automated machinery. "We've struck gold. Inertialess engines. These are fantastic," Tang Huang exclaimed on the bridge, watching the recovery of the automated machinery in space with delight. Shortly after, Ruby reported through the communicator, "Supreme Commander, we've recovered everything we could." "Good. I'll come pick you up," Tang Huang responded. The warship's engines flared, moving closer to the spaceport relic. This 200-meter-long warship was no less imposing in size than the spaceport relic. A system notification sounded in Tang Huang's ear, summarizing the mission's gains. 1 subspace psionic device, 1 set of technical storage data, 2 automated machinery cores, 1 inertialess engine defense drone control core, and 1,000 inertialess engine mechanical guards. The system also reminded him that the acquired inertialess engine technical data needed further analysis before it could be used. Though Tang Huang was still unsure of the specific use of the subspace psionic device, he was very satisfied with the overall haul. He calculated that, combined with the previously obtained psionic sources, he could now purchase 4 automated machinery cores from the system shop, allowing for the establishment of 4 subsidiary mines, significantly boosting the base's daily production capacity. With their substantial gains, Tang Huang commanded the warship to return to the base. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Yada Empire, beyond the relic star system, a massive interstellar fleet was performing consecutive jumps through various star system nodes. This fleet, belonging to the Jeshuan Corporation, was formidable, comprising 3 3-kilometer-long battleships, 1 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership, 27 cruisers, 187 destroyers, 409 frigates, and 79 logistics support ships, totaling 706 warships. On the bridge of the interstellar mothership, Truth and Harmony, Letas asked the first officer how long it would take to reach the relic star system. Learning it would take another month, he sighed deeply, contemplating the enormous expenses. The fleet's personnel wages alone for 1 month exceeded 80 billion, and with warship maintenance costs, monthly expenditures easily surpassed $1 trillion. Such a money pit, Letas muttered to himself. We must reach the relic star system quickly. I have a hunch that we're not the only organization sending a large fleet to the 117 star system. There might be other interstellar societies and civilizations' fleets as well. We must represent the Yada Empire's military and seize the lead. Lettuce continuously calculated the various expenses, feeling the pressure. He had almost bet the company's entire fortune on this mission and had to ensure they achieved significant gains. Lettuce's suspicions were not unfounded. The news about the possible remnants of ancient civilization warships in the 117th star system spread like wildfire among the major forces of the interstellar society. Not only was the Yada Empire eager to investigate, but other interstellar civilizations were also planning to send fleets to explore. However, the frontier stargate leading to the 117th star system was located within the Yada Empire's territory. This meant that other civilizations would need to engage in complex negotiations and trade-offs with the Yada Empire to send large fleets, which would undoubtedly take some time. For now, only companies and private organizations within the Yada Empire had dispatched small-scale fleets through the Stargate. Unaware of the brewing storm outside, Tang Huang had just returned to his base in the 117th star system. He immediately decided to spend 1,000 points of Spirit Source to purchase 2 automated mechanical cores. The system notification sounded, and his Spirit Source balance dropped sharply to 275 points. Despite this, he now had a total of 4 automated mechanical cores, which left him quite satisfied. Without hesitation, Tang Huang used these 4 mechanical cores to establish 4 new automated heavy metal mining and smelting industrial zones. He took a deep breath, calculating in his mind. The current daily production of standard warship alloy had reached 700,000 tons, enough to accumulate the materials needed for building a Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer in 3 days. However, the construction process still required 7 days, and there was only one existing warship production line. As for the more advanced Fire Yao heavy strike cruiser, even with the current production rate, it would take over a month to gather enough materials. This pace made Tang Huang feel a bit uneasy, but he understood the importance of not rushing. He turned to inquire about the progress of the inertia-free engine technology analysis from Shiwei. Shiwei's 3D projection appeared before Tang Huang, her delicate and cold face as usual. Supreme, at the current speed, it will take exactly 7 days to complete the analysis of the inertia-free engine technology. Tang Huang nodded in approval and then asked about the status of the mechanical sentinels. Shiwei replied, "The mechanical sentinels have been restarted under core control. I have rewritten their programs and installed the control core in the base. Now, those 1,000 mechanical sentinels have become the base's defense force." Hearing this, Tang Huang felt somewhat relieved. These mechanical sentinels, equipped with inertia-free engines, were undoubtedly the greatest gain this time, capable of effectively defending against any long-range kinetic attacks on the base. After ending the communication with Shiwei, Tang Huang headed to another research lab. Ruby was there, studying a peculiar subspace device with psionic reactions. As soon as he entered the Psionic Control Research Center, Tang Huang's gaze was drawn to the special symbols on the device's 2 interlocking rings with 8 arrows extending outward from the rings. Suddenly, Tang Huang felt a surge of unknown energy. A system warning immediately sounded. "Warning, you are facing a subspace chaos symbol. Chaos energy from the subspace evil god is attempting to corrupt you. System identification in progress. As the supreme entity of the tactical humanoid mechanical girl race, you are completely immune to subspace chaos corruption." At that moment, Tang Huang sensed a connection with thousands of tactical humanoid girls, and it was this link that protected him from the subspace chaos corruption. Tang Huang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this thing is dangerous just by looking at it. If anyone else saw this symbol, what would happen to them?" He vaguely foresaw that ordinary people facing such corruption would meet a horrifying fate. Their bodies would begin to deform, their minds would be polluted, and those with weak wills would have their flesh swell, growing countless eyes, claws, wings, and tentacles, eventually turning into grotesque tumors, spreading corruption continuously. Tang Huang was grateful that tactical humanoid girls seemed naturally immune to such effects. At this moment, Ruby excitedly reported her findings to Tang Huang. She had discovered many coordinates within the device, likely pointing to locations of lost ancient civilization relics. Even more astonishing, she demonstrated another function of the device, removing a 1 centimeter square small cube from what appeared to be a complete cube device. To demonstrate the power of this small device, Ruby requested a guard to shoot at her. Yi took on the task, using a 20mm caliber electromagnetic explosive rifle to aim at Ruby. To Tang Huang's amazement, all the explosive rounds halted about 1 meter away from Ruby, completely blocked by a shimmering arc wall. Ruby explained, "Supreme, this is a psionic shield, or rather, a subspace shield. This single subspace device can be divided into 15,000 small cubes, each capable of generating a psionic shield. Moreover, when 100 small cubes are combined, the generated psionic shield can cover a Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer." Tang Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To his knowledge, not even the Yada Empire possessed such advanced energy shield technology, as the Empire's warships relied solely on armor and structure to withstand attacks. This discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Ruby, if we recklessly install this on the battleship, what negative effects might occur? Tang Huang suddenly thought of this and asked with a furrowed brow. In this era, many advanced technologies have unique systems that are often incompatible with others. Forcefully combining two different systems could lead to unexpected issues. Hearing this, Ruby flashed a confident smile. She tossed the psionic cube in her hand into the air and caught it smoothly, gripping it firmly. "Don't worry about it, Supreme," she said with a wink. "I can't vouch for other battleships, but ours has an incredible compatibility with various technologies. After some adjustments, psionic technology can be directly integrated and used on our battleship without any problems." Tang Huang nodded slightly. This was likely one of the many advantages of their system-produced battleship. The ability to perfectly integrate other technologies, including the mysterious power of the warp space psionics, was a significant benefit. "How long will it take to equip the battleship with a psionic shield?" Tang Huang inquired, focusing on his primary concern. Ruby tilted her head and thought for a moment before replying. "I still need to make some adjustments. It should take about a day to install it on the battleship, and once installed, what will the overload limit be?" Tang Huang asked further. Ruby's eyes flashed with streams of data as she explained. "As for the overload limit, I've only tested the maximum capacity of a single psionic cube. A psionic shield generated by one cube will overload if it takes a hit equivalent to the power of a 450mm electromagnetic railgun on our battleship. The overloaded psionic cube will automatically recharge, drawing energy from an alternate dimension's warp space. It takes about 5 seconds to fully recharge, during which time there will be no protection. Just one hit from a 450mm electromagnetic railgun? That seems a bit low," Tang Huang remarked with a frown. Ruby pouted and explained. "It's not low at all. That's just the overload capacity of a single psionic cube. My recommendation is for each tactical humanoid soldier to carry one psionic cube to support the shield. The cubes automatically connect to high-dimensional warp space for recharging, so there's no need for additional energy sources. Plus, multiple psionic cubes can combine to increase the overall overload limit. When integrated into the battleship, the combined strength is quite impressive." "All right, maybe I was being a bit greedy," Tang Huang laughed. "I'll be waiting for your good news. Once the battleship shield is installed, we'll set off immediately to continue exploring the next relic." As he turned to leave, Ruby suddenly called out, "Supreme, wait. What's the matter?" Tang Huang turned back. Ruby picked up a finely crafted golden disc, about 50 centimeters in diameter, adorned with an engraving of a red sun surrounded by clouds. "This is for you," she said. "What is this?" Tang Huang asked, puzzled. "A personal shield device I made for you," Ruby explained. "It contains 100 psionic cubes, providing shield strength comparable to the battleship's. I named it Celestial Radiance." "Celestial Radiance?" Tang Huang was taken aback. "What's with the name?" "Let me help you put it on," Ruby said, blushing as she walked behind him and gently attached the red ring to the fusion power pack of his power armor. With a soft beep, Celestial Radiance activated. Instantly, a halo of divine light enveloped Tang Huang, with a red sun rising above his head, surrounded by ethereal mist. Ruby waved her hand, projecting a 3D hologram of Tang Huang's current appearance. Tang Huang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He recalled that in ancient Earth legends, deities and saints were often depicted with such halos. The halos behind Buddha and Bodhisattva were called the Great Light Aspect, symbolizing divine illumination and majesty. Taoist deities also had similar halos, though they were named differently. "Interesting," Tang Huang mused with a slight smile. Since his faction was named the Mech Celestial Court, it made sense for its deities to be high-tech mech deities. As the Supreme, his personal protection had to be top-notch. "Thank you, Ruby," Tang Huang said, patting her shoulder. Ruby's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her pink eyes filled with warmth. "Supreme, if you really want to thank me, maybe—" Ruby began, but Tang Huang quickly cut her off. "We'll discuss it later. We have grander goals to focus on right now. I'm heading to the battleship production line." With that, he swiftly left for the battleship factory. Ruby grumbled in frustration. At the battleship factory, the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer was undergoing repairs. The previous battle had caused some damage to its armor, but nothing too severe. With the efficiency of the automated production line, it would be fully repaired within an hour. The repair process didn't occupy the production slots, allowing for the simultaneous construction of a second Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. The first destroyer, nearly fully repaired, was stationed on a giant lift platform. The massive ship, stretching 2,200 meters in length, made Tang Huang appear insignificant in comparison. Its height rivaled some of the skyscrapers from Earth's past. "Supreme, you're here," Dong Xiu, in charge of the production line, hurried over. "Has the battleship been fully resupplied with ammunition and provisions?" Tang Huang asked. "Everything's been replenished. We're ready to depart at any time," Dong Xiu replied confidently, hands on her hips. Good. Prepare for departure once the new shield system is installed. Tang Huang nodded. Time flew by, and a day later, the battleship's psionic shield system, composed of psionic cubes, was fully installed. Tang Huang received the coordinates from Ruby, his eyes flickering with streams of data. There were a dozen or so coordinates, likely indicating the locations of various relics. Set off. Begin the second exploration. Tang Huang commanded, embarking on a new journey. This time, the battleship is not only equipped with a new psionic shield system but also carries 100 inertia-free engine mechanical sentinels, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Tang Huang has outfitted every tactical humanoid needing to fight with the latest psionic shield device. These devices are mounted on the back of their power armor, just behind their heads, forming a halo-like ring. This setup, known as the light phase shield system, incorporates a psionic cube, a signature piece of equipment from Tang Huang's faction, the Intelligent Heavenly Court. It's worth mentioning that while the complete, peculiar symbol on the subspace device is the source of chaotic contamination, the psionic cube itself does not cause any pollution. This means that even when activated near carbon-based life forms, it poses no problems. The battleship took off again, leaving the base and quickly escaping the dwarf planet's gravity, entering the vast expanse of space. This time, Tang Huang's confidence was even greater. Ruby, how far is the nearest coordinate? Tang Huang asked on the bridge. Supreme, the nearest coordinate is approximately 4.5 billion kilometers away, Ruby promptly replied. Tang Huang nodded slightly. 4.5 billion kilometers, that's quite a distance. However, for the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer with a warp engine speed of 10 times the speed of light, this distance was trivial. In theory, if the path was clear, it would only take 25 minutes to reach. But considering the need to navigate around asteroid orbits, the actual time was about an hour. As the battleship approached the target coordinates, Tang Huang's eyes widened. The sight before him made him realize that even without coordinates, this place would be hard to miss. A massive planet loomed, just 10 million kilometers ahead. This was a giant planet with a yellowish-brown surface, slowly rotating. Tang Huang recalled previous intelligence. This star system was a single star system, centered around a massive red giant star, with 3 planets orbiting it. The planet before him was the farthest from the star, about 700 million kilometers away. Tang Huang took a deep breath, carefully observing the planet. Judging by its size, it was undoubtedly a gas giant. Its surface showed no abnormalities, appearing as just another planet minding its own business in space. However, the debris floating around the planet hinted that this place was anything but ordinary. Supreme, the long-range detection of multiple floating debris 10 million kilometers ahead has results. Ruby's voice sounded. Preliminary scans show that some of the debris includes models of civilian ships and decommissioned warships from the Yada Empire. This suggests that numerous interstellar pioneers' ships have been destroyed in this space. Tang Huang nodded slightly and continued to inquire. What about the scan results of the planet? We have them, Ruby immediately responded. The long-range planetary data scan shows the planet has a diameter of about 110,000 kilometers, an orbital speed of 45,000 kilometers per hour, and a rotation period of 8 hours and 40 minutes. The surface gravity is 2.4 g, and the surface pressure ranges from 20 to 180 megapascals. Its mass is about a trillion tons, making it a typical gas giant. According to the coordinates response, a very large relic should be inside this planet. This news should have excited Tang Huang, but at this moment, he hesitated. A planet with no apparent orbital defenses, yet surrounded by the wreckage of numerous destroyed interstellar pioneer ships, was unsettling. Even more disturbing was the giant storm vortex on the gas giant's surface, which looked like a huge eye staring into space, also staring at Tang Huang. Rationally, Tang Huang knew it was just a storm vortex, but he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Coupled with his previous understanding of subspace chaotic contamination, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Tang Huang exhaled deeply. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. If he commanded a massive interstellar fleet capable of shattering stars, he might have attacked directly. But now, his firepower was clearly insufficient. Let's withdraw and look for other coordinates. After careful consideration, Tang Huang ultimately decided to abandon this target and explore other coordinates. Just then, a technical humanoid on the bridge suddenly reported loudly, "Supreme. Radar has detected an energy reaction suddenly appearing among a cluster of asteroids 20 million kilometers away. Further detection shows energy radiation from fusion reactors of over 100 warships. We can confirm that an interstellar fleet is hiding behind those asteroids. We also detected large ground-based radar reactions from the enemy. They are spying on us. Someone's watching?" Tang Huang was taken aback, then quickly realized. Of course, a special planet like this wouldn't be without other factions stationed nearby. Recently, besides individual interstellar pioneers, Some small to medium-sized organizations had also started venturing into the 117 system. Tang Huang speculated that there were likely more than one fleet observing the planet. These parties were all cautious, adopting a wait-and-see attitude, hiding and playing it safe. But they would never have guessed that Tang Huang's battleship had such an extensive radar detection range. Expand the radar scan range, Tang Huang ordered decisively. The warship's radar immediately broadened its scope, completing a full sweep in no time. Commander, based on radar feedback, we've detected at least 61 large ground-based radar signals within a 30-million-kilometer radius, the technician reported. Tang Huang was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brows. He knew the area was contested by many factions, but he hadn't expected such a high number. This meant at least 61 factions had established themselves in the vicinity, either on asteroids or with their own space stations, all equipped with long-range detection radars. What gave Tang Huang a strategic advantage was that they had detected these factions, while the adversaries were unaware of the presence of the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. The ship's onboard radar was far more advanced than those ground-based stations. At that moment, Tang Huang intercepted communications between the surrounding factions. What's that ship dawdling for? Such a huge planet, go explore it already. Why are they so hesitant? An impatient voice said. Calm down. Do you think they're stupid? Another voice responded. Didn't you see the wreckage in the outer space of that gas giant? Those are probably the remains of previous idiot warships. We don't know how they died, but a planet this big surely has ruins and unexpected defense mechanisms. I think we're about to get a new neighbor, a third voice concluded. Tang Huang marveled at the advanced capabilities of his warship, able to intercept communications from such a distance. As he pondered his next move, the technician reported again. Commander, detecting a warp space reaction. A small fleet is heading towards this planet. Damn. Is this sector always this busy? Tang Huang muttered. Then after a moment of thought, he ordered, pull back a bit and let that small fleet test the waters. Tang Huang decided to join the spectators. If things went south, he could always retreat. There were still plenty of unexplored coordinates from the subspace device that could lead to hidden, undiscovered ruins. The warship quietly retreated 10 million kilometers, blending into the dark void of space. Soon, a burst of colorful light flashed from deep space, the warp bubble dissipating to reveal a fleet of 13 interstellar warships. These ships, ranging from 100 to 300 meters in length, were decommissioned Yada Empire frigates sold to civilian organizations, now forming a small private fleet. Ha ha ha. On the flagship, a young Yada man laughed as he looked at the gas giant. Such a huge planet, and no other interstellar pioneers around. No orbital defenses either. I declare this planet mine. With that, the fleet began to approach the planet, seemingly intending to dock in low orbit and then deploy ground troops for exploration. All the hidden factions, including Tang Huang, silently chanted, good luck, waiting to see how this fleet would meet its end. The 13 ships approached the planet's low orbit. 300,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. Surprisingly, everything remained calm. Tang Huang and the other onlookers were puzzled. Could it be that the planet really had no defenses? Were the wrecks in space the result of infighting? However, as the fleet fully docked in low orbit, chaos erupted. A 200-meter-long ship suddenly turned its cannons on the nearest friendly ship. High-powered lasers instantly pierced the target's armor. Missiles and ship guns followed quickly. A missile with a high-yield warhead penetrated the breached armor, detonating inside the ship. A massive explosion ensued, and the attacked ship disintegrated into debris, floating in low orbit. The sudden friendly fire shocked everyone. The fleet fell into eerie silence. All communications ceased. The remaining ships began a close-range battle, cannons roaring, lasers burning, and missiles streaking between ships. Half an hour later, only the 300-meter flagship remained, heavily damaged and its armor in tatters. Suddenly, the flagship shut down all its systems, allowing the gas giant's gravity to pull it and the surrounding debris into the planet, disappearing into the massive storm vortex that resembled a giant eye. The eye remained cold, staring into space, unmoving. Silence fell again. Tang Huang was speechless, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. What just happened? He muttered. Why did those ships start killing each other? Why did the last one willingly plunge into the planet? Tang Huang suddenly felt as if the giant eye on the gas giant's surface was staring at him. A chill ran down his spine. Retreat, he ordered decisively. The Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer quickly activated its warp engine, enveloped in a warp bubble, and disappeared into the vastness of space at 10 times the speed of light. After Tang Huang left, all the other observing factions within a 30-million-kilometer radius also activated their engines. However, instead of retreating, they seemed to be controlled, one after another turning into meteors and plunging towards the gas giant. All the warships, along with the wreckage from the earlier battle, plunged into the giant eye on the planet's surface. At that moment, the planets, I seemed to blink, clouds swirling as if some indescribable creature was writhing within. Then, everything returned to calm. The eye coldly stared into space, awaiting its next prey. At 10 times the speed of light, Tang Huang's warship retreated a billion kilometers before coming to a stop. Inside the captain's cabin, Tang Huang exhaled deeply, his face still showing signs of lingering fear. What the heck was going on with that planet just now? That was freaking weird, Tang Huang said, still shaken, his fingers tapping nervously on the armrest. Standing nearby, Mada, a tall humanoid robot, turned his glowing eyes and replied, Supreme. There was indeed an anomaly. A terrifying psychic energy surge erupted from the planet for a brief moment before vanishing. It felt eerie, almost as if the planet itself was alive. Tang Huang frowned, scanning the bridge crew. He noticed Ruby, usually calm and composed, looking unusually distressed. Clearly, the planet had affected her as well. Let's avoid that area from now on, Tang Huang sighed. There are too many unknowns in this universe. Designate that planet and a 30 million kilometer radius around it as a no-go zone. Understood. A nearby technical android responded promptly, beginning to log the data. Tang Huang pondered for a moment, still unnerved by the strange planet. He issued a new command. We'll stay here and use long-range optical detection and gravitational lensing to continue analyzing that planet. I'll take a rest. Yes, Supreme. The bridge's technical androids replied in unison. Having delegated the task, Tang Huang let out a sigh of relief, feeling the exhaustion of the past days finally catch up with him. He decided to take a nap and soon fell asleep in the captain's chair. Supreme, there's a problem. Tang Huang was jolted awake by an urgent voice. What's wrong? He asked, opening his eyes to see Ruby's beautiful but worried face. That planet, it's gone, Ruby said, her voice filled with disbelief. What? Tang Huang was stunned, thinking he had misheard. But as he checked the optical and gravitational lensing results, he realized it was no metaphor. The planet, a gas giant with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers, along with its dozen moons, had vanished from the star system. When did it disappear? Tang Huang asked, his brow furrowed. 55 minutes ago, Ruby replied. How long was I asleep? Also 55 minutes. We woke you as soon as we noticed. Tang Huang quickly did the math. We left the planet an hour ago, so it disappeared just 5 minutes after we left? Now, Tang Huang's warship was more than a billion kilometers away from the planet. Traveling at 10 times the speed of light, it had taken only 5 minutes to reach their current position. The disappearance of the planet had not been immediately apparent because the light from the event had not yet reached them. But now, it had. Tang Huang pulled up a holographic projection, examining the coordinates of the gas giant star system. There was now only a solitary dwarf planet, about 2,000 kilometers in diameter, surrounded by the empty void of space. Unbelievable, Tang Huang breathed. The enormous gas giant, 110,000 kilometers in diameter, was gone. Only a dwarf planet, once a moon of the gas giant, remained. Initial scans had shown the gas giant had vanished suddenly, taking its moons with it, leaving only this one behind. Strange, this dwarf planet was a moon of the gas giant, right? Why did it stay behind while the others disappeared? Tang Huang asked, puzzled, turning to Ruby. Ruby shook her head. No, the planet disappeared suddenly, taking its moons with it. Gravitational lensing only detected the disappearance of its gravitational field. But Supreme, I have a theory. What theory? Tang Huang pressed. Supreme. Remember the massive psychic energy surge I sensed? I suspect that the planet transitioned into a higher dimensional space. A higher dimensional space? Tang Huang was taken aback. Yes, Supreme, Ruby explained. I can still sense the residual psychic energy in the surrounding space, along with traces of higher dimensional activity. Psychic energy originates from higher dimensions, so my sense is clear. Moreover, this isn't the first time. I believe the planet didn't originally belong to this star system. It had previously transitioned here through higher dimensional space, and just recently it transitioned away again. I see. Tang Huang's face showed deep contemplation. At that moment, a technical android responsible for navigation coordinates suddenly exclaimed, Supreme, we've got a response. The coordinates from the higher dimensional device are reacting. We were wrong before. The coordinates point not to the gas giant, but to the remaining dwarf planet. This dwarf planet is the actual ancient civilization relic in this star system. Hearing this, Tang Huang suddenly understood. The gas giant was indeed not native to this star system. It had arrived through higher dimensional space from an unknown location and stayed for an unknown period. Then it transitioned away again recently. The dwarf planet, however, was the true relic of an ancient civilization in this star system, which is why it didn't vanish with the gas giant and its other moons. Realizing this, Tang Huang took a deep breath. Despite the fear of the vast, unknown universe, His curiosity and desire to explore grew stronger. The gas giant, an unknown entity from higher-dimensional space, had transitioned away, leaving behind the 2,000-kilometer dwarf planet with ancient civilization relics. And it seemed, due to the gas giant's influence, this relic was unguarded a treasure trove waiting to be explored. To be cautious, Don Juan first used radar to scan the dwarf planet, which had a diameter of 2,000 kilometers. After confirming there were no signals from mechanical sentinels, he ordered the battleship to approach and prepare for landing. The rear of the battleship emitted dense plasma flames as it slowly approached the gray-white celestial body. It was slightly smaller than the moon, its surface barren with no visible signs of construction. The ruins should be underground, reported the technical android girl. The coordinate signals are getting stronger. Don Juan nodded slightly. Good, keep tracking. Further radar scans finally pinpointed the exact location. At the bottom of a crater, about 3 kilometers underground. Don Juan frowned as he stared at the scan results on the virtual screen. Yi, Ruby, take a battalion down to explore, he ordered. The ruins are vast, disc-shaped, with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. Proceed with caution. The internal situation is unknown. The Hell's Rope heavy firepower destroyer docked in geosynchronous orbit. The hangar units on both sides of the ship opened, and 10 Suzaku combat transport ships emerged, each carrying 100 fully armed tactical android girls. The transport fleet landed in the center of the crater, hovering about 30 meters above the ground. A technical android leaned out from the rear hatch, using a laser scanner to quickly construct a 3D model of the ground. Commander, she reported to Yi, there's a large elevator platform directly below, with a diameter of 500 meters, leading to the ruins 3 kilometers deep. Yi frowned. Is there a way to open it from the outside? I'm afraid not. The technical android shook her head. Such platforms are usually controlled internally. Yi then contacted Ruby. Can you use your psychic abilities to open it? Don't treat psychic powers as a universal key, Ruby replied irritably. This is purely a technological construct. I can't do anything about it. Yi pondered for a moment, a sharp glint in her eyes. Then we'll blast it open. All units, evacuate and prepare to call for battleship support. The 10 transport ships quickly dispersed. Don Juan received the request and immediately ordered the battleship to adjust its position, preparing to use the ion beam macro cannons to blast an entrance. The massive battleship slowly turned, aiming 16 Hell's Rope Type I plasma beam macro cannons at the ground. The cannon muzzles accumulated energy, glowing a bright crimson. Fire! 16 crimson beams shot down like spears from the heavens, piercing the ground instantly. The high temperatures vaporized the thick layer of dust and melted the 3-meter thick alloy deck, creating a 1,200-meter wide hole in the ground. Wow! Having battleship support is awesome. Ruby's excited voice echoed in the communication channel. Don Juan quickly issued orders. Ruby, take the vanguard and move in immediately. Yi, keep the remaining forces on the surface, ready to provide support at any moment. Yes, Supreme Commander. They responded in unison. 2 Suzaku transport ships carrying 200 tactical androids slowly descended into the deep passage. Just then, the battleship's warp space detection radar suddenly issued an alarm. Supreme Commander, multiple warp space fluctuations detected. The technical android reported urgently. Several fleets are on their way, estimated arrival in 5 minutes. Don Juan's heart sank. The sudden disappearance of an entire gas giant with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers was bound to attract the attention of other interstellar explorers. If no one came, that would be the real anomaly. As time goes by, the number of interstellar pioneers arriving will only increase. The few fleets currently en route are already considered a small number. In the 117-star system, medium and small-size pioneer fleets are flooding in like a tide, while individual pioneers are becoming increasingly rare. Ruby, have you entered the ruins? Tang Huang urgently contacted Ruby on the dwarf planet. Supreme, we've successfully entered the ruins and are currently at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Ruby's voice came through. Strangely, the airlock passage here is still operational. An operational airlock? Tang Huang was momentarily stunned. Airlock passages are typically used to isolate the external vacuum and facilitate personnel movement. But the ruins should be deserted. Why is there a functioning airlock? 3 kilometers underground, at the deepest part of a massive elevator shaft with a diameter of 500 meters, 2 Vermilion Bird combat transporters stood quietly. The environment was not pitch black. Dim warning lights still flickered near the large gate connected to the shaft. A tech android was busy at the gate, and soon the warning light turned from red to green as the gate slowly opened. About 100 meters beyond the gate was another airlock. 150 tactical androids, fully covered in Tianbing power armor, swiftly moved in. Their helmets featured parallel Tian Shun light phase energy shield devices attached to their power packs, and they carried 20mm electromagnetic explosive rifles. Another 50 tactical androids remained with the 2 Vermilion Bird combat transporters, ready to support the subsequent units. Ruby led the team into the airlock passage, and the gate closed behind them. With a hiss, Ruby noticed the sound was different from a vacuum environment. There's air in here? What's the air pressure? 20 megapascals. The data quickly displayed. Sisters, we might have intruded into someone else's territory. Following Ruby's prompt, all the tactical androids activated their laser scanning mode. The scene beyond the second airlock gate was quickly constructed into a 3D model. Beyond the second airlock was a narrow corridor, filled with distorted shadows of densely packed figures. Ruby raised her hand to signal, and the front row of tactical androids swiftly dispersed and raised their weapons. As the second airlock gate slowly opened, everyone clearly saw the scene in the corridor. A mass of twisted, grotesque creatures, barely recognizable as once human forms, crowded the space. Hiss, roar. With bizarre growls, the deformed monsters surged forward like a tide. Bang 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 bang. Instantly, concentrated firepower poured down the corridor. The 20mm explosive rounds easily penetrated the fragile flesh of these creatures, often passing through hundreds of targets before exploding upon hitting the walls, shattering the bodies of several nearby monsters. The firepower net formed by the dozen or so tactical androids easily cleared the corridor of over 1,000 monsters. Cease fire. Ruby raised her hand again. One tactical android kicked away a twisted piece of flesh on the ground and wondered, what are these things? Subspace chaos influence. Ruby reached out, and a piece of flesh-wrapped tag floated towards her, enveloped in psychic energy. Clearing away the flesh revealed unknown characters on the tag. See this? This tag is quite new. It must have been made by these unknown species recently. Ruby continued to explain. This ruin spans at least 10 kilometers and can accommodate tens of thousands of people. These unknown species might have been living here without ever contacting the outside world. Not long ago, they were normal intelligent beings until they were mutated by the chaos pollution from that high-dimensional subspace gas giant. She threw the tag on the ground. But these are just my speculations. The truth requires further exploration. Let's move on. 150 tactical android girls followed Ruby deeper into the ruins. Meanwhile, in space, other interstellar pioneer fleets had arrived. From all directions, colorful warp lights flashed, and as the warp bubbles dissipated, 6 fleets revealed themselves. The fleets varied in size, the smallest comprising 6 retired Yada Empire frigates, each 100 to 200 meters long, and the largest featuring 36 warships centered around an Imperial Standard cruiser over a kilometer in length. In total, the 6 fleets boasted just over 100 warships. What happened here? Where did that planet go? Oh my God, our previous observations were correct. That planet really disappeared. What on earth happened? After the initial shock, greed quickly spread among them. They realized this was the 117 star system, a region of ancient ruins, and a planet with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers had vanished, likely due to some powerful ancient artifact. All eyes were now on the only remaining dwarf planet with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers, and the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer in its near-geosynchronous orbit. To them, the dwarf planet surely contained ancient ruins, and the artifact responsible for the planet's disappearance must be inside. At this moment, the warship orbiting the dwarf planet appeared particularly obstructive in their eyes. Everyone realized that the ancient civilization's relics on the dwarf planet ahead might contain a terrifying artifact capable of making an entire planet vanish. Greed ignited like wildfire in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to order their fleets to explore. However, the space was not dominated by a single power. 6 interstellar fleets had gathered. Tension filled the void instantly. Each fleet kept a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers from the others, with all their weapon systems on high alert, ready for any sudden attack. In this tense atmosphere, one fleet stood out with its 36 warships. At its core was a kilometer-long cruiser, and the fleet's commander wore a confident smile. On the cruiser's bridge, a Yada Empire officer, even considered ugly by Yada standards, stepped forward. He initiated contact with the other 5 fleet forces. Greetings, everyone. His voice echoed through the communication system. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tetetsilo, a governor of a Yada Empire border colony. If I am not mistaken, all of you here are also Yada. Tetetsilo's title as a colonial governor did the trick. The other 5 fleet forces broke their silence and began to establish contact with him. Honorable Governor Tetetsilo, I am the Deputy General Manager of Albert Arms Company. Greetings, Governor. As the other fleets responded, the tension began to ease. Tetetsilo's smile grew brighter. As he had suspected, he was the only one among the 6 fleets with an official Yada Empire background. This was why he had a cruiser over a kilometer long, which he had illicitly requisitioned from the colony's defense fleet to explore the relics, hoping to make a fortune. I can't believe I just arrived at the relic zone and already encountered such a major event. Tetetsilo thought with glee. An entire planet with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers has vanished, and the cause must be related to ancient civilization artifacts. His eyes fell on a warship orbiting the dwarf planet. That ship must have been the first to arrive. Humph, trying to beat me to it? The ancient civilization relics are mine alone. Greed spread across Tetetsilo's scaly face, knowing that in this space, might makes right. Despite his plan, Tetetsilo proposed to the other fleets, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a suggestion. How about we temporarily unite to explore the relics together? You see that warship orbiting the dwarf planet? This suggests that the relics there likely have no defenses. If we start fighting, the longer it drags on, the more other forces will arrive, and none of us will benefit. What do you think?" The other fleets quickly agreed to Tetetsilo's proposal, forming a temporary alliance to explore the relics. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Rope Hell warship orbiting the dwarf planet, Tang Huang received Tetetsilo's communication. "Honorable Sir," Tetetsilo's voice came through, polite yet implicitly threatening. "The ancient civilization relics belong to no one. Could you halt your exploration and join us? There is strength in numbers, as I'm sure you understand." Despite the imposing size of Tang Huang's warship, which was over 2 kilometers long, Tetetsilo believed it posed no significant threat to his fleet of 36 warships. "Governor, are you really going to explore with the others?" one of Tetetsilo's subordinates asked quietly. Tetetsilo sneered, a sinister smile on his face. "Of course not. I'm just deceiving them. Once we gather them all together, we can use some special weapons." "You mean the infrasound hydrogen bombs?" The subordinate's eyes lit up. Infrasound hydrogen bombs were strictly prohibited and banned weapons in the Yada Empire, unattainable by civilian organizations. But as a colonial governor, Tetetsilo had access to them. These weapons could kill all personnel on a warship without damaging the ship itself. Tetetsilo's plan was simple: lure everyone close enough, then deploy infrasound hydrogen bombs to eliminate them. If space conditions were unsuitable, he could use the pretext of jointly exploring the relics to bring them to the dwarf planet's low orbit, where the proximity would be ideal for an attack. They might suspect Tetetsilo of deceit, but they would never guess he had infrasound hydrogen bombs. This was why Tetetsilo wasn't worried about Tang Huang's massive warship. This way, Tetetsilo could not only monopolize the ancient civilization relics, but also gain a fleet of unmanned warships. "Why not? Be careful when we act," Tetetsilo said, eyeing the Black Rope Hell warship greedily. "That ship is big enough to be our future flagship." Meanwhile, in the dwarf planet's orbit, the Black Rope Hell warship remained still. On the bridge, Tang Huang gave the order, "Prepare for combat. It's time to test our new psionic shields." Tang Huang hadn't seen through Tetetsilo's scheme. He simply had no interest in negotiating. Why waste time with pretentious reasoning when they could just fight? Tetetsilo awaited Tang Huang's response, confident that his show of force would compel compliance and surrender of the ancient civilization relics. "Has there been any response?" Tetekilo impatiently inquired, his brows furrowed. Just as he spoke, a subordinate suddenly shouted in shock, "Governor, the fleet is under attack. The outermost escort ship, Sky's Fortune, has been sunk." "What?" Tetekilo sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Where is the attack coming from? Why didn't the radar pick it up? Panic and fury swirled within him as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Was it one of the other fleets? No, that couldn't be. "Governor." The subordinate trembled, pointing out the porthole. "It's that warship, the one stationed in the dwarf planet's orbit." Tetekilo clenched his fists, seething with anger. He had extended a friendly invitation to explore the space ruins together, only to be stabbed in the back? But then, shock replaced his anger. What kind of weapon was the enemy using? Why had their entire fleet's radar system failed to detect it? Could that warship be so advanced that even their radar couldn't catch it? Weighing his options, Tetekilo decided to negotiate a ceasefire while secretly preparing an infrasound hydrogen bomb to catch the enemy off guard. "Order the fleet to disperse and maneuver evasively," he commanded loudly, while sending another communication request to the enemy: "Cease fire." There must be some misunderstanding. Despite his words, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. However, Tang Huang responded with a cold laugh. "Ceasefire? Sorry, but my warship has a problem. It can't stop once it starts firing." He ordered his warship to fire at full force. The previous shot had been a test, but it had already pierced one of the enemy's ships. Why not seize the opportunity to harvest more spirit sources? In the next moment, 16 plasma spears on the warship's top, guided by precision calculations from the tech humanoids, locked onto the enemy fleet's warships. 16 crimson beams of molten light spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, precisely hitting the engines of the swiftly maneuvering escort ships. The terrifying heat instantly burned through the armor, causing a chain reaction. In an instant, 16 escort ships disintegrated in space amidst brilliant explosions. The swiftness of the attack and the destruction of the warships stunned everyone. In just one round of attacks, Tetakilo's fleet had lost nearly half its ships. The other 5 interstellar fleet factions were all shaken by the terrifying firepower of Tang Huang's warship. A sudden realization struck Tetakilo. Could it be that this warship isn't from another pioneer faction but is actually a guardian of the ancient civilization's ruins? After all, the enemy had ignored all communications and attacked directly with such overwhelming force. Retreat. Activate the curvature engine. Engage faster than light travel. Retreat. Tetakilo ordered decisively. The other 5 interstellar fleet factions also chose to retreat simultaneously, but Tang Huang wouldn't let them escape so easily. To him, these Yata warships were all precious sources of spirit energy. How long until the curvature engine can be restarted? Tetakilo asked anxiously. Governor, it will take another 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Tetakilo felt a wave of despair. At the enemy's attack rate, that was more than enough time to annihilate their entire fleet several times over. At that moment, a message came through. Governor, that fleet is not only attacking us, it's also attacking the other pioneer faction's fleets. A sense of relief washed over Tetakilo. This was good news. If they were the only ones being attacked, the others would not intervene. But now, everyone was being dragged into the fight. He immediately contacted the other interstellar fleet factions. Everyone, stop thinking about running. The curvature engine takes 3 minutes to activate. If we only try to flee, we're as good as dead. This is a matter of life and death, and we need to work together. I'll be honest with you all, my warship is carrying microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. If we hit the enemy, we can disable their warship. That warship is likely a guardian of the ancient civilization's ruins, and probably the only guardian. If we win, not only will we survive, but the entire ancient civilization's ruins will be ours. His words quickly ignited the fighting spirit of the other interstellar fleet factions. Although it seemed like a lengthy speech, thanks to their cognitive acceleration chips, they reached a consensus in less than a second. Microwave pulse hydrogen bombs and infrasound hydrogen bombs are different. The former targets the warship's equipment, similar to an electromagnetic pulse, capable of disabling the enemy warship. The latter targets the personnel inside the enemy warship. Both weapons were absolutely forbidden by the Yata Empire, as deploying either in a planet's atmosphere would cause catastrophic damage to both people and equipment. As the governor of a frontier colony planet, Tetakilo had both. The microwave pulse hydrogen bombs became their ace in the hole. If they could successfully hit and disable the enemy warship, victory would be within reach. It was their only hope. Soon, the 6 fleets combined forces, with over 100 warships spreading out in space. When they had arrived in this region of space, the standard distance between each warship was over 1,000 kilometers to avoid heavy losses from concentrated enemy fire. Although the fleet numbered only about 100 ships, they spread out in all directions, creating a vast battlefront in space. Fire all your missiles. Provide cover for my microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. Tetakilo roared. However, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. This is bad. Our weapon systems can't lock onto that warship, an operator exclaimed. What kind of warship is this? Its anti-targeting radar technology is so advanced that we can't even lock on? Tetakilo felt a chill run down his spine. But then he saw that the pitch-black warship was still stationary in the planet's orbit. He rejoiced. Who needs to lock on? It's not even moving. Even an idiot could hit that. In an instant, tens of thousands of missiles were launched simultaneously. They streaked across space like a swarm of meteors, heading straight for Tang Huang's warship. Among these thousands of missiles, the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs launched by Tetakilo's flagship were mixed in. These 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs were their only hope. Tetakilo had spent decades climbing from the bottom to his current position as the governor of a colony planet, and his efforts were beyond anyone's imagination. He wasn't ready to die. He had bigger dreams yet to achieve. You have to hit. Tetakilo screamed internally. Our only hope. Faced with tens of thousands of missiles launched from all directions, the Closian defense system of the Black Rope Hell battleship activated instantly. A network of firepower, comprising 400 Closian laser cannons and 240 50mm electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons, created an impenetrable barrier covering a 10,000 kilometer radius around the battleship. The laser beams, as precise and swift as lightning, could lock onto more than 10 targets simultaneously. In an instant, the incoming missiles would be burned through and explode in space, creating dazzling fireworks. The electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons were responsible for intercepting any that slipped through, playing a crucial role in defending against enemy shells. Meanwhile, the 16 plasma lance macro cannons on the top of the battleship continued to fire. The crimson beams, like sharp spears, spanned over 100,000 kilometers of space, accurately hitting 16 enemy ships. These macro cannons were lethal to smaller vessels, capable of destroying critical parts of an entire ship with one strike, triggering a chain reaction. In the communication channel, leaders of other interstellar fleets frantically called out to Tedakilo, "Where are your microwave pulse hydrogen bombs? We can't hold on any longer. In 3 minutes, they'll wipe us all out." Tedakilo roared back, "Hold on a bit longer." His eyes were fixed on the monitoring screen, where 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs followed closely behind a dense missile swarm, using it as cover. The military missiles of the Yada Empire were equipped with miniature warp engines, capable of reaching 5 light speed. In contrast, Tadakilo's larger microwave pulse hydrogen bombs, with more powerful warp engines, could reach 10 light speed, the maximum speed for the Yada Empire's military missiles. Tadakilo waited for the perfect moment. The 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs currently matched the 5 light speed of the other missiles. When close enough, they would suddenly accelerate to 10 light speed, catching the enemy off guard. 50,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Final sprint. Accelerate the missiles. Tedakilo yelled, his eyes bloodshot. At the 10,000 kilometer mark from the black battleship, the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs, hidden behind other missiles, suddenly surged. The built-in miniature warp engines instantly boosted their speed from 5 to 10 light speed. At this speed, the 10,000 kilometer distance could be crossed in less than a second. Tadakilo's heart raced. With the help of his accelerated thinking chip, everything seemed to slow down. He focused intently on the signals from the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. However, the Black Rope Hell battleship reacted even faster. In a fraction of a millisecond, the ship's warp space detection system identified the suddenly accelerating missiles. Priority intercept targets. The Closian laser cannons, without needing to recharge, fired crimson beams that swept through space, instantly targeting the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. 10 blue, arc-flashing explosions erupted in space, and Tadakilo's face turned to despair. Intercepted. How? That battleship? What level of battleship is that? His hands trembled, and his voice grew louder and more hoarse. What level of battleship is that? Boom. 16 plasma lances pierced through Tadakilo's flagship, hitting the fusion reactor in the mid-rear section. All he could hear on the bridge was the deafening explosion and the violent shaking beneath his feet. The Yada Empire's over a kilometer-long active cruiser was severed in half by the fusion reactor's catastrophic explosion. Debris scattered in space, and the Yada soldiers on board were hurled into the cold void without even a chance to scream. The battle was over. The moment Tadakilo's 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs were intercepted, the outcome was sealed. Of the remaining missiles launched by the interstellar fleet, fewer than 100 managed to penetrate the Black Rope Hell battleship's defensive firepower net. Although the enemy's high-energy laser beams couldn't be intercepted by the firepower net, they were all blocked by the ship's encompassing psionic shields. Test concluded. Tang Huang's Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer sustained 0 damage, with no personnel casualties. It only consumed 20 of the psionic shield's energy and about 40 of the ship's energy reserves. Conversely, over 100 enemy interstellar ships were destroyed, with estimated casualties exceeding 200,000. Debris from the ships littered the surrounding space for over 100,000 kilometers. Regardless of how fast the enemy ships maneuvered or evaded, they couldn't escape the lock-on of the 16 plasma lance macro cannons. Tang Huang didn't even fire missiles, use the main cannons, or deploy the 100 mechanical sentinels. The 16 secondary plasma lance macro cannons alone were enough to annihilate them. For the ship's fire control system's tech humanoid, as long as the enemy ships lacked inertia-free engines like the relic mechanical sentinels, capable of instantaneously dodging kilometers away and back, it was no challenge. Tang Huang reaped significant rewards this time. The system prompt sounded, calculating battle gains. Destroyed enemy light frigate, gained 30 spirit sources. Destroyed enemy medium destroyer, gained 80 spirit sources. Destroyed enemy light cruiser, gained 200 spirit sources. Total gain, 6,720 spirit sources. Hearing the system prompt, Tang Huang almost laughed out loud. Sweet. Unlike last time, this time the opponent's ships were mostly retired or active military-grade vessels of the Yada Empire. Over 100 ships provided Tang Huang with 6,720 spirit sources, enough to buy 13 automated mechanical cores in the system store, further expanding production capacity. Killing and looting really does pay off, Tang Huang thought. Meanwhile, Ruby was leading a team to explore ancient civilization ruins on a dwarf planet, likely to yield more gains. This trip had been exceptionally fruitful. The battle in space had concluded. Deep within a dwarf planet, 3 kilometers underground, Ruby led her squad of combat android girls through the ancient ruins of a forgotten civilization. The scale of the ruins was vast, capable of housing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of inhabitants. Along the way, they encountered numerous grotesque creatures, twisted by the chaos of subspace corruption. Despite their steel-like resilience, these monstrosities were no match for the efficient extermination carried out by the combat androids. Ruby, in particular, used her psionic powers to effortlessly crush the enemy's heads from a distance. As they advanced, Ruby's team came across a biological incubation warehouse. Inside, they found various genetic materials and specialized nutrition pods. By examining the records, Ruby discovered that an unknown incident had triggered the facility 1,000 years ago, resulting in the creation of intelligent beings. These beings had thrived within the ruins, even forming societies and nations. Delving deeper, Ruby found several artificial ecosystems within the ruins that provided for the inhabitants' needs. Among them were primitive tribal settlements, now reduced to hunting grounds for the mutated flesh monsters, which Ruby's team systematically eradicated. To fully understand the purpose of these ancient ruins, Ruby needed to reach the central control room. However, she was unaware that a group of intelligent beings had already taken over the control room. Outside the control room, thousands of grotesque flesh monsters gathered in the corridors, emitting terrifying howls as they relentlessly assaulted the door. Inside, nearly 100 slender, tall intelligent beings huddled together, trembling with despair. They were the last survivors of the native inhabitants, calling themselves the Ling clan. The Ling clan resembled humans but were more slender and tall, with pointed ears. Their bodies were far more advanced, with denser, stronger muscles and an exceptionally efficient digestive system. A single meal could sustain them for days, which was how they had survived in the control room for a year. However, their food supplies had run out a few days ago. A frail Ling girl lay in Adeline's arms and whispered, "Sister Adeline, is it my imagination? Or have the whispers of the evil gods that have filled our ears all year long disappeared?" Adeline, despite her haggard appearance, dull blonde hair, and no longer bright blue eyes, remained stunningly beautiful. She replied, "No, it's not your imagination. I feel it too. The whispers are gone. It's a good sign, Catherine. Hold on, we will survive." As the last priestess of her clan, Adeline was determined to lead her people to survival. She handed Catherine to another Ling woman, Darlene, then stood up and walked towards the control room door. "Adeline, what are you doing?" the other Ling girls asked in fear. "I'm going out to find food for you. I am the last priestess of our clan. It is my duty to ensure our survival," Adeline said firmly. "Ida, close the door immediately after I leave." Standing at the door, Adeline's shoulders trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, but her voice was resolute. "I will make sure we all survive." Ida cried out. "None of the previous priestesses who went out have returned. I don't want to lose you too." Adeline wiped her tears, her purple eyes shining with determination. "If we stay here, we'll all starve to death. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I must ensure our survival." She prepared to dash out as soon as the door opened a crack. Her slender legs, poised to spring, revealed perfectly defined muscles, ready to unleash her psionic power. At that moment, the door began to move slowly. Ida screamed, "Adeline, I'm not opening the door." Adeline's heart skipped a beat, and before she could react, an ironclad hand reached through the gap from outside. "Adeline, the monsters are coming in," Ada cried out, her face pale and her voice trembling. Gritting her teeth, Adeline gathered a surge of psionic energy in her palm. She knew this could risk a psionic overload, but she had no choice. She was ready to unleash her most powerful attack. Psionic energy, a mysterious force from the Hivian dimension, manifests as formidable power in the physical universe. Every sentient being capable of wielding it has a soul projection that shines brightly in the Hivian dimension, making them more noticeable to demons from that realm. This can create dangerous portals between the physical universe and the Hivian dimension. Psionic overload is the most feared scenario for a user. If psionic energy is used beyond one's limit, an influx from the Hivian dimension can turn the user into a psionic bomb. Female members of the Psion race are naturally gifted with psionic abilities, but due to its dangers, only a few can master it and become revered priestesses. Suddenly, a loud crash shook the room as the control center's door was violently forced open. Adeline's long-prepared psionic energy burst out of control, filling the corridor with crackling arcs of electricity. The blinding light forced her to shield her eyes. The chaos outside abruptly stopped, and she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had succeeded. However, a playful female voice emerged from the psionic glow. "Oh my, there are still survivors here? That really gave me a scare." Adeline and the other Psion survivors were stunned. The intruder was not a monster. As the light faded, Adeline was shocked to see a slender girl in full armor effortlessly neutralizing her most powerful attack. The girl, with pink hair and eyes, was stunningly beautiful and surrounded by a holy aura. Standing behind her were similarly armored women, their faces obscured but their tall, curvaceous figures evident. More astonishingly, the thousands of monsters that had been rampaging through the corridor were now gone, replaced by heaps of blood and gore. The pink-haired girl, Ruby, entered the room, hands on her hips, surveying the area. She spoke in a language Adeline and the others couldn't understand. "Wow, there are quite a few survivors. To maintain sanity and avoid mutation in such chaotic Hivian contamination, and to have psionic abilities, it's a miracle. To Adeline and the others, the goddess-like figure seemed to be speaking divine words. A frail Psion girl peeked out from behind Catherine and murmured, "Has a goddess come to save us?" The Psion race had lived in this ruin for millennia, never venturing outside, surviving in a primitive tribal manner. Their innate psionic talents led them to worship deities. To them, Ruby and her tactical humanoid companions appeared as goddesses descending from the heavens. Make way," Ruby said cautiously. Standing at 2.3 meters tall in her powered armor, she had to be careful not to harm the fragile survivors. Though they didn't understand Ruby's words, the Psion women instinctively parted to create a path, kneeling on either side and gazing reverently at the goddesses. In the center of the control room was a Hivian device, similar to those found before but purer and devoid of strange symbols. Adeline knelt and pleaded, "Oh goddess, please forgive my unintentional offense earlier." She felt deep remorse for attacking the goddess with psionic energy. Ruby and the tactical humanoids paid little attention to the survivors, focusing instead on their mission. The technical humanoids began scanning the control panel's residual data and soon obtained a detailed map of the ruin. A three-dimensional holographic structure appeared before Ruby, leaving the Psion survivors in awe. Natural habitat zone, biological cultivation warehouse, and, found it, the industrial zone? Ruby laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha! The ruin's industrial zone has a complete automated warship production line core. Although the industrial zone was small and sealed off from the natives, it posed no problem for Ruby. She continued to examine the data and discovered another automated warship production line core. This isn't just any automated mechanical core. It's the core of a warship STC automated production template. And there are two of them, Ruby exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. This means the base's warship production line can expand. We can produce more warships simultaneously. Though no ancient warships were found in the ruin, the two automated production line cores alone made the mission highly successful. A smile of anticipation spread across Ruby's beautiful face. I can't wait to see how the High Council rewards me. Above the near-Earth synchronous orbit of the dwarf planet, the heavy firepower destroyer Black Rope Hell lay quietly anchored. Inside the bridge, Tang Huang stared out at the starry expanse through the porthole when suddenly the communicator buzzed. Ruby's excited voice came through. Exalted One, we've completed the exploration of the ruins and made significant gains. Plus, I've brought you a surprise. Tang Huang's spirits lifted, filled with anticipation. From the ancient civilization relics structural map that Ruby had previously sent, the ruins appeared quite extensive, promising many treasures. He speculated to himself, what could the surprise be? New technical data? Or perhaps powerful weapons left by the ancient civilization? However, when the hatch opened, Tang Huang's expression froze. A group of beautiful, blonde, point-eared girls filed in, their eyes full of reverence as they knelt before him. Stunned, Tang Huang turned to Ruby with an angry glare. What the heck is this? This is your surprise? Ruby, hands on her hips, wore a smug smile on her delicate face. Hee, Exalted One, this is the surprise I mentioned. Don't worry, I've already communicated with them using psychic energy. From now on, you are their father god. Tang Huang was bewildered, so Ruby began to explain their findings in detail. It turned out that there were still indigenous inhabitants within the ruins. The most beautiful of the elven survivors, Adeline, stepped forward. Her stunning purple eyes filled with devotion as she conveyed through psychic energy, "Great Father God, please grant us your power." Ruby added with a cheeky grin, "I told them that you are the supreme being of the silicon-based girls, and that you can transform their painful flesh bodies into powerful silicon-based mechanical forms, freeing them from earthly suffering and turning them into beings akin to gods." Tang Huang finally understood, looking helplessly at the group of hopeful elven girls and the elven genetic seeds Ruby had brought back from the ruins. The system timely prompted, detected genes that can enhance the girl race. Would you like to integrate these genes into the silicon-based fireseed? Once integrated, the tactical humanoid girl STC template will be able to produce and nurture a new race. New psychic girl template added. Under the expectant gazes of the numerous beautiful elven girls, Tang Huang took a deep breath and stepped forward. The celestial cloud behind him activated, a bright red sun appearing at the back of his head, surrounded by celestial mist. Under the divine light, Adeline and the others felt a warm glow enveloping them. Ruby immediately directed personnel to bring in a batch of alloy materials for body enhancement. Tang Huang closed his eyes to communicate with the fire seed, beginning the transformation ceremony. The elven girls knelt in reverence, accepting the transformation. After being covered by the fire seed's light, their outward appearance remained largely unchanged, but their insides were completely renewed. Carbon-based calcium bones transformed into warship alloy keels, hearts became fusion reactors, Muscle fibers turned into high-strength alloy carbon fibers, blood vessels became electromagnetic signal channels, blood became self-repairing nanomechanical substances, and brains were transformed into supercomputers made of silicon-based chips. Father God. Adeline's crystal-clear purple eyes were filled with fervor, and the other psychic girls also awakened their psychic abilities. The system prompt sounded. Psychic Girl template complete. Tactical Humanoid Girl STC template can now produce a new race psychic girls. Just as Tang Huang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Adeline spoke up. Father God, as your angel, I have a request. Tang Huang felt a sense of foreboding, and sure enough, Adeline continued in a disturbingly fervent tone. Please allow me to bear your children. What the heck? Tang Huang immediately grabbed Ruby by the ear as she tried to sneak away. What have you been teaching them? Ruby, unrepentant, grinned. Oh, just a little something. Tang Huang, exasperated, chose to ignore the incident and began to inventory their gains. Besides acquiring 6,720 units of spiritual energy, they had also obtained new subspace devices, relic technology data storage disks, 7 automatic mechanical cores, and 2 automated warship production line cores. The subspace devices could be broken down into 15,000 psychic shield blocks. The automatic mechanical cores would expand the base's production capacity, and the warship production line cores would add 2 more production slots. The most exciting discovery for Tang Huang was the miniaturization technology of the curvature engine deciphered from the technical data storage disks. This complete set of technical data required no additional analysis and could be immediately put to use, allowing the existing penniless light-speed curvature engines on warships to be fully miniaturized without losing performance, making it possible to install them on missiles, thus increasing their attack speed to 10 times the speed of light. Tang once stared at the system interface, feeling a surge of excitement. The greatest gain from this space relic expedition was undoubtedly the miniaturization technology for the warp drive. His mind raced, imagining the terrifying power of applying this technology to missile weaponry. Missiles traveling at 10 times the speed of light? Tang Wan muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even the Yada Empire's prized light lances and laser weapons could only reach the speed of light. The Empire's current military missiles, even equipped with the most advanced miniaturized warp drives, could only achieve 10 of light speed. Missiles at 10 times the speed of light would leave the Empire's fleet in the dust, utterly incapable of intercepting them. Tang Wan frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. It's a pity that the inertialess engine and the miniaturized warp drive can't be equipped simultaneously. Otherwise, missiles with both 10 times light speed and inertialess maneuvering would be a nightmare. He understood the principle behind the incompatibility. The warp drive propels by distorting space, meaning the ship doesn't actually move, while the inertialess engine acts directly on the ship itself, rendering it ineffective within the warp bubble. Gathering his thoughts, Tang Wan immediately summoned Dong Shou, instructing her to install the newly acquired automated warship production line cores into the base's production lines. The system promptly responded. Juyaklis STC automated production template array ready, capable of producing all warships below the Jiuyao grade. Currently available for production: Huayao Heavy Strike Cruiser, Haixing Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, Flamingo Light Rapid Fire Assault Ship. Production slots: 3. Tang Wan nodded in satisfaction, calculating the production capacity. The base produced 700,000 tons of standard warship alloy daily, but the component output from the comprehensive industrial area was insufficient. He decided to build another large comprehensive industrial area and further expand the automated heavy metal mining and smelting industrial zone to meet the demands of the 3 production lines. His plan was to use 1 production line for Huayao Heavy Strike Cruisers and the other 2 for Haixing Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyers. Thinking about the astonishing firepower of the Haixing Hell destroyers, just one could suppress hundreds of the Empire's destroyers and frigates. One couldn't help but feel excited about the future firepower of his fleet. Opening the system store, Tang Wan noticed 2 new nodes on the physical science technology tree, unlocked due to acquiring the inertialess engine and miniaturized warp drive technology. His gaze shifted to the right, showing a balance of 6,970 spirit essence. After some calculations, Tang Wan decided to purchase 2 automated mechanical cores, costing 1,000 spirit essence. This brought his total to 20 cores, enough to support 3 warship production lines and the necessary raw material output. He quickly completed the purchase, reducing his balance to 5,970 spirit essence. Unwilling to stop there, Tang Wan continued browsing the store, hoping to find missile-related technologies compatible with the miniaturized warp drive. Instead, he came across a series of planetary surface weapons. Tectonic Disruption Bomb 500 spirit essence, a ground attack weapon that can trigger widespread earthquakes. Super Railgun 500 spirit essence, a super armor-piercing weapon that can accelerate projectiles to 15 of light speed. Thunder God's Hammer Orbital Strike Platform 1200 spirit essence, an automated space-based laser platform with 3 units capable of covering an entire medium-sized planet. Seriously, Why are these all planetary surface weapons? Tang Wan couldn't help but grumble as he continued to browse the store's other options. Tang Wan's eyes roamed over the shopping page, finally settling on the super rail accelerator cannon. This weapon could accelerate large mass projectiles to 15 of the speed of light, fundamentally different from his current black rope hell battleship's main cannon, the Chuni I-type Crimson Black Particle Strike Macro Cannon. While the Crimson Black Particle Strike Macro Cannon could accelerate thermal fusion particles to 20 of the speed of light, it didn't fire physical projectiles but relied on high-energy particles to melt targets. In contrast, the Super Rail Accelerator Cannon fired true armor-piercing rounds. Continuing to browse the marketplace, Tang Wan saw various powerful weapons, but none suited his immediate needs. Scrolling down, he finally found the missile warhead technologies he was looking for. 1. Raho Hydrogen Bomb, a super-enhanced version of the original hydrogen bomb, with a vacuum coverage range of 10,000 kilometers. 2. Microwave Pulse, a non-lethal weapon capable of disabling all electronic devices within 10,000 kilometers. 3. Infrasound Wave, a biological weapon that penetrates all shelters, killing all life forms within 1,000 miles. 4. High-energy laser cutter, specifically designed for multi-layer armor structures, capable of cutting or severing enemy battleships. There were also 2 special chaos pollution missiles Korn and Nurgle, but their effects made Tang Wan hesitate. These weapons were devastating enough to potentially destroy entire star systems, or even the galaxy. After weighing his options, Tang Wan decided to purchase the first 4 conventional missile technologies, spending a total of 200 spirit sources. He also noticed that antimatter warhead technology wasn't listed under the missile category but was on the level 8 technology page. There, the initial antimatter manufacturing and rapid storage technology were listed for 50,000 spirit sources. Although this technology could produce a large amount of antimatter, it couldn't be stored long-term and had to be used quickly. After completing his shopping, Tang Wan had 5,770 spirit sources remaining. He decided to hold on to these resources for now, not rushing to buy new battleship blueprints. His current Huayao Heavy Strike Cruiser and Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer were sufficient. In the coming period, Tang Wan planned to take a cautious approach. He intended to explore some small ruins and gradually expand his fleet. Although the 2 planets in the comfortable zone of the 117 star system were tempting, intel from the Star Domain Network indicated that one was a worthless dead planet, and the other was protected by a powerful defense system, making it extremely dangerous to approach recklessly. Tang Wan decided to first strengthen his fleet while exploring known coordinates of hidden small ruins. His main goal was to acquire more subspace devices to break down into more psionic cubes. He had just learned that expanding the new psionic girl unit required the use of psionic cubes. At the spaceport near the Stargate in the border star system of the Yada Empire, the scene was bustling with activity. Ships were arriving in droves. Medium and large fleets from various civilian organizations across the Empire had packed the port, which could accommodate tens of thousands of interstellar ships to its capacity. More fleets were on their way, including vessels from other interstellar civilizations. Faced with this unprecedented turnout, the Border Star System Administration of the Yada Empire had to deploy additional personnel and patrol fleets to maintain order. At passage 114514 of the spaceport, an employee gazed out at the dense array of ships and couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. The Stargate was an equilateral triangle with each side measuring 600 kilometers. According to regulations, each ship was supposed to maintain a distance of at least 100 kilometers apart, well below the standard safety distance of 1,000 kilometers. But given the sheer number of ships arriving for exploration, there was no other choice. At the center of the border star system, 2 massive stars continued their ancient orbits, radiating immense heat. At the gravitational balance point between the stars designated as the standard space jump node exit by the Yada Empyrea massive fleet suddenly appeared. This fleet consisted of over 700 warships of various types, with the largest mothership exceeding 5 kilometers in length. On the bridge of the mothership, Commander Lieta sighed in relief, "We've finally arrived." However, when he saw the scene before him, he nearly gasped. The densely packed fleets almost completely filled the docking area of the spaceport, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Only then did Commander Lieta realize that in just 1 month, the news of a suspected ancient civilization's warship in the 117 ruined star system had caused such a massive uproar. Currently, at least 10,000 interstellar ships were waiting here, eager to pass through the border Stargate to explore the ruined star field, an unprecedented phenomenon. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the spaceport city in the border star system, a towering structure several kilometers high stood tall. In a luxurious room at the top, 4 beings from different interstellar intelligent species sat around a semicircular table. This was the best vantage point in the entire spaceport city, offering a clear view of the Stargate with just a touch. These 4 represented the most powerful interstellar civilizations in the dueling interstellar society, aside from the suzerain state, the dueling empire, the Yada Empire, the Ivry Interstellar Federation, the gigant mantis capital Union, and the Junran interstellar empire. They were discussing the situation in the 117 ruined star system. Commander Phalos of the Yada Empire chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Most of the ships passing through the Stargate are from our Yada Empire's civilian organizations. Apologies, everyone. But it looks like the 117 ruined star system will belong to the Yada Empire once again." However, a creature with a raven blackbird's head sneered in response, "Commander Phalos, don't be so sure. You're well aware of the dangers on that planet in the 117 ruined star system. Do you really think these civilian fleets can handle it? I reckon we'll eventually need our formal military forces from our respective civilizations." As it turned out, under the watchful eye of the suzerain state, the dueling empire, the four major interstellar civilizations had reached an agreement regarding the ruined starfield. During the initial phase, formal military forces from the four civilizations were not to intervene, allowing civilian organizations to explore first. Only when civilian organizations could no longer manage would the formal military forces be deployed. This explained why the Yada Empire's formal military fleet had not yet been mobilized. Of course, beyond the dueling interstellar society, other interstellar societies existed, but they were too distant to influence the current situation for the time being. Under the witness of the Dominion Empire, interstellar powers reached an agreement to strictly limit the development rights of the ruined sector. Official interstellar fleets were prohibited from entering early, but civilian fleets were permitted. The Yada Empire seized this opportunity, leveraging the geographical advantage of its frontier star regions to secretly fund civilian fleets to develop the ruined sector ahead of others. The strategy of the Yada Empire was simple yet effective. Fund civilian fleets and then buy high-value items from them at low prices once they acquired them. Although this approach seemed exploitative, it attracted numerous civilian organizations. For them, it was an excellent opportunity to establish connections with the military, which was even more valuable than the treasures within the ruins. Commander Phalos glanced around at the high-ranking officials of the other three interstellar civilizations, a confident smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we watch a live broadcast together and see what's happening in the 117th star system of the ruined sector?" A high-ranking avian from the Ivry Interstellar Federation sneered. "What's there to see? It's just your Yada Empire's civilian fleets being destroyed by the ruins' defense systems." Phalos waved dismissively. "I admit, every time a ruins system is opened, there are significant casualties. But these sacrifices are necessary." A high-ranking official from the Mantis Capital Union elegantly lifted a cup of specially made tea with their long limbs and said slowly, "On this point, I agree with Phalos. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, any amount of casualties is worth it." With a wave of Phalos's hand, the massive floor-to-ceiling window transformed into a screen, displaying a live feed of the 117th star system in the ruined sector. A red giant star, nearing the end of its life, burned fiercely at the center of the system, surrounded by swarming interstellar ships. The broadcast was provided by the Yada Empire's largest media company, Interstellar News. Meanwhile, Tang Huang learned of this through the Star Network. Over the past month, his base had undergone tremendous changes. During this period, Tang Huang explored several small spaceport ruins, acquiring vast resources: 4 subspace devices, 27 automated mechanical cores, and 12,000 inertia-free engine mechanical guards. Although he didn't obtain new technological data, these gains were sufficient for rapid base development. On the dwarf planet where Tang Huang's base was located, large automated heavy metal mining and smelting industrial zones sprawled. Daily production of standard battleship alloys had reached 4.2 million tons. The base's scale had also expanded significantly, with building complexes almost filling the entire 4-kilometer diameter crater. In terms of population, the base's total population had surpassed 450,000, including 20,000 psionic girls, 40,000 technical androids, 100,000 engineering androids, and 290,000 combat androids. The most notable achievement was the completion of a 700-meter-long, 200-meter wide, 980-meter-high, 24-million-ton Hoya-class heavy strike cruiser, which became Tang Huang's flagship. Along with the newly constructed 8 Haishan-class heavy firepower destroyers, Tang Huang now commanded a formidable fleet of 10 main battleships, with a total crew of 350,000. This fleet was equipped with the most advanced inertia-free engines and 10-fold light-speed curvature engine missiles. The application of inertia-free engines granted these behemoths unbelievable maneuverability, allowing them to perform evasive actions comparable to small fighters in space, undoubtedly becoming a major trump card in future battles. Tang Huang meticulously analyzed the inertialess engine technology in his possession and realized it was still in its infancy. This engine consumed enormous amounts of energy and had limited operational time, only suitable for short-range evasive maneuvers in battleships. It couldn't support long-distance interstellar travel. Theoretically, advanced inertialess engines could run indefinitely, breaking the limitations of relativity, achieving unlimited faster-than-light travel, and even crossing the entire galaxy in an instant. Clearly, Such advanced technology was far beyond reach at present. Nonetheless, even at its preliminary stage, the inertialess engine was powerful enough to enable battleships to perform inertialess evasive maneuvers, which was already a significant capability. In terms of defense, the battleships were equipped with sturdy composite armor and a shield system composed of psionic blocks. The Huiyang-class heavy strike cruiser, which was 8 kilometers long, required 1,000 psionic blocks to form its shield, while the Haixing Hell-class heavy fire destroyer only needed 100. Tang Wan's 20,000 psionic girls had already consumed 20,000 psionic blocks, and with the 1,900 blocks needed for the battleships, he had 68,100 blocks left. He allocated 10,000 for base defense and 100 for his power armor, forming a personal shield system of the same level as the battleships. The remaining 58,000 blocks were made into photon psionic shield devices and distributed to some of the combat androids, making this unit Tang Wan's sharpest spear. In the underground space of the base, a vast area spanning 100 kilometers housed 10 enormous battleships. The largest was the Huiyang-class heavy strike cruiser, measuring 7,700 meters in length, 1,200 meters in width, 980 meters in height, and weighing 24 million tons. The other 9 were identical Haixing Hell-class heavy fire destroyers, each 2,200 meters long, 300 meters wide, 320 meters high, and weighing over 2 million tons. These battleships were taller than skyscrapers from old Earth, with a distance of over 3 kilometers between them. Each Haixing Hell-class destroyer was accompanied by 28 tactical formations of 1,000 psionic girls, while the Huiyang-class cruiser was flanked by 98 such formations. A one-aloma turtle command tower stood nearby, with Tang Wan, clad in full-cover power armor, overseeing the entire scene from its top. Tang Wan's power armor stood 2.3 meters tall, blending traditional Chinese armor elements with high technology. From the red tassel on the helmet to the plates at his feet, every detail exuded a sense of might and advanced tech. The celestial Qingyun psionic shield system on his back resembled a radiant red sun, continuously emitting dazzling light in all directions. Through the mechanical electronic eyes of his faceplate, Tang Wan scanned the scene before him. 10 colossal ships arranged in order, surrounded by neat formations of 350,000 tactical android soldiers. In just a month, he had built such a formidable force. Tang Wan knew it was time to take action. Although the fleet only had 10 battleships, it was enough to blockade the Stargate and the entire star system. Tang Wan had purchased 3 Thunder Hammer orbital platforms from the system's marketplace, sufficient to seal off an equilateral triangle Stargate area with a side length of 600 kilometers. His goal was to completely control this star system and continue amassing power without interference. Tang Wan took a deep breath and softly murmured the word Earth. After crossing over to this interstellar era, Earth was not just a mission given by the system, but also an obsession in his heart. He vowed that one day he would personally reclaim Earth from the hands of the alien races. At that moment, the Interstellar News reported the latest update. Jeshuan Corporation's CEO, Redas, called on all major pioneering forces within the 117 star system to unite and attack the largest relic planet, Skystar. In his speech, Redas emphasized that although the Imperial Regular Army could not enter temporarily, 108 Yada civilian organizations had already signed up to participate in this Sky Dome assault operation. Upon hearing this news, Tang Wan frowned slightly. He realized he needed to act quickly to seize control of the 117 star system. He immediately ordered, Zivi, Dongxiu, stay at the base. Ruby, you stay as well. Yuya, Adeline, command the 1st Legion and the psionic troops to board the ships. Don't worry, Supreme Leader. I will manage the warship production line perfectly, Dongxiu said confidently, patting her small chest. Her voice was full of anticipation for the upcoming task. Meanwhile, in the central research lab of the base, Ruby was less than pleased when she heard she was to be left behind. Her loud protests echoed through the communication system to Tang Huang's ears. This mission sounds exciting, Supreme Leader. I want to go too. Sylvia's cold and calm voice interrupted Ruby's outburst. Ruby, you need to stay and continue the research on the subspace device. We must independently master the technology to create psionic shields. Your psionic abilities are the strongest, and I need your support to expedite the research. Tang Huang nodded slightly in agreement. Yes, Sylvia is right. Yuya felt a sense of relief hearing this decision. Every time she saw Ruby hovering closely around Tang Huang, she felt a pang of jealousy. Yuya attributed this feeling to their clashing personalities, though she knew deep down that the reason was flimsy. In the end, Ruby stayed behind at the base while the others prepared to depart. Meanwhile, in the distant space, Letas stood on the bridge of a 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership, feeling elated. Through a series of interactions with the Imperial military, he had risen from the CEO of a large corporation to the Imperial-appointed Supreme Commander of the 117th Star System Joint Fleet. He commanded a vast fleet consisting of 108 civilian organizations from the Yada Empire, including 4,000 military-grade warships and over 6,000 armed civilian-modified vessels. The sheer size of the fleet filled Letas with immense pride and excitement. The fleet's target was an emerald green planet known as Dome Star, the only planet in the 117 star system with large ancient civilization ruins. The entire planet was covered by an unknown shield field, with automated defense platforms and numerous mechanical guards in orbit. Letas had found a weak point in the Dome Star's equatorial shield. He devised a three-phase attack plan. First, use a large number of armed ships to draw the defense system's attention, then concentrate the main fleet's firepower on the equatorial shield, and finally deploy a rapid strike fleet for orbital landing. While envisioning the future, Letas suddenly thought of his nemesis, Tang Huang, who had killed his son. He believed that someone like Tang Huang was probably dead somewhere in this star system or had fled in disgrace. Letas vowed that if Tang Huang were still alive, he would hunt him down and kill him after this mission. As the attack was about to commence, Letas prepared to contact the Yada Empire's high command. At that moment, Admiral Pharos of the Imperial Navy was in a high tower at the spaceport city outside the ruined star system, watching the live feed from the Dome Star frontlines with high-ranking officials from 3 other interstellar powers. Pharos arrogantly remarked to the other representatives, "Gentlemen, brace yourselves. The Yada Empire is full of talent and unity. Even our civilian organizations can amass such a formidable military force." The other 3 representatives remained expressionless, hiding their thoughts. Although these 4 interstellar civilizations were part of the Turn Interstellar Society, their relationships were always tense, especially after discovering the Stargate to the ruined star system. The best way to handle provocation is to ignore the provocateur. Commander Phalos saw that the 3 individuals remained unresponsive and felt a bit deflated. He smirked disdainfully, knowing full well that despite their stoic expressions, they must be extremely anxious. After all, if the only large relic planet in the 117 star system was breached by a civilian organization from the Yada Empire, even the subsequent arrival of their formal fleet would be too late. The Yada Empire had paid a huge price to convince these civilian groups to participate willingly in the assault on the dome. The agreement on the development of the relic starfield not only bound the Yada Empire, but also the other 3 interstellar powers. Phalos was filled with pride, as if he could already see the civilian united fleet of the Yada Empire conquering the relic planet. This massive planet must hold a wealth of intact relic data. They might even find a complete ancient civilization warship production line. If they could discover a full STC standard production template for ancient warships, the Yada Empire could break free from the Turin Interstellar Society and dominate a vast interstellar society, becoming an overlord on par with the Turin Empire. Phalos was lost in a beautiful vision of the future, spanning tens of thousands of light years, ruling over countless intelligent beings in the galaxy, all under the Yada Empire's control, no longer constrained by their overlord. The splendid prospect made it hard for him to suppress his smile. His lips curved upward as he stared intently at the live broadcast on the floor-to-ceiling window. "Letas, commence the operation. The assault on the dome begins now," Phalos commanded. In the outer space of the Dome Star, a dense array of starships was neatly arranged, all in position and ready to act. The first wave, consisting of 6,000 armed ships, launched their attack. Countless narrow engine trails streaked through space like a spectacular meteor shower. Simultaneously, the other 2 fleets began their synchronized movements. The entire 14,000 kilometer diameter of the Dome Star was enveloped in an energy shield. The planet's defense mechanisms seemed to know that the shield was thinnest at the equator. A large orbital defense space station stood there, possibly the only space-based platform still operational. The distance between the United Fleet and the Dome Star kept decreasing. 10 million kilometers, 5 million kilometers, 2 million kilometers, 1 million kilometers, 500,000 kilometers. When the 6,000 armed ships entered within 500,000 kilometers of the Dome Star, the orbital space station began to act. A swarm of mechanical sentries emerged, sometimes forming dense clusters, sometimes scattering like meteors, displaying incredible agility. Scarlet energy beams fired from the mechanical sentries, raining down on the fleet of 6,000 armed ships like a storm. Following this, various large-scale base weapons on the still-functional ancient orbital defense space station also began their assault. Terrifying sublight particle beams, faster-than-light curvature engine missiles, high-power hydrogen warheads, and super railguns from the space-based platform unleashed a dense firepower network, covering the space within 500,000 kilometers of the equator. The 6,000 small armed ships were immediately overwhelmed. Explosions from the ships added a dazzling yet dangerous hue to the space. These small ships scattered chaotically, desperately trying to evade the attacks. Requesting support. Requesting support. The defensive firepower of this planet is too strong. Requesting main fleet support. We can't hold on, The communication channels were flooded with calls for help. The space-based weapons platform's powerful attacks, even a glancing blow, could result in catastrophic ship destruction. What are the casualties of the decoy fleet? Lettuce asked urgently. Over 10% already, a subordinate replied. What? We've just engaged, and casualties are already over 10%? Lettuce was visibly shaken. At this rate, the decoy fleet would be completely decimated. Just one operational space-based platform had such terrifying firepower. How formidable must the planet's defenses have been in its prime? Order the decoy fleet to follow the plan. Quick maneuvers. Draw away the planet's defensive firepower. Lettuce decisively commanded. Hurry. Intensify the attack on the equatorial defense shield. All main ships equipped with large railguns. Open fire with full force. Rapid response fleet. Stand by and ready to act. Under Lettuce's orders, the decoy fleet began moving to the left side of the formation, attempting to draw away the firepower and numerous mechanical sentries from the Dome Star's space-based platform. After countless years, the defense mechanisms of the Dome Star's orbital platform and sentries had become somewhat predictable. As the armed ships moved to the side, the defensive firepower indeed followed. This maneuver exposed the equatorial region of the Dome Star. Now's our chance. All main ships equipped with large railguns. Fire at will. Target the gaps in their firepower net. Let us seize the moment and issue the command. The main fleet, which had been behind the decoy fleet, sprung into action. The large railguns on the prows of the warships began to charge, accelerating massive projectiles within their magnetic rails. Boom! A warship's prow shook slightly. The sound of the launch transmitted through the ship's structure. A massive projectile shot out at 1% of the speed of light, crossing the vast expanse of space, hurtling towards the exposed equatorial energy shield of the Dome Star. The kinetic energy of such a projectile, if it hit, would be equivalent to a 10 billion ton TNT explosion, roughly the power of 77,000 little boy atomic bombs from old Earth. Viewed from a distance, hundreds of similar projectiles streaked through space like a meteor shower, bombarding the Dome Star's energy shield in a cluster. Wow, that's quite a spectacle. In the distant dark space, a fleet of 10 large warships lay hidden. Tang Huang watched the grand battle scene in awe. Tang Huang had long arrived with his fleet, lying in wait for the opportune moment. He watched coldly as the Yada Empire's civilian joint fleet engaged in a bloody battle, knowing that his moment to strike had not yet come. Suddenly, nearly 1,000 high-mass projectiles were launched at 1% the speed of light, targeting the weak points of the equatorial energy shield of Dome Star. The main fleet only began firing after drawing close to Dome Star, and these railgun-accelerated projectiles would take less than 3 minutes to cover the 500,000-kilometer distance. However, those critical 3 minutes were a matter of life and death for the decoy fleet. A single large, space-based defense platform and an unknown number of mechanical sentinels outside Dome Star exerted overwhelming pressure on the thousands of armed decoy ships. Lettuce knew that the outcome of the battle hinged on this moment. After firing a round of railgun projectiles, the main fleet did not pause, continuing to launch missiles equipped with miniature curvature engines, traveling at over 5% the speed of light, and various energy weapons attacking at light speed. Dense red and blue energy beams rained down on the equatorial shield of Dome Star like a torrential downpour. Detecting the heavy fire on the equatorial shield, the space-based defense platform began redirecting its firepower to intercept the high-speed missiles, prioritizing those over the railgun projectiles. The true mission of these missiles was not to breach the energy shield but to draw fire. The high-mass projectiles fired by the railguns were the real threat to the shield's weak points. As some of the defense platform's firepower was diverted, the pressure on the decoy fleet eased. However, this relief triggered a new crisis. Many of the decoy fleet's armed ships began retreating without orders. Despite the Empire's generous promises, faced with mortal danger, many chose to flee. In just a few minutes, casualties among the decoy fleet exceeded 30%. Commander, the decoy fleet is starting to fall apart, reported a subordinate urgently. Lettuce burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha! The commander anticipated this. Enforcer units, move out. The 6,000 armed ships of the decoy fleet were true pawns, composed of individual pioneers. The real members of the main fleet were the major companies and organizations of the Yada Empire. A fleet of several hundred military-grade warships formed a blockade on the retreat path of the armed ships. No retreat. Think of your families still within the Empire's territory. Any deserters will be treated as traitors, and their entire families will be punished. Press forward. Warning shots from energy weapons exploded along the retreat paths of the fleeing ships. Meanwhile, in a high tower room at the Stargate spaceport city in the border star system of the Yada Empire, the executives of Giant Mantis Capital watched the live feed with their 6 arms crossed. Heh, Commander Pharaohs, isn't this a bit too despicable? One of them said to Commander Pharaohs. Pharaohs responded with a sneer. Ha, despicable? You dare call me despicable? These are necessary sacrifices. Instead of blaming me, you should worry about your own situations. The Yada Empire is on the brink of success. He pointed proudly at the live feed. Under the pressure of the enforcer units, The retreating armed ships grudgingly returned to the battle, continuing to draw fire from the space-based defense platform of Dome Star. The main fleet's energy weapons relentlessly pounded the weak points of the equatorial energy shield, creating large ripples in localized areas. The defense platform frantically intercepted the subsequent miniature curvature engine missiles, with countless explosions lighting up the near-Earth orbit of the planet. At that moment, the nearly 1,000 high-mass projectiles finally arrived. The defense platform's intercept firepower was overwhelmed. The first projectile, traveling at 1% the speed of light, struck the equatorial energy shield with tremendous kinetic energy. Boom! The energy released shook the entire planet. It's working. Lettuce cheered internally. Rapid response units, get ready. The rapid response fleet, carrying a large number of ground troops, immediately prepared to deploy. As soon as a breach appeared in the equatorial energy shield, they would forcefully drop all ground troops into the planet. High-mass projectiles continued to bombard the weak points of the equatorial energy shield. If you were inside the planet, you would hear the apocalyptic sounds. The final projectile struck the shield. Crack, boom, shatter. The weak point of the equatorial shield finally gave way, revealing a breach. Ha ha, we did it. Lettuce was ecstatic. The rapid response fleet accelerated at full speed, rushing towards the breach in the energy shield. However, at that critical moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Tang Huang, who had been waiting, made his move. Nearly 1,000 fast-moving warships, loaded with landing troops, sped towards the breach in the planetary shield. The main fleet followed closely behind, shielding the vanguard from the barrage of fire from the space-based platforms. However, a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb equipped with a curvature engine and traveling at over 10 times the speed of light was silently launched, targeting the fast-moving fleet. The radar couldn't detect it, and no one was aware. Lyatasi laughed maniacally. It worked. His plan was about to succeed. Once 100,000 troops landed, the mission would be accomplished. He began to envision a bright future. With this achievement, he would officially enter the political arena of the Yada Empire, and might even become a governor overseeing hundreds of colonial planets. Meanwhile, outside the ruined sector, Commander Phalos witnessed the energy shield over the equator of Dome Star being breached, creating a 100-kilometer-wide gap. He leaped from his seat in excitement. Turning to the high-ranking officials of the other three interstellar powers, he announced, "Gentlemen, I apologize. The Yada Empire has succeeded. This is the unity of our Yada people. The 117 ruined star system belongs to us." He laughed heartily, while the other officials looked grim. The high-ranking members of the Jutong Capital Alliance cursed under their breath. Damn. They got lucky. Suddenly, a senior official from the Genren Interstellar Empire questioned, then sneered, "Commander Phalos, isn't your fast-moving fleet a bit too fast?" Phalos froze, then quickly turned to check the live battlefield feed. He was shocked to see that the fast-moving fleet, which was supposed to dash through the shield breach, had suddenly come to a halt just 100,000 kilometers from the target. What's going on? Phalos roared in anger and immediately contacted Lyatasi. "Lyatasi, why has the fast-moving fleet stopped? What are you waiting for? For the space-based platforms on Dome Star to dig your grave." Lyatasi was equally stunned and quickly checked the fleet's status. "Commander, the fast-moving fleet is unresponsive." No matter how he tried, there was no response. Long-range optical detection showed nearly 1,000 light warships just sitting there, completely immobile, engines dead. Suddenly, someone on the bridge shouted, "It's a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb. We've detected microwave pulse remnants near the fast-moving fleet. The entire fleet has been attacked and is completely paralyzed." Lyatasi was in disbelief. "How is that possible? Our radar didn't detect any attack." At that moment, another crew member exclaimed, "Commander, a small fleet is heading towards Dome Star in curvature mode. Are they crazy to activate curvature engines in this battlefield environment?" The fleet soon exited curvature mode and appeared in space. Everyone was stunned though there were only 10 ships, each was exceptionally massive. Their pitch-black hulls were etched with crimson lines, sharp and perfectly designed. The central ship was nearly 8 kilometers long, far exceeding the 5-kilometer-long interstellar motherships of the Yada Empire. Someone recognized the ships. These are the ones that appeared in the Gorman Company Ruins exploration broadcast, suspected to be ancient civilization artifacts. In full view of everyone, this black fleet launched several high-yield hydrogen bombs at the paralyzed fast-moving fleet 100,000 kilometers away. In an instant, several sun-like flashes erupted within the dense formation. Nearly 1,000 warships and millions of landing troops were obliterated in space without resistance. The complete annihilation of the fast-moving fleet almost spelled the failure of the Dome Star assault. Lyatasi was utterly stunned. At that moment, a virtual screen appeared before Lyatasi. On the screen was a figure clad in power armor. "Lyatasi, remember me?" the figure said. Lyatasi racked his brain. Then his heart pounded violently as he roared two words, "Tang Huang." A mix of anger, humiliation, and shattered dreams welled up inside him. He could never have imagined that the person who ruined the entire operation was the enemy who had killed his son, someone he had never considered important. Tang Huang spoke calmly. Looks like you still recognize me. But Liatasi, I'm not here for you. To me, you're just a small fry. I know the high-ranking officials of the Yada Empire are watching, so I made my appearance. The mechanical electronic eyes on Tang Huang's power armor visor glowed crimson as he uttered words that shocked everyone. I, from the machine celestial court, now execute the purge protocol, preparing to cleanse the Yada reptilian species. What? What does this mean? Is this a declaration of war against the Yada Empire? Liatasi's voice exploded through the communication channel, his eyes wide like saucers, his mouth agape, and his jaw trembling in shock. Behind him, Commander Phalos, who was monitoring the situation from the Yada Empire's border star system, also heard the statement. Phalos was initially stunned, then fell into deep thought. Who exactly is this so-called artificial heaven? What kind of strength do they possess to dare declare war on the Yada Empire? Should this be reported to the Empire to arrange diplomatic contact and avoid war? Meanwhile, the leaders of the other three interstellar factions each wore different expressions, clearly trying to gauge the strength and background of this suddenly emerged artificial heaven. Some thought that if they dared to declare war on the Yada Empire, they must be formidable, and perhaps they could be allied with to encircle the Yada Empire. However, Liatasi had no time for such considerations. After the initial shock, he burst into a fit of mocking, angry laughter. Ha 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 ha, what nonsense are you spouting? You think you can declare war on a vast interstellar empire with those scrap warships you found in ancient ruins? Are you insane, or just tired of living? Liatasi's laughter abruptly turned into an enraged roar. The Yada Empire has over 600 colony planets and a population exceeding 12 trillion. Even discounting the mixed races, there are still over 4 trillion pure-blood Yada people. Who do you think you are, Tang Huang? You got lucky and found a few old ships and now you call yourself artificial heaven and dare to declare war on the Yada Empire? Let me tell you, we don't even need the regular army. I can destroy you right here and now. Liatasi's fury had reached its peak. Tang Huang had not only sabotaged the entire dome offensive plan, ruining Liatasi's promising future in the Empire's political arena, but now he dared to be this arrogant. Not even the automatic sedatives injected into his system could calm his rage. Commander Phalos found the whole situation laughable. What? This so-called artificial heaven is just that guy Tang Huang's doing? What makes him think he can pull this off? Has he lost his mind? The leaders of the other three interstellar factions also found their previous thoughts of allying with artificial heaven amusing. Yet, they felt a bit pleased, as Tang Huang had disrupted the Yada Empire's plans. The high-ranking officials of the Goliath Capital Syndicate even considered investing in Tang Huang if he managed to survive, thinking he could be a useful pawn against the Yada Empire. Commander Phalos could no longer contain himself and shouted at Liatasi. Liatasi, what are you doing wasting time? Send a fleet to take him out. The main fleet must continue the assault. We haven't lost yet. There's still hope. This snapped Liatasi back to reality. Indeed, the energy shield breach on the Dome Star's equator was over 100 kilometers wide and showed no signs of repair. They still had a main fleet of 3,000 military-grade warships, almost untouched. If the main fleet pushed forward, there was still a chance to break through the Dome Star's orbital defense platform. Liatasi immediately dispatched a fleet to deal with Tang Huang, choosing Gorman Shipyard's fleet. Originally consisting of over 400 ships of various types, it now had only about 200 left, all large ships over 700 meters in length. The smaller, faster ships had been assigned to the Rapid Response Fleet, which had just been decimated by several high-yield Raho hydrogen bombs fired by Tang Huang. Gorman addressed Tang Huang through the communication channel. So, your name is Tang Huang, huh? Kid, if you surrender your fleet, I might consider sparing your life and letting you go quietly. What do you say? However, Tang Huang didn't respond. For him, there were two main objectives. First, to enter the Dome Star and explore the ancient civilization ruins. Second, to destroy the Yada Civilian United Fleet and earn a substantial amount of spiritual resources. Despite the large number of ships in the Yada Civilian United Fleet, Tang Huang believed that with his absolute technological superiority and the generational gap in warships, eliminating them would not be difficult. So, Tang Huang made a decision that shocked and infuriated everyone in the Yada fleet. He split his forces. 3 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers broke off to face Gorman's 200 ships, while the remaining 7 warships charged towards the main force of the Yada United Fleet advancing on the Dome Star's front line. Commander, they've split their forces. The technician's voice echoed, and Letters nearly ground his molars to dust. He stared at the battlefield map in disbelief, fury boiling inside him. Tang Huang's fleet had only 10 warships, facing thousands of Yada's joint fleet. Even more shocking, he had split this meager force again. Letters had deployed over 200 warships, but Tang Huang sent only 3 to meet them. How arrogant can you be? Or have you lost your mind? Lettuce muttered under his breath. He vividly remembered the live broadcast of the Gorman Corporation ruins exploration. Those black warships had impressive firepower, with one capable of suppressing 12 military frigates and dozens of armed ships. But to Lettuce, this advantage was negligible against real military might. Tang Huang, I'll show you the true power of the Gorman fleet. Lettuce sneered as he gave the order to attack. Over 200 Gorman warships swiftly formed a fan-shaped encirclement around the 3 opposing ships from the Jixia Tianting fleet. The battlefield was in constant flux, with each faction positioning their fleets around the equatorial energy shield breach of the Kyongdome star. Tang Huang's fleet was closest to the breach. To the right, the space station defense platforms were engaged in fierce combat with numerous armed ships. 10,000 kilometers to the left was Tang Huang's Tianting fleet. The Yada civilian joint fleet was 30,000 kilometers directly in front of the breach. As Lettuce divided his forces to engage, Tang Huang began his own maneuvers. Instead of heading directly for the breach, 7 of his warships charged straight toward the path of the Yada joint fleet. Deploy the Thunder God's hammer space platforms, Tang Huang ordered decisively. 2 large space platforms, towed by the Huayao heavy strike cruiser, instantly activated. They broke away from the fleet, crossing the 10,000 kilometers at lightning speed, disappearing into the energy shield breach. These Thunder God's hammer platforms, though small, possessed formidable blocking capabilities. Once inside the breach, they effectively sealed the entrance. Any enemy ships attempting to force their way through would face devastating firepower. Commander, they've launched something into the planet's energy breach. Lettuce's aide exclaimed. They entered at warp speed. We can't intercept them. Lettuce noticed the movement, but dismissed its significance. Don't worry, they're probably transport ships trying to get in ahead of us. Let them. He issued a new command with a cruel smile. Even if your warships are top-notch, what can they do against this many combined attacks? The main force of the Yada civilian joint fleet, about 3,000 warships, formed an immense 3-dimensional array. Each ship maintained at least 1,000 kilometers distance from the others to guard against large-scale weapons. The fleet's horizontal line stretched over 400,000 kilometers, incredibly vast. Under Lettuce's orders, the main fleet split off another 700 warships, targeting Tang Huang's Jixia Tianting fleet. Thus, 3 primary battle zones emerged in the space around Kyongdome star. On the right, the space platform and armed ship skirmish. On the left, the Gorman fleet facing 3 Tianting warships, and in the center, the Yada main fleet attacking the remaining 7 Tianting warships. Meanwhile, 1,000 Yada main fleet ships sped toward the energy shield breach. In the space battlefield, the situation changed every moment. Both sides constantly adjusted their tactics, especially the large space fleets, whose maneuvers were complex and dynamic. This battle was far from over. 2 fleets encountered each other in the vast expanse of space, with energy weapons initiating the first salvo. These lightspeed energy weapons effortlessly spanned the long distances, serving as the vanguard of space warfare. The Yada warships were equipped with an impressive array of high-power laser weapons, while Tang Huang's fleet took a different approach. Both the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers and the flagship Huayao heavy strike cruisers were armed with Plasma Lance Macro Kanansa devastating ion beam weapon. These weapons accelerated subatomic particles to near-light speeds using accelerators, forming high-energy beams through electromagnetic confinement. When they hit their target, the immense energy carried by the high-energy particles penetrated deep into the enemy ship, causing catastrophic damage. In other civilizations, this weapon was known as the disintegration cannon. Although ion beams were slightly slower than light speed, the difference was negligible, still classifying them as lightspeed weapons. Tang Huang's fleet employed advanced systems technology to overcome the traditional range limitations of ion beam weapons. The battle was about to erupt. Over 700 Yada warships engaged in fierce combat against 7 Jixia Tian court warships. Each Jixia Tian court warship was astonishingly powerful, capable of taking on 100 opponents simultaneously. Meanwhile, after splitting his forces, Li Taisai turned his attention to other battlefields, paying little heed to Tang Huang's situation. As he focused on his command, the anxious Commander Phalos contacted him again. Li Taisai, how's the situation? Li Taisai responded confidently, don't worry, Commander. I've dispatched a fleet to deal with that arrogant madman. His tone was filled with disdain for Tang Huang. Commander Phalos, with a serious expression, reminded, make sure nothing goes wrong. Operation Dome is crucial for the Yada Empire. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, we will have to wait for the fleets of the other 3 interstellar powers to enter the ruined starfield before we can organize a regular army again. Li Taisai laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Commander, rest assured. With such a significant numerical advantage, how could I possibly be defeated by that lunatic Tang Huang? That would make me worse than a fool. Despite his confidence, Li Taisai decided to check on the status of the other interception units. He contacted another commander. Gorman, Tatakali. What's the situation? However, the communication channel was filled with Tatakali's frantic voice. Supreme Commander, the situation is dire. We're surrounded. Li Taisai's eyes widened in shock as he asked, what? They have ambushers? No, Supreme Commander. Tatakali took a deep breath, his voice trembling with fear. We are surrounded by their 7 warships. Li Taisai was stunned and then roared, are you kidding me? You command over 700 warships, and they have no reinforcements, no ambushers, just 7 warships. How could you be surrounded? This time, Tatakali didn't respond. The only sounds from the communication were chaotic background noises. Commander, the Edmund and Simon have been sunk. Our attacks are completely ineffective. What kind of monsters are they? The right-wing fleet has lost 37 warships. Oh my god, what kind of weapon is that? Radar systems are down. We can't intercept. Warning, warning, engine damage on the warship. The communication abruptly cut off, leaving Li Taisai standing there in shock. He suddenly remembered he could check the battlefield himself, and immediately pulled up the optical detection system images of the left side space. The sight left him utterly astounded. 7 pitch-black warships maneuvered in space at speeds defying the laws of physics, executing precise strikes from a distance around Tatakali's fleet. Each hit targeted the warship's reactors, causing instant explosions. Meanwhile, the concentrated attacks from Tatakali's fleet were completely ineffective. Li Taisai even saw one of the nearly 8-kilometer-long warships performing maneuvers that even the smallest fighters couldn't achieve. When occasionally hit by energy weapons, a mysterious shield would rise to absorb the attacks. This scene left Li Taisai speechless, his mind in turmoil. He gasped for breath, his heart racing, almost suffocating. However, he quickly regained his composure. The energy shield gap on Dome Star's equator was close. If he could send a significant force through the gap and hold the position, the enemy wouldn't be able to break through. Victory was still within reach. Li Taisai ordered his main fleet to form a dense formation, preparing to enter the planet's atmosphere through the gap. However, just as the fleet was closing in, a massive torrent of multicolored energy beams erupted from the gap in Dome Star's energy shield, sweeping towards them with blinding speed. Caught off guard by the sudden surge of energy, the Yata fleet was unprepared. Dozens of battleships attempting to breach the energy shield at the equator of Dome Star were instantly engulfed and exploded into countless fragments. Following this, numerous crimson beams shot through the gap, striking one Yata ship after another. The deafening explosions echoed across the planet, and the sky was filled with flickering firelight. Letters was horrified. What's happening? How is there an attack from within the planet? He suddenly recalled the 2 unknown objects launched earlier by the Heavenly Fleet and urgently ordered, turn around, all ships turn around. Nearly 1,000 Yata warships, tightly packed together, executed an emergency turn, creating a spectacular drift in space. The leading ships, witnessing their companions being destroyed ahead, desperately veered but couldn't avoid disaster. With a thunderous crash, they collided with the intact energy shield, exploding on impact. The debris ricocheted back, striking the following ships. One unlucky Yata ship was hit heat by a crimson ion beam, causing its bow to melt instantly, exposing its internal structure. The crew members were thrown into near-Earth orbit like ants, their screams abruptly silenced. A massive piece of debris then struck the damaged area, sending the entire ship into an uncontrolled spin, colliding with a nearby ally. Avoid. Watch out for friendly fire. Amidst terrified shouts, 2 warships collided violently. The screeching sound of metal tearing was deafening, and the ships broke apart with a loud crash. Shards of metal flew in all directions, hitting more friendly ships. Such tragedies repeatedly occurred near the energy shield gap. In a desperate bid for survival, some Yata ships activated their Closian defense systems. A web of laser beams and dense projectiles crisscrossed in space, plunging the Yata fleet into chaotic self-destruction. When the surviving ships finally completed their turn and distanced themselves from the planet, Letters was aghast to find that the once 1,000-strong fleet was reduced to less than 600. In just 10 minutes, nearly half the fleet was destroyed at the energy shield gap, with nearly 2 million lives lost to the void. Damn it! Letters was filled with regret. At that moment, a mass of crimson-black particles, trailing a long tail of flame, suddenly struck his 5-kilometer-long mothership. Instantly, a horrifying gash hundreds of meters long was torn open at the top of the ship. It's Tang Huang. He has already dealt with the interception fleet. Letters' heart sank, realizing an even greater threat was approaching. Commander, we're under attack. It's the Celestial Fleet. Letters shouted in terror. The Tatazile and Gorman fleets have been completely annihilated. What? Where is the attack coming from? What's the position of the Celestial Fleet? The commander demanded sharply. Letters' voice trembled as he replied, there are only 10 enemy warships, yet they've destroyed our 2 fleets. What kind of technology does Tang Huang's celestial fleet possess? Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the silence. Above us. The attack is coming from above. Letas quickly looked up and saw, through the transparent dome of the bridge, an enormous black warship that completely overshadowed his mothership. At the bottom of the warship, a terrifying cannon with a 10-meter diameter was gathering energy, emitting a blinding light. This scene brought back childhood memories for Letas. Hundreds of years ago, his home planet was massacred by the Turan Empire's fleet. He had knelt on the ground, gazing up at the enemy ships that blocked out the sky, filled with deep despair and helplessness. Now, as the CEO of Jeshuan Corporation and the commander of a fleet of over 10,000 ships, Letas felt that same helplessness again. His flagship, a 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership, seemed so insignificant in the face of the enemy warship. Ah! Letas let out a piercing scream, filled with despair, fear, anger, and unwillingness. In the next moment, the Vulcan purge ion stream from the bottom of the massive warship unleashed a terrifying particle stream, striking Letas's mothership, Truth and Harmony. High-energy particles instantly enveloped the entire 5-kilometer-long mothership, reducing it to a molten mass of metal and space. Everyone on board, along with the unlaunched escort ships, was obliterated in the ion stream. Meanwhile, the surviving Yata fleet found themselves surrounded. Less than 600 ships were encircled by just 10 warships of the Celestial Fleet. The commander is dead. The mission has failed. Retreat! Retreat! The captains of various Yata warships screamed in panic. But the Celestial Fleet gave them no chance to retreat. Ion spears from all directions mercilessly slaughtered the remaining Yata warships. After destroying Letas's mothership, Tang Huang's flagship, the Vulcan Heavy Assault Cruiser, immediately turned and charged through a gap in the energy shield along the equator of Dome Star. System notifications kept informing Tang Huang of the energy units he had gained. You destroyed a Yata Empire escort ship, gaining 60 energy units. You destroyed a Yata Empire escort ship, gaining 55 energy units. You destroyed a Yata Empire heavy destroyer, gaining 140 energy units. You destroyed a Yata Empire light cruiser, gaining 150 energy units. You destroyed a Yata Empire heavy cruiser, gaining 300 energy units. Listening to the continuous influx of energy units, Tang Huang laughed heartily. This is fantastic. Even if we find nothing in the ruins, the energy units we've gained already make this trip worthwhile. Tang Huang's flagship had entered Dome Star, while the other 9 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers remained outside, clearing out the remaining hundreds of ships from Letas's main fleet. Once finished, these 9 warships would follow Tang Huang's flagship through the energy shield gap. As they entered the planet's upper atmosphere, Tang Huang felt a sense of clarity. The 8-kilometer-long interstellar warship hovered in Dome Star's atmosphere, with 2 previously launched Thunder Hammer Sky platforms floating below the energy shield. From the bridge, Tang Huang had a clear view of Dome Star, seeing a complete landmass reminiscent of Earth's ancient supercontinent, before continental drift. The entire planet was lush and vibrant. Tang Huang took a deep breath, as if he could inhale the planet's pure air. Before making landfall, he ordered a preliminary scan. Soon, the results came in. Supreme 1, Dome Star's gravity is 1.4 times that of standard Earth. G surface atmospheric pressure is approximately 0.2 MPa. The atmospheric composition is roughly 76 nitrogen, 23.1 oxygen, with the remaining 0.1 consisting of rare gases like helium, neon, argon, krypton, and xenon. Hearing this report, a gleam of joy flashed in Tang Huang's eyes. Perfect! This planet is perfect, he exclaimed, realizing that the planet was suitable for human habitation without any life support equipment. Supreme Commander, we have detected artificial structures on the planet's surface, the tech android reported to Tang Huang on the bridge, with a hint of surprise in its voice. Tang Huang frowned slightly and asked, artificial structures? Are they remnants of an ancient civilization? No, Supreme Commander, the tech android quickly responded. These buildings use technology and design methods equivalent to Earth's feudal era. Feudal era? Tang Huang nodded thoughtfully before asking, so, does that mean there are natives on Dome Star? The tech android explained, yes. Dome Star is located in the habitable zone of the 117 star system and has been around for a long time. As a life-bearing planet, it is possible for it to evolve intelligent life and develop its own civilization. Tang Huang suddenly realized a problem and furrowed his brows. Wait a minute. The star in the 117 system has evolved into a red giant, expanding several times its original size. Given that Dome Star is in the habitable zone, it must be heavily affected by the intense heat of the red giant. It should have turned into a dead planet long ago, with no atmosphere or ozone layer. Yu Yi, who had been sitting next to Tang Huang, spoke up, Supreme Commander, you overlooked a crucial factor. What factor? Tang Huang turned to Yu Yi. Yu Yi sighed and reminded him, Supreme Commander, You forgot about the energy shield. Tang Huang suddenly understood. Of course. The energy shield has been enveloping the entire dome star. The terrifying heat and high-energy particles from the red giant are blocked by the shield, allowing Dome Star to remain a life-sustaining planet. Tang Huang then thought of another point. Wait, the energy shield now has a breach with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. This means... Yu Yi nodded solemnly, taking over the conversation. You are correct. The breach in the shield means that within a few years, the solar wind, radiation, and high-energy particles from the red giant will enter through the gap, completely destroying the planet's atmosphere. The planet will soon transition from a life-sustaining planet to a dead one. Additionally, the relic system on the planet seems to be malfunctioning. The breach in the shield, which should have been self-repaired, remains open. Hearing this, Tang Huang decisively ordered, "This won't do. I had intended to use this planet as our home base. Deploy the warship into the planet's atmosphere and search for the relics. We must take complete control of this planet and repair the shield system, making it our perfect home base." Following Tang Huang's command, the Huayao heavy strike cruiser descended slowly into Dome Star's atmosphere. The enormous ship cut through the air, with streams of air parting around its sleek, armored hull. As the descent speed increased, friction generated heat, turning the air into flames that flowed upwards. Soon, the entire surface of the Huayao warship was enveloped in a layer of fire, resembling a giant fireball. The warship quickly passed through the planet's mesosphere and stratosphere, breaking through the ozone layer and entering the troposphere. By then, the Huayao warship had fully entered the upper atmosphere of Dome Star. Fortunately, the Huayao warship's mass was only 24 million tons, not enough to be significantly affected by Dome Star's gravity. Tang Huang knew that in the future, when ships with masses of hundreds of billions of tons were built, they would generate slight gravitational forces themselves. These massive ships would not be able to enter a planet's atmosphere as easily. If such massive interstellar warships got too close to a planet, they would be torn apart by the planet's gravity upon crossing the Roche limit. Once the Huayao warship fully entered Dome Star's atmosphere, Tang Huang, dressed in black power armor, stood with his hands behind his back on the bridge. A red sun, shrouded in celestial mist, hung behind his head, and the red plume on his helmet and red cape floated gently under the influence of the celestial shield device. He gazed at the planet's surface below, his mechanical electronic eyes glowing red, contemplating such a large planet. Without my psionic troops, finding the relics would be a daunting task. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Battle report. You have earned 437,540 spirit sources from the recent battle. Oh, the battle outside has ended, Tang Huang thought, pleased by the sound of the spirit source income. After purchasing the design blueprint for the Thunder God's Hammer orbital platform, he had 4,570 spirit sources left. This recent gain pushed his balance up to 440,110 spirit sources. Current spirit source balance, 440,110, Tang Huang calculated. That's enough to buy an 8th level warship blueprint. This haul has been massively a real windfall. Now, let's see how many ancient civilization relics Dome Star has and what treasures they hold. Meanwhile, on Dome Star's surface, a towering city stood at the top of a plateau. The city's architecture resembled Earth's medieval Gothic style. At the massive city gates, loyal kingdom guards the Blackwing Knights stood watch. Clad in heavy knight armor, the guards had slender waists with openings at the back, from which a pair of black wings emerged, folded neatly against their backs. They kept a vigilant eye on the civilians passing through the gates. The native intelligent beings of Dome Star were humanoid, slender, and light, with a pair of broad wings growing from their lower backs. Though these wings had lost their ability to fly, they still allowed the natives to glide through the air. Suddenly, an urgent shout broke the calm at the city gates. Emergency. Report to His Majesty the King immediately. Something terrible has happened. A flying horse glided in from afar, and the knight on its back leaped off, spreading his wings to swiftly glide into the city, disappearing among the buildings. What happened? Civilians at the city gate watched in astonishment as winged knights glided overhead, chattering among themselves. Farmers arriving from the northwest brought shocking news. A massive hole had appeared in the sky, from which enormous fireballs were falling, each one creating a crater the size of a city upon impact. The city's residents were skeptical. They had never heard of fireballs falling from the sky, and there was no record of such an event in their history books. However, when the farmers mentioned the multiple small earthquakes that had occurred today, the city dwellers had to admit they had felt something unusual. This royal city, built on a granite plateau, was almost impervious to earthquakes, so today's tremors made many people anxious. Speculation arose that these phenomena might be the work of an evil god. Panic spread rapidly, and many residents who had planned to leave the city decided to stay within the city walls for safety. As people debated, the sky suddenly darkened. A A farmer from an outlying village looked up in shock to see a gigantic object hovering above the clouds, blocking out the sun and casting the entire royal city into shadow. This colossal entity had straight lines and sharp angles, unlike anything anyone had ever seen. The Blackwing Knights on the city gates and walls gripped their spears tightly, staring up in astonishment. As the kingdom's most elite warriors, they felt powerless for the first time against this enormous, steel creature. Their weapons seemed useless. Just the sight of it sapped the courage from these battle-hardened knights. In the heart of the royal city, within the cluster of spire-shaped castles, the young Queen Ruilia stood on a semicircular platform of a high tower, equally stunned by the shadowy behemoth in the sky. She recalled the ancient royal teachings. When the sky is torn open and a giant steel construct descends, it marks the arrival of an evil god from beyond. Clenching her teeth, Ruilia resolved to defend her kingdom and the sacred temple at all costs. "Relay my orders," Queen Ruilia commanded loudly. "Assemble all Blackwing Knights. Prepare for battle. I will stand at the forefront with you to defend the kingdom, fighting to the death." Meanwhile, on the lower deck of the massive Shadow the Hua Yao heavy assault cruiser, the hangar doors opened wide. Adeline stood beside Tang Huang, eyes closed, sensing the abundant arcane energy of this world. She opened her glowing violet eyes, confirming that the ancient civilization's relics lay beneath the city below. Tang Huang nodded slightly and gave the order to proceed. 10 vermilion bird heavy combat transport ships, trailing flames from their tails, sliced through the air as they departed from the cruiser, heading towards the royal city below. The fate of two worlds was about to intersect in this ancient city. This time, Tang Huang also took part in the mission, but instead of entering the ruins, he chose to explore the indigenous cities on the planet below, eager to experience the feel of solid ground again after long stints in space and on warships. He had prepared well in advance for contact with the planet's natives. Before arriving in the city, Tang Huang had some local intelligent beings captured. These beings, dressed simply and resembling farmers, seemed terrified, bowing and praying incessantly when brought aboard the warship. With the help of psychic abilities, Tang Huang's team could communicate directly with these beings' thoughts, overcoming the language barrier. Although Tang Huang himself did not possess such abilities, Adeline had thoughtfully prepared a translator for him, a language tool deciphered after initial contact with the locals. Tang Huang was fascinated by the indigenous intelligent species of the Celestial Dome. Outwardly, these beings resembled human females, but body scans revealed they had no gender distinctions. Each individual possessed identical reproductive organs, capable of both impregnating their kind and bearing offspring themselves. They were an oviparous species, with reproductive organs located near the tailbone between their wings. Normally hidden, these organs would extend a hollow tail when in use. Their wings not only protected the developing eggs, but also provided warmth after laying them. Despite the lack of physiological gender differences, this species still had subjective distinctions. Those who considered themselves of noble blood or high status typically refused to be impregnated by others, preferring to assume the husband role. These individuals were usually nobles or royalty. Consequently, commoners took pride in being able to bear offspring for the nobility and royalty. Tang Huang named this humanoid, winged intelligent species the Winged Ones. After completing the body structure scans and language decryption, the research samples were safely released. On the tall city walls, guard knights clutched their spears and crossbows, tensely watching the massive shadow in the sky. Enchanted ballistae and rapid-fire crossbows on the palace's defensive platforms were ready to fire. On the semicircular platform of the palace's tallest tower, Blackwing guard knights in steel armor spread their wings, prepared to take to the skies with Queen Ruilia. Queen Ruilia stood at the forefront, her slender body encased in rune-engraved armor, white wings spread behind her. Her beautiful yet resolute face gazed at the sky, her sword pointing towards the massive shadow among the clouds. "Soldiers, follow me into battle," she shouted, ready to make a last stand to defend the royal city and the sacred temple below. As Queen Ruilia took flight, a swarm of Blackwing guard knights followed, their wings darkening the sky above the city. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept through, as fierce as a storm. Many knights were blown off course, with only Queen Ruilia and a few highly skilled magic users managing to maintain their balance. 10 massive steel ships appeared in the sky, their rigid wings motionless yet generating such powerful winds. "Outer gods!" Queen Ruilia exclaimed, attempting to rally her knights for an attack, only to find most of her forces scattered by the wind. Adeline, from the Zhuge heavy combat transport, asked Tang Huang how to handle the natives. Tang Huang praised, "This species has mastered psychic abilities and shows great potential. Do not kill them. If we can bring them to our side, they will become even stronger." Following orders, Adeline led the Psychic Girl squad out of the transport. The Winged Ones, still in their feudal era, were no match for the advanced forces of the Celestial Court. The Psychic Girls easily took control of the entire palace, but following Tang Huang's instructions, they did not harm any winged ones. The Zhuge heavy combat transport landed on the palace tower's platform. Surrounded by the moonlit night and other tactical humanoid girls, Tang Huang stepped onto the platform, taking a deep breath and marveling. What a beautiful environment, an otherworldly landscape indeed. Before him was a group of winged ones prisoners, their hands, feet, and wings shackled, including Queen Ruilia. Queen Ruilia, with her red slit-pupiled eyes filled with hatred, glared at Tang Huang. Outer gods, what do you want? Even as a captive, she maintained her regal pride, refusing to bow to Tang Huang. With a sharp hiss, Tang Huang removed his fully enclosed helmet. His ruggedly handsome face stood in stark contrast to the delicate features of the winged beings around him. Despite the atmospheric pressure of this planet being twice that of Earth's, Tang Huang, genetically modified, quickly adapted. He took a deep breath, savoring the pure air, which reminded him of his days at Yada Military Academy. Turning to the shackled Queen Ruilia and the Blackwing Guard Knights, he spoke in their language. Do you know that this world is actually a shrouded prison? Queen Ruilia was startled, but one of the Blackwing Knights shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? The sacred barrier protects us. You outsiders will never deceive us." Tang Huang sighed, disgusted by their religiously shackled minds. He looked at Ruilia and asked, "Do you believe that too?" Ruilia raised her head, her red vertical pupils filled with defiance. "Yes, demon. You will never defile our sacred sanctuary." With a wave of his hand, Tang Huang released a blue light that enveloped Ruilia. The other knights cried out in alarm but were powerless to stop the transformation happening to her body. She watched in horror as her tail vanished and her chest armor tightened. As the light faded, Ruilia collapsed to the ground. Tang Huang realized that his soul seed not only converted carbon-based beings into silicon-based ones, but also altered their gender characteristics. Ruilia opened her eyes, now filled with reverence. "Give me your tail." Tang Huang finally understood what she meant and couldn't help but facepalm. The other knights stared in shock at Ruilia's transformation. Tang Huang sighed, "Now, it's your turn." Meanwhile, in a high tower at the spaceport city of the Yada Empire's border star system, Phalos and the leaders of 3 other interstellar factions were discussing the recent performance of the mecha celestial fleet they had witnessed. Phalos trembled as he spoke. "We failed." But soon, greed took root in his heart. He decided to dispatch more fleets into the relic starfield to acquire the celestial technology. The other factions also expressed their intent to send more fleets. Phalos glared at them, already resolved to gather more warships at any cost, even if it meant pulling forces from nearby star systems. He was confident the Emperor would approve such a large-scale mobilization, and he was prepared to go to war with the other factions to obtain that astonishing technology. As the flagship of Don Juan, the Pyra-class heavy assault cruiser, descended upon the Avian King city on the Granite Plateau, Adeline led a portion of the psionic forces to explore the ancient civilization ruins beneath the city. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 hellbound heavy firepower destroyers dispersed across the dome star, searching for other possible ancient relics. While the warships conducted microwave scans from the sky, the psionic forces focused on detecting strong psionic reactions. This comprehensive scan not only located the relics, but also provided an accurate census of the dome star. The scan revealed that the total population of the avian species on the dome star was 3,769,073,821, excluding unhatched avian eggs and eggs gestating within pregnant females. The dome star was not a unified polity, but divided into hundreds of nations. The Sky Kingdom, ruled by Queen Rilia, was just one of them. Although it was the most historically illustrious avian nation, it was merely one among many. Don Juan sat on the throne in the Sky Kingdom's palace, reviewing the reports sent by other reconnaissance units. He sighed softly, pondering how he could transform the entire population of 3.7 billion into mechanical beings. Currently, he could only use his own fireseed power to personally contact each carbon-based life form for silicon-based assimilation. Given the vast population, this method was clearly inefficient. Rilia, who had completely changed her attitude, stood by his side and noticed his slightly troubled expression. She gently fluttered her white wings and respectfully asked, "Your Excellency, you seem troubled. Is there anything I can do to help?" Don Juan looked into Rilia's gentle, crimson vertical pupils and shared his concerns. After listening, Rilia nodded slightly and said, "Your Excellency, your transformation power likely stems from your soul and mind. If that's the case, why not learn psionics? Mastering psionics would allow you to better use your power, expand the range of transformation, and convert more of my kin." Don Juan was taken aback. Psionics can be learned? His understanding of psionics was limited. He only knew it was the manifestation of high-dimensional space power in the real universe. He had always thought that only those with innate talent could learn and use psionics, and was unsure if he possessed such talent. Rilia continued to explain, "Your Excellency, you have the ability to fully transform carbon-based life forms into silicon-based mechanical beings. Those transformed become akin to your followers. If I may speak frankly, this ability bears a significant resemblance to the powers of the dark gods in the high-dimensional space. After saying this, Rilia immediately knelt and loudly pleaded for forgiveness. I have compared you to a dark god, which is a grave disrespect. I have committed a capital offense and beg for your mercy. Don Juan couldn't help but laugh and said directly, stand up, I don't hold such futile thoughts. Perhaps among the avian species, being compared to a dark god is a severe crime. But for me, there are no such taboos. Seeing that Rilia still did not rise, Don Juan imitated the tone of a feudal emperor and said, rise, I pardon you. Only then did Rilia stand up and continue to explain that Don Juan's fireseed power was essentially similar to the abilities of dark gods in the high-dimensional space. She mentioned the four major dark gods: Korn, the god of blood and slaughter; Sinch, the god of change and wisdom; Nurgle, the god of life and decay; and Slainish, the god of desire and pleasure. After listening to Rilia's explanation, Don Juan had an epiphany but soon fell into new worries. He slapped his forehead and thought in frustration, great, now he's the fifth dark god of the warp? Heaven knows, he was a good guy. How did he end up becoming a dark god? Although Tang Juan did not consider himself a dark god, he had to admit that his ability to transform ordinary carbon-based life forms into silicon-based life forms bore some resemblance to the powers of high-dimensional dark entities. This made him ponder whether his abilities could one day grow to such an extent. While uncertain, Tang Juan was well aware of the immense potential within his powers. Upon learning the location of the library containing psionic knowledge in the ancient ruins beneath the capital of Tianqiong Kingdom, Tang Juan immediately contacted Adeline, who was currently exploring the ruins. It was evident from the winged people's millennia-old feudal state that they were utterly incapable of utilizing the ancient technology within the ruins. Influenced by their native religion, they didn't even use psionics to explore the ruins, or rather, they were incapable of doing so. Psionics alone wasn't enough. A considerable level of technological advancement was also required, at least surpassing the Earth era of Tang Juan's previous life. Technology and psionics needed to complement each other to truly unlock and delve into the ancient civilization's secrets. Adeline reported that the exploration was proceeding smoothly and that the ruins posed no danger. She sent someone back to the surface and successfully located the Library of Psionic Knowledge. Although they had previously discovered this library, Adeline and her team were more focused on powerful psionic devices and technological equipment. Soon, crates of organized stone tablets containing psionic knowledge were brought before Tang Juan. He stood up, gazing at the heavy tablets, and began reading to learn how to draw power from high-dimensional space to enhance himself. Tang Juan felt it was time to grow stronger, believing that, as the supreme being of the entire tactical humanoid girl race, he should become the strongest. Having already mastered the language of the winged people, Tang Juan found reading these stone tablets to be effortless. As he delved deeper into the texts, he felt the presence of the high-dimensional space. His entire body bathed in a comfortable, warm energy, as if returning home. Time passed, and Tang Juan became increasingly absorbed. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, realizing that his mind had entered a strange, unknown space. Here, the concept of time was non-existent, and everything appeared as a chaotic, distorted illusion. The physical laws of the real universe were entirely absent, and Tang Juan felt he could soar freely within this space. A beam of light illuminated the chaos, clearing a large, clean area. Tang Juan looked up to see a massive star suspended above, its surface burning with black flames and emitting a cold glow. Tang Juan realized that this was the fire seed, and he seemed to be one with it. Around him, countless phantom entities surrounded him, and Tang Juan understood that these were the tactical humanoid girls connected to him. This is the subspace. I can feel its power, Tang Juan thought to himself. After a brief moment of mental wandering, he returned to the real universe, bringing back energy from the subspace, which manifested as psionic power in reality. Tang Juan opened his eyes, which glowed with psionic energy. With a roar, the air vibrated, and a trace of leaked psionic power instantly spread around him. The high tower of the palace he was in began to show signs of collapse. Tang Juan had initially grasped psionic power. Though still weak, he could already achieve this level of impact. A system prompt informed Tang Juan that he had initially mastered psionic power but had not yet reached the system's defined levels. The system automatically categorized psionic power into levels, consistent with the warship classification. From the highest Sanqing, followed by Siyu, Wulao, and Shidu. Tang Juan's current psionic power was far from reaching the lowest Shidu level, which required enough power to cover the entire Tianqiong planet with one's will. The system also reminded him that the primary theme of the book remained technology and interstellar warships, with psionics serving as a supplement. Currently, Tang Juan could extend the Fire Seed's transformative power to cover the entire capital city, home to millions of winged people, a significant improvement from the previous range of just 100 meters. Having mastered psionic power, Tang Wan wasted no time in extending the fire seed's power over the entire capital city. Under his will, millions of winged people began absorbing all available elements around them, transforming them into metallic elements and integrating them into their bodies, increasing their mass and rapidly converting from fragile carbon-based life forms to resilient silicon-based mechanical beings. Tang Wan began the true process of controlling this planet. Once he achieved complete control, the population of his tactical humanoid girls would see a significant increase. However, compared to the Yada Empire, which ruled various intelligent species with a total population exceeding 12 trillion, this number was still minuscule. There's still so much to do, Tang Wan thought, planning his next steps, fully exploring the ancient ruins on the planet, repairing the energy shield system of Tianqiong Star, acquiring new technology, relocating the base, expanding the warship production line, purchasing Beiji-level warship technology from the system store, and transforming all winged people on Tianqiong Star. He listed his upcoming actions one by one and sighed slightly. The road ahead is long and arduous. In the following period, all of Tang Huang's actions revolved around the Dome Star. The tactical humanoid units carried out a series of operations across the entire planet, but these endeavors were far from smooth. Resistance came not only from other avian nations, but also from certain cults of dark gods. These cults were composed of avians who had dabbled in psychic abilities but lacked the mental fortitude, leading their minds to be corrupted by high-dimensional space demons. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, some speculate it's due to the vast distance between this reality and the abyssal gods. Abyssal pollution wasn't very potent. This is not hard to understand, considering that even in the entire galaxy, the Turin interstellar society, which spans tens of thousands of light years, is almost entirely unaware of the existence of the abyss. This widespread ignorance has, to some extent, weakened the power of abyssal pollution. Currently, the only known places in the galaxy where psychic energy exists are within the isolated ruins sector. Additionally, areas with high-dimensional space pollution are limited to the newly discovered 117 systems within this sector. Despite this, various factions within the Turin Interstellar Society have been secretly researching psychic abilities ever since the ruins sector was discovered over a century ago. Although no substantial breakthroughs have been made yet, the concept of the abyss might eventually become known. The consequences of that revelation could be disastrous. On Dome Star, the known dark god worshippers are primarily cults of Tsinch among the avians. As the master of change and wisdom, Tsinch's followers are exceptionally cunning and adept at disguise, showing no visible signs of abyssal pollution, making it difficult for native avians to identify them. However, the psychic girl squads could instinctively detect these cults. While purging these abyssal sources across the planet, the tactical humanoid units discovered that the upper echelons of several nations, including avian kings, had secretly pledged allegiance to Tsinch. The extent of infiltration was shocking, but only Tsinch's followers could achieve such concealment. In contrast, cults of the other three gods couldn't evade the strict surveillance of Dome Star's nations. These seemingly flawless Tsinch followers were ultimately exposed and ruthlessly eliminated by the tactical humanoid girl squads. Meanwhile, the Heavens Court units exploring other ancient ruins on Dome Star made a startling discovery. On an island separated from the mainland, they found millions of native avians severely corrupted by abyssal space. These natives had undergone horrific flesh mutations and spent their days in mutual slaughter. Investigation revealed that the island housed a ruin filled with abyssal devices. Someone had inadvertently entered it, activating a device that connected to the abyss, allowing high-dimensional space demons to invade their bodies and minds, plunging the entire island into calamity. Faced with this crisis, Tang Huang decisively ordered the retrieval of all abyssal devices and then used thermal ion beam macrocannons to thoroughly cleanse the island. Although this decision was harsh, it was necessary to prevent the spread of pollution. In the following days, the Heavens Court units conducted a comprehensive exploration of other ruins on Dome Star, yielding significant results. Some ruins, like the ill-fated island, were filled with abyssal devices. Others were factories for mechanical soldiers, data storage rooms, or even deeply buried warship production lines. Although many ruins were too ancient to yield usable items, Tang Huang still made considerable gains. Over 500 intact abyssal devices, 120,000 functional inertia-free engine mechanical soldiers, 307 automated mechanical cores, 5 automated warship production cores, and 2 decipherable technical data storage devices. However, the greatest find came from a massive ruin beneath the capital city of Tianqiong. Unlike other ruins, this one resembled a comprehensive planetary system. In the central area, Adeline discovered numerous chambers monitoring the planet's ecological environment. Although these facilities were abandoned, she found the planet's most precious treasure in the very Korea machine still capable of producing large amounts of antimatter and storing it stably. This machine was originally a backup for the ruins power reactor, while other similar machines had been destroyed. This discovery thrilled Tang Huang, marking the most significant achievement of their expedition. In addition, the central ruin housed a planetary shield system maintained by tens of thousands of abyssal devices, forming the planet's protective shield. Although the abyssal devices remained intact, some auxiliary instruments had malfunctioned, causing the shield-enveloping dome star to be damaged and unable to self-repair. Adeline was organizing the psychic units to decode the remaining data in hopes of repairing these auxiliary instruments quickly. Upon completing the exploration of Dome Star's ruins, the system notification finally sounded. Base upgrade mission complete. Base level increased, now capable of constructing a planetary base around the planet. A plethora of related data was sent to the system warehouse, and the technical data obtained from the ancient ruins was automatically categorized. Additionally, the purchase permission for 7th-tier warship technology blueprints was unlocked. Hearing this news, Tang Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his inner desire for construction was ignited. He couldn't wait to start massive construction, expand the base, increase production capacity, and prepare for large-scale warship and army production. The matter of how to remodel Dome Star is quite complex. Tang Huang must first gain a comprehensive understanding of the 117 star system and expel the small Yada Empire pioneering forces still lingering there. Considering the significant impact of their previous victory over the Yada Empire's civilian fleet, Tang Huang realizes the need to swiftly organize defensive measures. On Dome Star, Tang Huang decides to establish a new main base rather than relocating the original one. The complete energy shield protection of Dome Star offers a defense level far superior to the original base. The original base will be transformed into an outpost near the Stargate, becoming part of a defensive line. Building the new base requires a large amount of mineral resources. Although Dome Star has a decent amount of residual mineral resources, it is insufficient for large-scale mining. Tang Huang turns his attention to a desolate planet closest to the star. This planet, approximately 20,000 kilometers in diameter, has 3 dwarf planets as satellites and contains abundant mineral resources, sufficient for extensive mining and use. Tang Huang dispatches a battleship for preliminary exploration, confirming the mineral reserves within these planets. The desolate planet is only 170 million kilometers from Dome Star, making it convenient for development. Tang Huang possesses a substantial number of subspace devices, mechanical guards, and automated cores, providing strong support for the construction work. The desolate planet and its satellites contain over 30 trillion tons of various mineral resources, including coal, iron, copper, aluminum, lead, tungsten, gold, and rare earth elements. Coal makes up the highest proportion at 30, followed by iron, aluminum, and tungsten. The satellites also hold over 3 million tons of helium-3, which can be used for fusion. These resources provide a solid material foundation for Tang Huang's construction plans. Tang Huang plans to convert some of the automated mechanical cores into heavy metal extraction and refining furnaces and comprehensive industrial factories. However, he realizes the need to evenly distribute the factories within the star system to balance the extraction of various resources. The resources in the asteroid belt near the original base are also significant, but transportation issues need to be addressed urgently. Facing this challenge, Tang Huang opens the system store. Although the technology and warship blueprints at the 7th level have been unlocked, their prices are exorbitant, starting at millions of spirit sources. Tang Huang has only about 440,000 spirit sources, making them unaffordable. He then checks the 9th level store, looking for transport ship blueprints more suitable for current needs. The 10 capital-class transport ships are too small to meet the demand for large-scale transport, while the 9 Sun-class transport ships better fit Tang Huang's requirements. Tang Huang unrolled the blueprint of the 2 Yao-class heavy transport ship, and its colossal size was staggering, 3,600 meters in length, 970 meters in width, and 713 meters in height. This massive vessel had an empty weight of 16 million tons and a fully loaded weight of 27.2 million tons. It could accommodate a standard crew of 32,000 and was equipped with 10-meter composite reactive armor and newly added onboard psionic shield generators. The energy system was powered by 72 sets of 10-unit parallel fusion reactors, featuring the Tianshan Leap-I hyperlight curvature drive system and 24 sets of parallel Shaanxing I 24 nozzle plasma propulsion engines, along with a primary inertialess engine. Its maximum space node linking distance was 40 light days, with the curvature drive's conventional maximum speed being 10 times the speed of light and the conventional propulsion engine's maximum acceleration at 70 Earth standard GS. The ship's military radar detection range extended up to 1 light day. Its weapon systems included 31 single-barrel heavy ion beam macro cannons, 5 1,200mm railgun cannons, 2 100-tube missile launch silos, and 4 200-tube Closian laser defense arrays. The transport system was incredibly powerful. The upper, middle, and lower decks each had 100 cargo bays capable of carrying 100,000 tons, and the lower deck had 24 large armored unit transport bays. Additionally, it was equipped with 6,400 personnel orbital deployment pods and 240 large armored unit orbital deployment pods. Tang Huang acquired the blueprint for this massive transport ship, capable of carrying tens of millions of tons of cargo in a single trip, for just 20,000 spirit units. This ship could not only transport vast amounts of cargo, but also armored units and ground troops, with the capability for planetary orbital assault. Although it wasn't heavily armed, its self-defense capabilities were sufficient for a transport ship. After purchasing the blueprint, Tang Huang's spirit unit balance was 422,110. In terms of ship production, he now had 8 production lines, 3 at his original base now serving as a forward base, and he planned to allocate the 5 new lines as follows. One line specifically for producing 2 Yao-class heavy transport ships at a spaceport established at the Lagrange points between the star and its 3 moons on the lifeless planet now named Deku Star. The remaining 4 would be installed on the dome-protected Cheongding Star. Of the 3 production lines at the forward base, one would temporarily switch to producing 2 Yao-class heavy transport ships. This way, Tang Huang's base would form a 3-point layout centered around Deku Star, Cheongding Star, and the forward base. With the transport ship production plan in place, Tang Huang began browsing the system store for higher-tier capital ships, specifically those at the Baji level. The store featured 8 representative ship models, including the Qian-Tian Heavy Assault Battleship and the Courant D Orbital Strike Heavy Cruiser. Although the Qian-Tian model best suited his needs, its 500,000 spirit unit price was beyond his budget. After careful consideration, Tang Huang opted for the Zhunlei Medium Assault Battleship, priced at 390,000 spirit units. This battleship was 15 kilometers long, 2.1 kilometers wide, and 1.5 kilometers high, with an empty mass of 37 billion tons and a standard crew of 320,000. It was equipped with 20-meter multilayer composite defensive armor and a subspace device psionic shield, powered by 64 sets of 10-unit parallel quark fusion reactors. The Zhunlei featured 10 parallel Tianshun Leap 2 hyperlight curvature engines and 120 parallel Shanxing I-24 nozzle plasma propulsion engines, along with a primary inertialess engine. Its maximum space node linking distance was 1 light-year, with the curvature drive's maximum speed being 15 times the speed of light and the conventional propulsion engine's maximum acceleration at 12 Earth standard GS. Its military radar detection range reached up to 20 light days. The weapon systems included a dual-mounted Thunderhammer I energy arc destructor at the bow, 2,400mm Thunder Spike I super railguns, 78 dual-mounted heavy ion beam macro cannons, 41,200mm dual-mounted railgun cannons, 4 400-tube missile launch silos, and 4 500-unit small laser parallel Closian defense arrays. After purchasing the Zhunlei Medium Assault Battleship blueprint, Tang Huang had 32,110 spirit units remaining. Producing such a large warship would take 2 months. Although it wasn't as advanced as the Qian-Tian model, the Zhunlei would significantly enhance Tang Huang's fleet strength, preparing him for potential attacks from the Yada Empire. The main weapon of the Zhenli-class medium assault battleship, the twin Thunderhammer I energy arc cannon, is the most remarkable feature of this warship. This energy arc weapon stands out among energy weapons for its extremely low energy decay, giving it a range far superior to other similar weapons. Combined with precise fire control radar and military operational radar, its attack range can even span half a galaxy. The characteristics of the energy arc allow it to partially ignore enemy warship energy shields and armor, directly inflicting high-energy damage on the ship's structure. This colossal battleship, spanning 15 kilometers in length, boasts a simple yet highly effective weapons configuration, making it the next flagship of the Tang Huang Heavenly Fleet. Once the new battleship was confirmed, Tang Huang immediately deployed plans and began implementation. He dispatched the warship to conduct search and expulsion operations throughout the 117-star system, aiming to drive all remaining interstellar pioneers out of the Stargate. Subsequently, he planned to use the Thunderhammer Sky platform to completely seal off the Stargate. Tang Huang's blockade strategy involves 2 layers. The first is a direct blockade line around the Stargate using the Thunderhammer Sky platform. The second is an advanced base established 3.2 billion kilometers from the Stargate, also using the Thunderhammer Sky platform as a defensive belt. This dual-layer defense ensures that no one can enter or exit the 117-star system without Tang Huang's permission. During this period, 3 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers began a galaxy-wide search and expulsion operation. Their military radars cover a range of 1 light day, sufficient to monitor the entire 117-star system bounded by the heliosphere. Since conventional military radars are limited by the speed of light, fully activating radar searches still requires some feedback time. The warship's curvature space monitoring radar, however, can break the speed of light limit, monitoring the curvature space within a 40 light day range, primarily used for early warning of approaching enemy warships. Meanwhile, in the spaceport city of the Yada Empire's Frontier Star region, a group of civilian pioneer ships aiming to enter the Relic Star region gathered in space. Among them, an inconspicuous Yada Empire Thunderbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ship blended into the Pioneer fleet. This warship, less than 200 meters long, belonged to a Yada named Aubrey, whose unremarkable appearance made him easily forgettable. Aubrey communicated through heavily encrypted channels with Commander Phalos. Commander Phalos, I have arrived at the spaceport and am ready to enter the Stargate. Once inside the 117-star system, I will strictly follow your orders. But is this heavenly organization really as powerful as you say? Is it worth sending me personally? Commander Phalos's voice came through the communication. Aubrey, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Are you inquiring on behalf of His Majesty? Or do you not trust me? Remember your position. Aubrey explained. No, this is indeed my personal question. The claim that 10 warships can destroy thousands of warships sounds too exaggerated. If it weren't for you saying it yourself, I wouldn't believe it, nor would I undertake this mission. In fact, Aubrey was a spy secretly planted by Commander Phalos within the Yada Empire's Royal Espionage Organization. Commander Phalos had long harbored ambitions for the throne of the Yada Empire. The communication ended briefly. Aubrey thought to himself, no matter what this heavenly organization is, it can't hide its tracks under my watch. A rare hint of genuine emotion flickered at the corner of his mouth. Just as Aubrey's warship was about to pass through the Stargate, the water-like curtain of the Stargate suddenly shimmered. Immediately, a large number of interstellar ships rushed out in a panic, completely ignoring safety regulations. One even collided directly with another ship preparing to enter the Stargate, resulting in both ships being instantly destroyed. Do not enter the Stargate. It's extremely dangerous on the other side. Run. Ship after ship burst out of the Stargate, frantically warning others who were about to enter, and then hastily fleeing from the Stargate and the spaceport. Aubrey's mind raced as he pondered this sudden turn of events. The spaceport outside the Stargate suddenly fell into chaos. Ships that had been orderly waiting to enter the Stargate came to a halt, with crew members looking at each other in confusion, unsure why they were suddenly unable to proceed. What on earth was happening in the 117 star system? At that moment, several Yada Empire warships quickly intercepted the vessels that were leaving the Stargate. The loudspeakers on the warships blared a stern command. Ships ahead. Reduce speed immediately. You have violated Stargate and Frontier spaceport security regulations. Turn towards the space docking area for questioning and inspection. The crew members of the fleeing ships, constantly glancing back to ensure no terrifying black warships were pursuing them, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They responded in unison, Sir, we are reducing speed and stopping. Ask whatever you need to. Under the strict supervision of the warships, all vessels quickly decelerated and turned towards the designated docking area. Within minutes, they were several thousand kilometers away from the Stargate. One of the Yada Empire warships docked with a Pioneer spaceship. A Yada officer in a crisp uniform led soldiers aboard and immediately berated the Pioneer crew. Why did you violate safety regulations? Are your brains the size of a pea? Is this your first time flying a spaceship? Do you realize that because of your reckless behavior, more than 10 ships in the Stargate area were damaged, 2 were sunk, and at least hundreds of people died, with thousands injured? Faced with the officer's fury, a Pioneer captain hurriedly explained, Sir, we didn't want to break the rules either. But if we had been any slower, we would all be dead. What? The Yada officer was taken aback and quickly asked, what exactly happened over there at the Stargate? The Pioneer captain, pale and trembling, replied, a new force has emerged in the 117 star system. They are expelling pioneers from the entire system. If we had been any slower, we wouldn't have made it out alive. The officer was even more puzzled. What force? What's their name? Can you be more specific? I'm sorry, sir. The Pioneer captain swallowed hard, still terrified. I signed a non-disclosure agreement for Operation Dome, so I can't say much. The officer frowned, recalling the grandiose Operation Dome, involving 4,000 main warships and 6,000 armed vessels, which ended in a disastrous defeat. Yada Empire Navy Commander Phalos publicly claimed that the defeat was due to the ancient civilization's strong defenses and the inadequacy of the civilian fleet. However, many survivors had escaped, most of them private pioneers. Phalos had used various means to have these survivors sign non-disclosure agreements, forbidding them from revealing the details of the operation. Just as the officer was about to ask more questions, a virtual screen suddenly appeared before him. The screen flickered a few times before constructing a lifelike 3D projection. To the officer's surprise, everyone around him also had the same projection appear before them. The projection showed a humanoid figure covered in an unknown type of powered armor. It spoke, Greetings, citizens of the Yada Empire in the Frontier region. I am the supreme entity of the mech heavens, the actual controller of the 117 star system in the ruined sector. You may call me Supreme or Emperor. I am sending this message through the Star Sector network to inform you that unauthorized visits are not allowed, especially with large interstellar warships or fleets, as this causes me some minor inconveniences. Of course, I don't mind solving these minor inconveniences. The Stargate to the 117 star system is now sealed by me, and without the permission of the heavens, no one can enter the 117 star system. This is an official notice. An armed separatist force? Mech heavens? Rebels? The Yada officer was shocked but remembered his duty. He immediately ordered the soldiers behind him, We must report this directly to the central province of the Empire through the special star sector network. However, the soldiers did not move. The officer was stunned. What's going on with you? Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence. The officer's head exploded like a watermelon, spraying blood and brain matter all over the alloy floor of the spaceship. A soldier holding an electromagnetic pistol looked coldly at the stunned Pioneer crew members. There's no need to report this separately to the central province. Reporting to Commander Phalos will suffice. The Frontier star system where the Stargate was located suddenly received a communication, causing a commotion at the spaceport city. Especially those interstellar pioneers who were about to enter the Stargate and head to the 117th star system. All stopped in their tracks, whispering to one another. Who is this person? What is the organization called the Intelligent Machine Celestial Court? He claims to have already seized control of the 117th star system? Voices of doubt and mockery rose from the crowd. An elderly pioneer sneered. What a joke. Previously, the Letta's organization from Jesuan Corporation sent a fleet of tens of thousands, and they couldn't conquer the 117th star system. What makes this so-called Intelligent Machine Celestial Court think they can claim control of the star system and the Stargate? Exactly, another person chimed in. Just a human, trying to become a warlord? The Empire has exterminated hundreds, if not thousands of such factions. At that moment, a small fleet of about a dozen interstellar ships suddenly accelerated, overtaking the other ships from the side and rushing into the Stargate. The fleet leader laughed triumphantly. Haha, we're in. What can he do to us? However, the laughter abruptly stopped. As the fleet passed through the Stargate, a dozen crimson beams of light appeared in space, precisely hitting each ship. The laser beams instantly burned through the outer armor, striking the reactors. In an instant, a dozen explosions lit up the dark space, and the ships turned into debris, silently drifting in the cold void. People at the Yada Frontier Star System spaceport watched in stunned silence. In less than a second, the wreckage of the ships floated back through the other side of the Stargate. My God, they've really sealed off the Stargate. How dare they? This is armed separatism. Shock, fear, excitement, curiosity, all kinds of emotions churned in the hearts of the pioneers. Soon, they received an official notification from the Imperial Navy. Dear citizens of the Empire, rest assured. The Imperial fleet will soon arrive to thoroughly eliminate this so-called Intelligent Machine Celestial Court, an illegal armed faction. This brief message provided significant psychological comfort to the Yada interstellar pioneers. They gradually calmed down and began discussing among themselves. The Imperial Navy has millions of warships. Yeah, what is a small armed faction compared to that? After issuing the announcement, Commander Phalos delegated the follow-up tasks to his subordinates and continued studying the footage of the dome assault. For this purpose, he had constructed a three-dimensional virtual world to simulate the scene. Phalos paid little attention to Tang Huang's announcement. In his view, the blockade of the 117th star system was merely temporary. He thought, how much power can you use to block a star system? No matter how powerful the Intelligent Machine Celestial Court's warships are, they are too few in number. Once my fleet arrives, all their efforts will be in vain. At this moment, Phalos was most concerned with quickly identifying the weaknesses of the Intelligent Machine Celestial Court's warships to prepare for the upcoming battle. He already considered Tang Huang's warships as his spoils, even willing to compete with the Yada Emperor for them. To monopolize these warships, he would use all his resources, including those close to the Yada Emperor, to create an information cocoon that would blind the Emperor. Half of the fleets dispatched from the Yada Empire's various provinces were his loyal forces. The other half, which did not belong to him, he planned to eliminate in the 117th star system through legitimate means. Additionally, Phalos had to be wary of other interstellar factions' fleets that were about to arrive. This posed a more challenging problem than deceiving the Emperor. As Phalos was contemplating, a staff officer's voice interrupted him. Commander, take a closer look. The energy weapons used by these warships are not high-powered lasers but ion beams. Ion beams. Phalos frowned. Impossible. Ion beams, although powerful, have high dispersion and shorter range compared to laser weapons. Yet these Celestial Court warships have ion beams with even greater range than our lasers. How is that possible? That's their terrifying aspect, the staff officer sighed. The Empire's ion beam weapons cannot achieve good focusing, resulting in limited range. But these warships have somehow solved this issue. Their ion beams have longer range and greater power than our high-powered lasers. The staff officer continued to analyze. Look at the maneuverability of these warships. A gigantic ship 8 kilometers long can perform evasive maneuvers that almost defy the laws of physics. And the shields rising on the surface of these warships are similar to the dome star's shields. I strongly suspect that this Intelligent Machine Celestial Court has mastered inertialess drive engines and high-strength energy shield technology. Hearing these terms, Phalos gasped and his heart raced. He recalled encountering ancient relic mechanical sentinels equipped with inertialess drive engines in the ruined starfield. But those sentinels self-destructed after the ruins were destroyed, leaving them with no research data. As for genuine energy shields, they had not even found a clue. Now, the intelligent machine Celestial Court's warships possessed these technologies, nearly driving Phalos mad with desire. He thought to himself, it's worth it. Even if only for the inertialess drive engines, everything I'm doing is worth it. No matter the cost, I must obtain those warships. Greedy ambition spread like wildfire in Phalos's heart, his eyes gleaming with dangerous light, as if he could already see himself wielding immense power within the Empire after acquiring these advanced technologies. An organization named the Intelligent Machine Celestial Court has occupied the ruins of Star System 117 and openly opposed the Yada Empire. This news has quietly spread across the Star Network, but has not caused much of a stir. Although the Imperial Constitution clearly states that any armed separatist actions threatening the Empire must be reported directly to the Emperor, this ancient law is largely considered obsolete. In the vast Star Network, it is commonplace for small organizations to occupy uninhabited star systems outside the Empire's territory and oppose the Empire. These organizations usually don't survive more than a month and are often easily eradicated by patrolling Imperial fleets or passing civilian merchant ships. Therefore, the emergence of the Intelligent Machine Celestial Court has not attracted much attention. On an interstellar route near the border star region, a small convoy of armed and transport ships was traveling alone. On one of the armed ships, a sudden exclamation broke the silence among the resting crew members. Juan, look at this news, a crew member said excitedly, pointing at the virtual screen. There's an armed separatist group called the Intelligent Machine Celestial Court in System 117, and the leader seems to be a human who calls himself Emperor. Isn't Tang Huang still there? Juan was taken aback and quickly accessed the Star Network to check the news. He frowned and said, Tang Huang hasn't contacted us yet. Could he be in danger? Probably not. Another crew member waved dismissively. Tang Huang is so clever. He must have escaped by now. He paused and half-jokingly added, do you think Tang Huang might have founded this organization himself? Juan shook his head. Impossible. Tang Huang doesn't have that kind of capability. Could he have joined some anti-Yada organization? Stop guessing, Juan sighed. We don't even know if Tang Huang is still in System 117. Let's focus on watching out for pirates around us. Although the news didn't cause a major uproar in the Empire, it did catch the attention of some. In the ruins of Star System 076, outside the Yada Empire's territory, an anti-Yada organization called the Human Destiny Autonomous Union HDAU also took note of the news. In an asteroid belt within System 076, HDAU's secret base was well hidden. Inside the base, President Kinlan of HDAU was staring at the virtual screen displaying the news report. President Kinlan, should we contact this fellow human? A subordinate asked. President Kinlan pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. This kind of thing happens too often. Claiming to be the supreme soul entity, such arrogance, it's almost childish. How many organizations have we seen claiming to occupy entire star systems? The Yada Empire will probably wipe them out soon. He sighed. We can barely protect ourselves. We can't save everyone. We can only admire their courage. Meanwhile, at the Stargate spaceport in the border star region, a group of civilian pioneers had gathered once again. This time, the scale was much smaller than the previous dome operation, with only over 800 ships. Fellow citizens, Aubrey, now under a new alias, addressed the fleet through the Star Network with an inflammatory speech. This so-called Intelligent Machine Celestial Court is going too far. The Common Civilization Constitution of Interstellar Society states that no force shall monopolize the ruins of star systems. These ruins belong to us civilian pioneers. Now some unknown force wants to occupy an entire star system. Can we allow that? With the help of a few planted agitators, the new pioneers were incensed, loudly declaring their intention to force their way into System 117. Aubrey felt a flash of disdain in his heart, thinking, let's see just how strong this so-called blockade of the Intelligent Machine Celestial Court really is. He even worried that their blockade might be too weak, making it too easy for his group to break through without any challenge. In the spaceport city, at the top of the high tower, Pharos stood by the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the colossal structure in space, the Stargate. This gigantic equilateral triangle, with each side stretching 600 kilometers, floated in the dark void, emitting a faint glow. Though its light wasn't blinding, from a distance, it resembled a massive torch, shining brightly in the frontier star system. What a magnificent creation, truly incredible, Pharos marveled. Standing beside him, his adjutant and nephew looked puzzled. Commander, I don't understand. It's just a Stargate. The Empire also has the technology to build Stargates, and there are many that have been operational in various provinces for a long time. Plus, our Stargates are positioned near stars, with solar panels on their surfaces absorbing and reflecting stellar light, which makes them even more beautiful, right? Pharos turned to his nephew and patiently explained, "You really don't get it. This stargate is different from ours. While our Empire's stargates are larger and have surfaces covered with solar panels to directly absorb stellar energy, that's not enough. Most of the internal structure of our stargates is still used to house reactors. From an energy efficiency perspective, the difference between our stargates and this one is like comparing an ant feeling the heat from a burning leaf to a human harnessing energy from matter-antimatter annihilation. That analogy might still fall short. The actual gap could be even larger." Pharos's golden slit pupils glowed slightly, and a smile appeared on his scaly lizard-like face. The Imperial Frontier Physics Institute has reported findings that only the Empire's upper echelon knows about. They still haven't figured out what kind of energy this stargate uses. There's no detectable method of energy extraction that we can understand. It's as if the energy just appears out of thin air. He shook his head and shifted his tone, his eyes burning with determination. However, while the technology of this stargate is unimaginable, it's the 117 ruined star system beyond the stargate that is my true objective. At that moment, within the spaceport, over 800 pioneering starships began to depart. They gradually distanced themselves from the spaceport, approaching the stargate and accelerating. The engines at the rear of each ship emitted long trails of plasma, creating a spectacular meteor shower as they sped towards the stargate. "Oh, they're starting to breach the stargate." Pharos's smile widened. The adjutant questioned again, "Commander, if we're just testing the strength of the blockade on the other side of the stargate, isn't 800 ships overkill? We could just send one ship with thousands of optical probes to see the blockade situation on the other side, right?" Pharos laughed heartily. "You have much to learn, my boy. Every step I take has a purpose." He continued to explain, "You're right. If it were just about gauging the blockade strength, it wouldn't need to be so complicated. But my goal is not only to assess the blockade, but also to get Aubrey into the 117 star system to gather more intelligence for us." The adjutant persisted, "But if the blockade on the other side of the stargate by the mechanical celestial court is really strong, none of the 800 ships might make it through, right?" Pharos chuckled. "Have you forgotten a basic principle? A ship traveling at multiple times the speed of light can only be caught by another ship moving even faster." He elaborated on this long-accepted principle within the Turin Interstellar Society. A ship with an activated warp drive can only be intercepted by another ship with an active warp drive. Energy weapons travel at light speed, and due to technical limitations, even miniature warp drive missiles cannot exceed light speed. This situation has persisted for millennia and is widely acknowledged. Pharos confidently stated, "The 800 starships have already preheated their warp drives. Once they pass through the stargate, they'll immediately enter warp mode. I don't believe you can instantly stop over 800 ships traveling in different directions at multiple times the speed of light." He acknowledged that the Celestial Court starships had faster warp drives, but emphasized that activating a warp drive takes time. "Our ships have preheated their warp drives. No matter how advanced the Celestial Court's warships are, they can't instantly activate their warp drives." Pharos then revealed his ace, the high-speed reconnaissance ship given to Aubrey. On the surface, it appeared to be a Yada Empire military Thunderbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ship equipped with a 5.5 times light-speed warp drive. However, in reality, its internal structure came from the Turin Empire and was Pharos's private flagship. Its warp drive could reach an astounding 8 times the speed of light, and its stealth capabilities were formidable, even concealing warp space fluctuations to some extent. Pharos confidently declared, "By the time the Celestial Court's warships activate their warp drives to pursue Aubrey, mingling among the 800 starships, will have already gone far ahead. Once Aubrey successfully enters the 117 star system, with the ship's powerful stealth capabilities, every move of the mechanical Celestial Court will be under my surveillance." Imagining the intelligence and technological data Aubrey might bring back, Pharos's smile grew even more triumphant. Pharos had no idea that the AI Celestial Fleet starships were equipped with missiles powered by penniless light-speed microwarp engines. Although he had reviewed the Dome operations battle scenarios with the command staff and had seen the impressive might of the AI Celestial Fleet's ships firsthand, these simulations were based solely on the limited footage captured during live broadcasts. In actual combat, Commander Tang Huang never needed to use the penniless light-speed microwarp missiles. He only launched a single microwave pulse hydrogen bomb equipped with a penniless light-speed microwarp engine at the start of the battle, which instantly disabled nearly 1,000 enemy rapid maneuvering ships. Following that, a few high-yield Rahu hydrogen bombs were enough to completely annihilate the fleet. When Pharos and the leaders of the other 3 major interstellar factions watched the Dome operations live broadcast, they saw some complete footage of the entire rapid maneuvering fleet. However, they could only deduce that Tang Huang used a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb by detecting the residual microwave pulse radiation in space. As for how Tang Huang deployed this weapon, they had no clue. This situation arose due to the nature of faster-than-light objects. Any object moving faster than light cannot be observed in real time through conventional means. Only after the faster-than-light object has passed can its traces be observed. Simply put, just as light is a wave and a form of energy movement, when light waves propagate from a tenuous light-speed warp missile, they become disconnected from the original object and continue to travel at normal light speed. Therefore, when a faster-than-light object passes by, the observer cannot detect it immediately. Only when the light traveling at normal speed reaches the observer's position can they realize that a faster-than-light object has passed by, but by then, it is too late. There are only two ways to detect the approach of a faster-than-light object in advance. The first is to detect spatial curvature fluctuations using a starship's curvature space monitoring device. However, the performance of this device is closely related to the starship's own warp engine. For example, if a starship's warp engine speed is only 5 times the speed of light, it cannot detect the approach of a tenuous light-speed object in advance. The monitoring range is also tied to the warp engine's performance. Take Tang Huang's latest Thunderstrike-class medium attack battleship as an example. Its maximum speed reaches 15 times the speed of light, allowing it to connect to a spatial node within a light year and perform a space jump. This means the Thunderstrike battleship can monitor curvature space fluctuations within a 1 light-year radius for objects traveling below 15 times the speed of light. In contrast, most of the Yada Empire's warships have conventional warp engine speeds of only 5 times the speed of light, with the most advanced warships able to connect to spatial nodes only within 10 light days. This explains why during the previous dome operation, the Letta's fleet could detect the approach of Tang Huang's fleet. Tang Huang's ships were not approaching at full speed, as the distance of several million kilometers did not require the use of tenuous light speed. Another reason was that Tang Huang intentionally held back to some extent. The second method is through higher dimensional observation, but very few civilizations are capable of this. Thus, the level of a galactic civilization is closely linked to the multiple of light speed it can achieve. Civilizations below light speed are not considered true intelligent beings. Only civilizations that break the light speed limit are deemed to be qualified first-level interstellar civilizations. This also means that higher-level civilizations have an absolute crushing advantage over lower-level ones, even if the difference is just 1 level. A thrilling battle was unfolding within the heliosphere of the 117th star system. Through the Stargate, activate the warp engines. Quickly, activate them. With this urgent command, over 800 interstellar ships streamed through the Stargate. The control personnel on all the ships frantically operated their systems via neural links, while furiously driving the onboard auxiliary AI. However, these efforts seemed in vain. The moment they passed through the Stargate, more than 600 ships were hit by dense high-energy laser beams and disintegrated instantly. The debris from the exploding ships surged back through the Stargate into the Yada Empire's frontier star region like a tidal wave. The remaining 100-plus warships barely managed to activate their warp engines, but the curvature bubbles hadn't fully enveloped the ships before they were struck by more laser beams, following the fate of the previous ships. In this brutal breakout, only one ship managed to fully activate its warp engine and envelop itself in a curvature bubble, entering faster-than-light warp mode. Aubrey's turn warship. Aubrey's success was not coincidental. He did not rush to the front, but skillfully hid among the angles formed by several other ships, using his ship's superior performance to evade the first wave of attacks. Due to time constraints, Tang Huang had only deployed 2 Thunder Hammer space platforms at the Stargate, providing Aubrey with an opportunity. The curvature space fluctuated intensely as Aubrey's turn warship vanished from its original position, successfully breaking into the depths of the 117th star system. Although he had escaped, the sight of over 800 warships perishing with only his ship surviving left Aubrey shaken. However, he felt more excitement than fear. "Commander Pharos, I made it," Aubrey reported excitedly. "I've passed through the Stargate and am advancing into the 117th star system at 8 times the speed of light. I recorded the blockade situation at the Stargate and will send it to you immediately." Pharos, in the high tower of the frontier starport city, received the message and was ecstatic. "Ha ha ha ha, excellent. My guess was right." Seeing the situation recorded by Aubrey, Pharos felt even more confident. There are only 2 defensive space stations about 1 kilometer in diameter enforcing the blockade at the Stargate. Just 2. Pharos felt relieved, thinking that even if these defensive space stations had strong firepower, a large-scale fleet should be able to break through. But now, the more pressing task was intelligence gathering. Pharos immediately ordered, "Aubrey, start collecting all information and movements of the celestial fleet in the 117th star system and report directly to me." However, the other end of the communication was silent. "Aubrey? Aubrey?" Pharos called out repeatedly but received no response. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Pharos hurriedly brought up the remote monitoring panel for the turn warship. Given that it was the only turn warship in the Yada Empire, he had naturally set up some monitoring measures. The words displayed on the monitoring panel felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Pharos. All connection methods to the warship have failed. There is a 95% probability that the warship has been completely destroyed by the enemy. Pharos's initial elation was instantly extinguished, a chill running down his spine, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Destroyed? How is that possible? Ruined Starfield, Sector 117. In the void 30 million kilometers from the Stargate, a massive vessel 2,200 meters in length hovered silently. This was a 10 Capitals-class heavy firepower destroyer from the Heavenly Court, named Black Rope Hell. Its pitch-black hull glinted coldly under the starlight. Beside this colossal ship floated several pieces of wreckage from another warship. Unlike the typical debris left by Black Rope Hell's destruction, these remnants were not shattered but appeared as if they had been precisely sliced apart. At this moment, several Vermilion Bird heavy combat transporters were busying themselves among the wreckage, conducting recovery operations. Inside the bridge of the Black Rope Hell, Adeline was communicating a report to Tang Huang. Your Excellency, a curvature ship traveling at 8 times the speed of light just broke through the blockade at the Stargate but has been destroyed by our forces. We are currently recovering the wreckage. Tang Huang nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Well done, Adeline. A ship traveling at 8 times the speed of light far exceeds any current warship class of the Yada Empire. While on duty, Adeline had immediately detected the unusual speed and trajectory of the ship with the battleship's curvature monitoring system. She decisively used a special curvature engine missile for the attack. This missile could release high-energy cutting lasers upon impact, both disabling enemy ships and preserving their wreckage for research purposes. Tang Huang fell into deep thought, speculating that the ship either did not belong to the Yada Empire or was a newly developed secret model. Regardless, this presented a significant opportunity for him. He planned to have Shiwei conduct a thorough analysis of the well-preserved wreckage to gain deeper insights into the potential enemy's technological level. Soon, a system notification sounded. Warship technology analysis complete, filtering the most valuable technology. Moments later, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have acquired curvature space wave concealment technology. This technology can reduce the spatial fluctuations of a ship's curvature engine to a certain extent, but if within 1 light second of an enemy ship, the chance of detection increases significantly. Would you like to integrate it into the system technology tree? By spending a certain amount of Ling Yuan, the system will automatically enhance it further." Tang Huang raised an eyebrow in surprise. He realized that even imperfect technologies integrated into the system technology tree could be optimized by consuming Ling Yuan. Previously, he had only focused on high-end technologies like inertia-free engines and miniaturized 10-fold light-speed curvature engines, dismissing the Yada Empire's standard warship technologies. How much Ling Yuan is required? Tang Huang asked directly. To him, the curvature space wave concealment technology was undoubtedly a crucial strategic resource. The system replied, it requires 10,000 Ling Yuan for optimization. Once enhanced, this technology will perform far beyond its initial capabilities. Tang Huang was slightly taken aback, but decided to invest the considerable amount of Ling Yuan. After all, he had over 30,000 Ling Yuan in reserve, and this technology was worth the expense. After deducting 10,000 Ling Yuan, the system quickly completed and optimized the technology, ultimately presenting complete curvature space wave concealment technology. This upgraded technology could fully mask the spatial fluctuations of a ship's curvature engine, thus evading enemy curvature space monitoring. The only limitation was its inability to evade detection from higher dimensional observations. Impressive. Truly impressive. Tang Huang couldn't help but exclaim. With this technology, even facing more advanced civilizations, his warships would remain undetected through curvature space monitoring. 10,000 Ling Yuan, well spent. Ha ha ha, thanks for the new tech, old friend. However, Tang Huang quickly calmed down and began to ponder the origin of this warship. From the initial technical description, this type of ship's combat style involved activating its curvature engine from a distance, rapidly striking about 1.1 billion kilometers from the enemy, and launching an attack when the enemy was unprepared. This combat capability far exceeded the current level of the Yada Empire. Strangely, the other technologies on this warship wreckage were quite ordinary, consistent with the general level of the Yada Empire. Only the 8-fold light-speed curvature engine and the original curvature space wave concealment technology stood out. In the Turan Interstellar Society, the most powerful force beyond the Yada Empire was undoubtedly the Turan Empire. Tang Huang came up with a plausible hypothesis. Could this be a cut-down version of a warship provided by the Turan Empire to its vassal, the Yada Empire? This would explain why the other technologies on this warship did not match the advanced curvature space wave concealment technology. If only there were a real warship from the Turan Empire, Tang Huang mused, gazing at the star map, his thoughts drifting to that mysterious empire. As a citizen of the Yada Empire, his knowledge of the Turan Empire was minimal, limited to the fact that it was the suzerain state of the Yada Empire, collecting fixed taxes annually. Despite the star network spanning the entire Turan interstellar society, each civilization had its own independent servers, creating an insurmountable wall. The Turan Empire's isolationist policies only deepened this sense of mystery. There was no immigration policy, the borders were sealed off, and only tax officials appeared periodically to collect taxes. As a prudent individual, Tang Huang understood the importance of knowing future adversaries, but he struggled to find ways to gather more information. With no other options, Tang Huang turned his attention to the tasks at hand. He integrated the newly completed curvature space stealth technology into the warship design and ordered technological upgrades for the existing fleet. Over the next 2 months, Tang Huang dedicated himself to the development of the star system. Time flew by, and 2 months later, the 117th star system underwent a dramatic transformation. Tang Huang renamed it Lingxiao system. The core position of the intelligent machinery celestial court as the supreme and sole power was solidified, and the entire winged people race on Xiongdong star completed their transformation, with the population of mechanical maidens exceeding 3.76 billion. Tang Huang's power panel displayed. Power name: Intelligent Machinery Celestial Court Supreme and Sole. Power level: Armed Faction. Territory: Lingxiao System. Power core: Xiongdong Star. Warship production lines: 8. Total population: 3.765 billion. Population composition: Ordinary tactical humanoids, 650,000. Tactical humanoid psionic maidens, 400,000. Tactical humanoids mechanical winged maidens, 3.76395 billion. Resource production bases: Deco Star, Dway 1, Dway 2, Dway 3, and 46 others. During this period, Tang Huang established 8 warship production lines, strategically positioned in different locations. One line was located at the Lagrange point between Deco Star and its satellite, dedicated to producing large-scale comprehensive transport ships. 4 lines were converted into space stations, hovering 300 kilometers above the surface of Xiongdong Star, protected by the planet's shield. One of these lines was responsible for producing the Thunder God's Hammer orbital defense platforms, capable of producing one every 3 days. In the orbit of Xiongdong Star, Tang Huang took control of an ancient legacy orbital defense platform and used it as the core to build a new orbital defense belt around the planet, integrating 20 newly produced Thunder God's Hammer platforms. This level of defense was sufficient to repel an attack 10 times the size of the fleet that once assaulted Xiongdong. The remaining 3 production lines were located at an outpost defense base 3.2 billion kilometers from the newly named Southgate, a name given by Tang Huang to the Stargate. These lines focused on producing Thunder God's Hammer platforms, manufacturing over 60 in 2 months, with 50 deployed in the Southgate defense belt and 10 around the outpost defense base. Tang Huang analyzed the 3 potential ways to enter the Lingxiao system. 1. Through the Stargate in the Yada Empire's border starfield, entering via the Southgate and facing the defense belt directly. 2. Jumping through space nodes from the other 116 known relic systems, but ultimately being guided to the Southgate. 3. Traveling at sublight speed from the nearest star system, which would take 5 years to reach even at 5 times the speed of light, the maximum speed of Yada Empire warships. Considering these factors, Tang Huang focused on fortifying the Southgate. During these 2 months, Tang Huang's fleet also expanded. The current fleet consisted of 32 ships, including 1 Thunderstrike medium attack battleship 15 kilometers long, 3.7 billion tons, serving as the flagship, 1 Firespark heavy strike cruiser, 24 Blackrope Inferno heavy firepower destroyers, 6 Saturn large-scale comprehensive transport ships. Meanwhile, in the Yada Empire's border starfield, a massive interstellar fleet was emerging from the Stargate. This fleet belonged to the Yada Empire's 054 Relic System 2nd Defense Fleet, boasting over 3,400 warships of various types. It was the first official Yada Empire fleet to reach the border starfield. Commander, the 2nd Guard Fleet of the ruined Sector 054 system, previously consisting of 3,400 ships, now reports with all 3,400 ships intact. We salute you with the utmost respect. A 3-dimensional hologram of a Yada officer appeared before Pharos, performing a perfect military salute. Pharos nodded slightly, his voice low and brief. All right. Follow the guide ships and dock in the designated area. With that, he fell silent, his gaze drifting into the distance. 2 months ago, the death of Aubrey had deeply shaken Pharos. Every time he recalled that moment, his heart would clench violently, though the autonomic medication in his body quickly calmed him down. Yet, the constant cycle of emotional turmoil was even more excruciating. Pharos's mind replayed the scene over and over. The warship equipped with the most advanced technology of the Turan Empire being destroyed in an instant by the Mech Heaven. The possibility behind this fact chilled him to the bone. The Mech Heaven might possess a weapon capable of surpassing 8 times the speed of light. Once this thought took root, it grew like a snowball. If the Mech Heaven truly had such a faster-than-light weapon, could they already be using it on a large scale? If the answer was yes, then Pharos' thoughts involuntarily returned to that nightmarish scene hundreds of years ago. As a young man, he followed his father, the then naval commander, under the Emperor's orders, attempting to resist the punitive fleet of the Turan Empire. However, faced with the vastly superior technology of the Turan warships, they were utterly powerless. Pharos could still vividly recall every detail of that day. The Turan fleet descended like divine retribution, mercilessly slaughtering the entire planet. That planet was Leta's, his home. He witnessed over 30 billion Yada compatriots perish in despair, unable to do anything. Even today, this memory would wake Pharos in the dead of night. In his nightmares, the slaughtered souls stared at him with hollow eyes, silently accusing him of his impotence. Afterward, his father and the then Yada Emperor were severely punished for the failed resistance cast into a black hole. This event allowed Pharos to become the new commander of the Yada Imperial Navy, and the current emperor seized the opportunity to rise to power. Not enough, we need more fleets. This is far from enough. Pharos snapped back to reality, his eyes wide, chest heaving as if his heart would burst from his chest. The mech heaven, defeating them would grant access to higher technology. With that technology, he could build more and stronger warships. Perhaps, he could even use the technology from the ruined sector to expand his private army, force the Yada Emperor to abdicate, and ultimately lead the Yada Empire to greatness, defeating the Turan Empire. This deep-seated ambition intertwined with his haunting nightmares, driving Pharos to madness. He abruptly turned to his adjutant, demanding, "What about the remaining fleets? How long until they arrive?" The adjutant, startled by Pharos's bloodshot eyes, swallowed hard and stammered, All the fleets have assembled and are en route to the frontier sector. However, most of our deployable fleets are not close to the local stargate. It will take another month for the remaining 44 fleets to arrive. By then, our total fleet strength will exceed 150,000 warships. And what about the fleets from the other 3 civilizations?" Pharos pressed. The adjutant continued, "According to current intelligence, the Jun Empire's fleet is stationed near a stargate 200 light-years away, with over 32,000 warships ready to move through the gate to the frontier sector. However, they haven't made any moves yet. I suspect they're waiting for reinforcements to join them. The fleets of the Ivoral Interstellar Federation and the Giant Mantis Capital Union are in similar situations." The adjutant paused and added, "Commander, the fleets dispatched by these 3 civilizations, based on current intelligence, already total over 100,000 warships. With the reinforcements on the way, they must have committed significant resources, mobilizing all available defense fleets from the ruined sector. This total force far exceeds any previous ruins exploration mission." After hearing the report, Pharos closed his eyes, feeling the calming medication coursing through his body, gradually steadying his mood. He began to analyze the situation. The Yada Empire's territory spanned over 1,000 light-years, and the other 3 interstellar civilizations' territories were similarly vast. If they were to temporarily dispatch fleets from their homeland, it would take a long time. But given the scale, the fact that they could assemble such a massive fleet within a few months indicated the significance of this ruined sector operation. To quickly and maximally gather warships, they had mobilized most of their defense fleets from the ruined systems through the fastest means. Pharos's thoughts continued to unfold. The ancient stargates leading to the ruined sector were not limited to the one in the frontier sector, but included 7 such gates. These 7 ancient stargates were located in 7 different frontier systems of the Yada Empire. Beyond these frontier systems lay the void, where even space did not exist. These 7 gates were discovered during the Yada Empire's expansion. Each gate provided coordinates to several ruined systems, with the 7th frontier system's 7th ancient gate, leading to 117 ruins systems the last coordinates they could decode from the gate. However, their observations indicated that over 97 of the ruined sector remained unexplored. To reach new ruined systems, they would have to enter the 117 system through the 7th ancient gate and then dispatch fleets from there, navigating the unknown, stormy space to reach the latest ruined systems. Therefore, the importance of the 117 system was self-evident. Previously, they hadn't shown much concern, believing their only competitors were other interstellar powers. But who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a force named the Mech Heaven, which subsequently blockaded the 117 system? As Tang Huang was preparing his defenses within the galaxy, all major interstellar civilizations were scrambling to assemble massive fleets at top speed. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in the Lingxiao system, also known as System 117. In the entire relic starfield, apart from the 117 known relic systems, most of the unknown relic systems were shrouded in perilous and unpredictable space storms, making direct passage impossible for fleets. At that moment, a bright point in the depths of the starfield suddenly erupted with dazzling light, outshining all the surrounding stars. Tang Huang immediately realized it was a supernova explosion. Normally, he wouldn't pay much attention to such events, as supernovae are common in the universe. But this time was different. A star path was revealed in the aftermath of the explosion. This star path was invisible to the naked eye and could only be observed through gravitational lensing. Illuminated by the supernova's light, a complex, vein-like safe route emerged, capable of navigating through the space storms to reach other unknown relic systems. More importantly, this path contained natural space nodes for jumps. Currently, this phenomenon could only be seen in the Lingxiao system. The nearest relic system, System 116, would not be able to observe it for another 25 years. In other words, only Tang Huang, who controlled and occupied the Lingxiao system, knew of this star path's existence. Upon seeing this, Tang Huang's first reaction was caution. Could this be a trap? Is someone trying to deceive me again? Ever since witnessing an entire gas giant with a seemingly sentient presence disappear via higher-dimensional space during an ancient civilization's exploration, Tang Huang had become particularly wary of sudden anomalies. However, he soon realized he might be overthinking. Based on gravitational lensing observations, the star that went supernova was 1,200 light-years away from the Lingxiao system. This meant the star had exploded 1,200 years ago. It was impossible for anyone to have predicted Tang Huang's presence 1,200 years in advance to set a trap for him. Tang Huang chuckled to himself. When did I become as paranoid as Cao Cao? I'm getting overly suspicious. Nonetheless, he decided to follow another of Cao Cao's traditions, temporarily ignoring the star path. There were more urgent matters to address. He ordered Shiwei to record all information about the star path, then continued to focus on developing his fleet. The space defense array guarding the South Heaven Gate consisted of 50 Thunderclap hammer space platforms. Considering that 3 Thunderclap hammer platforms could block a planet, the firepower of 50 was more than sufficient to secure the South Heaven Gate. Tang Huang decided to halt the production lines for 4 Thunderclap hammer platforms and 1 large comprehensive transport ship, the Tuyao, redirecting resources to produce other warships and expand his fleet. In his view, the Stargate's defenses were adequate to prevent enemy incursions. It was time to think about offense. According to spies, Tang Huang had dispatched disguised psychic girls who had left with the interstellar pioneers he had driven out of the Lingxiao system. The Yada Empire's fleet had already reached the border systems. Tang Huang speculated that the enemy would soon launch an attack, but they would never expect Tang Huang to strike first. However, this offensive had to be launched before the enemy could fully assemble and initiate their attack. Tang Huang needed to amass power within the limited time available. He commanded 8 production lines to manufacture Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers. This time, the Black Rope Hell destroyers would be different from the original models. The original Chuni-I-type red-black particle strike macro cannon fired thermal fusion particle clusters at 20 the speed of light. Upon hitting an enemy ship, the cluster would spread internally, wreaking havoc throughout the vessel and vaporizing its crew. This weapon was devastating against enemy ships under a kilometer in size with relatively thin armor. Despite its power, the weapon's single functionality was a limitation. Recent intelligence indicated that the Yada fleet included specialized shield ships with armor thickness estimated at over 10 meters. Such solid armor would significantly reduce the effectiveness of the red-black particle strike macro cannon. Apart from the armor-piercing railguns on the Thunderstrike battleships, Tang Huang's other ships were equipped with thermal fusion ion weapons. Due to a lack of spiritual resources, Tang Huang couldn't purchase new warship blueprints. Therefore, under Tang Huang's orders, Shiwei combined the bow weapons of some Black Rope Hell destroyers with railguns, developing a new weapon, the Railgun Special Attack Macro Cannon. This weapon incorporated a red-black particle cluster within the large mass projectile of a railgun. Traveling at 15 the speed of light, the projectile would penetrate enemy armor, releasing the particle cluster inside to cause massive internal damage. A month later, outside the Stargate of the Yada Empire's border system, a vast number of warships had assembled. Countless ships formed fleets, filling the space within 1 billion kilometers of the Stargate. Besides the Yada Empire, fleets from 3 other interstellar powers, the Ivry Galactic Federation, the Mantis Capital Union, and the Zhenren Galactic Empire, had also arrived in full force. The Yada Empire, leveraging its home advantage, had gathered the most warships. A standard large Yada fleet comprised 3,400 ships. This time, 45 Yada fleets had gathered, totaling 153,000 ships. The Ivry Galactic Federation dispatched 15 fleets, each with 2,400 ships, totaling 36,000 ships. The Mantis Capital Union sent 11 fleets, each with 5,100 ships, totaling 56,100 ships. The Zhenren Galactic Empire sent 20 fleets, each with 3,800 ships, totaling 79,800 ships. The 4 interstellar civilizations had amassed a total of 91 fleets in the Yada border system, comprising a staggering 324,900 warships, forming an enormous interstellar fleet cluster. The warships of 4 interstellar civilizations, numbering over 320,000, swarmed the space within 1 billion kilometers of the southern gate like a dense hive of bees. This area had been completely cleared out, with all civilian organizations and individual interstellar pioneers expelled. At this moment, it had become the main battlefield for the four major civilizations of the Turan Interstellar Society. The spaceport city originally near the Stargate had also been relocated to a space region about 5 billion kilometers away. In the top floor room of a tower at the center of this floating city, the high-ranking officials of the four major civilizations were gathered. They were Pharos, the commander of the Yada Empire's Navy fleet, the governor of the Ivry Interstellar Federation's Ruins Sector, the deputy general manager of the Mantis Capital Union's Ruins Sector branch, and the frontier general of the Zhenran Interstellar Empire's Ruins Sector. The Ivry governor, with his birdbeak head, turned to look out the window, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed Yada Empire fleet. He let out a sharp laugh and mocked, "My, Pharos, you Yada sure brought a lot of ships. Are you so lacking in confidence that you need such a large fleet to compete with us?" Among the four, the Ivry Interstellar Federation had sent the fewest warships, just over 30,000, while the Yada Empire's fleet was nearly 5 times that size. This vast disparity naturally invited the governor's ridicule. Pharos sneered, his gaze moving over the others in the room, and retorted, "Well, you guys are far away, aren't you? There's no way you could mobilize your fleets from home in such a short time. Looking at the scale of your fleets, you must have pulled almost all the ships from other ruined sectors. Be careful you don't get wiped out in this battle, leaving your ruined sectors undefended, and end up handing everything over to the Yada Empire." The Mantis deputy general manager crossed his 6 arms over his chest, his triangular head slightly raised, his tone full of disdain. "Hand everything over to you? You speak as if the 3 of us are so easy to defeat." The frontier general of the Zhenran Interstellar Empire remained silent. The general's true form was a small creature less than 20 centimeters long, currently hidden inside a 1.8-meter-tall humanoid mechanical body. Without speaking, no one could discern his emotions or stance. With the home field advantage, the Yada Empire had mobilized the largest fleet, and the combined fleets of the other 3 barely matched the Yada Empire's forces. Because of this, the 3 had already made a private agreement. Once they breached the ruined sector and defeated the so-called Heavenly Court, they would suddenly turn on the Yada Empire's fleet and share the spoils of the 117 star system among themselves. In their view, the forces of the Heavenly Court that blocked the 117 star system were not to be feared. Though the Heavenly Court's warship technology was advanced, their numbers were too few. With their overwhelming numerical superiority, they believed that even if the Heavenly Court's warships had exceptional maneuverability and inertialess characteristics, they couldn't evade tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, nor escape their saturation fire. However, Pharos had a completely different perspective. He possessed a crucial piece of information unknown to the other 3. The Heavenly Court definitely had faster-than-light FTL weapons, with speeds exceeding 8 times the speed of light. This realization had Pharos constantly pondering how to counter the Heavenly Court's FTL-equipped warships. No matter how hard he racked his brain, Pharos couldn't come up with a perfect solution. FTL weapons were too terrifying. At speeds over 8 times the speed of light, none of their detection methods could provide early warning. They could only take the hits. Faced with such a fearsome weapon, the best and only strategy was to throw enough lives at it. Data streams flashed continuously in Pharos's eyes as his brain's auxiliary processing chip worked at high speed. As the highest commander of the Yada Empire fleet, he had to weigh carefully. Just how many lives would it take to overwhelm them? Under the premise that the Heavenly Court had FTL weapons, Pharos considered 3 scenarios. First scenario, the Heavenly Court's FTL weapons were relics from an ancient civilization, scarce and irreplaceable. This was the most favorable situation for Pharos. If true, he could achieve his objectives with minimal resources. Second scenario, the Heavenly Court had the means to manufacture FTL weapons but was limited by their scale, making mass production impractical. This scenario was not too bad for Pharos and could even be advantageous. Once the Heavenly Court's FTL weapons were depleted, and if his fleet's losses were not too severe, Pharos could still emerge victorious. More importantly, he might capture the technology for FTL weapons, gaining the ability to produce a massive advantage. The third scenario was the most terrifying and the one Pharos least wanted to believe. The Heavenly Court could easily mass-produce FTL weapons. If this were true, combined with their warship's fearsome performance, Pharos's fleet of hundreds of thousands might not even be enough to sacrifice. But Pharos considered the third scenario the least likely. Though he didn't know the exact scale of the Heavenly Court, it couldn't be very large. Producing such high-tech weapons required enormous industrial capability, especially for mass production. For instance, the Yada Empire, with its 12 trillion population and hundreds of colony planets, boasted countless high-end talents across various fields. This was true scale. And how long had the Heavenly Court been around? Just a few months. Could they have found some highly efficient, easy-to-produce FTL weapon templates in ancient ruins? It was possible, but they still wouldn't have the capability for large-scale production. The Yada Empire itself had found some templates for producing certain items in ruined sectors, along with some incomprehensible cube-shaped devices. But they couldn't crack the encryption on these items, which were beyond their understanding. Ultimately, they had to hand them over to the Turan Empire in exchange for various benefits and rewards. Even with its population of 12 trillion and countless scientists, the Yada Empire was stumped by these relics. How could a small force like the Heavenly Court fare any better? After this contemplation, Pharos concluded that the first scenario was most likely, while the second could maximize his benefits. The third scenario? Impossible. With these thoughts, Pharos felt much more at ease. He silently mocked his earlier fears. Seems like I was overthinking it, fearing this small, armed faction of the Heavenly Court. In this battle, he was over 90 confident of victory. Rounding up, that meant total victory. After reassessing the situation, Phalos determined that the mech heaven was no longer the primary threat. He shifted his focus to the other three interstellar powers and began crafting an attack plan. The first task was to breach the equilateral triangular stargate with sides measuring 600 kilometers. During the strategic meeting, Phalos subtly hinted that he was reluctant to have his fleet lead the charge, emphasizing that the defenses beyond the stargate would be impregnable. He deliberately exaggerated the dangers of breaking through the stargate, suggesting that the vanguard would suffer heavy losses. His words indeed sowed doubt among the other factions, none of whom wanted to take the risk of being the first to attack. The debate grew increasingly heated, with tensions running high and nearly erupting into conflict. However, reason eventually prevailed. Everyone understood that this was not the time for infighting. Sighing, Phalos put on an air of making a difficult decision. Very well, the task of breaching the stargate will fall to our Yada fleet. However, once we break through the defenses, the main assault position must be handed over to the three of you. The others secretly rejoiced, thinking Phalos had succumbed to their pressure. They underestimated the strength of mech heaven and readily accepted the proposal. Little did they know, Phalos was inwardly pleased. He possessed two crucial pieces of intelligence. Mech heaven had faster than light weapons, and the defenses at the stargate were not as formidable as they appeared. Of the 45 Yada Empire fleets under Phalos' command, nearly half were not his loyalists. He secretly planned to deplete these non-loyalist fleets in the 117 system, preferably during the battle against Mech Heaven and the subsequent showdown with the other three factions. This way, all the spoils of victory would belong solely to him, not the Yada Empire. Once the tasks were assigned, 91 interstellar fleets of varying sizes assembled, with over 320,000 warships spread across a vast expanse of space within 100 million kilometers of the Stargate. The Yada Empire's vanguard fleet, consisting of 3,400 shield ships, fired up their engines and slowly advanced towards the Stargate, followed closely by the second fleet of 3,400 assault ships. The shield ships, arranged in a fan-like formation, featured a massive shield 10 meters thick at the bow. The 3,400 shield ships formed a slightly smaller barrier than the Stargate's entrance. These specialized warships were developed by the Yada Empire over a millennium of warfare, specifically designed to breach Stargate defenses. They could withstand the intense fire from the other side of the Stargate, providing cover for the following fleets. Shield ships lacked offensive weapons, equipped only with Closian defense systems to intercept large-scale enemy weapons. Although they were primarily used for Stargate assaults, since Stargates were the most common portals in interstellar societies, all major civilizations had similar ship types. However, shield ships had a significant drawback. They obstructed the view of the following fleets. Therefore, a dedicated command center within the shield ship fleet coordinated the actions of the rear fleets. Just as the shield ship fleet was within 100,000 kilometers of the Stargate, an unexpected event occurred. A jet black fleet emerged from the Stargate, consisting of only 47 warships, each exceptionally large. The hulls were adorned with crimson infernal imagery, led by a 15-kilometer-long, sharply angular flagship. The fleet's distinctive style revealed its identity, the Mech Heaven Fleet. Tang Huang's decision to launch a preemptive strike at this moment took everyone, including Phalos, by surprise. Governor Ivley burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is suicidal. If they had waited in their star system, they might have lived a bit longer. Now they're coming out to meet their doom. Laughing, Ivley suddenly felt discomfort and pulled a peculiar feather from the back of his neck. Unlike his other black feathers, this one had a colorful, scale-like appearance. He discarded it without much thought, his attention quickly drawn back to the Mech Heaven Fleet. When the Mech Heaven Fleet first appeared, they were not attacked. The nearest shield ship fleet lacked offensive capabilities, and the other fleets were either too far away or had their firing lines blocked by the shield ships. This played right into Tang Huang's hands, who had chosen this moment to strike. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, the Mech Heaven Fleet vanished into thin air. No radar or warp space monitoring device could detect their presence. It was as if the jet black fleet that had just appeared was a mere illusion, never having existed at all. Before passing through the Stargate, all the ships in the fleet were warming up their warp engines. Once through the Stargate, the entire fleet instantly activated their warp drives, enveloped by a massive warp bubble. As a single entity, the fleet began to move at a terrifying speed 10 times the speed of light. At such speed, even without warp space stealth technology, Tang Huang's fleet was completely beyond the detection range of the enemy's 5 times light speed fleet. The entire fleet of the mechanical heaven appeared invisible, undetectable by the 320,000 enemy ships. On the bridge, the eyes of the technical humanoid girls controlling the warships flickered with data streams. Their minds were interconnected, forming a supercomputer. They calculated every value of the warp space at an astonishing speed, continuously fine-tuning the warp values behind the fleet within billionths of a second. Fine-tune the warp values on the right rear side of the fleet. The command was issued. Value comparison completed, calculation done. Fine-tuning complete, initiating turn. The moment the calculation was completed, the entire fleet, moving at 10 times the speed of light in warp state, executed an incredible warp drift in space. This maneuver far surpassed ordinary car drifts, with the fleet moving like a massive warp bubble speeding through space. The fleet instantly maneuvered to the side of the enemy shield ship fleet and launched several high-yield Rakshasa hydrogen bombs. Once detached from the warp bubble, these bombs momentarily halted, then locked onto their targets and initiated propulsion, launching a fierce attack from the flank of the 400 ship shield fleet. The enemy command center was in chaos. Where are they? They've completely disappeared, Pharos exclaimed. Like ghosts. We can't detect their presence at all. What happened? Inquire with the shield fleet command on the front line, Pharos shouted. At that moment, several blinding lights rose among the 3,400 shield ships, devouring the entire shield fleet like miniature stars. A system notification sounded. You have destroyed 3,400 special warships of the Yada Empire, earning a total of 680,000 spirit resources. Yes, Tang Huang shouted, his gaze sweeping over the 300,000 warships within 1 billion kilometers. All of these are spirit resources. The enemy command center was in disarray. What the hell happened? The first fleet of the Vanguard has been annihilated. Where are the enemies? We still can't see where they went. Our military radar and warp space monitoring devices can't detect their presence at all. Damn it, are we fighting against ghosts from Legends? Hundreds of command units and tens of thousands of combat staff were in turmoil. The high-ranking officials of the 4 major interstellar forces were at a loss for words. Suddenly, a staff officer screamed, "We've detected their location." Where? Pharos immediately asked, his bloodshot eyes wide. At the standard 3-dimensional coordinates centered on the Stargate, 30 million kilometers to the right on the axis. 30 million kilometers? That's where the 17th fleet is. Pharos's lizard-like face turned pale. The mechanical heaven fleet exited warp state less than 10,000 kilometers from the Yada 17th fleet. The 3,400 warships of the 17th fleet had no time to react. 47 warships of the mechanical heaven immediately unleashed overwhelming firepower. The space was filled with dense red ion beams, and countless missiles covered the Yada 17th fleet like a flood. Yada warships were pierced by ion beams, hit by railguns, and destroyed by warp missiles. Explosions flashed, resembling another starry sky from a distance. Within a minute, all 3,400 Yada warships were annihilated. The mechanical heaven fleet re-entered warp state, continuing their warp drift through space at 10 times the speed of light. 20 seconds later, they appeared next to the Ifri Interstellar Federation fleet 60 million kilometers away, repeating the same devastating attack. Tang Huang's ghost fleet moved like true phantoms, appearing and disappearing at will. The fleet of Black Rope Hell warships lived up to their name, bringing true terror from the netherworld. Enemies spotted near the 7th fleet, came a frantic voice over the communicator. The 7th fleet is under attack. We're barely holding on. My God. Damn it, they've vanished again. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. The battlefield was in chaos. The AI Phantom fleet moved like true ghosts, appearing and disappearing within 100 million kilometers of space. Numerous large interstellar fleets were running themselves ragged, yet they still couldn't pin down the enemy. In just a few minutes, several complete fleets had been annihilated. Pharos furrowed his brow, realizing that at this rate, their fleet's total destruction was only a matter of time. He couldn't rely on the enemy running out of ammunition or energy. He had to make a change. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the massive Stargate floating in space, and an idea struck him. The Stargate. Yes, the Stargate. Pharos shot to his feet and commanded loudly, "Send a fleet to attack the Stargate. The AI Celestial fleet will be forced to come and defend it. Once they appear, they'll have to drop out of warp to fight. That's our chance." Pharos quickly analyzed the situation. In a warp bubble, energy weapons on the ships couldn't fire, only physical ammunition could penetrate it. But ordinary missiles and shells were too slow and easily intercepted. The AI celestial fleet's warp engine missiles were powerful, but they had to be deployed outside the warp bubble to re-enter superluminal speed to track targets. The AI celestial fleet had been quickly wiping out large fleets by warping near them, dropping out of warp to use their weapons, and then disappearing back into warp before reinforcements could arrive. Pharos deduced that the enemy's stock of warp engine missiles was running low. Fleets 27, 39, and 43. Follow my orders, activate warp engines, and head to the Stargate immediately. Attack the Stargate and force the Celestial Fleet to defend it. Pharos decisively ordered, then turned to the other three interstellar powers leaders. Order your fleets to join the action. If we don't destroy the Celestial Fleet here, we'll never capture the 117th star system. Given the gravity of the situation, the other three powers set aside their differences and joined forces against the AI Celestial Fleet. The three fleets Pharos chose were from the Yada Empire, but not his own loyalists, so he didn't mind the losses. These fleets were also the furthest from the Stargate, giving them enough time to activate their warp engines and travel there at 5 times the speed of light. In the 3 minutes of preparation, another Jutang Capital Alliance fleet was destroyed by the AI Celestial Fleet. Pharos observed the battle closely and arrived at an encouraging conclusion. The enemy's warp engine missiles were indeed running low. They had only used warp engine missiles to destroy large warships. Most of the Jutang Capital Alliance ships were taken out by ion beams. The frequency of warp engine missile use was much lower than before. Just as I thought. Their warp engine missiles are running out. Pharos felt a surge of joy, seeing a glimmer of hope for victory. Without the AI Celestial Fleet's superluminal attack capability, he had a chance to turn the tide. The three Yada fleets, totaling 10,200 warships, successfully activated their warp engines. At the moment of activation, Tang Huang immediately detected the disturbance through the warp space monitoring device. Supreme, 3 Yada fleets have entered superluminal speed, traveling at 5 times the speed of light. They are expected to reach the Stargate in 32, 45, and 51 seconds, respectively. Should we intercept? Tang Huang inquired, then asked, Vilya, how many warp engine missiles do we have left? Standing beside him, the technical android girl Vilya quickly responded, all ships combined have 62,000 warp engine missiles remaining. Tang Huang pondered for a moment before deciding, that's enough. Fire all remaining missiles in one go. Then we'll retreat to resupply. Give everyone a breather. He smiled and patted Vilya on the shoulder. Vilya blushed, though her upper face was hidden by the black glass visor of her helmet, leaving only her rosy lips and delicate chin visible. In that brief second, her crystalline brain performed 4,596.47462 trillion warp space calculations. Vilya was one of the earliest technical android girls, second only to Shi Wei in computing power. The warp drift tactics Tang Huang was using required immense calculations, akin to tracking the position of every atom in a given space. Now, the minds of the 100,000 technical android girls in the fleet were linked, forming a formidable computing power that was nearing its limit. Prolonging this could risk burning out their crystalline brains. Following Tang Huang's order, the fleet dropped out of warp and began launching warp engine missiles in all directions. Countless missiles shot out from the missile silos of 47 warships, spreading across the 100 million kilometers of space towards 300,000 warships. Of these, 10,200 missiles targeted the 3 Yada fleets approaching the Stargate in warp, while the remaining 51,800 were set to seek out targets autonomously. The enemy still has plenty of ships left. Let's see which ones are unlucky enough to get hit by a warp engine missile, Tang Huang said with a cold smile, his eyes fixed on the battlefield map, waiting for the next act of this cosmic war to unfold. After Tang Huang ordered the launch of all warp missiles, the fleet did not re-enter warp state. Instead, he commanded the fleet to activate the inertia-free engines. The Jixia Heavenly Court warships are equipped with 3 types of engines: warp engines, inertia-free engines, and conventional plasma propulsion engines. Inertia-free engines are used not only for maneuvering and evasion, but also for acceleration. Tang Huang utilized a basic version that couldn't exceed the speed of light, but consumed more energy than warp engines. Once deactivated, the warship would come to an instant halt. Theoretically, the highest-grade inertia-free engines could reach infinite light speed. 47 warships accelerated to sublight speed in an instant, heading towards the Stargate. This movement was immediately detected by the enemy fleet. Commander, the enemy fleet has exited warp and is advancing towards the Stargate at sublight speed, reported the officer urgently. Pharos rejoiced upon hearing the news, believing that the Jixia Heavenly Court fleet had exhausted its energy. Everyone, the enemy fleet is at its last gasp. We still have a massive fleet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he exclaimed with laughter. Hearing this, the leaders of the other 3 interstellar forces also relaxed. Governor Ivry was the first to order a pursuit, followed closely by the other 2 leaders. However, as the fleets surged forward, disaster struck. Within a range of 100 million kilometers, warships from all fleets began to explode and shatter out of nowhere. The explosion's brilliance even outshone the Milky Way stars in the background. Pharos exclaimed, "These are warp missiles. How do they still have so many?" He quickly realized that this could be the Jisia Heavenly Court's last-ditch effort to buy time for their depleted fleet to pass through the Stargate. Just as Pharos felt relieved for having dispatched 3 fleets to guard the Stargate in advance, another wave of explosions erupted around the Stargate, with tens of thousands of light points simultaneously flashing. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship Junlei of the Jisia Yuming fleet, Tang Huang and Valia were admiring this unique spectacle. At sublight speed, time within the fleet was infinitely slowed, and the explosions of over 10,000 warships outside formed a magnificent light show in their eyes. Valia, with her powerful computational abilities, captured the beauty of the moment entirely. She instinctively clung to Tang Huang's arm and softly murmured, "So beautiful." From the outside, it took the Heavenly Court fleet 33 seconds to traverse 1,000,000 kilometers, passing through a brilliant galaxy formed by the explosions of 10,200 warships. But for Tang Huang inside the fleet, it was less than a second. After passing through the Stargate, Tang Huang noticed Valia clinging to his arm. He smiled and said, "How was it? Did you see the scenery just now? Even though I could only see it for a moment, it was breathtaking. With your technical humanoid's computational abilities, you must have seen it all. That's why I chose to advance at sublight speed. Seeing such a view, even for a moment, is worth it." Though Valia could only see the flashing red mechanical eyes on Tang Huang's helmet visor, it felt as if she saw the handsome smile beneath. At that moment, her internal cold fusion reactor seemed to pause for an instant, and her ever-speeding silicon brain felt warm. She suddenly understood the behavior of Ruby and the other psionic girls, and even felt the same impulse. This feeling, transmitted through the thought link, was instantly shared by the 100,000 technical humanoid girls in the fleet, who all experienced the same emotion as Valia at that moment. Just as the Omnimech Heavenly Fleet passed through the Stargate, Pharos suddenly snapped awake, realizing they had been frightened by the enemy's final desperate effort. Enraged, he ordered the pursuit to continue, convinced the enemy was on their last legs. In space, over 200,000 Allied warships advanced densely towards the Stargate, passing through the floating debris of their fallen comrades. When the first fleet reached the southern gate of the Lingxiao system, they immediately encountered a semicircular defensive formation composed of 52 Thunder Hammer orbital platforms. A Yada light cruiser barely emerged from the Stargate before being hit by thousands of crimson beams. The ship was instantly riddled with holes, scattering debris everywhere. The following ships met the same fate, with the dense wreckage even hindering the advance of subsequent fleets. The frontline command reported to Pharos. The 23rd Fleet had suffered over 50% losses and had ceased its attack. Shocked but undeterred, Pharos insisted on continuing the assault. However, Vice Admiral Florence, commander of the 23rd Fleet, refused to comply and incited other fleets to resist the order. Florence broadcasted his doubts about the war's legitimacy, urging his colleagues to defy Pharos' commands. Pharos, driven to madness, roared that all mutineers would be executed. At that moment, he suddenly heard eerie whispers, tempting him to seek higher levels of technology and wisdom. Simultaneously, a small, pink humanoid apparition silently entered Pharos' body. When Tang Huang led his resupplied fleet back to the battlefield, he found the Yada border system deserted, with only floating wreckage remaining. He was astonished by the enemy's sudden retreat and began to tally the spoils of war. In this battle, he had destroyed over 80,000 enemy ships and acquired a staggering 12,405,000 spirit sources. Faced with this unexpected windfall, Tang Huang decided to recycle the battlefield wreckage, unwilling to waste any resources. Tang Huang gazed at the wreckage of warships scattered across the space before him, as well as the large Tuyo transport ships salvaging the debris. His brow furrowed. The abrupt end of the battle seemed too sudden, leaving him puzzled. Valia, scan the surrounding space for any significant curvature fluctuations, Tang Huang ordered. Yes, Supreme Leader. Valia promptly complied. Tang Huang was determined to track down the Yada fleet. His approach had always been to eliminate problems thoroughly, leaving no loose ends. With the enemy still commanding over 200,000 warships, their total annihilation would yield a substantial amount of spirit resources. Moreover, his fleet was equipped with engines capable of 10 times the speed of light, making it easy to catch up with the Yada fleet, which could only achieve 5 times the speed of light. The Jinlei medium attack battleship activated its curvature engine and began space monitoring. At its core, any curvature fluctuations within a light-year radius would be detected. A massive amount of data was processed and filtered automatically before being transmitted to Valia. Moments later, Valia reported, "Supreme Leader, we've detected tens of thousands of different curvature fluctuations, but these data points don't match the scale of the fleeing enemy fleet." Tang Huang was taken aback and asked, "Are there any signs of spatial jumps?" Valia shook her head. "Although we've detected large-scale spatial jump traces, These seem to be entering this star system rather than leaving it. Tang Huang fell into deep thought. The situation was indeed strange. With no curvature fluctuations and no spatial jump traces, it was impossible for over 200,000 warships to escape at sublight speeds without leaving obvious signs. Suddenly, a realization struck Tang Huang. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his cybernetic eye had shifted from red to blue, activating his psionic vision. The moment he opened his eyes, Tang Huang was startled by what he saw. Under the psionic vision, the entire star system was filled with dissipating subspace activity residues. Psionic jump, Tang Huang realized. The remaining 200,000 warships in the border star system had all entered subspace through a psionic jump. Moreover, from the psionic perspective, it seemed they were not entering subspace voluntarily, but rather being pulled in by a powerful entity from a higher dimensional subspace through some medium. Tang Huang took a sharp breath. He had thought such subspace traces were confined to the relic star regions, but they had already spread to the Yada border star system. If this continued, the scope would only expand, potentially evolving into a catastrophe engulfing the entire galaxy. Although it was just speculation, Tang Huang felt a growing unease. He had intended to annihilate the fleet and harvest a large amount of spirit resources, but now they had all entered subspace, their whereabouts unknown. Reluctantly, Tang Huang ordered a retreat. He left a few large Tuyo transport ships to continue salvaging the warship wreckage. Although Yada Empire's technology was negligible, the salvaged debris could be melted down to produce hundreds of billions of tons of usable alloy. Returning to the Celestial King City on the Dome Star, Tang Huang found that the place had undergone significant changes within just a few months. The medieval-style buildings had been replaced by skyscrapers befitting the interstellar era, resembling a forest of steel. Numerous factories worked around the clock, producing various industrial goods. All of this was thanks to the over 3 billion converted mechwing maidens. Transformed into tactical humanoids, they automatically acquired extensive knowledge of the interstellar era. Even the most ordinary tactical humanoid possessed technological prowess, far surpassing that of top Earth scientists. At the core of the royal city lay a palace complex spanning 120 square kilometers. From afar, it resembled an ancient Chinese imperial palace, but up close, it was teeming with mechanical elements, with a primary color scheme of cold steel alloy. The palace complex was fully equipped, from fusion reactors to large-scale computer research centers, from land defense turrets to missile silos. In the vast square in front of the palace complex, 10,000 Blackwing maidens were arranged in neat formations. They were fully armed, clad in celestial soldier power armor, wielding long halberds, with psionic shields flickering behind them. Suspended in midair was Ruilia, dressed in a magnificent palace gown, her white wings slightly spread, adorned with blue psionic light. She idly crossed her legs, her bare feet lightly tapping the air. Not far away, Uas stood with her arms crossed, her brows furrowed, her heroic eyes full of impatience. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air echoed. A Zhuke heavy combat transport descended onto the platform in the square. The hatch opened, and Tang Huang, clad in power armor, stepped out, the red plume on his helmet swaying in the wind. Supreme Leader, you're back. I've missed you so much. Ruilia's eyes lit up as she leapt to Tang Huang's side, folding her wings and fully immersing herself in the role of the Emperor's concubine, coquettishly saying. She pointed to the 10,000 Blackwing maidens in the square. Look, these are carefully selected for you. They can serve as your guards. If I'm not by your side in the future, any one of them can. Stop, Tang Huang commanded sharply, cutting off Ruilia mid-sentence. His gaze bore into her, frustration evident in his eyes. Heaven knows, he had done nothing to Ruilia. Ruilia, however, appeared unfazed and continued in a coy tone. I don't understand what unclear matters you're talking about. I'm already yours. You can do whatever you want. Before she could finish, a furious shout echoed around them. Seductress, you think you can take advantage while I'm away from the Supreme? A bolt of psionic lightning shot towards Ruilia, who gracefully dodged it. She turned to see Ruby, her face livid, leading Sylvie and other psionic girls in a rapid approach. Ruby declared with fierce determination, even if there's something unclear, it should be between the Supreme and me. Her tone then softened. Supreme, Ruby misses you so much. You've left me in the psionic research lab for so long without visiting. As she spoke, Ruby moved to embrace Tang Huang, recalling his previously frail state before he mastered psionics. Now, though his psionic abilities were still developing, his physical condition had vastly improved. The Supreme has gotten stronger, so surely. Ruby's mind filled with impure thoughts, and a blush spread across her face. At that moment, a swift and graceful figure intervened, sending Ruby and Ruilia flying with a single kick. Uas stood protectively in front of Tang Huang, her tone exasperated. As tactical dolls, can you act more appropriately? Can't you think of something healthier? She felt utterly exhausted. Without her protection, the Supreme would have long fallen victim to these unruly girls. UES silently cried out, "Oh heavens! Can the Supreme have some proper tactical dolls around him?" Just then, Sylvie approached, dressed in a sleek white research suit and high-heeled armored boots. Her voice was cold and emotionless. "Supreme, Ruby and I are here to report a major breakthrough." Upon seeing Sylvie, Yuya felt relieved. "Thank goodness. Sylvie, you're still normal." She finally felt she had found a proper tactical doll. Tang Huang's interest was piqued. "Oh? The psionic lab has results?" Sylvie nodded slightly, her perfectly shaped phoenix eyes flashing with data as she transmitted the relevant information to Tang Huang. "Yes, Supreme. Through our research, Ruby and I have successfully mastered the technology for autonomous psionic shields. No longer will subspace devices need to be disassembled into psionic blocks for shield use." Tang Huang quickly reviewed the data and smiled with delight. "Excellent. Sylvie, Ruby, you've done a great job. This victory will usher in a significant period of growth for us. You've done well. Unfortunately, I don't have much to reward you with." Sylvie did not respond, merely thinking to herself, "No reward needed. Your praise is the best reward." Tang Huang waved his hand. "Let's head to the research lab." He led the way, followed by the lively group of tactical dolls. Sylvie remained standing for a moment. Ensuring no one was watching, she gently raised her hand, her alabaster fingers brushing her cold cheek. She tilted her head back slightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing, a deep blush spreading across her face as a manic smile twisted her lips. In an instant, Sylvie's cold expression returned, as if nothing had happened. She quickly caught up with the others. After Sylvie left, Valia, who had been organizing documents in the Zhuke combat transport ship, peeked out with a puzzled expression. In the central research lab, Tang Huang activated the system panel. Although it could be accessed anywhere, doing so in a dedicated research environment felt more ceremonial. Additionally, he needed to input the psionic shield technology into the system's tech tree. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Recording psionic shield technology, added to the system tech tree. On the system's dual-panel screen, the branches representing physical technology and psionic wisdom extended forward. Tang Huang knew he was one step closer to the 6 divisions level. After conquering the entire dome star, the system had already unlocked the 7 elements level tech blueprints. However, Tang Huang had not checked them out, knowing he couldn't afford them. The most expensive 8 extremes level tech cost 50,000 psionic sources. How costly would the 7 elements level be? But now, Tang Huang was flush with resources. Holding 12,427,110 psionic sources, he was ready to splurge. Without hesitation, he opened the 7 elements level system store. Inside, there were 7 categories: Greedy Wolf, Giant Gate, Blessing Star, Literary Star, Honest Star, Military Star, and Breaking Army. Each category offered a variety of technologies, with 7 standout items. 1. Greedy Wolf's Desire Thinking Canopy Influence Device, 420,000 psionic sources. 2. Giant Gate's Planetary Canopy Shield Technology, 150,000 psionic sources. 3. Blessing Star's Galactic Instant Gamma Pulse Generator, 520,000 psionic sources. 4. Literary Star's Planetary Computer Matrix Array Technology, 2 million psionic sources. 5. Honest Star's Non-Interference Thinking Canopy Influence Device, 450,000 psionic sources. 6. Military Star's Energy Weapon Power Amplification Crystal Synthesis Technology, 150,000 psionic sources. 7. Breaking Army's Neutron Pulse Weapon Technology, 370,000 psionic sources. Tang Huang reviewed the list, bewildered. Huh? What are these? A closer look revealed that the 7 Elements level store offered diverse technologies, rather than just starship blueprints. Each of the 7 categories had unique technologies, with the listed items being the most prominent. For example, the Greedy Wolf Desire Thinking Canopy Influence Device could amplify the reproductive desires of intelligent life on a planet, halting all scientific, technological, and industrial progress, ultimately leading to the civilization's extinction. Similarly, the Blessing Star Galactic Instant Gamma Pulse Generator could unleash a powerful gamma burst, eradicating all life within a star system. Tang Huang gasped. These technologies are terrifying. They either obliterate other civilizations or annihilate entire star systems. Among the 7 elements technology tiers, the weapon technologies that can truly be applied to warships mainly focus on the Wuziu and Pejuan branches. Wuziu specializes in shipborne anti-ship weapons and some warship material technologies, while Pejuan focuses on anti-star weapon technologies. Notably, certain technologies within the Wuziu branch can also be used for anti-star attacks, such as the Advanced Energy Weapon Power Amplification Crystal Synthesis technology. This seemingly mundane technology, when properly applied, can significantly enhance the power of laser weapons, making them viable for anti-star attacks. Tang Huang meticulously studied the various technologies listed on the 7 Elements panel. Apart from the two mind-affecting technologies, Tanlang and Lianjun, his attention was captured by two critical technologies, the Jimin Star Planetary Shield technology and the Once-U Star Planetary Computer Matrix Array technology. These technologies are the core components for constructing a battle star. A battle star is essentially a combat planet capable of navigating through space. Tang Huang couldn't help but imagine a massive planet traversing the cosmos, its surface bristling with firepower. What a terrifying force it would be. The planetary shield provides protection for the battle star, while the planetary computer matrix array, with its formidable and enduring computational power, maintains the operation of all the battle star's equipment. Coupled with planetary engines, planetary scale curvature drives, and the weapon technologies from Wuziu and Pajuan, a fully operational battle star would be born. Tang Huang's gaze unconsciously fell to the ground beneath his feet. He began to ponder whether it was possible to transform the entire Kyongdome star into a battle star. After all, the star of the Lingxiao system had already entered the red giant phase. Although a supernova explosion was still a long way off, staying in this system long-term was clearly unwise. Who wouldn't want a home planet capable of entering superluminal states and traveling wherever they wished at any time? However, when Tang Huang opened the system marketplace, ready to make a significant impact, reality hit him hard. The prices of the items in the marketplace skyrocketed, instantly pulling him back to reality. Gazing at the technologies within the 7 elements tier, each costing millions or even tens of millions of spiritual sources, Tang Huang suddenly felt very poor. His over 10 million spiritual sources were far from enough for extravagant spending here. After careful consideration, Tang Huang decided to prioritize purchasing the Once-U Star Planetary Computer Matrix Array technology. This would not only fill his current gap of not having a super-large computer, but also lay the foundation for building a battle star in the future. Next, he chose the Wuziu Star Energy Weapon Power Amplification Crystal Synthesis technology, which would significantly enhance the power of his warship's energy weapons. These two technologies alone cost him 3.5 million spiritual sources. Among the remaining options, Tang Huang gritted his teeth and purchased the Lutsuan Star System Instantaneous Gamma Pulse Generator. This terrifying weapon, capable of annihilating an entire star system, would serve as his ultimate trump card. These three technologies totaled 8.7 million spiritual sources. Finally, Tang Huang selected the special coating alloy armor technology from the Wuziu branch, costing 700,000 spiritual sources. This technology would greatly enhance the strength of his warship's armor, allowing it to withstand temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. After completing his purchases, Tang Huang began to implement the new technologies. The Energy Weapon Power Amplification Crystal Synthesis technology would be used to upgrade the weapon systems of various warship models. The special coating alloy armor technology would be applied to strengthen the warship's defenses. Additionally, part of the planetary computer matrix array technology would be used to enhance the computational power of the warship's onboard computers. Meanwhile, in the distant core region of the Yada Empire, on the Yada St. Relitas star of the St. Relitas system, stood a colossal city. Viewed from space, this city, named Glory City, formed a massive triangle, with its apex even piercing the planet's troposphere. This was the residence of the Yada Emperor, housing tens of billions of purebred Yada people. At the highest point of this city, the palace of the Yada Emperor, St. Relitas 17, stood majestically, covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Its height earned it the moniker City of Blossoms. Despite its conspicuous location, the defensive systems of the entire St. Relitas system were robust enough to repel most attacks. Even if faced with an undefeatable enemy, St. Relitas 17 would choose to surrender for self-preservation rather than allow an orbital strike. Under the protection of the Turan Empire, as long as he did not defy their will, St. Relitas 17 could enjoy a secure reign for generations. In the Imperial Palace, the current Emperor of Yada, St. Relitas 17, was having his daily nutritional meal. The food on his plate appeared ordinary but concealed a chilling secret. It was made from growth hormones extracted from newborns, known as elixir of life. This miraculous substance could significantly slow down cellular aging and greatly extend lifespan. The genetically enhanced Yatans were already long-lived, and the Yatan nobility regularly consumed this nutritional meal in an attempt to further prolong their lives. St. Relitas 17 gazed at his plate and sighed deeply. "Your Majesty, is something troubling you?" a concerned palace attendant immediately asked. The emperor spoke slowly. "It's nothing, just recalling the latest report from the Imperial Research Institute. They can no longer find new coordinates for relic star systems through the ancient civilization Stargate. I fear that without the relic star region, the Empire's long-term development and our ancestors' legacy might end with me." He continued to stare at his plate, his tone heavy with sorrow. "Imperial research has stagnated for millennia, and we still haven't mastered the artificial synthesis of the elixir of life. Every bite I take feels like I'm consuming my own people." As he spoke, he wiped away non-existent tears. The attendant quickly flattered him. "Your Majesty, you are so compassionate. a paragon of benevolence among our emperors. Please don't be too distressed. You know that the extraction of the elixir of life is done with the consent and proper contracts of the individuals involved. It is their honor and great privilege to become part of your sustenance. Suddenly, Saint Relitus XVI's anger flared. Cursed Turn Empire. If it weren't for their restrictions on our biological technology, I wouldn't be in such pain. He angrily took another bite of his meal. The Turn Empire had strictly limited the development of biological technology among all subordinate civilizations in the interstellar society, keeping them at a lower level. Enough, let's not talk about this anymore. The Emperor changed the subject. What's the situation with the relic star region? Has there been any news from Phalos? The attendant replied, Your Majesty, there has been no news from the seventh frontier star system. The Emperor's expression turned displeased. No news? I allocated a significant fleet to Phalos this time, including parts of the provincial fleets from several star regions and other relic star system garrisons, totaling over 150,000 warships. I understand that star system battles can drag on, but how could there be no news from the front lines at all? Given the Empire's extensive star domain network coverage, even ordinary news and intelligence were transmitted rapidly. The complete lack of war updates was puzzling. Immediately contact Phalos and have him report the current progress to me, the Emperor commanded. The relic star region is crucial to the Empire's future. The attendant promptly responded, Yes, Your Majesty, I will contact the Ministry of Internal Affairs right away. Moments later, the attendant received a reply from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and his face turned shocked. Your Excellency, I apologize, but we cannot reach Commander Phalos, nor any general from the expedition fleet. A sense of foreboding rose within the attendant. With the entire Empire covered by the star domain network, how could they not reach anyone? Unless the entire fleet had been annihilated, or they were outside the network's coverage. But it was impossible for 150,000 warships to be completely wiped out. Where could Commander Phalos have gone? Contact the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs in the 7th Frontier Star System immediately, the attendant said urgently. Apologies, Your Excellency, but we just contacted the Frontier Star System's Ministry of Internal Affairs directly, and there was no response. The attendant's expression grew even more incredulous. If Commander Phalos had rebellious intentions and led the fleet out of the Empire's territory, it might make sense. But how could the entire Frontier Star System's Ministry of Internal Affairs also be unreachable? He immediately informed Saint Relitus 17 of this astonishing news. The Emperor was stunned. How is this possible? An entire Frontier Star System, along with over 150,000 expeditionary warships, and not a single person can be contacted? Immediately reach out to the Ivry Federation, the Giant Mantis Union, and the Junran Empire. They also have fleets in our Frontier Star System. Ask them for information. Contacting other interstellar civilizations was a complex process, as each civilization rented independent star domain network servers from the Turn Empire. After going through official channels to contact the embassies of other interstellar civilizations, it took a whole month to get a response. When Saint Relitus 17 personally inquired, the highest levels of the other three interstellar powers were shocked to discover that their dispatched fleets had also gone missing. At this moment, an organization called the Mechanized Heavenly Court emerged through various intelligence channels and caught the attention of the Yatan Emperor. What is this organization? Saint Relitus 17 felt a wave of confusion and unease. Saint Relitus 17 frowned as he glanced over the intelligence report, casually tossing it aside. A mere rebel group, not worth our attention, he dismissed with disdain. The most pressing matter now is dispatching a fleet to further investigate the 7th Frontier System. The Emperor's gaze shifted to the window, where the star-studded night sky framed a massive planet hanging in the center of his view. Distracted, he pondered the current situation without comprehension. An enormous expedition fleet, along with fleets from 3 other interstellar powers, totaling over 320,000 warships, had vanished without a trace. No signals, no signs, simply evaporated into the cosmos. As Saint Relitus 17 anxiously awaited the report from the exploration fleet, a palace attendant burst in, face filled with panic. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened, the attendant gasped. The Ivry Federation, the Giant Mantis Union, and the Jun Empire have issued a joint statement. What joint statement? The Emperor asked, bewildered, as he took the data pad from the attendant. Displayed on the data pad was an official diplomatic document regarding the disappearance of fleets in the 7th Frontier System. The document accused the Yata Empire of deceit, luring the 3 interstellar fleets to the 7th Frontier System, resulting in their disappearance around mid-July of turn year 27091. The 3 parties claimed it was a scheme by the Yata Empire to annex the relic systems they controlled, violating Article 175 of the Turn Interstellar Treaty of the Relic Sector. The document demanded the Yata Empire to compensate all losses 100-fold and cede the 5th, 6th, and 7th Frontier Systems. If not accepted, the three parties would jointly petition the Turan Empire at the Turan Interstellar Assembly for adjudication. Saint Relitus 17 was stunned after reading the document. Anger surged from within. "This is extortion," he roared. "Do they think they can bully me by joining forces? Our Yada Empire's fleet also disappeared. Why don't they mention that? And appealing to the Turan Empire for adjudication? They just want to start a war." The Emperor's fury echoed through the palace, but soon, under the effect of a tranquilizer, he calmed down. Saint Relitus 17 furrowed his brow, the scales on his forehead nearly touching. He knew that in the Turan Interstellar Society, requesting adjudication from the Turan Empire often signaled the prelude to war. Though the Yada Empire did not fear war, it had just emerged from a massive conflict, suffering heavy losses. It would take decades to fully recover. The other three powers, clearly premeditated, aimed to accelerate their own recovery through plunder. "Relay my command," Saint Relitus 17 sighed. "If this matter can be resolved diplomatically, we should avoid war. The Yada Empire cannot afford it." The Emperor recalled his unexpected ascension. His father and numerous princes had been executed by the Turan Empire, and he, the least favored prince, had ascended the throne under the Turan Empire's witness. Saint Relitus 17 was acutely aware of his limitations, hoping only to pass on a prosperous empire to his successor. "The Turan Interstellar Assembly will convene soon," Saint Relitus 17 murmured. "The other three will certainly bring this issue up at the assembly. How should I respond?" The Turan Interstellar Assembly, convened by the Turan Empire, was akin to the United Nations on Earth. During the assembly, the Turan Empire temporarily lifted network restrictions between civilizations, allowing leaders to enter a virtual meeting room via the interstellar network. Ultimately, whether to go to war depended on the Turan Empire's stance. Saint Relitus 17 was deeply troubled. On the surface, the Yada Empire appears to be a prosperous interstellar civilization. However, in reality, it is teetering on the brink of chaos. One wrong move could trigger an interstellar war. Despite these turbulent times, Tang Huang is not particularly concerned about the shifting political landscape. His attention remains focused on the 117th star system in the ruined sector, known as the Lingxiao system. Tang Huang understands that to expand outward, he must first strengthen his own power. Therefore, he is setting up a comprehensive early warning and defense system throughout the Lingxiao system. Reflecting on the astonishing sight of the previous gas giant, Tang Huang realizes that merely defending the southern sky gate is far from sufficient. What if something else jumps through higher dimensional space? To address this, he decides to establish more spatial defense stations and expand his fleet. Recently, Tang Huang's plan to save 3 million spirit sources fell through. He reopened the system marketplace and purchased a series of urgently needed supplies and equipment. First, he spent 750,000 spirit sources to buy 1,500 automated mechanical cores for establishing an equal number of fully automated mining bases. These mining bases are scattered across every corner of the Lingxiao system, within dwarf star systems, asteroid belts, and even beyond the heliosphere. Tang Huang's layout forms a massive spherical mining network around the entire star system. The dust belts in these regions contain a wealth of rare mineral elements, which are precisely the resources Tang Huang urgently needs. The farthest mining base is located in space, 100 light days away from Tang Huang, within a thick dust cloud he named Star Road Cloud. Tests revealed that this area contains special focusing crystal minerals, ideal for manufacturing new energy weapons. More importantly, this location marks the starting point of a safe star route observed by Tang Huang, shielding the Lingxiao system from spatial storms. With the coordinated operation of these mining bases, Tang Huang's daily mineral resource extraction has surpassed 180 million tons. Despite this, the figure still seems insignificant for constructing a true battle star. In addition to expanding mining operations, Tang Huang acquired 4 warship blueprints to enhance his fleet. 1. DUI-Z Large Comprehensive Supply Mothership, costing 450,000 spirit sources. 2. Sun Feng High-Speed Assault Cruiser, costing 420,000 spirit sources. 3. Wu Chang-class Heavy Frigate, valued at 150,000 spirit sources. 4. Qian Heavy Assault Battleship, costing 500,000 spirit sources. After these purchases, Tang Huang's spirit source reserves dropped to 892,110. The DUI-Z Large Comprehensive Supply Mothership is the largest, measuring over 20 kilometers in length and 7 kilometers in width, with a staggering mass of 67 billion tons. This giant ship is equipped with various ultra-heavy equipment, including multiple warship maintenance and repair production lines. It can also carry 40 Wu Chang-class heavy frigates. The DUI-Z is fitted with a curvature engine capable of reaching 15 times the speed of light, enabling it to connect to spatial jump nodes up to 1 light-year away. The Sun Feng High-Speed Assault Cruiser is a lightweight, high-speed cruiser. It is 4 kilometers long, weighing 5.6 million tons, and equipped with a Lu-C experimental curvature engine that can reach 20 times the speed of light, connecting to spatial nodes up to 2 light-years away. This engine is a downgraded version of Lu's Syllaable technology, only suitable for medium-tonnage warships like the Sunfeng. The Wuchang-class heavy frigate measures 520 meters in length and is equipped with a standard curvature engine capable of 10 times the speed of light, connecting to spatial nodes up to 40 light-days away. The performance of this warship is average within Tang Huang's existing fleet, but Zivi has fully upgraded it with advanced weapon systems. Zivi utilized 7-level energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology, combined with special focusing crystals collected from Star Road Cloud, to design a new series of Wu Chu laser weapons. This series includes Wu Chu I-4 laser pulse cannons, suitable for warships of various scales. The most powerful Wu Chu 4 can emit terrifying rays with temperatures exceeding 4 million degrees. The Qiantian heavy assault battleship is 16 kilometers long, weighing 14.7 billion tons, significantly surpassing the tonnage of the Zhonglei medium assault battleship. However, Tang Huang discovered after purchase that his current primary inertialess engine technology could not drive such a massive ship, let alone the heavier DUI-Z mothership. This oversight left Tang Huang deeply frustrated, but since the purchase was made, he had to make do. In Tang Huang's future fleet planning, the DUI-Z large comprehensive supply mothership and Qiantian heavy assault battleship will form the core. Due to their inability to use inertialess engines for flexible maneuvering, they require protection from Wuchang-class heavy frigates. The Sunfeng high-speed assault cruiser will serve as a multifunctional reconnaissance ship. The Zhenglei medium assault battleship and Heishunghel heavy firepower destroyer will act as the fleet's vanguard, engaging the enemy. The Huayao heavy strike cruiser will be reserved for special missions requiring non-destructive planetary bombardment. Through these deployments and upgrades, Tang Huang is gradually building a powerful and versatile interstellar fleet, preparing for the challenges that lie ahead. During this period, Tang Huang expanded his warship production lines, but the efficiency was far from the initial 8 lines. Among those 8, one was an STC automatic production template gifted by the system, while the other 7 came from ancient civilization relics containing automatic warship production cores. These cores were highly advanced, capable of unfolding from a 2-meter cube into a production line spanning several dozen square kilometers. Tang Huang's self-established warship factory, despite covering tens of thousands of square kilometers, took 7 days to produce one Hellfire-class heavy firepower destroyer, matching the efficiency of the automatic core production lines that occupied only a few dozen square kilometers. Nevertheless, these self-developed production lines at least freed Tang Huang from the predicament of having to use warship production lines for the Thunder God's Hammer space platform. Over the past month, Tang Huang's population increased by 300,000 tactical humanoids, mainly engineering humanoids, who were dispatched to lead various mining bases in the Lingxiao star system. In terms of warships, 3 Saturn-class large integrated transport ships, 3 Zunfeng-class high-speed attack cruisers, 60 Wuchang-class heavy frigates, and 200 self-developed Lisha-class engineering ships were added. The Lisha-class engineering ships are less than 400 meters long, equipped with a 10-fold light-speed curvature engine, various engineering tools, and 3 Wuchu I laser pulse cannons for self-defense. 5 of these ships form an engineering construction fleet, marking Tang Huang's official capability to independently design interstellar vessels. Currently, Tang Huang's fleet totals 330 warships, including 1 Zhenli-class medium attack battleship, 1 Hoya-class heavy strike cruiser, 3 Zunfeng-class high-speed attack cruisers, 9 Saturn-class large integrated transport ships, 56 Hellfire-class heavy firepower destroyers, 60 Wuchang-class heavy frigates, and 200 Lisha-class engineering ships. These fleets are spread throughout the Lingxiao star system, giving Tang Huang true control over the entire system. The system suddenly notified him of unlocking the Galactic Controller achievement, elevating his power level to galactic scale and awarding him a technology scanner. This powers.I device can detect high-tech valuable items within a 10 light-year radius, facilitating Tang Huang's exploration of relic star regions. The system also indicated that the next power level, star sector scale, requires complete control of one of the Milky Way's spiral arms. This daunting requirement made Tang Huang feel immense pressure, considering that even the Turan Interstellar Society only controlled half of the Orion arm. Reflecting on the war 700 years ago between the Yada Empire and other factions against the Oswede Federated States of the Perseus Interstellar Society, Tang Huang realized his future path was still long. He claimed the technology scanner and began his first scan. A minute later, the scan completed, and the system started analyzing the results, preparing to present the coordinates of the detected high-tech valuable items. Tang Huang stood before the detector, his gaze fixed on the 3-dimensional coordinate map composed of flickering photons. The coordinate system, with the detector as its origin, displayed the locations of all high-tech valuable items within a 10 light-year range. He noticed that the light points representing these items were concentrated in an area about 5 light-years away. 5 light-years? Tang Huang murmured, slightly taken aback. Isn't that the distance to the nearest relic system from the Lingxiao galaxy? He quickly recalled that there indeed existed an unexplored relic system 7 light-years away from the Lingxiao galaxy. The coordinates displayed by the tech detector pointed directly there. Tang Wan realized he could reach the relic system using a star route created by the explosion of an unknown supernova. Tang Wan began calculating the travel time. His fastest Zunfeng-class cruiser could reach 20 times the speed of light. Without a known space jump route, it would take about 3 months to get there. However, the Zunfeng-class cruiser's experimental curvature engine could link space nodes up to 2 light-years apart. This meant that once he traveled 3 light-years, he could jump directly to the target system, reducing the time to around 54 days. No known jump routes, that's quite slow, Tang Wan thought to himself. He reviewed the 3 faster-than-light travel methods: stargates, natural space jump nodes, and superluminal curvature travel. Due to the lack of specific spatial data of the target system, Tang Wan couldn't jump directly from the Lingxiao galaxy's space jump node. In this case, he had to approach the target using superluminal curvature travel before jumping. Tang Wan quickly formulated a plan: dispatch a Zunfeng-class cruiser to establish a jump node travel route. He began organizing an expedition fleet. 1 Zunfeng-class cruiser, carrying 30,000 tactical humanoid girls, including 1,000 psychic girls, 2,000 tech humanoids, 3,000 engineering humanoids, 4,000 combat humanoid girls, and 20,000 mechon girls as auxiliary soldiers. The fleet would be led by the psychic girl, Adelin. Adelin, remember, your mission is reconnaissance, Tang Wan instructed. If you encounter unknown and powerful enemies, do not engage directly. Upon reaching the target system, establish the jump node travel route immediately, then jump back. I will bring the main fleet over afterward. Don't worry, Father God. We will complete the mission perfectly. Adelin responded enthusiastically, then added with a playful tone. And are you worried about me, Father God? I'm so touched. Please let me. Tang Wan interrupted her with a sigh. You really need to stop learning from Ruby. Be serious. Hee hee. I think Sister Ruby is great, Adelin said, hands on her hips, grinning. Tang Wan fell into deep thought, considering whether to standardize how his tactical humanoid girls addressed him. Currently, the first batch called him Supreme One, Adelin and other psychic girls called him Father God, while the leader of the Mechon girls, Ruilia, wavered between Supreme and Your Majesty. As the Heavenly Court organization grew, controlling an entire galaxy with billions of inhabitants, it had become a reasonably qualified interstellar nation. Tang Wan felt it was time to standardize the titles to avoid overly long introductions in the future. He decided to have everyone call him Supreme or Emperor, removing other miscellaneous titles. Before Adelin's team departed, Tang Wan swiftly issued this order. A Zunfeng-class cruiser named Pioneer left Dome Star. This 4-kilometer-long, over 5 million ton warship activated its curvature engine, enveloping the entire ship in a warp bubble, and disappeared into space at 20 times the speed of light. With the departure of the Pioneer, Tang Wan began preparing for the next mission, scouting another relic system, the 77th relic system. Although this system had been mapped, no interstellar power had occupied it yet. The reason was that the entire 77th system was still fully covered by an automatically operating star defense system, preventing anyone from entering. Tang Huang faced a challenging dilemma: how to reach Ruins Galaxy number 77. The conventional route was through the ancient Stargate in the Yada Empire's 5th frontier system, which connected Ruins Galaxies 065 to 080. Another method involved gradually jumping through natural spatial nodes within the 117 galaxies of the Ruins sector. With the capabilities of Tang Huang's fleet, they could quickly complete the jumps if they obtained the spatial node data for all the galaxies along the way. However, the Lingxiao galaxy, where Tang Huang was located, connected to the 7th ancient Stargate, covering Ruins Galaxies 097 to 117. He had already acquired the jump data for these 21 galaxies, but lacked information on the other Ruins galaxies. This posed an urgent problem. As Tang Huang pondered, Zivi's cold voice came through the communication system. Supreme Commander, we have a situation. Our spatial monitoring station in the Yada 7th frontier system detected jump fluctuations. An unknown fleet is transitioning into the system. Tang Huang was not surprised. It's likely a reconnaissance ship from the Yada Empire. We've had no contact for a month. They were bound to take action. Don't act rashly. Observe the strength of their fleet first. Understood, Supreme Commander, Zivi replied curtly before cutting the communication. In the Yada Empire's 7th frontier system, the massive Stargate floated silently in space. Surrounding it were the Thunder Hammer orbital platforms deployed by Tang Huang, all in silent observation mode. Suddenly, the surface of the Stargate rippled, and 4 interstellar ships emerged. Tang Huang observed remotely and identified 3 as familiar Yada Empire high-speed reconnaissance ships. However, the 4th ship had a distinct design, smaller, with smooth, rounded lines, and evidently more advanced technology. This unfamiliar ship triggered Tang Huang's memory. It resembled the interior layout of a reconnaissance ship previously intercepted attempting to breach the Lingxiao galaxy's defense system. This is a ship from the Turan Empire, Tang Huang noted gravely. As the suzerain state of the Turan Interstellar Society, The Turan Empire's technology far surpassed that of the Yada Empire. Confronted with this powerful and unknown adversary, Tang Huang decided to continue observing. The four ships established communication links. A virtual projection appeared before the Yada colonel, a being resembling a human female, with two long horns protruding from her forehead. So, this is the seventh frontier system? Why is it so desolate? The Turan envoy asked coldly. The Yada colonel responded nervously, respected envoy, it was thriving here just a month ago. We are here to investigate the cause. Lowly worms, how dare you claim ignorance? The Turan envoy said with visible disdain. Terrified, the colonel explained, Envoy, I truly don't know. That's precisely why we're here. The Turan envoy's expression softened slightly. Then accompany me to Galaxy 117. Envoy, the colonel said hesitantly, there are rumors that Galaxy 117 has been occupied by a human resistance group known as the Mechanical Heaven. Although unverified, for your safety, I advise against taking the risk. Heaven? What a joke, the Turan envoy said with disgust. A despicable human organization that splintered from your lowly empire. What's there to fear? Are you making excuses? Her expression turned nauseated, revealing her deep-seated contempt for humans. Under the stern demands of the Turan envoy, the Yada Empire's colonel had no choice but to accompany the envoy through the Stargate and enter the Lingxiao star system. The colonel felt a deep sense of worry, as his original mission was merely reconnaissance. Now, he faced an unknown threat that could have caused the disappearance of 300,000 warships. In stark contrast, the Turan envoy displayed no fear, relying entirely on his sophisticated special high-speed ship, which was less than 200 meters long. Although this private vessel from the Turan Empire wasn't heavily armed, its speed was astonishing. It could enter warp state in seconds, traveling at 10 times the speed of light. Even more impressive was its advanced AI technology, allowing the envoy to control the ship entirely on his own. As they were about to enter the Stargate, Tang Huang received an inquiry from Shiwei, Supreme. Should we activate the defense system? Tang Huang pondered briefly and replied, no, keep the defense system in silent, hidden mode. Dispatch the fleet stationed at the south gate of Lingxiao. Destroy the 3 Yada ships, but spare the Turan vessel. I want to capture the Turan envoy alive. This is a prime opportunity to gather intelligence on the Turan Empire. Understood, Shiwei responded. The south gate of the Lingxiao star system remained silent until the 3 Yada ships cautiously emerged from the Stargate. The Yada colonel carefully scanned the surroundings and, finding no sign of the rumored defense system, breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the rumors were false, he muttered, and then sent a communication to the other side of the Stargate. The Turan ship followed closely behind, greeted by the sight of a massive red giant, star burning brightly at the center. The Turan envoy glanced around disinterestedly and asked, is this the 117 system? Where is that rebel group you mentioned? Let's go kill them to pass the time. The Yada colonel was taken aback by the envoy's words, hesitating. His 3 reconnaissance ships carried only 3 marine reconnaissance battalions and a squadron of scout fighters, totaling just over 1,000 marines and a dozen space fighters, with limited firepower. In contrast, human rebel groups usually numbered in the thousands. Moreover, the envoy clearly wanted to watch them fight for amusement, and even if they won, the casualties would be severe. Seeing the colonel's hesitation, the envoy made a displeased sound. The colonel, reminded of the dire consequences of defying the Turan Empire, reluctantly ordered the ships to move forward and search for the potential human rebel base. At that moment, the radar detected something. The colonel was startled and quickly reported, Envoy. Radar shows a ship traveling 50,000 kilometers away. Huh, found them so easily? Chase them down and kill them. The Turan envoy exclaimed excitedly, a look of anticipation spreading across her striking features. She couldn't wait to see those human rebels, who resembled Turan people, being ravaged by the reptilian species. Such scenes always gave her a twisted sense of thrill, as if she herself, a noble Turan, were being violated by the lowly reptilian race, a bizarre humiliation that aroused her perverse pleasure. The 4 ships accelerated in pursuit and soon caught up with the slower vessel, which was a heavy frigate about 500 meters long, of an unknown design. In fact, this was an Infernal-class heavy frigate sent by Tang Huang, a decoy ship. The Yada colonel's heart sank. Even though his 3 reconnaissance ships combined could probably defeat the enemy, there would definitely be losses, possibly even the destruction of one ship. However, the Turan envoy, clearly unconcerned about this, had already excitedly ordered the attack. The colonel, resigned, ordered his ships to open fire. A close-quarters space skirmish ensued from thousands of kilometers away. The Infernal-class heavy frigate played its part well, but the performance gap between the ships was evident. Tang Huang's ship, even the smallest Infernal-class, was equipped with Wuqi's special coating alloy armor. Even without activating its energy shield, its armor could withstand temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. The laser weapons on the 3 Yata reconnaissance ships couldn't breach this defense. Seeing the Yata ships making no headway, the Turan envoy grew impatient. Useless. You can't even take down one ship. I have to do it myself. Activate the disintegration cannon, she barked, her beautiful face full of disdain and contempt. The disintegration cannon on the bow of the Turan ship, actually an ion beam, began to charge. A crimson beam shot out from the bow, crossing tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant to strike the Infernal-class heavy frigate. The Turan envoy expected that, even if one shot couldn't destroy the enemy, a few more would finish the job. However, to her shock, the crimson disintegration beam was completely intercepted by a blue energy shield that had risen from the black ship's surface. Attack ineffective, enemy ship equipped with high-intensity energy field. AI preliminary analysis. Extremely dangerous. Recommend immediate retreat. Immediate retreat. The ship's AI suddenly warned. The Turan envoy was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She had never seen the AI give such an assessment before and immediately considered retreating, but it was already too late. Detected a superluminal weapon incoming. 10 times the speed of light. Immediately, the voice of the intelligent AI was abruptly cut off. A microwave pulse instantaneously engulfed the entire Turan ship, paralyzing all systems, reactors, engines, intelligent AI, weapons fire control, and warp space monitoring. None were spared. This was a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb launched by the Yata Empire's Imperator-class heavy frigate. Everything before had been a ruse to lower the Turan ship's guard. A 10-fold speed of light attack was beyond the observation capabilities of the Yata Empire's warships, but Tang Huang suspected the Turan Empire might have means to detect it. To ensure absolute success, he chose to fire from tens of thousands of kilometers away, a distance sufficient to prevent the Turan ship from reacting in time. The bridge plunged into darkness. Even the most basic lighting had failed. The Turan envoy shouted in panic. What's happening? Answer me. But only deathly silence responded. The intelligent AI was down, unable to provide any answers. Suddenly, a loud bang shook the entire ship. The Turan envoy realized someone had boarded her ship. She frantically tried to activate the ship's self-defense systems and advanced Guardian mechanical soldiers, but nothing responded. Fear flooded over her like a tide, and various horrifying scenarios flashed through her mind: being violated, killed, or becoming a test subject for human cloning experiments. As she fell into panic, heavy footsteps echoed outside the bridge. Trembling, the Turan envoy pulled out a thermal bomb, intending to perish with the enemy, only to find the activation device had failed. She then grabbed a short blade, intending to commit suicide, but her hands shook violently, unable to follow through. The sound of the blade dropping to the floor was particularly jarring in the silent bridge. Suddenly, the bridge door was violently blown open. Several tall yet delicate figures walked in, their thruster packs emitting a faint glow, forming halos behind their heads. Didn't expect it to be this easy. And a female? A Turan? A clear, girlish voice rang out. The leader, a psionic girl clad in celestial power armor, approached the Turan envoy. At nearly 2.4 meters tall, she exuded immense pressure. She grabbed the horn on the Turan envoy's forehead, forcing her to stand, and harshly questioned, "Answer me. Are you a Turan?" The Turan envoy screamed, her feet dangling in the air, kicking wildly. Up close, she saw that her captor was a sweet-looking girl with watery eyes that should have been endearing, but at this moment, only intensified her fear. She tried to bolster her courage. She was an envoy of the Turan Empire, and these were merely lowly human rebels. They wouldn't dare harm her. Seeing the Turan envoy's silence, the psionic girl smiled wickedly. "Not talking, huh? I have ways to make you speak." Holding the horn with one hand, she reached for the envoy's forehead with the other. Suddenly, arcs of electricity danced, and a subtle psionic lightning directly entered the Turan envoy's brain. She let out a blood-curdling scream, which quickly changed in tone. Under extreme stimulation, her eyes rolled back, mouth agape, drool dripping, and her legs trembled violently. A few tactical humanoid girls nearby caught a whiff of an unpleasant smell. One of them wrinkled her nose in disgust. "What a beast." Another tactical humanoid girl reminded, "Rika, be careful not to break it. The Supreme Command wants it alive and intact." The psionic girl named Rika responded, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After probing for a while, she frowned and withdrew her psionic energy, casually tossing the Turan envoy to the ground. The envoy landed heavily, her body still twitching intermittently. Rika summarized, "Couldn't find anything useful. The chip in her brain has pretty high protection. Forcing a read might really turn her into a mindless beast. Take her back for a proper interrogation." Two tactical humanoid girls immediately stepped forward, lifting the still-twitching Turan envoy. In the dark expanse of space, a Vermilion Bird-class heavy combat transport ship departed from the paralyzed Turan vessel. A nearby Hercules-class engineering ship moved in, extending mechanical arms to begin cutting and dismantling the Turan ship on the spot. The Lingxiao Galaxy, Deco Star, underground prison. Deco Star is only tens of millions of kilometers away from its star, and the underground prison was originally a hollowed-out mine. This prison, newly constructed by Tang Huang, has not yet been put into use and is shrouded in darkness. Built with Wuqing alloy, the same grade as battleship armor, it can withstand temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. Each cell door is protected by a layer of psionic shield. Tang Huang's audacious actions were shocking. Dismantled an entire Legong's hammer orbital platform and installed its various weapons inside the prison. Just 3 of these platforms can blockade an entire planet. Here, every 3 steps reveal a laser pulse turret or an ion beam turret, with countless hidden weapon systems lurking in the shadows. The prison's strategic location is also significant. Given Deco Star's proximity to the star, executing prisoners is as simple and effective as tossing them into the star. At this moment, the Turan envoy had become the first resident of the prison. In the dimly lit cell, she was bound hand and foot by special psionic chains, sitting on the cold alloy floor. Her once bright and beautiful eyes were now dull, staring blankly at the ground. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed outside the cell door. Thud, thud, thud. The steps grew louder. With a clank, the psionic shield deactivated and the cell door opened. A towering figure appeared at the doorway, clad in a special model of powered armor. In the darkness, only the 2 crimson mechanical eyes on the faceplate were visible. This was Tang Huang, wearing the fully enclosed Tianda-class powered armor. This suit was crafted from the latest Wuqing 2 alloy, an accidental byproduct of synthesizing the regular Wuqing alloy, boasting higher strength but scarce production. Insufficient for battleship armor, but perfect for a custom suit for Tang Huang. Since Tang Huang gained access to higher dimensional space to enhance his psionic powers, his body had also been continuously strengthened. Originally nearly 1.9 meters tall, he now stood over 2.2 meters barefoot. Clad in the new Tianyi armor, his height approached 2.6 meters. Tang Huang entered the cell, but the Turan envoy remained unresponsive, still staring blankly at the ground. Tang Huang frowned and turned to Rika, one of the psionic girls behind him, asking about the situation. Rika sheepishly explained, "Hee, she's just a bit dazed. I didn't touch her brain chip at all. It's still intact." Saying this, she hid behind Ruby. Tang Huang shook his head, unconcerned. "Forget it. What I need is the data in her brain, not the person herself," he said. "Even if you kill her and bring back just the head, as long as the brain chip is intact, we can decode it." Tang Huang ordered, "Take her to the data decoding center. Once the data is decoded, she's of no use." With that, he turned to leave. He had come to see what the legendary Turan people looked like. It turned out they were not much different from humans, except for 2 long horns on their foreheads, slightly more attractive features, and larger chests. At that moment, Rika, thoughtfully looking at the Turan envoy's face, caught up with Tang Huang and said, "Supreme, I have a request. This person could serve another purpose." Tang Huang stopped and turned back, asking, "What is it?" "Speak." Rika excitedly proposed. "Hee, let me have her, Supreme. After brainwashing and conditioning her, we can send her back. She must hold a significant position in the Turan Empire and could become our spy there. I think it's time we establish an intelligence agency." Tang Huang pondered for a moment, finding the idea plausible. Moreover, he couldn't convert her. Sending her back after conversion would immediately expose them. "All right, I'll leave her to you. Once the data from her brain chip is decoded, you can take her." Tang Huang agreed, then left to await the decoding results. The Turan Empire had powerful brain chip defenses for every citizen. However, against Tang Huang's planetary-scale computer matrix array, these defenses were futile. Although Tang Huang's planetary-scale computer matrix array was only partially built, its strength was already sufficient. Soon, Tang Huang received the decoded data from the Turan envoy's brain, including all her memories from childhood. "Wow, this woman's status is indeed high," Tang Huang marveled. The Turan woman, named Luo Xiuling, was the daughter of a high-ranking official in the Turan Empire, with traces of royal blood. She was the fiancée of the 8th prince of the Turan Empire, maintaining her purity, and a close friend of the Turan Empire's crown princess, who was likely to be the next Turan empress. As for her so-called envoy identity, it was entirely fabricated. The Turan Empire had not sent any envoy to the Yada Empire. According to her memories, she was to marry the 8th prince in 3 years and live in the palace until then. In her memories, Luo Xiuling appeared cold and unapproachable in the Turan Empire, but deep down, she harbored a hidden cruel nature. Before entering the palace, she secretly ventured to the Yada Empire in search of excitement, to unleash her hidden cruel desires, only to fall into Tang Huang's hands. Luo Xiuling knew many secrets of the Turan Empire, including fleet strength, technological level, even spatial jump node data for important coordinates, and the location of the Turan Empire's capital. To Tang Huang's surprise, the capital of the Turan Empire Yuanling Star was known as Earth thousands of years ago. According to Luo Xioling's historical knowledge, the Terns occupied Earth 4,000 years ago and moved their capital to this perfect life-supporting planet. Regarding the Tern Empire's fleet strength, it was equivalent to the System 8 Extreme level warships. Note that this 8 Extreme level refers to the unenhanced, original version of the System 8 Extreme level. Tang Huang's current warships had undergone multiple upgrades with ancient civilization relics and System 7 element level technology. Wuching alloy armor, psionic shields, Wuching high-power energy weapons, inertialess engines, tenfold light-speed curvature engine missiles, and more made Tang Huang's warships vastly superior to their original level. Tang Huang recorded all the decoded data for further comprehensive analysis. Then, he handed Luo Xiaoling over to Rika for brainwashing and conditioning, preparing to turn her into a spy to be sent back to the Tern Empire. The process was long and complex, but ultimately very successful. Luo Xiaoling was successfully transformed into a loyal spy for Tang Huang, ready to return to the Tern Empire to carry out her mission. Sylvia immediately began meticulously organizing and filtering the data handed to her. Soon, a batch of crucial information was preserved, including all known spatial jump node data for the ruined starfield and detailed intelligence on the high-risk system number 77. These valuable resources, originally prepared by Luo Xiaoling for entering the ruined starfield, were now at Tang Huang's disposal. Tang Huang's fleet for this expedition was configured as follows. Flagship, the Emperor of Truth, a 15-kilometer-long Zenli-class medium attack battleship, heavily armed with systems including a bow-mount anti-ship energy arc cannon and Wuxiu 4 high-energy laser pulse cannons for planetary targets. 1 Hoya-class heavy strike cruiser named Huada Xingjuan. 1 Zunfeng-class fast attack cruiser named Pioneer 2. 12 Haixing Hell heavy firepower destroyers. 24 Wucheng-class heavy frigates. 3 Saturn-class large comprehensive transport ships for logistical support. This elite fleet consisted of a total of 42 warships. Despite system number 77 being classified as high-risk, Tang Huang had devised a method to bypass its outer defense system using the intelligence obtained from Luo Xiaoling. Leading the team personally, he carried a tech detector, a device capable of precisely locating high-tech valuable items, crucial for finding ancient civilization relics. Tang Huang's primary objective was clear: to empty the entire star system. Accompanying him were the psionic girl Ruby, the combat android Yuya, and the technical android Valia, while Sylvia and Relia stayed behind at Dome Star. System number 77 was the only unclaimed ruins starfield system. A matrix-like spatial defense station network tightly enveloped the entire system, resembling a giant egg. Despite this, numerous factions lingered nearby, seeking opportunities to breach the defenses. Currently, the fleet of the Tern Empire was the closest, having spent decades controlling the system's stargate and clearing a safe zone, but they had not managed to explore further. At the stargate of system number 77, a space monitoring station officer of the Tern garrison fleet was recording his log as usual. This was his 7,210th day on duty, and the monotonous routine had left him weary. However, on this seemingly ordinary day, the AI alarm suddenly went off. Warning: unauthorized jump fluctuations detected at the stargate. An unknown fleet is making a transition and will soon pass through the gate. The officer initially thought it was just another reckless roaming fleet, ready to enjoy the impending space fireworks. However, when the sleek warship emerged through the spatial veil of the stargate, the situation took an unexpected turn. The garrison fleet's defense systems activated immediately, and hundreds of high-energy laser beams were fired at the intruders. Shockingly, the lasers appeared to hit an invisible wall as they approached the warship, failing to reach their target. A transparent shield enveloped the entire ship, deflecting all attacks. The monitoring officer stared in disbelief, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. The defensive capabilities of this mysterious fleet far exceeded expectations, and their arrival could drastically alter the balance in system number 77. Oh my god, what kind of battleship is that? The head of the fire control system for the Tern fleet stationed at the spaceport exclaimed. The sight before them left everyone in shock. A 4-kilometer-long, sleek battleship suddenly emerged from the stargate, its surface shimmering with an intimidating energy shield. Energy shield? Destroy it quickly. Don't let it accelerate. It's breaking through. The commander urgently ordered, his voice filled with tension and anxiety. Laser weapons were activated instantly, but frustratingly, they had no effect on the mysterious battleship. The energy beams hit the shield, creating only faint ripples. Laser weapons are completely ineffective. One operator reported loudly, his voice tinged with frustration. The commander quickly adjusted his strategy: railguns, lock on and penetrate the shield. Fire curvature engine missiles. However, before the Tern fleet's railguns could complete their lock, the battleship that had just passed through the stargate suddenly activated its curvature engine. In the stunned gaze of everyone, a massive curvature bubble enveloped the entire ship, and in the next moment, it vanished into the vastness of space. It's gone. The command center erupted in astonishment. The enemy has entered curvature state. Initiate curvature space monitoring. The commander immediately ordered, a hint of hope in his voice. The monitoring station operator perked up, quickly adjusting the equipment. As a member of the Turan Interstellar Society's ruling nation, he had great confidence in their technology. No other power in the Interstellar Society can surpass the Turan Empire in curvature space monitoring, he thought smugly. However, when he activated the monitoring system, the smile on his face froze. The screen showed no curvature space fluctuations at all. He couldn't believe his eyes and checked multiple times, but the result was the same. No curvature space fluctuation data. Just then, a communication from a superior came through. Monitor 17, why are you just standing there? Report the curvature space data you've detected. The monitor swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Sir, I haven't detected any curvature space fluctuations. What? The voice on the other end was incredulous, followed by a stern reprimand. How is that possible? Our entire fleet saw that battleship enter curvature state. How can there be no curvature space fluctuation data? When this news reached the commander of the entire station fleet, he too fell into deep confusion. After multiple confirmations, it wasn't just the monitoring station. None of the ships in the station fleet had detected any corresponding curvature space fluctuation tracks. The commander of the Turan station fleet realized the gravity of the situation, his face showing a complex expression. The implications behind this were chilling. Could someone's curvature engine technology have surpassed that of the Turan Empire? This thought shook the pride and confidence he had always held. At this moment, a fleet staff member tried to reassure the commander. Commander, don't worry, don't worry. The commander glared at the staff member. The staff member adjusted his decorative glasses and explained, Commander, judging by the direction that battleship came from, they're probably trying to break through the defensive system of the 77th relic star system. But that's impossible. We've been trying for 20 years without success. He paused and continued. Our most advanced curvature space monitoring devices can detect curvature space fluctuations up to 15 times the speed of light. According to research, the outer defensive system of the 77th star system can detect at least 20 times the speed of light. Even the neighboring Perseus civilization on the Perseus arm doesn't have such fast curvature engines. The other side likely has some advanced curvature space stealth technology that can fool us, but it can't possibly fool the 77th relic's defense system. So, Commander, rest assured, no one can break into the star system. If we can't do it, no one else can either. Hearing the staff member's analysis, the commander visibly relaxed. They began to focus intently on observing the interior of the star system, expecting to see the enemy battleship destroyed. However, as time ticked by, the anticipated scene of destruction never appeared. The commander looked again at the staff member, who could only awkwardly say, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe the scene hasn't propagated yet. Just then, a clear communication from within the star system came through, shocking everyone. I have successfully entered. The defenses here are thin, and the station personnel are all fools. Come quickly. The entire Turan station fleet fell into chaos. The staff member was the first to react, his face full of shock. What does this mean? Did they really succeed? We've been trying for 20 years without success, and now a single battleship just waltzes in? As everyone was still processing this shocking news, another urgent report came in. Commander, there's another spatial transition wave from within the Stargate. It's much larger than before. It's a fleet. This news completely ignited the commander's fury. One battleship wasn't enough for you? Now you're bringing an entire fleet. And using clear communication. This is outright provocation. He roared, prioritize the railguns. As soon as that fleet appears, hit them immediately. After the railguns break the shields, fire the curvature engine missiles. Even if they have energy shields, I want them all destroyed. The entire Stargate defense system and station fleet sprang into action, all weapon systems on high alert. However, before the fleet could fully get into position, a fleet suddenly emerged from the Stargate. The defense station's numerous railguns fired immediately, thousands of high-mass projectiles traveling at 10 the speed of light hurtling through space towards the newly arrived fleet. At the same time, missiles equipped with 5 times the speed of light curvature engines were poised to launch, waiting for the enemy ship's shields to be breached. The station fleet commander grinned wickedly, his eyes fixed on the black fleet emerging from the Stargate. Sink them all right here. On the bridge of the Truth Emperor, Tang Huang gazed at the star system before him, seemingly indifferent to the massive kinetic projectiles hurtling towards his fleet. Every ship was already equipped with the new onboard AI computers, which automatically calculated the trajectories of all incoming railgun rounds. These computers were part of a planetary-scale computer matrix, and while not as powerful as a true planetary matrix, their computational ability far surpassed that of the average Turan Empire warship. The dense and powerful laser Closian defense systems precisely intercepted all incoming railgun rounds. Ruby has already gone in with Pioneer 2. We need to pick up the pace, Tang Huang commanded with a wave of his hand. The entire fleet once again entered warp speed under the noses of the Turan garrison fleet, disappearing into the vastness of space. The fleet traveled at 10 times the speed of light, effortlessly traversing billions of kilometers and passing through the ancient defensive space station matrix that enveloped the entire star system. Ordinarily, such speeds would be unable to evade the defense systems of System 77. However, Tang Huang possessed a curvature space wave stealth technology that the Turan Empire lacked. This technology, derived from the Turan Empire's curvature space wave masking technology, had been systematically upgraded to completely hide the fleet's presence in curvature space. Tang Huang had upgraded this technology to this extent for just 10,000 spirit sources. To him, this was a truly divine skill, cheap and effective. In a way, the Turan Empire had not entirely failed. At least their research direction was correct. But Tang Huang, leveraging the system, had upgraded the technology first and successfully entered System 77. If the Turans knew the reason behind this, they would probably be driven mad with rage. The commander of the Turan garrison fleet watched helplessly as the Black Fleet intercepted all attacks and then vanished into warp speed. His artificial heart twisted in his chest with anger. This was blatant provocation. Call for reinforcements. Call for more fleet reinforcements, he roared. Even though they don't necessarily have to use the Stargate to leave the relic system, the Stargate is linked to the spatial nodes. Even if they don't leave through the Stargate, they have to get close enough to link to the spatial nodes and jump away. They'll wait right here. I refuse to believe they won't come out. Everything was going according to Tang Huang's plan. He had the Pioneer 2 cruisers send out messages in clear code to provoke and anger them, ensuring they would dispatch more fleets. As his power grew, so did his appetite. The garrison fleet of less than 200 ships was no longer enough to satisfy him. Even if the Turan Empire dispatched a massive fleet, Tang Huang had a backup plan. System 77 was not his mechanical celestial quartz base. With the fleet's extended spatial node linkage distance, they didn't need to be too close to the Stargate to initiate a spatial node jump. Therefore, Tang Huang had meticulously planned this operation, confident in his complete control over the situation. System 77 was a typical multi-star system. At its center was a white main sequence star, about twice the mass of the Sun and with a surface temperature of 9600 C, burning brightly and emitting dazzling white light. The other two stars were a yellow dwarf slightly smaller than the Sun, with a surface temperature of around 5400 C, and a red dwarf less than half the mass of the Sun, with a surface temperature of only 2300 C. The white star and the red dwarf formed a binary system, making up the core of the star system, with the red dwarf orbiting the white star. The yellow dwarf orbited this core binary system. The entire star system could be divided into 3 zones: the core zone white star and red dwarf, the middle zone yellow dwarf, and the outer zone ancient automatic defense system. Tang Huang's fleet had already passed through the outer zone, approximately 19 billion kilometers from the core white star and over 28 billion kilometers from the yellow dwarf, as the yellow dwarf was orbiting to the other side of the system with its planetary system. After initial scans, Tang Huang took out a technological scanner, limiting its range within this star system to search for ancient civilization relics. Soon, the scanner returned its first signal, pointing to the outer space defense matrix. Tang Huang dismissed this result and continued scanning. The next signal pointed to a planet orbiting the yellow dwarf, 27.8 billion kilometers away. The scan indicated a significant presence of high-tech artifacts on the planet and its surroundings. Is that all? Tang Huang felt a bit disappointed. He had expected a star system with such tight defenses to be filled with high-tech signals and ancient relics. However, upon reconsidering, if the entire outer defense system was meant to protect that one planet, the ancient relics on it must be extraordinarily valuable. With excitement, Tang Huang ordered the fleet to activate their warp engines and head towards the target planet at 10 times the speed of light. Over 2 hours later, as the fleet approached a distance where they could observe the planet with optical equipment, Tang Huang was stunned. There were no high-tech space stations or planets filled with technology. Instead, the planet was surrounded by numerous ships that seemed to be operational, as if controlled by someone roaming through space. Even more astonishing, a significant number of them were moving back and forth between the star and the planet. However, the fleet's radar had not detected any signals before. As the fleet moved closer, Tang Huang was shocked to realize that these were not ships but massive, peculiar space creatures. They swarmed around the planet and the star, with some even residing directly on the star's surface, absorbing its energy. Oh my heavens, what kind of creatures are these? Tang Huang stared in disbelief at the bizarre scene unfolding in space. On the surface of a yellow dwarf star, with temperatures soaring up to 500 C, a group of creatures leisurely resided. They moved effortlessly between the star and the planets, as if this vast expanse of space was their natural habitat. These space creatures were innately equipped to survive extreme environments without any external protection. Tang Huang's battleship was armored with Wuxiu superalloy, a product of System 7 tech, capable of withstanding temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. Its advanced cooling systems made landing on a star a manageable feat, yet these creatures achieved the same with just their formidable bodies. The space environment is complex and ever-changing, filled with chaotic electromagnetic waves, stellar radiation, and various cosmic rays. Tang Huang couldn't help but wonder what kind of miraculous biological materials made up these creatures' bodies. At that moment, Tang Huang glanced at the tech detector and was astonished to find that the high-tech valuable items it indicated were these very space creatures. There were only about 10,000 of them, most drifting across millions of kilometers between the star and planets. Observations showed that their speed in space was relatively slow, only about 40 kilometers per second. Seeing these space creatures, Tang Huang suddenly realized just how unusual this star system was. He had always felt it was too empty. Ordinary star systems typically contained dwarf galaxies and asteroid belts held together by gravitational forces. But this System 77, despite having 3 stars, almost entirely lacked asteroid belts. The whole system resembled a vast, natural prairie, free for roaming without the worry of collisions. Wait, a prairie? A pasture? An idea flashed in Tang Huang's mind. Valia, move closer to those planets and conduct a full scan and analysis. Tang Huang ordered immediately. Yes, Supreme. Valia, the second-in-command among the tech humanoid girls, quickly executed Tang Huang's command. The fleet approached a planet. It was a blue glowing planet, 30,000 kilometers in diameter and 50 million kilometers away from the star. As the fleet drew near, a few of the strange space creatures were attracted, curiously examining the massive comrade. The Jisia Heaven fleet hovered in near-planet orbit, continuously scanning below. Suddenly, Valia reported, Supreme, we're receiving a radio-electromagnetic communication signal. Tang Huang was slightly taken aback. Radio communication? Valia quickly pinpointed the signal source. A space creature drifting in near-planet orbit had spotted the Jisia Heaven fleet and was clumsily trying to approach while sending electromagnetic communications. Valia swiftly decoded the signal, revealing a halting message. Friend, play, you are so big, fly so fast, wait for me. Tang Huang stared at the message in shock. These space creatures were intelligent? He quickly assigned tasks. Fleet, disperse. Ruby, take Pioneer 2 and try to communicate and study that space creature. Moonlight, take a subfleet and head towards the star for research. The rest of the ships stay in planetary orbit and continue the investigation. Yay, these space creatures are so cute. And they can talk. I'm going to chat with them. Ruby cheered as Pioneer 2, a high-speed cruiser, detached from the fleet and approached the clumsy space creature. Yes, Supreme. Mission acknowledged. Moonlight saluted Tang Huang, then sternly scolded, Ruby, be serious, this is a mission, not playtime. Following her command, a subfleet comprising 6 Hellfire-class heavy destroyers and 12 Unyielding-class heavy frigates set course for the star 50 million kilometers away. Tang Huang and the remaining fleet stayed in near-planet orbit, scanning the 30,000 kilometer diameter planet, more than twice the size of Earth. The results soon came in. Gravity was 3.4 g, no oceans, a rocky planet. Surface temperature was around 600 C, with mantle temperatures reaching approximately 2400 C. The planet's surface was riddled with enormous fissures, nearly reaching the mantle, with magma flowing everywhere. These fissures emitted vast amounts of inert gas, which testing revealed to be xenon. Tang Huang also observed space creatures leisurely swimming in the magma lakes and rivers, as if taking a bath. Smaller space creatures were seen moving in and out of the fissures. Meanwhile, preliminary research and observation results from other fleets on the space creatures were in. A detailed dataset appeared on Tang Huang's virtual display, including a clear image of a complete space creature. These space creatures had a rounded, smooth oval shape at the front, narrowing in the middle, and then widening again into a slightly flat, disc-like shape at the rear. The overall form was slightly larger at both ends than in the middle, though the narrow middle was still relatively broad. They emitted visible light and thermal radiation, with varying colors depending on their individual temperatures, some even changing like fluorescent lights from red to orange-red, then yellow, yellow-white, white, and finally blue-white. Their surface appeared like some sort of glass-metal composite, extremely smooth and sleek. They ranged in length from 600 meters to 1 kilometer, which was enormous for a living creature. Yet, their mass was surprisingly light, averaging less than 10,000 tons. In addition to the external data, Ruby quickly sent over internal scan data from the space creature she was investigating. A stream of data was transmitted to Tang Huang. Ruby's voice echoed in his ear, laced with obvious frustration. Supreme. These space creatures don't reflect any electromagnetic wavelengths. Their skin absorbs all the internal scanning waves I emit, and then converts them into thermal radiation. I can only infer their internal structure based on their external features. If we want more accurate information, we'll probably have to dissect them. Tang Huang nodded slightly and replied calmly, "That's all right. Let's continue our research here. As for dissection, let's hold off for now. These space creatures likely possess a certain level of intelligence and could be very useful to us. We should focus on establishing a good relationship with them first." He then reviewed the speculative data Ruby had just sent regarding the internal structure of the space creatures. The data indicated that the creatures' slightly wide, flat, disc-shaped tails had the ability to convert electricity and xenon gas into positively charged ions. These ions were expelled from the tail and the underside of their bodies, allowing them to achieve speeds of up to 40 kilometers per second, enabling them to fly through space. Tang Huang's eyes lingered on the data as a realization struck him. "Isn't this the principle of an ion thruster?" he muttered in astonishment. The organs in these creatures' tails are essentially ion thrusters. Could this really have evolved naturally? The data further revealed that these creatures were surprisingly light in mass relative to their large size. They likely had large internal cavities for storing absorbed materials. Their heat-dissipating organs were highly developed, capable of converting all absorbed electromagnetic radiation into thermal radiation and dispersing it. Observations showed that these creatures lived in high-temperature zones around 2,400 degrees Celsius within planetary mantles. They resided in massive fissures deep in the mantle and occasionally flew to the surface of stars to feed, directly absorbing the star's thermal energy and converting it into stored electricity. For them, the temperature on a star's surface was like a comfortable hot bath. Tang Huang took a sharp breath. These characteristics made him increasingly certain that these creatures were not the product of natural evolution but of artificial modification. This star system is so sparse, with few asteroids. It could very well be an interstellar ranch for breeding these space creatures, he speculated. Tang Huang immediately activated the technological scanner and discovered technological signals in every deep mantle fissure on the planet. He made a decisive order: "Transmit my command. Deploy 100 battalions to land on this planet with me and investigate the deep fissures. Each fissure shows a signal, and we need a comprehensive exploration. If there's an ancient civilization's gene cultivation base for space creatures, it's likely in these fissures." As the order was given, the lower deck doors of 3 large, integrated transport ships in the fleet orbiting near the planet slowly opened. Countless vermilion-bird heavy combat transporters emerged and descended toward the planet's surface. Tang Huang personally led this mission. Despite Tang Huang's psionic prowess reaching the system's highest rating of level 10, capable of covering a planet over 10,000 kilometers in diameter, there were no significant psionic signals on this planet, so they had to rely on technological scanners. However, Tang Huang's safety was assured. He wore a rare Wuqiu Aya-type fully covered power armor, equipped with the Celestial Cloud Psionic Shield device. This gear's defensive capabilities surpassed that of a typical warship. 100 battalions, totaling 100,000 tactical humanoid girls, were deployed to the planet's surface. Most of them were mechanized winged girls, with technical humanoids, military combat humanoids, psionic humanoids, and mechanized winged girls in a ratio of about 1:2 to 1:6. They began a thorough exploration of every large fissure on the planet. In a colossal fissure stretching for 1,000 miles and tens of kilometers wide, with magma waterfalls cascading down the rock walls, over 100 vermilion-bird combat transporters descended slowly in the extreme heat. The rear hatch of Tang Huang's transporter opened, and he crouched at the edge, gripping the hatch while gazing downward. The red plume on his helmet fluttered in the heat, and the mechanical electronic eye on his faceplate glowed a menacing red, continuously scanning below. "The signal from this fissure is too weak," Tang Huang said through the communication system. "The scanner indicates there's only a simple long-running xenon conversion diffusion device here. Leave some personnel to continue investigating this fissure and determine the specifics of the technological device at the bottom. The rest, follow me to the next fissure." With a wave of Tang Huang's hand, most of the vermilion-bird combat transporters ascended and departed, leaving only a few to continue the deep exploration. Under Tang Huang's personal leadership, the morale of the tactical humanoid girls was even higher. After relentless efforts by the 100,000-strong landing force, they finally discovered what Tang Huang had been seeking: a gene cultivation base for space creatures from an ancient civilization, located at the bottom of a fissure deep within the planet's mantle. "This is a man-made underground space." Tang Huang stood before the abandoned biogenetic breeding base, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Most of the facilities were submerged in rivers of lava flowing from high-altitude fissures, emitting a scorching glow. Despite its dilapidated appearance, Tang Huang was convinced that valuable secrets were still hidden here. Those mysterious space creatures must have originated from this place. First, he carefully surveyed the terrain, ensuring there was no risk of collapse, and then immediately called for engineering support. Soon, engineering humanoids dispatched by the near-Earth orbital fleet arrived aboard versatile Zhuge combat transporters. The aircraft, laden with various engineering machinery, opened its doors, and the humanoids clad in power armor leaped out, their alloy boots landing directly on the searing lava. These Wuchu alloy-crafted suits easily withstood temperatures ranging from 900 C to 1400 C. The engineering machinery quickly began their tasks, with the primary objective being to clear away excess lava, facilitating subsequent excavation work. As the excavation progressed, an unexpected visitor appeared. A juvenile space creature, about 100 meters long, drifted down from the fissure above, curiously observing the busy tactical humanoids. It transmitted a message via electromagnetic waves. "Who are you? You look so strange." Tang Huang furrowed his brow, pondering how to respond to this childlike inquiry. After all, he couldn't bluntly say, "We're digging up your ancestors' graves." Just then, he noticed that the juvenile creature seemed to be trying to communicate with the Zhuke transporter but received no response. Suddenly, Ruby's excited voice came through the comms. "Superior, let me talk to it. I've already made friends with Ichi." A Zhuke transporter descended from the sky, and it was clear Ruby was aboard. The juvenile space creature was the same one they had encountered in near-Earth orbit, now following Ruby to this location. Moonlit Knight mockingly remarked, "Ha, no wonder your mental age is low. Otherwise, how could you play with them?" Ruby snorted dismissively, ignoring Moonlit Knight, and focused on communicating with the juvenile space creature. "Ichi, have you thought about what I mentioned earlier? Do you want to come with me? I have lots of delicious energy sources. Would you like to try a fusion reactor?" "Fusion reactor? What's that?" Ichi asked, puzzled. Ruby explained, "It's a machine that converts energy, kind of like a small star." "Do you know what stars are, Ichi?" "They're where the adults of your species go to feed." Ichi was instantly excited. "Wow, a place to eat. Can I eat a small star directly?" For space creatures, absorbing the thermal energy emitted by stars is akin to eating, and stars themselves are like buffet halls. Now hearing that it could consume a small star directly, Ichi was overjoyed. Listening from the side, Tang Huang couldn't help but facepalm. Although the principle of a fusion reactor is indeed similar to the fusion reactions inside a star, this explanation felt like a mischievous elder sister tricking a child. While the excavation at star system number 77 was underway, the Pioneer had been traveling in warp state for 10 days on the space route outside the Lingxiao star system. At 20 times the speed of light, it had traversed more than half a light year. The Pioneer, equipped with the experimental 6C curvature engine, needed to be within 2 light years of the target star system to connect to the spatial warp nodes of the target system. According to estimates, it would take about 34 more days for the Pioneer to enter the 2 light-year range of the target star system. On the bridge of the Zunfeng-class fast attack cruiser Pioneer, mission leader Adeline sat idly in the captain's chair, stretching and crossing her long legs over the 3D projector in front of her. She yawned and sighed. "Ah, so boring. Interstellar journeys are always long and monotonous." Even with the Pioneer's state-of-the-art curvature engine from the intelligent machinery heaven, it still required a significant amount of time to reach the target star system. Adeline couldn't help but wonder about the mental states of those indigenous civilizations still constrained by the speed of light when they embarked on interstellar colonization and long-distance journeys. Just then, a technician humanoid monitoring the curvature space values suddenly exclaimed, "Adeline, the curvature space values are changing. We've detected signals similar to those of a large fleet in curvature travel. They're within 2 light years ahead." Adeline's interest was piqued instantly. She sat up straight, her eyes sharply focused ahead. The sudden appearance of a large fleet's warp space signature on the monitoring screen immediately caught Adeline's attention. She glanced around, realizing she was in the ruins sector, a star route leading to an unknown ruins star system. Apart from the narrow star route, the surroundings were filled with treacherous space storms. Adeline frowned in thought. To enter this area, she could only go through the Lingxiao system. "Where did that fleet come from?" Adeline asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Her mind raced, considering various possibilities. Could this be a fleet that exists within the ruined sector? A remnant of an ancient civilization's defensive force? Or perhaps a new emerging race like the winged ones, rising within the ruined sector? Everything was shrouded in a veil of mystery. What is the fleet's trajectory? Adeline inquired further. The monitoring technician, a humanoid, quickly responded, "Based on the warp space readings, they are within 2 light years of our battleship, moving towards the left star route fork. They have not intersected with our flight path and maintain their original trajectory, seemingly unaware of our presence." Adeline nodded slightly. The fleets of the Mecha Celestial Court were equipped with warp space fluctuation stealth technology. Although the opposing fleet's technological level was unknown, the Pioneer should still be safe unless the other side possessed advanced technology capable of detecting through stealth from 2 light years away. On the monitoring screen, the fleet entered the left fork and soon disappeared from the Pioneer's detection range. Adeline gazed at the intricate network of star routes, winding through space storms like veins, leading in all directions. Some routes led to dead ends, while others connected to different ruined star systems. The humanoid technician continued the report. "The fleet appeared 2 light years ahead on our right, crossed our detection range, and seemed to head towards another star system 7 light-years away. The star route ahead forms a crossroad, with an estimated width of only about 1,000,000 kilometers based on their crossing speed. Only 1,000,000 kilometers? Adeline frowned. That's too narrow. She silently thanked her luck that the fleet was merely passing by. In such a narrow star route, an encounter could easily lead to conflict. Even without hostile intent, misunderstandings could arise due to the lack of knowledge about each other. This encounter made Adeline more vigilant, realizing they were not the only visitors in the ruined sector. 34 days later, the Pioneer was 159,815 astronomical units away from their target star system. After advancing another 3,300 Australian dollars, they would enter warp jump range. At this moment, they arrived at the crossroad where the fleet had previously been detected. As expected, the area was narrow, with a safe zone only 1.2 million kilometers wide and 10 million kilometers deep. The periphery was filled with raging space storms, forming a narrow space corridor. Upon entering this region, the Pioneer detected two fleets engaged in battle. One side had about 1,000 warships, while the other had only half that number. Lasers, missiles, and railguns crisscrossed the narrow space. Adeline was taken aback. The ruined sector was surprisingly bustling. Including the fleet they had encountered earlier, this was the third unknown fleet they had come across. She quickly deduced a possibility. Despite being fragmented by space storms, this vast ruined sector might not be desolate. Over the long ages, new civilizations could have flourished here, exploring along the star routes, meeting, allying, or warring over resources. It seems this journey won't be smooth, Adeline sighed softly, then ordered to maintain warp travel and pass directly through the battlefield, heading to their target star system 2.5 light-years away. The warring sides did not notice a warship speeding past at 20 times the speed of light. Meanwhile, in ruined star system number 77, Tang Huang had completed the excavation of the surface ruins. According to the obtained data, this place was indeed a breeding ground for an ancient civilization. The space creatures in the star system were their bio-warships, modified and deployed for battle once they matured. Due to the unique nature of these space creatures, they do not require advanced AI, nor do they need to be equipped with soldiers. Tang Huang plans to armor them and install curvature engines and reactors within their body cavities, allowing them to be dispatched to the battlefield. Each modified space creature battleship possesses its own intelligence, making them independent soldiers. These creatures have extraordinarily long lifespans, serving far longer than ordinary warships. Tang Huang has made significant gains this time, discovering an entire gene cultivation production line for space creatures and a dedicated automatic warship production core within the ruins. He has stayed in the 77th relic star system for over a month, far exceeding the time needed to complete the excavation. This extra time has been spent establishing communication with the space creatures. In this star system, the number of mature space creatures exceeds 10,000, wandering between the stars and planets. If Tang Huang can make these creatures submit, he will instantly have a powerful fleet of biological warships. During this period, Tang Huang has continuously communicated with the space creature groups, helping them and becoming their friend. The leader of the space creatures is named Andra, with a body length of over 2 kilometers, making it the largest individual in the group. Ordinary adult space creatures range from 600 meters to 1 kilometer in length. These creatures are genderless and can reproduce asexually, nurturing the next generation on their own. After more than a month of communication, Tang Huang felt the timing was right and had gained Andra's trust, so he proposed his idea. On the scorching surface of a star, the 12-kilometer-long Andra rested. In the space tens of thousands of kilometers away, Tang Huang's flagship, the Emperor of Truth, remained stationary. Tang Huang asked Andra through the communication system, "Have you ever thought about leaving this star system? You are so special. Your journey should be the stars and the sea, not confined to this small star system pasture." Andra's massive body trembled slightly, its elliptical, smooth surface resembling some kind of glass metal, emitting changing lights. After a moment of hesitation, it responded, "Friend, you are right. Our genes indeed long for the starry sea. But how can we leave? We have tried but we're blocked by the defense matrix. Moreover, our speed is too slow, at most 40 kilometers per second." Tang Huang smiled and responded, "That is not difficult for me. I can modify you, making you exist like my warships." Andra asked excitedly, "Are you serious?" "Of course," Tang Huang affirmed. "It's just a matter of installing curvature engines for you. Will you leave with me? If you can really enable us to surpass the speed of light, our entire group is willing to leave with you." Andra replied excitedly. Tang Huang laughed, "Good, it's settled then. But we need to wait a bit. I have a fleet on the way, carrying a large number of curvature engine devices. Soon, you will be able to perform curvature navigation just like us." Meanwhile, outside the 77th star system, the Turing garrison fleet remained on high alert day and night. With the arrival of 2 support fleets, the number of Turing warships on the outskirts of the system had exceeded 2,000. The support fleets were originally searching for the Empire's 8th prince's fiancé, Luo Xiaoling, and had come to assist upon receiving the distress call. However, when the garrison fleet commander reported the situation to the Turan vice admiral of the support fleet, the latter frequently frowned in disbelief and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could any other fleet break through the defense system of the 77th relic star system? Even the Empire's most advanced warships can't do that. The curvature space wave concealment technology is the Empire's proudest achievement. No other civilization could crack it. How could any civilization possess more advanced curvature space wave concealment technology than ours?" At that moment, the Stargate suddenly fluctuated. A pitch-black fleet instantaneously jumped out, activated their curvature engines, and disappeared into the vast space in an instant. The garrison fleet commander and the Turan vice admiral stood there stunned, staring in disbelief at the direction where the fleet had vanished. The voice of Admiral Turan abruptly stopped, as if he had been paused. He stood frozen in the center of the bridge, staring blankly at the holographic screen ahead. The fleet commander sighed helplessly and shook his head slightly. Despite the imposing title of Commander of the Turan Garrison Fleet, he was merely a major general, commanding just a few hundred warships. In contrast, Admiral Turan commanded over 1,000 warships, boasting higher rank and greater strength. "Monitor the warp space fluctuations immediately." Admiral Turan snapped back to reality, shouting orders at the top of his lungs. Moments later, the results came in. "General, we detected no warp space fluctuations." This answer left Admiral Turan stunned again. How is that possible? He muttered to himself, unable to accept the reality. Meanwhile, in the 77th ruined star system, Tang Huang had successfully subdued the space-dwelling species. The support fleet arrived just in time, primarily consisting of large Saturn-class transport ships loaded with complete warp engines and reactor equipment. These devices were meant to modify the space creatures, granting them preliminary warp travel and space jump capabilities. The first to undergo the transformation was the leader of the space creatures, Andra. At this moment, its massive 12-kilometer-long body floated silently in space, alongside Tang Huang's flagship, the Emperor of Truth. Despite its enormous size, Andra still appeared childlike compared to the 15-kilometer-long flagship. "Are you ready?" Tang Huang asked, his voice tinged with a bit of nervousness. "Go ahead, my friend. I am ready," Andra responded, the electromagnetic signals conveying its own nervousness. Tang Huang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to channel the star-sized, black-flamed seed from the higher dimensional space. A transformative force descended from the higher dimension, enveloping Andra entirely. This force resonated with the surrounding materials and technological equipment, beginning to merge with the space creature's body. Andra's body started undergoing fundamental changes. The Wuchu alloy material fused with its smooth, glass-like metallic skin. The superluminal warp engine integrated into its body, combining with its original engine-like tail organ. The fusion reactor merged with its organs that could convert thermal energy into electrical energy. The planetary computer matrix array's shipboard model fused with its brain. The transformation was completed swiftly. Andra's overall shape didn't change much, but it had morphed completely into a spaceship-like form. The bioship's front was smooth and oval, the midsection was narrower, and the tail was a slightly wider, flat disc shape. At that moment, Tang Huang heard a system notification. "Ding! New species recorded Fleet Maiden species. Fleet Maiden species has joined the Mech Celestial Court, becoming a member." After incorporating the complete Fleet Maiden species gene production line into the base, the production line will activate the Fleet Maiden species production template. Tang Huang was stunned. He had transformed these space creatures into Fleet Maidens? Was this really the kind of Fleet Maidens he had imagined? "Supreme One." A voice suddenly sounded in Tang Huang's ear. He turned to see a voluptuous, tall, and mature woman standing beside him. Her curvaceous body was enveloped in metallic armor that was smooth like glass, closely resembling the previous space creature's style. "Are you Andra?" Tang Huang asked hesitantly. "It's me," the woman responded with a sultry smile, her eyes full of allure. "This form is just a three-dimensional projection. My true form is still out there in space. It's a new experience for me as well." "I see." Tang Huang nodded slightly. "So, when do we leave?" Andra asked, crossing her arms over her chest, which only accentuated her ample figure, as she looked at Tang Huang. "Soon, but we need to stay here for a while longer," Tang Huang replied, inwardly marveling at the drastic contrast in appearances. Just then, Ruby walked onto the bridge. She immediately noticed Andra and widened her eyes. Glancing down at her own less-than-ample assets, then back up at Andra's voluptuous projection, Ruby raised an eyebrow and muttered, "No wonder space creatures are so big. All right, there's no need to compete in that regard. Andra's form is just a three-dimensional projection," Tang Huang sighed, patting Ruby on the shoulder. "Prepare yourself. We need to modify the others and then get ready to leave this star system." Tang Huang's departure was not permanent. He couldn't take all the space creatures with him at once, so he had to modify and transfer them in batches. Additionally, he needed to transport the entire ancient civilization relic space creature gene production line and automated warship production core from the planet. As for Admiral Turin's fleet outside the star system, that issue would be addressed later. Tang Huang's immediate goal was to relocate all the space creatures to his home base in the Lingxiao star system. Outside the star system's defensive matrix, the Turin fleet was on high alert, waiting for Tang Huang to emerge. Suddenly, a pitch-black fleet appeared out of nowhere, exiting warp space. They quickly linked to the Stargate's spatial nodes and jumped away under the watchful eyes of everyone. Admiral Turin felt deeply insulted and roared, "Coming and going as you please. Do you think this is a public restroom?" General Turin was furious, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes blazing with anger. "Do they think they can just come and go as they please in our number 77 galaxy?" he roared, his voice echoing through the command center. "What about the dignity of the Turin Empire's fleet? Track them, track their warp coordinates, and find out where they're headed." However, after Don Juan's fleet vanished into the void, General Turin received a jaw-dropping report. They couldn't trace them. Yes, they couldn't determine where Don Juan's fleet had warped to, nor even which star system they had come from. The general fell silent, and then suddenly slammed his fist onto the control console, producing a loud bang. "What the hell is going on?" he growled, his mind swirling with questions. Who were these mysterious visitors? Where did they come from? Recalling his interactions with the Perseus Galactic Society, General Turin concluded that it couldn't be them. Although the Perseus civilization's technology was slightly more advanced, the technology to mask warp space fluctuations was a Turin Empire specialty, derived from ancient relics. The Perseus civilization couldn't possibly surpass them in this field. Could they be from the Cygnus Outer Arm? Or the Sagittarius Arm? The general mumbled to himself, utterly perplexed. He couldn't fathom why an unknown force with such advanced technology would exist within the Turin Empire's territory. With no other options, General Turin decided to cast a wide net. He ordered the ships to disperse and meticulously scan the surrounding space, hoping to find some clue. Meanwhile, in the distant Lingxiao system, Don Juan's fleet emerged from the Nantian Gate, instantly appearing in the familiar space. Don Juan gazed at the Thunder God's hammer defense platforms surrounding the Nantian Gate and took a deep breath, feeling a renewed sense of security. Is this going to be our new home? Andra's hologram appeared beside Don Juan, curiously examining the unfamiliar system. Don Juan nodded in response. "Yes, this will be your temporary new home." Andra's eyes fell on the massive red star at the center of the system, and she remarked, Not bad. The surface temperature of that red giant is only about 2000 C. So. Don Juan also looked at the red giant, thinking to himself, "We'll have to find a new system eventually. Staying in a system with a red giant doesn't feel entirely safe." Andra then addressed the other ship girls. "All right, everyone. This will be our new home from now on." As soon as she finished speaking, hundreds of modified space creature battleships eagerly activated their engines and began exploring the new system excitedly. Turning to Valia beside him, Don Juan said, "Let's go. We need to resupply first. Then we'll make a few more trips to the number 77 galaxy to bring back the remaining ship girl species." "Understood, Supreme One," Valia replied respectfully. The fleet then activated their engines, taking the excited ship girls back to Dome Star. The ships docked one by one at the orbital base around Dome Star, while Don Juan began preparing to transfer to another ship. For this expedition, he planned to bring more large comprehensive transport ships loaded with warp engines, reactors, and materials to the number 77 galaxy to transform the remaining space creatures into ship girls and bring them back to the Lingxiao system. Meanwhile, the existing large comprehensive transport ships began unloading their cargo, setting up an entire space creature gene cultivation production line and an automated ship production core on Dome Star. Don Juan had a lot of tasks to handle. Just then, a system notification sounded. "Ding dong, system alert. The ship girl species template has been installed. The gene cultivation production line on Dome Star can now begin producing ship girls." "Excellent." Don Juan, who was inputting data at the research center on Dome Star, nodded slightly upon hearing the notification. He removed his power armor and opened the system panel to check the store page. On the left side, one point on the previously stagnant biotechnology tree had lit up. Don Juan thought to himself, the biotechnology path finally has some progress. With biotechnology, physical mechanics, and psychic intelligence advancing together, we should soon unlock the 6 divisions level, though we're still a bit short. As Don Juan was deep in thought, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Andra, tall and voluptuous, her mature charm evident in her every move, approaching him. "Andra, your hologram can project directly here? Your main body should still be docked in orbit around Dome Star, right?" Don Juan asked in surprise. Andra spread her arms, enveloping Don Juan in a warm embrace. Don Juan was momentarily stunned, feeling the warmth and touch. Tangible? Warm? Touchable? Not a hologram? Andra smiled and explained, this is another form of my main body, just emerged from the tactical doll STC template. How does it feel? An embrace is quite different from my original form. It makes me happy. Don Juan, somewhat flustered, stammered, wait Andra, this behavior. What? Isn't this just a friendly hug? Andra's beautiful face bore an uncharacteristic innocence. Andra's tactical doll body, like her battleship form, was characterized by its size. At the moment, Andra stood an impressive 2.5 meters tall, while Don Juan, without his armor, was only 2.2 meters. Moreover, Don Juan was seated, and Andra's ample curves pressed down on his head. Internally, Don Juan screamed, yes, friends do hug. But this? Who can handle this? 8 foot tall sister. I can't handle this, 8 foot tall sister. After much effort, Tang Huang finally managed to break free from Andila's embrace. He silently thanked his luck that Ruby hadn't witnessed the scene. Otherwise, the consequences could have been disastrous. Tang Huang couldn't help but notice that even without her battle armor, Andila's current tactical humanoid form still towered over him. Only when he donned his own armor, which elevated his height to an imposing 2.6 meters, could he look down on her. This feeling of being overshadowed made Tang Huang quite uncomfortable. Andila tilted her head, a hint of confusion on her strikingly beautiful face. As a former space creature, it was understandable that she would be perplexed by some things in her newly acquired human form. Tang Huang, of course, had no intentions of educating her in any inappropriate manner. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. There are still quite a few of your people in the 77th star system, right? I plan to bring them all over here in batches over the next period. Andila nodded in agreement. No problem, I'll follow your lead. To us now, you are the chieftain. She reached out and pinched Tang Huang's handsome face, giggling. Now that I've changed form, you fit my aesthetic more and more. Tang Huang was taken aback, wondering if she was teasing him. He quickly clarified, our friendship is pure. Let's not mix in any other elements, okay? Your friendship is getting a bit tainted. Helpless, Tang Huang decided to switch topics again. All right, enough of that. The fleet is preparing for transport. Once we're ready, we'll set off for the 77 star system. While Tang Huang had been away, the development of the Lingxiao star system had not stalled. In terms of warship production, they had added 4 large Tuyu-class integrated transport ships, 1 Zhenli-class medium attack battleship, 27 Haishan-class heavy firepower destroyers, and 42 Wuchang-class heavy firepower frigates. Meanwhile, a new DUI Z-class large integrated supply mothership was still under construction. This colossal vessel, weighing hundreds of billions of tons, was being built in stages at the giant warship production facilities on Kyongdome Star and would be assembled in space orbit. Tang Huang's fleet had significantly bolstered its strength. Excluding engineering ships, the combat fleet now boasted 2 Zhenli-class medium attack battleships, 1 Hoya-class heavy strike cruiser, 3 Zunfeng-class fast attack cruisers, 13 Tuyu-class large integrated transport ships, 83 Haishan-class heavy firepower destroyers, and 102 Wuchang-class heavy frigates, totaling 204 combat-ready warships. Meanwhile, the fleet had integrated 702 shipgirls who had completed their transformation in the Lingxiao star system. Each shipgirl measured between 600 meters and 1 kilometer in length. Although their weaponry was not yet fully upgraded, they had the advantage of being able to fight without crew and could change weapon models at any time, making them the core of the future rapid response fleet. To quickly bring all the shipgirls to the Lingxiao star system, Tang Huang allocated 10 Tuyu-class large integrated transport ships loaded with tons of warp engines and other transformation equipment to head to the 77th ruined star system. The plan was to install warp engines on the shipgirls there first, then bring them to the safety of the Lingxiao star system for further transformation. Considering the Turan Empire's fleet was still lurking outside the 77th star system, Tang Huang decided to lead his main fleet in a hidden confrontation, also seizing the opportunity to earn some spirit resources. The fleet was soon ready. 1 Zhenli-class medium attack battleship was left to guard the Lingxiao star system, while the Truth Emperor continued to serve as Tang Huang's flagship. 40 Haishan-class heavy firepower destroyers formed the backbone, and all 102 Wuchang-class heavy frigates were deployed to escort the 10 Tuyu-class large integrated transport ships. The ship-girl fleet remained in the Lingxiao star system. This expeditionary force consisted of a total of 153 warships. This formidable interstellar fleet, composed of 153 jet-black warships, majestically passed through the south gate of the Lingxiao star system, activated their warp engines, and commenced a new round of space jumps. This time, Tang Huang was coming in strong. Meanwhile, in the 77th ruined star system, just outside the star system's matrix defense system near the Stargate, the Turan Garrison fleet commander was deep in thought in his office at the spaceport. He had to report the situation to the Imperial Command, but writing the report was giving him a headache. He needed to avoid appearing too incompetent while emphasizing the strength of the unknown fleet, or else his hard-earned position as Garrison fleet commander could be at risk. At that moment, alarms suddenly blared. A subordinate rushed into the office, shouting anxiously, "Commander! General! They're back!" "What? Again?" The Turan garrison fleet commander and the Turan admiral both sprang to their feet. The commander abandoned his report, slamming his fist onto the virtual workboard in front of him and roaring, "This time, we must capture them. We can't let them escape again." The sirens blared throughout the spaceport next to the Stargate, the piercing sound reaching every single warship. Nearly 2,000 warships, including the defensive systems, station fleet, and support fleet around the Stargate, were fully prepared. Their weapon systems were all activated, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The crew members gritted their teeth, their eyes burning with the fire of vengeance, waiting for that pitch-black fleet to reappear. The Turan warships quickly formed a perimeter around the Stargate according to the prearranged plan. This time, they had set up a laser blockadia web-like structure created by high-energy laser devices connected to each other. While not very useful in wide-open space battles, it was extremely effective in the relatively narrow area of the Stargate. Any warship attempting to rush through at high speed would be instantly shredded by this high-energy laser net. The fleet commander stood in the command center, a twisted, sinister smile spreading across his face. He laughed loudly, saying, come on, try breaking through this time." His laughter was filled with the pent-up frustration from previous humiliations and the thrill of upcoming revenge. At that moment, a pitch-black fleet suddenly flashed into existence within the Stargate. As soon as the mech Heavenly Court fleet appeared, countless high-energy laser beams and curvature engine missiles rained down upon them from within a range of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. "Destroy them! Destroy them all!" Lieutenant General Turan roared, issuing the command. Let them know the consequences of provoking the Turan Empire. Prepared for such a fierce attack, Tang Huang had a plan. The entire fleet instantly activated their inertia-free engines, performing dazzling, unpredictable maneuvers to evade the incoming fire. At a distance of 300,000 kilometers, the Turan Empire's 5 times light-speed curvature engine missiles could cross the gap in just a fifth of a second. However, the mech Heavenly Court fleet, with its advanced curvature space monitoring technology, accurately predicted the missile trajectories. They not only successfully evaded most of the attacks, but also launched numerous penniless light-speed curvature engine missiles in a dispersed formation to intercept. The few missiles that did hit were intercepted by the ship's psionic shields, exploding at a distance of tens of kilometers away and turning into brilliant fireworks, causing no substantial damage. Lieutenant General Turan stared in shock at the scene, muttering in disbelief, "Are these warships relics from ancient times? That evasion technology? It's the inertia-free engine." A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that there is an ancient civilization empire, long thought extinct, that has been lying dormant in the unknown relic starfield? Have they suddenly awakened, wanting to reclaim what was once theirs? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave. He realized that they might be facing an enemy far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. They are an ancient civilization empire from a long-dormant relic starfield. Admiral Turan's speculation sent a wave of shock across the face of the fleet commander. But soon, the commander regained his composure and agreed with the assessment. Indeed, only such an explanation could account for the enemy warship's terrifyingly advanced technology. What do we do now? The commander anxiously looked at the battle unfolding in space. They had only gained a slight advantage at the beginning of the conflict. Now, as time passed, the enemy had completely taken control of the battlefield. The curvature missiles launched by Turan's fleet were intercepted by similar enemy weapons or evaded entirely thanks to the opponent's superior maneuverability. The high-energy laser beams scattered across space barely hit their targets, and those that did were effortlessly deflected by the enemy's shields. As for the armor-piercing railgun projectiles, still limited by sublight speeds, they were easily intercepted by the enemy's Closian defense systems. In mere moments, the tide of battle had dramatically shifted. What started as an encirclement by Turan's fleet had turned into a counter-encirclement by the Black Fleet, now pressing them hard. A missile destroyer from the Turan Empire maneuvered at the edge of the battlefield. Several missiles had just launched from its deck, yet to activate their curvature engines, when an enemy missile suddenly appeared several hundred kilometers away. Emerging from curvature travel, its tail engine detached, and the warhead split into over a dozen missile heads. The destroyer's Closian defense system responded immediately, dozens of laser beams flickering in space. However, the missile heads maneuvered unpredictably, seemingly unaffected by inertia, easily dodging all the lasers. They penetrated the dense firepower net and struck the destroyer. Explosions rippled across the hull, scattering debris. The entire warship erupted in a brilliant burst of fire in space. The Heavenly Court fleet's missiles, equipped with tenfold lightspeed curvature engine boosters and cluster inertialess engine warheads, were nearly unstoppable. One by one, warships of the Turan Empire were destroyed, exploded, and disintegrated in space. The Turan fleet retreated continuously, unable to maintain even the high-energy laser barrier they had initially set up. Damn it! Admiral Turan slammed his hand on the table, staring at the virtual display of the fleet's status. Battleships, cruisers, and destroyers' names flashed incessantly, each flash marking a lost or destroyed ship. In a short time, they had already lost over 200 warships. And the enemy? Not a single loss so far. Admiral, we can't keep fighting like this. The fleet commander shouted hoarsely. The enemy must be a fleet from an ancient civilization empire, awakened from the relic starfield. If we continue, we won't be able to destroy even one of their ships before we are wiped out. Admiral, based on current losses, our chances of victory have dropped to 0. The fleet chief of staff's voice came through. The AI recommends immediate retreat to minimize losses. Admiral Turan's expression shifted rapidly. He suddenly turned to the fleet commander and barked, "Order your fleet to charge at the enemy." What? The commander stared at him in shock. At this point, the 77th relic starfield is lost. Admiral Turan said urgently, "But defending it is your mission, not mine. If the 77th relic starfield is lost, you will be held accountable and punished by the Empire's Central Command. So now, your best option is to cover my retreat and die heroically here." The commander's mind went blank as he trembled. Admiral Turan continued, "My mission is to find the runaway fiancée of the 8th Prince, the daughter of Duke Varen. I work for the 8th Prince. Rest assured, if you die here, I will report to the 8th Prince and secure the title of loyal family for your family. Your descendants will be ennobled. You've worked hard for years, rising from a commoner to this position for your family's future, haven't you? Now, you can accomplish that in one fell swoop. But if you flee with me and lose the 77th relic starfield, the Empire will punish you severely. Can you and your family bear that? Dying here will bring eternal honor to your descendants, while fleeing will bring eternal disgrace. Make your choice." The fleet commander's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He trembled as he replied, "Yes, sir. I obey." Admiral Turan turned and walked away, leaving the commander alone. The commander's face twisted with a complex, contorted expression, his eyes bloodshot. Finally, he roared, "Transmit my orders. Fleet advance, cover the friendly retreat." In the space battlefield, Turan's fleet split into 2 groups. One group began a rapid retreat while maintaining fire, and the other, consisting of just over 100 ships, launched a fierce charge at Tang Huang's fleet. Admiral Turan returned to an unassuming escort ship, beginning his escape from the battlefield. His face twisted with determination as he thought, "As long as I can get out, as long as I can report to the Empire's Central Command." "Supreme Commander, I've detected a change in the enemy fleet formation. They've left a rearguard and most of their ships are trying to retreat from the battlefield." Villia, the technical android, reported to Tang Huang on the bridge of the Truth Emperor. Tang Huang sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Think you can just leave? Not that easy." He was about to order a split force to pursue when an unexpected communication interrupted him. A message from the Turan fleet popped up on the screen, accompanied by a complete Turan language dictionary. Tang Huang raised an eyebrow, quickly skimming through this unexpected gift. "Honorable Ancient Empire." The communication began. "First, with humble respect, I congratulate you on awakening from your long slumber. We acknowledge that this star region belongs to you, and the current conflict is a misunderstanding. We beseech your mercy and promise that the Turan Empire will compensate you in the future." A virtual projection of Turan Admiral Burn Turan appeared before Tang Huang. Narrowing his eyes, Tang Huang swiftly analyzed the situation. Clearly, they had mistaken the Mech Heavenly Court for some ancient empire newly awakened from a relic star region. Given the advanced technology of the Mech Heavenly Court fleet, it was an understandable error. Tang Huang was about to order the pursuit to continue when he recognized the admiral's face. He recalled information deciphered from Luo Xiuling's memories. This was Burn Turan, a subordinate of the 8th Prince of the Turan Empire. "Hold on, don't pursue," Tang Huang commanded, a gleam of cunning in his eyes. A better plan was forming in his mind. Burn Turan, appearing here as the 8th Prince's subordinate, was likely searching for the prince's fiancée, Luo Xiuling Varen, and had unintentionally become embroiled in the dispute over Relic 77. This was a prime opportunity. Luo Xiuling was currently in the Lingxiao star system, thoroughly reconditioned by the psychic girl Rika. Why not turn the tables, let Admiral Burn leave, and then arrange a chance encounter? Sending Luo Xiuling back with Burn as a spy was far more strategic than letting her return alone. Meanwhile, in the retreating Turan fleet, Admiral Burn Turan was nervously observing the movements of the ominous Black Fleet. "Admiral, they're not pursuing," a voice called out in relief. As Burn breathed a sigh of relief, a reply came through, written in Turan. "Turan Empire, latecomers. This is the Heavenly Court star region, and we are the Mech Heavenly Court. Recently, we awakened and nurtured an agent to notify the Yada Empire, but they ignored us and sent a fleet to attack. The Yada fleet has been annihilated by us. Ignorant juniors, a billion years ago, we ruled the entire Milky Way galaxy. Now, after eons of slumber, we have awakened. Your ignorance can be forgiven, but your offense cannot. According to the galactic code, you must sacrifice 90 of your fleet to atone. Furthermore, all civilizations under your command must withdraw from this star region. If not, the Turan Empire will be destroyed, and the Turan Interstellar Society will perish. Do not say you were not warned. Burn's pupils contracted, his heart pounding. The Mech Heavenly Court, an ancient civilization that ruled the galaxy a billion years ago. He completely believed the lie, as it aligned with his own conclusions, with Tang Huang merely capitalizing on the situation. Reading the part about the Yada Empire, Burn's anger flared. Damn the Yada Empire and their emperor, Saint Relitus 17. They knew about the Mech Heavenly Court and didn't report it? Now, they had to sacrifice 90 of their fleet to atone. Burn was deeply conflicted. This meant thousands of ships and millions of lives. But the ancient civilization's methods were indeed ruthless. Seeing the final sentence, Burn first felt fear, then a spark of cunning. If he could report this and broker a relationship between the Empire and this ancient civilization, even as a vassal, the technology gained from this billion-year-old civilization would immensely benefit the Turan Empire. Burn decided to accept the cost. If it meant earning their forgiveness and friendship, sacrificing 90 of the fleet was worth it. But he needed to figure out how to report this to the 8th prince. If the prince could broker this deal, he might become the new heir, replacing the current grand princess. However, if mishandled, how would he explain to the prince about the missing fiancée? Didn't find the fiancée, but got ourselves a powerful patron? That might land him in prison. Resolute, Burn issued a false order to the fleet, claiming they were awaiting reinforcements. To prevent a mutiny, he activated a rare spatial jump inhibitor given by the 8th prince for emergencies. Though reluctant to use it, it was necessary to ensure the plan's success. This would prevent the Suntoba-sacrificed fleet from escaping, avoiding the wrath of the Mech Heavenly Court and disrupting his entire plan. Vice Admiral Burn decisively abandoned his fleet, taking only a few loyal ships with him. Over 1,000 warships, accounting for 90 of his entire fleet, were left behind like discarded shoes. As Burn's flagship initiated a space jump to escape, the abandoned fleet soldiers were jolted awake. In their panic, they scrambled to activate their warp engines, only to discover in horror that space jumps were disabled. At that moment, Tang Huang's fleet closed in like a pack of wolves. The battle concluded swiftly. The system notifications followed one after another. You have destroyed a Turan Empire battleship, gaining 1,200 spirit sources. You have destroyed a Turan Empire battlecruiser, gaining 900 spirit sources. You have destroyed a Turan Empire destroyer, gaining 600 spirit sources. You have destroyed a Turan Empire frigate, gaining 300 spirit sources. In the end, this battle yielded an astounding 1,279,000 spirit sources for Tang Huang. More excitingly, the system detected a high-value technological ITEMA space jump blockade device. Without hesitation, Tang Huang opted to salvage it. Immediately, the system informed him that he had acquired a new technology, space jump node lockdown. This technology automatically filled a significant gap in the physical mechanics branch of his tech tree. The description revealed it could link and lock down space jump nodes within a star system or redirect enemy fleets to designated locations. Crucially, this was one of the prerequisite technologies for the Stargate in the ruined sector. Ha ha ha, who knew Vice Admiral Burn would leave me such a gift? Tang Huang laughed heartily as he read the introduction. He had only expected to gain spirit sources from this battle, but the unexpected bonus thrilled him. The Turan Empire, the overlord of the Turan Interstellar Society, truly lived up to its reputation. Even the spirit sources obtained from destroying a single Turan frigate nearly matched those from a Yada Empire battleship. This mission was more than worth it just for the space jump node lockdown technology. With the battle over, Tang Huang commanded his fleet to clear the battlefield and prepare to fully occupy Ruins, Star System number 77. He planned to relocate the ship Girl Race from here, while keeping a close watch on the space defense station matrix that encircled the system. This defense system ingeniously wrapped the entire Ruins sector like a giant egg. Upon closer inspection, Tang Huang discovered that the control cores of these defense station matrices were not centralized on any single planet, but were distributed among each station. This meant that an enemy couldn't cripple the entire defense system by destroying a single core. They would have to destroy all of them or, like Tang Huang, use curvature wave stealth technology to bypass them. What a perfectly defended star system, Tang Huang mused. If I can fully control the outer defense system, this could become a crucial node for me, maybe even a new base. However, Tang Huang wasn't yet capable of achieving this. He needed to control every single defense station to master the entire system. Missing even one would prevent him from taking full control. But once he successfully reprogrammed these autonomous systems, they would be entirely his. This capability would come once his planetary-level computer matrix array was fully constructed. The 77 star system had a notable drawback. It was too sparse, with almost no asteroid belts and only one planet. Meanwhile, the dome star in the Lingxiao system had been developed quite well and couldn't be abandoned easily. Relocation would only be feasible once the dome star was transformed into a mobile war star. But Tang Huang wasn't in a hurry. He knew he had plenty of time. The immediate priority was to move the future ship girls those space organisms to the Lingxiao system. While Tang Huang's fleet busied itself in the 77 star system, the Pioneer, led by Aid Lin, finally crossed 3 light-years of star paths and entered within 2 light-years of the unknown ruined sector, separated by intense space storms. The Pioneer exited its warp state and anchored in the vastness of space. The onboard system immediately went to work, initiating space monitoring. Scanning for space curvature nodes within 2 light-years. Scan in progress. Detecting space jump nodes in the star system ahead. Data correction in progress. Calculating warp space jump data. Soon, the system reported. Calculation complete. Linking to the target natural space jump node. Initiating jump. In the void of space, every part of the Pioneer began to glow blue. The entire ship was enveloped in blue light, which flashed once before disappearing along with the ship. 2 light-years away, at the edge of the target ruined star system, a flash of blue light appeared and then faded. A 4-kilometer-long black warship materialized out of thin air. The system immediately resumed its tasks, successfully arrived at the target star system. Calculating detailed space node data for this system. Natural space jump node coordinates recorded. Temporarily naming this star system Biling System. Inputting Lingxiao system space jump coordinates into the curvature space engine. Establishing stable space node jump route navigation for this star system. The system continued to report. Curvature space engine cooling down. Stable space node jump route navigation complete. Engine cooldown complete. Reinitiating curvature space engine to jump back to the Lingxiao system. After recording the space node coordinates for this star system, the Pioneer was once again enveloped in blue light and vanished. Next time, it could bring the main fleet directly to this star system. Meanwhile, at the edge of a star system within the Yada Empire's territory, a flash of blue light signaled the sudden appearance of over a dozen battered Terran warships. On the bridge of one of the frigates, Vice Admiral Byrne exhaled in relief. We finally made it out. Although Admiral Byrne lost the majority of his fleet, he believed the gains from this mission were well worth the sacrifice. The awakening of the ancient civilization's AI empire in the ruined sector was of immense importance to the Terran Empire. Outside the portholes of the warship, countless wreckages drifted in the cosmic void, silent witnesses to the lives of millions of Terran citizens. Yet, there was no trace of regret in Admiral Byrne's eyes, only anticipation for the future. He believed these sacrifices at least appeased the wrath of the AI empire for the offense committed. In his view, the loss was insignificant compared to the vastness of the Terran Empire. More importantly, he was about to bring back the astonishing news of the AI Empire's awakening. The mere thought of the terrifying force that ruled the galaxy over 100 million years ago sent a shiver down his spine. Despite its rapid development, the Terran Empire was still but a drop in the ocean compared to the AI Empire. Admiral Byrne was convinced that even in its newly awakened state, the AI Empire possessed unfathomable depths and countless technologies that the Terran Empire had yet to grasp. He began to dream of the future. If he could facilitate an alliance between the two great empires, the Terran Empire would secure a prominent position in the galaxy. By then, not only the neighboring Perseus Interstellar Society, but all interstellar societies in the galaxy would be insignificant in the eyes of the Terran Empire. Suddenly, Admiral Byrne remembered the Yada Empire. The AI Empire had mentioned that they had awakened earlier and had sent an agent to warn the Yada Empire to stay away from the ruined sector. However, the Yada Empire ignored the warning and even sent a fleet to attack. This thought ignited a fury within Admiral Byrne. He gritted his teeth, thinking, the damned Yada Empire knew about this all along and kept it secret, even daring to launch an attack. They are courting death. The realization that the Yada Empire's actions could jeopardize the Terran Empire's grand plan to ally with the AI Empire only fueled his rage. He decided that the Yada Empire must be severely punished, more harshly than 300 years ago. Back then, exterminating an entire planet and executing the Yada Emperor was insufficient. This time, he intended to annihilate an entire star system and demand the execution of 10% of the Yada Empire's population as divine retribution. Admiral Byrne immediately ordered the remaining warships to prepare for a jump to the Star Gate, leading to the Yada Empire's core star system, Centralitas. Simultaneously, he accessed the Yada Empire's network through the ship's interstellar communication device, preparing to contact Emperor Centralitas 17 directly. At that moment, Emperor Centralitas 17 was gripped by an inexplicable fear. It wasn't due to any foreknowledge of Admiral Byrne's arrival, but because of the arrival of a distinguished guest in the glory city of Yada Centralitas. Hovering above the high-altitude palace at the top of Glory City was a sleek, 200-meter-long shuttle-shaped spaceship from the Turan Empire. On the palace square, Emperor Saint-Treletus 17, along with the high-ranking officials of the Yatta Empire, knelt in fear to welcome the Turan envoy. The emperor, the army marshal, the highest commander of the Imperial Justice Department, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and other high-ranking officials all bowed their heads in submission. The spaceship slowly descended, and the hatch opened. A tall figure emerged. It was Luo Xiaoling. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings with a look of disdain, and a haughty smile appeared on her face. She slightly raised her delicate chin, her forehead's twin horns gleaming in the sunlight. Her gaze carried a cold warning, and her entire demeanor exuded an aura of nobility and unapproachability. I'm tired of playing. Contact the Empire and have them send someone to pick me up, Luo Xiaoling said coldly, shifting her gaze away as if unwilling to look at the Yatta people any longer. Emperor Saint-Treletus 17, kneeling on one knee, dared only to glance up briefly before speaking in a trembling voice. Your Excellency, the presence of the Turan envoy brings great honor to our empire. We humbly request that you stay a few more days so we may extend our hospitality. Please, Your Excellency, stay a few more days. Yes, yes, we will ensure your every comfort. The Yatta officials around the emperor echoed with ingratiating smiles. Stay a few more days? Entertain me? You are not worthy. Luo Xiaoling sneered, her eyes filled with contempt. I just want to return to the Turan Empire now. Yes, yes. Our land is indeed desolate and cannot compare to the great Turan Empire. We are ignorant, truly ignorant. Emperor Saint-Treletus 17 could only force a smile. As an emperor of an interstellar empire, he had to humble himself before Luo Xiaoling. At that moment, the Minister of Internal Affairs approached Emperor Saint-Treletus 17 with a concerned expression, whispering, Your Majesty, we have an urgent communication, also from the Turan Empire. What? Emperor Saint-Treletus 17 was shocked and immediately said, Connected at once. Then he turned to Luo Xiaoling, smiling apologetically. A message from the Turan Empire. I must respond. I beg your pardon, Your Excellency. Luo Xiaoling lightly nodded, a soft hum escaping her nose, signifying her approval. Only then did Emperor Saint-Treletus 17 dare to accept the communication. A holographic projection appeared, revealing Admiral Byrne, his eyes blazing with anger. Why was this communication not answered immediately? He demanded. Emperor Saint-Treletus 17 hesitated, not recognizing Admiral Byrne but not daring to offend him. Forgive us, General. We were in the midst of receiving another envoy from the Turan Empire. An envoy? Admiral Byrne, initially poised to reprimand, was taken aback. Then, a flicker of joy crossed his mind. An envoy? Could it be Luo Xiaoling, the fiancée of the 8th prince? She's at the Yatta Palace? Indeed, Luo Xiaoling confirmed this when she appeared on the screen. Admiral Byrne's joy was boundless. His mission was complete. Not only had he found the 8th prince's fiancée, the future princess, but he also had crucial news about the AI Empire to deliver to the central command of the Turan Empire. This was a monumental achievement. Immediately, Admiral Byrne suppressed his fury towards the Yatta Empire. Now was not the time for retribution. With the future princess still in the Yatta Palace, any rash actions could endanger her safety. He needed to ensure her safe return first. Upon connecting the communication, Admiral Byrne immediately addressed Luo Xiaoling. Your Highness, Princess Consort, please bear with the inconvenience and stay at the Yatta Palace for a while. We are en route to the Stargate leading to the Holy Roulette star system, and will come to fetch you soon. With that, he hastily cut off the communication, and the three-dimensional projection vanished. Luo Xiaoling cast a cold glance at the still dumbfounded Emperor of Yatta and his entourage. What are you waiting for? You bunch of fools. Prepare a room for me to rest. Emperor Saint-Treletus 17 finally snapped out of his daze and quickly rose to his feet, personally welcoming her. Honored envoy, please follow me. Trembling, he led Luo Xiaoling to the most luxurious palace in the royal compound, the Imperial Grand Palace. This palace, originally used by his father, had been vacant for 3 centuries. Despite being uninhabited, it had been meticulously maintained in opulent splendor. Once everyone else had withdrawn, Luo Xiaoling was left alone in the palace. She carefully scanned her surroundings to ensure there were no surveillance or listening devices before closing her eyes. Though she appeared to be resting, her consciousness had entered a virtual space. In this virtual space, a tall figure awaited her. The figure was entirely encased in a magnificently designed power armor. At the sight of him, Luo Xiaoling immediately shed her cold, aloof demeanor. Her stunning face took on a subservient and fawning expression as she eagerly rushed toward the tall figure. Her pupils gradually changed color, revealing a faint heart shape. Her delicate face flushed, her lips parted slightly, and her tongue tip unconsciously protruded as she repeatedly called out, Supreme, supreme. Even with the long horn on her forehead, Luo Ziyuling's height barely reached the figure's chest. Behind his armored visor, Tang Huang's lips curled slightly as he asked, "How did it go?" With a sickly adoring expression, Luo Xiaoling replied, "Supreme, Admiral Byrne will come to fetch your humble servant soon. I won't be able to see you for a long time." She looked like a pet unwilling to leave its master, filled with reluctance. Tang Huang casually asked, "Don't be in a hurry. You're returning to the Turan Empire with a mission. Will you fulfill the task your master has given you with all your might?" He lifted his hand as if to caress her head but stopped midair. Luo Xiaoling, having been prepared to enjoy Tang Huang's touch, became extremely anxious when he paused. Her exquisite face showed impatience as she desperately stood on tiptoe, like a pet eager for its master's affection. But Tang Huang kept raising his hand higher, and the difference in their heights made it impossible for her to reach. The more she wanted it, the more she couldn't get it, leading her to desperately rub against Tang Huang, pleading anxiously, "Supreme, please, please touch your humble servant, I beg you." Tang Huang chuckled lightly. "Do you want it that much?" "Yes, yes, your humble servant wants it. Your humble servant is your pet, woof woof, forever your pet, woof woof. I will complete the task you've given me." Luo Xiaoling responded eagerly. Hearing this, Tang Huang finally placed his hand on Luo Ziyuling's head. At that moment, her lips curved upward, her tongue extended, and her face flushed with a sickly red hue, as if she had reached the peak of ecstasy. Tang Huang gently stroked her soft hair, inwardly sighing at how effective Lika's conditioning had been. Although Luo Xiaoling was still a virgin, she already acted so wanton. He said, "Your master awaits your good news. Do not disappoint him." With that, he severed the virtual connection. After Tang Huang left, Luo Ziyuling's face showed endless disappointment. As the virtual link was cut off, she opened her eyes, restoring her cold, aloof demeanor, unapproachable. Back in the Skydome star of the Lingxiao star system, within the intelligent machinery palace, Tang Huang exited the virtual space, taking a deep breath. He thought to himself that Lika's conditioning of Luo Xiaoling had been too effective. Just now in the virtual space, he had nearly lost control. In this interstellar era, he had always been vigilant, constantly restraining himself. However, in the virtual space, he almost succumbed to his desires. Have I been too restrained all this time? Tang Huang took a deep breath, pondering, the great mission is not yet accomplished. How dare I think of personal affairs? At this moment, the psionic girls Ruby and Lika were watching from the side. Lika, with a mischievous smile on her sweet face, asked, "Supreme, how was it? Quite effective, right?" Ruby, on the other hand, stood nearby with a displeased expression, arms crossed. Tang Huang glanced at Lika, nodding slightly. "The effect is a bit too strong, to be honest." Just then, Ziva's holographic projection appeared before Tang Huang. In her usual icy tone, she reported, "Supreme, the spatial jump node blockade technology has been fully deciphered." "Excellent, Zivi, well done." Tang Huang nodded in approval. Despite Tang Huang's praise, Ziva's expression remained unchanged. She simply nodded in response before her holographic projection disappeared. In the central research room, Zivi hung up the communication, savoring Tang Huang's praise. She closed her eyes, a blush spreading across her face, and took a gentle breath before opening her eyes again. She found Valia standing beside her, watching her with a serious expression. Valia remarked, "Zivi, aren't you hiding your feelings for the Supreme too deeply?" "What?" Zivi instinctively leaned back, then quickly regained her composure, her demeanor turning icy. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, come on, Zivi." Valia teased with a playful smile. "You might fool others, but you can't fool me." Another technical humanoid. "We've both been with the Supreme since the beginning. You can't let those latecomers steal the spotlight. But judging by the current situation, if you keep hiding your feelings, you might end up as a loser." Valia counted on her fingers. "There are already too many unsettling elements around the Supreme." "Loser? What do you mean? I'm not a dog." Sylvie's habitually rational mind, accustomed to processing everything through data, clearly didn't grasp the meaning of the term. Valia chuckled and explained, "A loser in this context means that although you were the first to appear, you kept your feelings hidden and never expressed them. In the end, a flashy newcomer swoops in and steals the heart of the one you admire. You're left to bury your feelings deeply, watching from the shadows as your beloved becomes close with someone else. Like a defeated dog hiding in a dark corner, silently observing the person you like being taken away and watching their growing intimacy." As Vilia's exaggerated description sank in, Sylvie's phoenix eyes shut tightly, her breathing quickened, and the nuclear heart in her chest accelerated. "Shut up, stop talking," she snapped coldly. Seeing Sylvie's reaction, a triumphant smile spread across Vilia's face. Her provocation had clearly worked. "So, Sylvie, if we don't make the first move, with his strict self-discipline, He's never going to approach us on his own, Vilya continued. You know Ruby has always coveted his body, right? Previously, Moonlight was in the way, and his physical strength wasn't high, so Ruby held back. But now his psychic power has increased significantly, reaching the Tin City level, and his body has been greatly enhanced. If this continues, Ruby might make her move on him at any time. Sylvie opened her eyes, her purple pupils fixed on Vilya's delicate face, now inches away. She took a deep breath and said, I need to think about it some more. More thinking? Sylvie, you're hopeless. Vilya shrugged. Adeline will return soon, and once she teams up with Ruby, do you think we'll still have a chance? Forget it. I'm done with you. I've decided to be the first to win him over. Sylvie, if you keep hesitating, you'll end up as the loser. Vilya left triumphantly, leaving Sylvie alone, her mind racing as she repeatedly analyzed her relationship with Tang Huang. Time passed, and the lights in the central research lab automatically dimmed. In the darkness, a pair of phoenix eyes slowly opened. A slightly manic laugh echoed as Sylvie's fingertips brushed her face, her mesmerizing eyes gleaming dangerously through her fingers. The night on Star Dome was as usual. In the heavily industrialized and mechanical Divine Palace, Tang Huang's private quarters housed an Emperor-class power armor suspended on the wall, surrounded by various automated maintenance machines. Tang Huang sat cross-legged on the carpet, his eyes closed, immersed in his daily psychic training within the Hyvia space. His mind absorbed more subspace energy, seeking a way to physically enter, aiming to master subspace teleportation for faster spatial jumps. Hours passed, and the night deepened. The door to his quarters quietly opened, and Vilya, leading several technical android girls with optical camouflage, tiptoed in. Be careful, he should be in psychic meditation now, Vilya whispered to the excited android girls. They saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the room. We've come for you, Supreme One. Vilya couldn't help but laugh. But just as they were about to make their move, the figure vanished. A hologram? Vilya exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, the environment changed, data streams flickering in the air as the holographic scene shattered. Moonlight appeared, leading a group of tactical androids to surround them. What are you doing sneaking into his room in the middle of the night? Moonlight's eyes, sharp and beautiful, glinted with menace. Vilya was stunned, realizing that only Sylvie could create such a realistic hologram. Sylvie, you traitor! She cried out in despair. Meanwhile, in the central research lab, Tang Huang had just entered. Sylvie, did you call me here so late because there's a breakthrough in subspace research? He looked around but didn't see Sylvie. Suddenly, a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his waist from behind, and a warm body pressed against him. Tang Huang froze. Supreme One. A soft voice breathed against the back of his neck. Tang Huang turned around in shock to see Sylvie, her face flushed with a feverish hue. Suddenly, the lights in the research lab went out. Supreme One, you are mine now? In the darkness, Tang Huang could only see the faint glow of Sylvie's phoenix eyes, her face flushed with a manic smile. This is bad, Tang Huang thought to himself. They fought through the night until dawn. The doors of the central research lab slid open, and Tang Huang staggered out, clutching the doorframe and gasping for breath. His face was etched with exhaustion, but also a hint of undeniable excitement. Wow, that was Tang Huang muttered to himself, recalling the wild events of the previous night. Even with his current stamina, it was hard to keep up with Zivi's intense passion. Who would have thought that the usually cold and aloof Zivi could be so fiery in bed? They both let go of their inhibitions and went a bit overboard. Tang Huang took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. Just as he steadied himself, a holographic projection of Moonlit Knight's upper body appeared before him. The elite combat android girl was as serious and composed as ever, her delicate face devoid of any smile. Tang Huang sighed inwardly, thinking that Moonlit Knight's squad was probably the most disciplined among his tactical androids. Send Adeline to see me now, Tang Huang ordered. Understood, Moonlit Knight replied, cutting the communication. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Why did the Supreme Commander look so exhausted? Could it be that he and Zivi were discussing technology late into the night? Reflecting on the few technical android girls they had captured attempting a night raid, Moonlit Knight sighed. They must have been influenced by Rubus' insane group. Luckily, the Supreme Commander was with Zivi last night. Someone so proper that nothing inappropriate could have happened. Tang Huang returned to his quarters and, with the assistance of automated machinery, donned his Tyanda-class power armor. He led his personal Black Wing Maiden Guards to the council hall. Inside, along with the familiar tactical android girls, there was a new group led by Andraith's shipgirls. They attended in their tactical android forms, while their main bodies were docked at the spaceport in low orbit around the stellar dome. As Tang Huang stepped into the hall, he saw Adeline and the other psionic girls returning. Adeline rushed to him excitedly. Supreme Commander, I missed you so much. Stop. Moonlit Knight intervened again, her face full of helplessness. If it weren't for her, these lunatics would have already succeeded. Thankfully, under her protection, the Supreme Commander remained pure. All right, be serious. Adeline, report the mission outcome, Tang Huang signaled, his expression turning stern. Adeline pouted, but then waved her hand to summon a field of light dots. The dots quickly assembled into a three-dimensional star map, each representing a star. This is the Lingxiao star system. She pointed to a bright spot, and this, she pointed to another close spot, is our target system, currently named Bilan star system. A line connecting the two indicated the star route. After listening to Adeline's detailed report, Tang Huang nodded thoughtfully. So, the unknown ruins in that star region are bustling with new civilizations? Despite the numerous space storms, the existence of the star route makes competition even fiercer, he analyzed. The safe space between star systems has shrunk, leaving only the star route as a safe passage. These new civilizations will inevitably clash along the star route. A glint of determination flashed in Tang Huang's eyes. However, this is advantageous for the mech heaven. These civilizations, unaccustomed to external contact, will eventually become our subjects. A vast foundational base is about to form. Quickly, Tang Huang formulated a policy for dealing with potential new civilizations in the ruins. Conquer and rule. He then began organizing the expeditionary fleet. Two fleets were swiftly formed. One was the regular fleet of the mech heaven, and the other was the shipgirl fleet. The regular fleet was led by the medium attack battleship Expedition, accompanied by 12 heavy firepower destroyers of the Haitian class, 34 heavy frigates of the Wuchang class, and 4 large comprehensive transport ships of the Tuyo class. Ruby served as the commander, Valia as the fleet's chief technician, Moonlit Knight led the ground tactical android units, and Qingyin was in charge of logistics. The shipgirl fleet, led by Andra, comprised 300 modified and armed shipgirls. With their addition, Tang Huang's fleet rapidly expanded, capable of deploying hundreds of warships for a single star system expedition. As the mech heaven prepared for the expedition to the new star systems, changes were also afoot in the Yada Empire. Lieutenant General Byrne arrived at Yada's St. Relitas star, descended upon Glory City, and took Luo Shelling away. After confirming Luo Ziyuling's safety, Lieutenant General Byrne issued a reprimand before leaving. Lieutenant General Byrne's virtual projection questioned, Emperor St. Relitas 17 of Yada. You knew about the awakening of the ancient civilization in the ruins, mech heaven, long ago. Why did you not report it to the dueling empire immediately? Caught off guard by the sudden interrogation, Emperor St. Relitas 17 was utterly bewildered. What is this mechanical celestial court? Emperor St. Relitas 17 furrowed his brow in confusion, utterly perplexed by General Byrne's words. He racked his brain but had no recollection of this ancient empire. General of the Upper Kingdom, with all due respect, I truly have no idea what you're talking about, Emperor St. Relitas 17 said earnestly, his eyes reflecting his bewilderment. General Byrne sneered, clearly not believing the emperor. At that moment, a palace attendant discreetly tugged at the emperor's sleeve and whispered, Your Majesty, do you remember that news report? The reminder struck like lightning, instantly illuminating St. Relitas XVI's memory. He suddenly recalled that a news company within the empire had reported that the ruins of the 117 star system had been occupied by a faction called the Mechanical Celestial Court. At the time, the Internal Intelligence Department had briefed him on the matter, but he had dismissed it as insignificant gossip. Realizing the gravity of the situation, St. Relitas XVI's face turned as pale as a sheet. With trembling hands, he stammered, Could it be, could that faction we dismissed as a mere armed group be the awakened ancient empire? This dreadful realization hit him like a hammer blow to the heart. He suddenly understood that the fleet led by Commander Pharos might have been completely annihilated by this mysterious mechanical celestial court. As St. Relitas 17 was on the verge of fainting, General Byrne's cold voice interrupted again, Emperor of Yada, you have made a grave mistake. I will report this to the Turan Central Command immediately. Prepare yourself. The Turan Empire's punishment will be harsher than it was 300 years ago. The Yada Empire should brace for losing a tenth of its population. After General Byrne's hologram vanished, St. Relitas 17 felt all his strength drain away, and he collapsed backward. The palace attendants around him panicked, calling frantically for the court physician. In the midst of the chaos, an urgent communication from the St. Relitas System Defense Headquarters reached the Emperor directly. Your Majesty, a massive fleet has bypassed the outer defenses of the star system using an unknown jump method and has entered the inner system. This news shattered the last vestiges of hope in St. Relitas 17. Forcing himself to stand, he unexpectedly grabbed a plasma pistol from a nearby guard. Amid the horrified gazes of those around him, he pointed the gun at his own head. The Turan Empire's retribution has arrived, everyone, the Emperor said with a voice filled with sorrow. As the head of the Empire, I must face it first. 300 years ago, My father was executed by the Turan Empire and thrown into a black hole. I refused to meet the same fate. Although some tried to intervene, a look from one of the palace attendants stopped them. With trembling hands, Saint Leletes 17 pulled the trigger. In an instant, the plasma beam flashed, and the emperor's headless body collapsed to the ground. At that moment, another group of palace guards arrived and witnessed the shocking scene. One of the palace attendants calmly explained, "The emperor, fearing the Turan Empire's punishment, has taken his own life." The head of the palace guards, enraged by this revelation, immediately ordered his men to open fire on the attendants. The concentrated plasma beams quickly melted their powered armor, leaving charred remains scattered on the floor. "Seal off all information within the palace attendant ordered coolly. "Arrest the crown prince and execute him. Then, we shall welcome the return of Commander Pharos." "No, Emperor Pharos." Meanwhile, in the space surrounding the St. Leletes system, a massive fleet had just emerged from hyperspace. This fleet, consisting of nearly 200,000 warships, had once been the united fleet of the Yada Empire. Now, however, each ship appeared to be made of grotesque flesh rather than steel. At the center of the fleet, on the flagship's bridge, stood a terrifying figure. Outwardly, he still looked like Pharos, but in reality, the real Pharos was dead. The being now inhabiting his body was an unknown demon from hyperspace. He gazed coldly at the distant planet of Yada, as if eyeing his soon-to prey. High-dimensional space demons cannot manifest physically in the real universe for now, but they have found a loophole, occupying the bodies of those who enter subspace, thereby entering the physical reality. Within the Yada Palace, a tragedy is unfolding. The suicide of Emperor Assimilated 17 could have been prevented, but those around him stood by indifferently, watching as he ended his own life. As the Emperor fell, a palace attendant who was actually a spy for Pharos immediately ordered the execution of all other palace guards rushing to the scene. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the now chaotic fleet, still under the name of Pharos, a subspace demon was conversing with the palace attendant Array. "Emperor Assimilated 17 has taken his own life. We have eliminated the palace guards still loyal to him. Now, our forces are securing the palace," Array reported excitedly. "I am personally leading a team to the Crown Prince's quarters. Once we capture him, he will be executed immediately. After that, you can descend upon the palace and claim the throne." Array had been embedded close to the emperor for years, waiting for this moment. All of Pharos' plans within the palace were finally coming to fruition. However, to his surprise, Pharos rejected his plan. "No, the crown prince must remain alive. We need to install him as the new emperor." Array was taken aback, unable to understand why Pharos would forego the chance to become emperor himself. He did not know that the entity he was speaking with was no longer the original Pharos, but a subspace demon that had taken over Pharos' body. This demon had one goal: to spread the corruption of subspace chaos starting from the Yada Empire. The massive chaotic fleet descended upon Yada Star, and everything happening in the palace was tightly sealed off. False orders kept the Yada Star defense fleet idle in orbit. Diamond Pharos, to differentiate, the name is prefixed with Diamond, easily took control of the entire Yada Star defense fleet, and subsequently the whole planet, cutting off all external communications. In the Crown Prince's palace, young Assimilated was engrossed in an ancient military book titled The Art of War. This book, said to be from the feudal era of the Turan Empire 7,500 years ago, was filled with wisdom that amazed him. At that moment, a group of imperial ministers, faces filled with sorrow, burst into the chamber and knelt before him. "Your Highness, His Majesty has taken his own life." Shocked by the sudden news, young Assimilated angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The ministers, weeping, explained that due to offending the Turan Empire, the Yada Empire would face a punishment more severe than that of 300 years ago. 100 planets, and 1,000,000,000,000 pure-blooded Yada people would be executed. The emperor, in a moment of despair, had seized a guard's gun and taken his own life. Young Assimilated scoffed, showing no sign of sorrow. I always knew my father was a weakling, but I never expected him to take his own life over something like this. What does the Turan Empire want? 100 planets and 1,000,000,000 of our people? Then give them what they want. As long as the core of the empire remains, what is there to fear?" He scolded the crying ministers. "Look at you. Is this how the pillars of the empire behave? My father is already dead. What use is crying now?" Young Assimilated was nothing like his father, who had been installed by the Turan Empire. He was far more ruthless and cold-hearted, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. In his view, sacrificing 100 planets and 1,000,000,000 pure-blooded Yada people was worth it to appease the Turan Empire's wrath. At this moment, he felt no sorrow for his father's death. Instead, he felt a subtle thrill. Young Prince Leletus stood atop the royal palace, gazing down at the bustling capital of the Yada Empire, his heart heavy with worry. He yearned to control the empire, but two major obstacles loomed before him. the impending punishment from the Turan Empire, and the potential attacks from 3 other interstellar factions at the upcoming Turan Interstellar Union Conference. Any misstep could spell doom for the Yada Empire. The most pressing issue was the punishment from the Turan Empire. Prince Leonidas resolved to protect the royal family at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing 100 planets and over 10 trillion lives. As long as he could ascend to the throne, any loss could eventually be recovered. Just then, a minister, eyes brimming with tears, asked, "Your Highness, the strength of our imperial fleet has greatly diminished. How can we protect ourselves?" Prince Leonidas nodded slightly, not responding directly. Instead, he took a deep breath and asked, "What exactly did my father do to anger the Turan Empire?" The ministers began explaining, each adding their part to the story. It turned out that an ancient civilization empire called the Intelligent Machine Heaven had awakened in the ruined star region. Prince Leonidas' father had known about this, but failed to report it to the Turan Empire, nearly provoking the Intelligent Machine Heaven. Upon hearing this, Prince Leonidas couldn't help but blame his late father. If his father had discussed it with him earlier, he could have communicated with the Intelligent Machine Heaven before the Turan Empire intervened, and the situation would have been much better. While Prince Leonidas was lost in thought, the Minister of Internal Affairs wiped his eyes and said, "Your Highness, I have received some good news. Commander Pharos and his fleet, who went missing in the frontier star system, have returned." Prince Leonidas felt a jolt of tension but showed joy on his face. "That's wonderful. Commander Pharos has returned at the perfect time. Where is he now? Bring him to me at once." Some ministers exchanged glances quietly. Before long, a warship hundreds of meters long descended above the palace. Diamond Pharos emerged from the ship and made his way to the prince's chambers. "Your Highness, this old servant has failed you and returned late." Diamond Pharos cried as he knelt before the prince. Prince Leonidas hurriedly helped him up. "It's good that you're back. The Empire is in a time of crisis, and your return is a great support for us. Where have you been all this time?" Diamond Pharos explained that their fleet had suddenly entered a higher dimensional space while fighting in the frontier star system and had wandered there for years before finding a way back. He also brought good news. "In that higher dimensional space, I found some technology that can help the Empire overcome its difficulties and even surpass the Turan Empire." Prince Leonidas was overjoyed upon hearing this. That higher dimensional space must have been created by an ancient civilization in the ruined star system. This is a tremendous opportunity for the Empire. Diamond Pharos secretly smirked but maintained a sorrowful facade. "It's a pity that His Majesty did not live to see my return." "Yes, my father." Prince Leonidas began to cry uncontrollably. "Your Highness, I will surely assist you in ascending the throne. You must take care of yourself. The future of the Empire depends on you," Diamond Pharos consoled. Though both harbored their own schemes, this display of deep loyalty between ruler and minister established a new order in the Yada Empire. Prince Leonidas, supported by Diamond Pharos, would ascend the throne as Leonidas 18, while Diamond Pharos would be appointed as the imperial chancellor. Together, these two cunning figures would strive to create an even more glorious Yada Empire. In the Yada Empire, there is an outward show of unity between the benevolent ruler and the loyal ministers, all working together to restore the Empire's former glory. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Byrne of the Turan Empire is escorting Luo Sholing back. The Ifri Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Union, and the Junran Interstellar Empire are actively preparing for the next Turan Interstellar Union Conference, aiming to unite against the Yada Empire. Although the Turan Empire has the authority to unilaterally decide on the punishment for the Yada Empire, they still need to go through the formalities at the conference. Beneath the surface calm, undercurrents are swirling. 5 light-years from the starting point of the Lingxiao star route, near the edge of the Biling Galaxy, a large area of blue light suddenly appeared. As the light faded, a massive fleet of 352 warships emerged. This fleet had one more ship than originally planned by Tang Huang the Pioneer. It did not stay there, but instead passed through the Biling Galaxy, heading towards another star system 6 light-years away for reconnaissance. On the flagship expedition, Fleet Commander Ruby stood on the bridge, gazing at the holographic map of the star system before her. She glanced at the sullen technical humanoid Valia beside her, her pink eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, a long-distance communication from Moonlight came through. "Valia, I haven't forgiven you for last night, but don't bring your emotions into the mission now. Focus on completing the task given to us by the Supreme." Ruby, alert, asked, "What happened last night?" Moonlight replied smugly, "Humph, Valia tried to ambush the Supreme, but I stopped her. As long as I'm here, no one can have improper thoughts about the Supreme. This mission keeps the Supreme away from all unsettling factors. He must be quite comfortable in the Lingxiao star system." Ruby erupted, "Valia, I can't believe someone as serious as you could do something so shameless." Valia snorted, thinking, "You foolish women, do you really think the Supreme is so innocent now? You probably don't know that Sister Zivy succeeded last night. I shouldn't have provoked her. Now I've lost out. But Sister Zivy is the most skilled among the technical humanoids, better than if Ruby, Adeline, or Rilia had succeeded. Andra's mature voice interrupted their exchange. Ladies, what are you discussing? Valia replied curtly, nothing, let's focus on the mission. She then began operating the equipment, carefully scanning the planetary system ahead. This was an ordinary binary star system with 2 yellow dwarf stars. Using the Sun as a unit, one star had a mass of about 1.7 and the other about 1.2. The 2 stars were 1.7 billion kilometers apart, rotating and orbiting each other. Each star had planets orbiting it, totaling 7. 4 planets orbited the larger Biling Alpha star, and 3 orbited the smaller Biling Beta star. The entire star system appeared calm, with orderly internal operations. Ruby began assigning tasks. Andra, take half the shipgirl units to explore the Biling Beta star and its 3 planets. The rest of the fleet will follow the main fleet to explore the Biling Alpha star. The 7 planets were named Biling Alpha 1 to 4 and Biling Beta 1 to 3, according to their primary stars. After the tasks were assigned, the fleet dispersed, heading to their respective exploration areas. While the Mech Celestial Expedition fleet was searching within the Biling star system, 2 distinctly different interstellar fleets were approaching from different directions along the space route outside the star system. If Adeline were present, she would recognize these as the 2 fleets she had encountered before. One fleet's warships were cylindrical with a simple and brutal design, numbering about 2,000 ships. The other fleet's warships were shaped like swords, numbering about 1,500 ships. Both fleets were about to enter the half-light-year range of the Biling star system. Just as Ruby was leading her fleet on a reconnaissance mission in the Biling star system, the curvature space monitoring device on the warship suddenly sounded an alarm. Valia's voice echoed in Ruby's ear, Ruby, 2 interstellar fleets are in warp drive approaching the Biling star system. One fleet is traveling at approximately 3.7 times the speed of light, and the other at about 4.1 times the speed of light. They're closing in from the interstellar routes outside the system and are about to initiate a space jump. Hearing this, Ruby's anger flared. Someone dares to challenge us? She quickly analyzed the situation. The 2 fledgling civilizations in this ruined star region don't seem highly advanced, judging by their travel speeds theory, not even close to the Yada Empire's fleet. But in this unknown ruined star region, they might have acquired high-tech weapons we know nothing about. Looks like we'll have to fight before we can explore this system. Just what I needed to shake off the rust. She immediately ordered, Fleet, assemble and prepare for battle. The fleet, previously scattered in space, swiftly regrouped. From a bird's eye view of the entire star system, the Biling A star, with a mass of 1.7 solar masses, was on the left. About 20 billion kilometers away to its left, a blue glow flickered in space. As the glow faded, approximately 1,500 sword-shaped warships appeared through a space jump. Meanwhile, on the right side of the system, about 20 billion kilometers away from the Biling B star, which has a mass of 1.2 solar masses, another fleet of roughly 2,000 warships with a simple and brutal design also jumped into the system. The 2 fleets emerged on opposite sides of the Biling star system, separated by over 40 billion kilometers. Although these interstellar civilizations' fleets were slower than the Yada Empires, their curvature space engines could link space nodes over much greater distances, allowing them to initiate a space jump from half a light-year away. On the flagship of the sword-shaped warship fleet, a peculiar-looking creature stood on the bridge, gazing into the space of the star system. Thin as a reed, with a head and neck fused into a hammer-like structure protruding into the chest cavity, the creature had 4 eyes evenly distributed on either side of the hammerhead-like head. Its wreath-thin body bore 4 arms. The creature mused, another ruined star system. I hope the war-crazed Geterus Empire hasn't beaten me to it. This commander from the Megan United Kingdom represented a nascent civilization that had only ventured into space for less than 700 home star years. Initially confined to their star system for several hundred years, they discovered safe interstellar routes 200 years ago and began exploring other ruined star systems, quickly boosting their fleet speed to 4.1 times the speed of light. Opposing them, the Geterus Empire had ventured into space much earlier but had explored fewer ruined star systems due to various reasons. Their fleet speed was only 3.7 times the speed of light. However, they had invested almost all their resources into weapon development and military expansion, making their overall strength comparable. On the other side of the star system, aboard the flagship of the Geterus Empire's fleet, a 2-meter-tall lizard-like creature in a military uniform stared into space. Although a bipedal lizard-like being, the Geterus general looked entirely different from the Yada people. The lower part of their face could split open like petals, with cheeks and chin forming 5 petal-like segments, each adorned with fangs. The general was filled with concern. Securing this star system will expand the Empire's territory once again. I hope to find the technology here to resolve our current crisis. The Geterus Empire was entangled in a dual-front conflict. On one hand, they were competing with the Megan United Kingdom for ruined star systems, while on the other, they faced mysterious green-skinned creatures that had suddenly appeared on a critical mineral planet. These green-skinned creatures were vast in number, difficult to eradicate, and had experienced explosive technological growth in just a few decades, now capable of challenging interstellar civilizations like the Geterus Empire. Each fleet, harboring its own ambitions, began to advance deeper from both sides of the star system. Meanwhile, at the system's center, the fully reassembled fleet of the Intelligent Machine Court awaited their arrival. Two fleets from different civilizations set sail towards the center of the galaxy simultaneously, with the newly regrouped fleet of the Intelligent Celestial Court following closely behind. Ruby planned to deploy space warp node blocking devices at the galaxy's center, marking the first combat use of this new technology. She thought to herself, if they want to seize this galaxy, they shouldn't expect to leave easily. 1 hour and 58 minutes later, the fleet of the Intelligent Celestial Court traveled 20 billion kilometers to reach the center of the galaxy. Near the Lagrange point between two stars, a massive, disc-shaped space station hovered silently, about 40 kilometers in diameter. Surrounding the space station was a ring of broken automated defense systems, and within 1 million kilometers, a vast amount of debris floated, forming a makeshift asteroid belt. Calculations showed that the fastest enemy fleet would take another 2 hours and 42 minutes to arrive. Ruby decided to split her forces. One group would explore the space station, while the other would remain on standby, ready to engage the incoming enemy ships. Under the light of the two stars, the fleet of the Intelligent Celestial Court advanced towards the space station. When the distance was reduced to 5 million kilometers, the fleet halted. In front of them lay a dense debris field, forming a natural barrier. The warship's weapon systems activated, beginning to clear the debris ahead. The first to light up was the Wuchu 3 laser pulse cannon, with its narrow, high-temperature beam sweeping through space like a giant lightsaber, cutting through obstacles. In just over 10 minutes, the fleet had cleared a path. After passing through the debris field, the fleet stopped 1 million kilometers from the space station. Countless mechanical soldiers swarmed out of the warships like bees, flying towards the space station. As they approached within 300,000 kilometers, the station's broken defense systems suddenly activated, firing weapons haphazardly. The mechanical soldiers quickly dispersed, easily evading the inaccurate attacks, and then retaliated, destroying the barely functioning defense systems. After confirming there were no other threats, Ruby ordered the mechanical soldiers to enter the space station for reconnaissance. Soon, images from inside the station were transmitted back. It was an abandoned space city, with skyscrapers and ruins intertwined. The life support system had long been damaged, leaving a silent vacuum inside. Seeing this, Ruby ordered the fleet to approach and dispatched a landing team to explore the space station. However, looking at the dilapidated scene before her, she doubted whether anything of value could be found. Nonetheless, the exploration proceeded methodically. Although the life support systems within the space station have long been damaged, rendering the interior a vacuum with no air, the gravity system remains operational. The core of this disc-shaped space station is a massive sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers, resembling a flying saucer. The sphere rotates continuously, with a city built inside it. As long as the space station's structure remains intact and it continues to spin in space, the gravity system can maintain an environment with 2.4 times Earth's gravity within the city. Within the city, swarms of dense mechanical sentinels flit through the steel jungle of buildings. The city is extremely minimalist, with buildings arranged in neat geometric patterns. The sentinels disperse, scan, gather, and transmit data, repeatedly performing these tasks to meticulously search for valuable items within the city. Eventually, they detected a building that appeared to be a research center in the city's core. Upon identifying a high-value target, the mechanical sentinels immediately sent out a signal. Soon, a Juke heavy combat transport aircraft arrived from outside, circling above the city before landing steadily at the entrance of the target building. The hatch opened, and hundreds of tactical humanoid girls clad in full power armor filed out. Each had a specific role. Psychic girls probed for subspace reactions, technical humanoids scanned for high-tech items, engineering humanoids opened doors that couldn't be breached, and regular combat humanoids provided security. Suddenly, a psychic girl shouted a warning. Subspace reaction detected. Increase alert level. The combat humanoids immediately moved to protect the technical humanoids as they approached the building. An engineering humanoid used a thermal cutter to forcefully open the door, and the group cautiously entered the pitch-black interior. The tactical humanoids' multifunctional vision systems easily pierced the darkness. They followed the direction indicated by the psychic girl, eventually arriving at a large open room in the middle of the building. On the floor in the center of the room, a peculiar pattern formed by long-decayed, unknown objects lay. 2 interlocking rings with 8 arrows of varying sizes protruding outward. This was the symbol of the Chaos 8-pointed star. At the center of the 8-pointed star stood a massive throne constructed from oval objects that appeared to be the skulls of some intelligent species. The throne was 8 meters tall and 8 meters wide, with an shaped emblem at the top. On the throne sat a device still in operation, emitting a blood-red glow. Kneeling before the throne were 8 decayed corpses of unknown intelligent beings. As a psychic girl cautiously approached the throne, the device suddenly flared brightly, resonating with the chaos 8-pointed star on the floor, illuminating the entire room. One of the psychic girls exclaimed, "I sense high-dimensional subspace power. A portal has opened, and 8 high-dimensional entities have descended." Space began to distort, and 8 ethereal blood-red figures emerged, each entering one of the 8 corpses before the throne. The corpses quickly transformed. Horns sprouted from their heads, their bodies swelled, and their skin turned blood-red. In an instant, 8 monstrous beings, each 3 meters tall with bulging muscles, twisted horns, wielding long swords, and standing on hoofed feet, appeared before them. Bloodletters of Khorne. A winged mechanical girl cried out, "Those are low-tier demons under the chaos god Khorne." She explained that they had inadvertently triggered an ancient ritual summoning subspace demons. Despite being the most basic of Khorne's demons, they were still extremely dangerous as high-dimensional entities. According to ancient legends, each bloodletter bore Khorne's blessing, rendering them immune to any ranged attacks, and they could only be killed through melee combat. But they are inherently high-dimensional beings and cannot be truly killed. Destroying their physical form only banishes them back to the subspace. These bloodletters of Khorne also possess short-range teleportation abilities, up to 10 meters, which are extremely lethal in close combat. Their blood swords are incredibly sharp, and according to ancient tales of the celestial winged ones, a single cut can drain the victim's soul and blood, leaving them a withered corpse. The bloodletters grow stronger with each kill. The more they slay, the more powerful they become. Each bloodletter that descends into the physical universe is a terrifying presence. This information comes from the records of the celestial winged ones compiled by the mechanized celestial court regarding high-dimensional subspace entities. However, the mechanized celestial court has not yet studied these beings scientifically, as they have never encountered such high-dimensional subspace entities before. Suddenly, a wave of malevolent subspace whispers began to spread around them. "Fight! Fight! Fight! Chop! Chop off heads! Please our God!" This voice did not travel through any medium of the physical universe, but directly dispersed through space. Any sentient being with a weak will that came near them would instantly turn into a mindless killer. As soon as the 8 bloodletters appeared, they naturally formed a tidy formation. The lead bloodletter squad captain held a bloodsword in one hand and a cross-shaped pole with a black banner in the other, emblazoned with a blood-red X, the mark of Khorne. Though Khorne is synonymous with slaughter, he also values discipline intensely. Every squad of true bloodletters enters the battlefield with discipline stricter than any military force in the physical universe. "Finally, we have returned to this universe." The bloodletter squad captain laughed loudly, holding the bloodsword and battle flag. This voice did not travel through the air but pierced through space, transmitting directly into the minds of everyone around, understandable without knowing any language. They quickly spotted the tactical dolls unit. Women? No, female warriors. The bloodletter squad captain was surprised to find that these warriors were resolute and unaffected. "If that's the case, kill them. Chop off their heads." With a swing of the Khorne battle flag, the 8 bloodletters swiftly formed a charge formation, the space around their bodies beginning to warp and blur. They wielded their blood swords, closing in on the tactical dolls with continuous teleportation. "Use melee weapons." The tactical doll squad leader decisively ordered, discarding her 20mm electromagnetic grenade launcher and drawing a chainsword from her waist. The sword emitted a slight hum, only audible to the wielder, through solid conduction along her arm. In an instant, the 8 bloodletters teleported into the tactical doll's formation, each selecting a target with uncanny synchronization in their timing and movements. The bloodletter squad captain laughed maniacally, teleporting behind a tactical doll, swinging the blood sword down to claim its first head in the physical universe. However, the next moment it was completely stunned. The descending blood sword was blocked by a transparent shield that appeared out of nowhere, and a bright halo rose behind the tactical doll, enveloping her entire body. The tactical doll reacted instantly, swinging her chainsword backward without hesitation. As the bloodletter sword was blocked by the psychic shield, the chainsword noiselessly cut through the captain's arms. "Roar!" The bloodletter squad captain roared in anger, teleporting away with its severed arms, distancing itself from the tactical doll. Looking at the other bloodletters, for had already fallen in the initial attack. Only 3 injured bloodletters teleported back to the squad captain. The result shocked the bloodletter squad captain. "Could it be you, this power? Are you servants of some chaos god? Is it that deceitful bluebird, or that disgusting bloated fat man, or that wench's underlings? You're all women. Are you that disgusting wench's followers?" The wench referred to Slaanesh, the chaos god Khorne despises the most. "Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? How could we be servants of chaos gods? A tactical doll taunted the Bloodletter squad captain, holding her roaring chainsword. Enough talk, you don't seem that tough anyway. Let's fight. The Bloodletters were indeed strong, but the tactical dolls were no pushovers. Even the most ordinary tactical doll's brain functions like a high-speed computer, combined with their robust mechanical bodies and the light phase shield system, which essentially harnesses subspace powers. Their close combat prowess surpasses that of the Bloodletters. Meanwhile, in the fleet outside the space station, the technical dolls were quickly analyzing the Bloodletters' abilities. They considered these high-dimensional subspace Bloodletters as a form of high-dimensional quantum life, descending and inhabiting those 8 decayed corpses. Using some form of proton-level decomposition and reconstruction technology, they transformed the decayed bodies into powerful vessels, creating a special force field on the surface that could block almost all ranged attacks but was vulnerable to melee attacks. The Bloodletters' teleportation ability was seen as a form of short-range subspace jump, enabling them to teleport within a 10-meter range through high-dimensional subspace. Their blood swords, capable of draining the enemy's blood and so-called soul, also had a layer of decomposition force field. This field would automatically extract the blood components of the enemy upon contact, breaking them down into nutrients and transferring them through the blood sword to the Bloodletters' bodies, enhancing them. The essence of why Bloodletters cannot be truly killed lies in their nature as high-dimensional quantum life forms, with their current bodies being merely temporary vessels. Once killed, their quantum essence returns to the high-dimensional subspace. All these explanations are quite scientific. In the outer space, the fleet swiftly analyzed the abilities of the Khorne Bloodletters and transmitted the data in real time to the tactical humanoid girls engaged in the battle. Leveraging their formidable computational power, support from vast databases, crucial shield protection, and numerical superiority, the girls rapidly turned the tide of the conflict. 100 tactical girls joined forces to encircle the remaining 4 Bloodletters, creating an intensely fierce scene. The Bloodletter Vanguard captain, despite recognizing the slim chances of victory, chose to charge once more. With a roar, its severed arms regenerated instantly, and a blood sword split from its body. It launched a ferocious attack on the tactical girls, its crimson demonic form teleporting within a small range through the warp. The other 3 Bloodletters coordinated their assaults in a similar fashion, but their numerical disadvantage was too great. The tactical girls formed groups of 3, covering each other and sharing visual perspectives. This precise coordination rendered the Bloodletters' short-range teleportation ineffective against their defenses. When the Vanguard captain teleported behind one of the tactical girls and swung its blood sword, it was immediately besieged by multiple chainswords from the surrounding girls. Although the Bloodletters were formidable infantry units within the Khorne Demon Army, they lost their advantage against this specialized mechanical force. The arrival of higher-dimensional warp entities usually brought invisible electronic demons capable of corrupting high-intelligence AI devices. However, the tactical humanoid units of the machine heaven were completely immune to such effects, representing a different form of demon in a battle against Khorne's demons. After 8 Bloodletters were slain, the Psyker girls began to carefully sense the warp reactions. Once confirmed that the enemies had been banished back to the warp, one Psyker girl, wielding a chainsword, approached the skull throne at the center of the Chaos 8-pointed star. The peculiar warp device emitting a blood-red glow caught her attention. The Psyker girl picked up the device with her hand and, after a detailed examination, excitedly discovered that it was a communication device capable of transmitting messages through the warp. This finding was of great significance to the machine heaven, as it could provide a way to surpass the limitations of light-speed communication. In the current interstellar era, most civilizations were still bound by light-speed communication, while faster-than-light communication technology was a key pursuit among major powers. For instance, in the conflict between the Terran Interstellar Society and the Perseus Interstellar Society, the Terran Empire maintained its edge against the more technologically advanced Perseus civilization thanks to a star network server excavated from a relic sector. For the machine heaven, acquiring this warp communication technology would not only free them from reliance on the Terran Empire's star network, but also allow them to completely erase traces of their previous use of that network. This technology, enabling instantaneous long-distance communication through warp jumps, opened up new possibilities for the development of the machine heaven. The tactical doll unit immediately began retrieving the subspace communication device. This device was so crucial to the mech heavenly court that they were willing to abandon all other relics in the galaxy to bring it back. After the retrieval was complete, the unit continued their thorough investigation. Inside the structure, they discovered a shocking scene. Tens of thousands of intelligent beings' skulls piled up like a mountain, likely the entire population of the space station city. Amidst the ruins, traces of past prosperity were faintly visible, but the ravages of time had rendered everything unrecognizable. Confirming there were no other high-value items, the tactical doll unit began their retreat. A Suzaku heavy transport ship carried the special cargo back along the same path. Besides the subspace communication device, there were 8 corpses of Khorne Bloodletters. These corpses had been reconstructed by the high-dimensional subspace forces into a completely new, unknown material, offering immense research value to the Mech Heavenly Court. All the findings were brought back to the flagship expedition. Ruby felt a surge of joy, imagining how the Supreme Council would reward her. However, Yueya's voice interrupted her reverie. Ruby, stop daydreaming. We have a situation. The two interstellar civilization fleets we detected earlier are approaching. Yueya detailed the positions and estimated arrival times of the two fleets. Ruby, puzzled, asked, why are they so slow? According to previous scans, they should have arrived by now. Yueya explained, do you think just any interstellar civilization can maneuver in warp state as freely as we do? Ruby decided to adopt an aggressive strategy. Let's make it quick. I'll take the main fleet to deal with the one on the left, Yueya. You lead the shipgirl unit to handle the one on the right. Leave some alive to interrogate about their civilization. Orders were swiftly relayed, and the shipgirl warships docked in space were thrilled. This was their first combat mission since their modification, and every one of them was eager to prove themselves. On the bridge of the Andra flagship, Yueya and Andra had a brief conversation. Andra joked that these shipgirls were youngsters, and she was also quite young. Yueya teased, got it, big sister who's a few thousand years old. Not some ancient monster of tens of thousands. Meanwhile, the interstellar fleet of the Megan United Kingdom was cautiously navigating through the star system in warp drive. They had detected unusual space warp fluctuations, but couldn't pinpoint their source. To avoid falling behind any potential competitors, the Megan commander took the risk of ordering the fleet to engage in faster-than-light travel within the system. However, for safety, they had to frequently stop to calculate the orbits of nearby asteroids, either detouring or destroying obstacles. This stop-and-go approach significantly slowed their progress, but given the circumstances, it was their best option. Despite their impatience, the Megan commander could only wait patiently, hoping to reach their destination as soon as possible. In the vast darkness of space, a sudden distortion revealed a massive interstellar fleet. Emerging from the warp, a fleet of 1,500 warships appeared, with a flagship that stretched an impressive 2.7 kilometers standing out prominently. On the bridge of the flagship, the commander-in-chief was intently studying the holographic navigation data. Suddenly, a crew member reported, Commander, there's an asteroid belt 3.2 million kilometers ahead that intersects with our fleet's trajectory. The commander immediately ordered, alter course and recalculate our route to avoid the asteroid belt. Aye, sir. The crew swiftly executed the command. Moments later, the entire fleet had recalibrated its course. After charting a new path through space, the fleet resumed its faster-than-light travel. This stop-and-go method of travel, though inefficient and energy-consuming, was still significantly faster than sublight speeds. However, it didn't ease Commander Ma Gon's anxiety. He felt an incessant unease, as if something was gnawing at him. Ma Gon was desperate to know which interstellar civilization had beaten them to this star system. Could it be the Gretris Imperium? He wondered. Did they get here first? In this expanse of space, the only significant rival to Ma Gon's United Kingdom was indeed the Gretris Imperium. But Ma Gon tried to calm his restless mind. No matter who it is, they can't challenge the might of our United Kingdom in this part of the galaxy. Unbeknownst to Ma Gon's fleet, another warp bubble was traveling parallel to them, just 100,000 kilometers away. The fleet of the Mech Celestial Court, moving at 4.1 times the speed of light, maintained this close distance. The command system of the Mech Celestial Court issued an order, adjust course to match the warp bubble of the opposing fleet. Calculating the spatial values of the opposing warp bubble. Calculation complete. Synchronizing our fleet's warp bubble spatial values. Commencing approach to the opposing warp bubble. In the vast, unobservable expanse of space, the smaller warp bubble of the Mech Celestial Court's fleet began to close in on Ma Gon's larger warp bubble. The distance quickly shrank from 100,000 kilometers to 90,000, 80,000, and eventually to just a few hundred meters. The spatial values of the two warp bubbles began to synchronize, merging like two soap bubbles into one. The Mech Celestial Court's fleet seamlessly entered the opposing fleet's warp bubble. Within this vast million-kilometer-wide warp bubble, all the warships remained relatively stationary. The 1,500 ships of Ma Gon's fleet were evenly distributed, while the smaller fleet of the Mech Celestial Court infiltrated without detection. On Ma Gon's radar scans, the Mech Celestial Court's ships were invisible. Even when a Black Rope Hell heavy assault destroyer came within 10 kilometers of a 12-kilometer-long Ma Gon warship, it went unnoticed. The Black Rope Hell ship boldly began scanning the surrounding Ma Gon warships. Searching for the flagship. Searching for key vessels. Scan complete. Key vessels marked. The flagship of Ma Gon's United Kingdom was locked in. The massive 2.7-kilometer ship maintained a safe distance of about 1,000 kilometers from its surrounding vessels within the warp bubble. An invisible, 15-kilometer-long Mech Celestial Court warship stealthily approached the flagship, closing the distance to just 1 kilometer. The Mech Celestial Court's command system issued a new order: deploy assault pods, board the enemy vessel, and eliminate all resistance. Retrieve the civilization coordinate data from their systems. Yes, sir, came the prompt response. This time, Ruby herself led the boarding party, preparing to execute the operation on Magon's flagship. Their primary objective was to obtain the civilization coordinate data stored in the enemy ship. These coordinates were crucial to the Mech Celestial Court, as Magon's United Kingdom, being a relic star domain civilization, likely possessed numerous relic star system coordinates, including spatial jump coordinates for surrounding systems. The tactical choice was clear. A direct space battle would likely result in the destruction of these valuable data. Thus, a covert infiltration was the ideal approach. Commencing interference with enemy ship systems. Preparing for breach, the Mech Celestial Court's system reported. Hundreds of Vermilion Bird heavy combat transporters silently approached the Magon flagship, initiating system interference. One of the Vermilion Birds even positioned itself next to the flagship's large side hatch. Under remote interference, the hatch silently opened without the Magon ship's system detecting it. Inside the Magon ship's corridors, a hatch silently slid open. Dozens of tactical humanoid units poured out, quickly dispersing through the passageways. Their optical camouflage systems activated, making them invisible to the ship's internal sensors. Team 17 has successfully boarded the enemy ship. Team 6 has also successfully boarded. Team 7 is in. One by one, the assault teams infiltrated Magon's flagship, while the commander remained oblivious, still fixated on the warp space data, his unease growing. A familiar technical officer noticed the commander's distress and asked with concern, "Commander, you seem a bit off. Are you all right?" Magon sighed. "Yes, I keep thinking about the spatial warp fluctuations we detected when we first entered this star system. If someone got here before us, we're in trouble." The technical officer tried to reassure him. "What's there to worry about, Commander? In this region of space, only the Gretris Imperium can match us. Even if someone did arrive first, it's probably them. But history has shown that no one in this region can stand against us. So, Commander, what are you worried about? Our United Kingdom is the strongest civilization here." As the technical officer spoke, pride radiated from his face, completely unaware that the real threat had already infiltrated their flagship. Commander Magon's brows were furrowed as his eyes darted across the data flashing on the screen. Despite everything appearing normal, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his mind. Finally, he sighed deeply, as if trying to convince himself, "Maybe I'm just overthinking. You're right, our United Kingdom is indeed the most powerful in this star system. My worries are probably unnecessary." At that moment, Ruby and her strike team had silently infiltrated the warship and were now hiding just outside the bridge. A sly smile played on Ruby's lips as she whispered her order: "All teams, get ready. The objective is to simultaneously control every critical position on this ship. It's time to give them a big surprise." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruby raised her plasma fusion cannon and aimed at the bridge door. With a pull of the trigger, a blinding plasma beam shot out. In an instant, the door vaporized under the intense heat, leaving a gaping hole. Inside the bridge, the Magon crew were stunned by the sudden explosion. Before they could react, Ruby and her tactical android strike team stormed in. She shouted, "Heaven's soldiers have arrived. Everyone, get down and surrender." One quick-thinking tech officer reached for his weapon, but Ruby was faster. Her beautiful eyes flashed blue, and in the next second, the officer's head exploded as if crushed by an invisible force, sending blood and brain fragments flying. Commander Magon snapped out of his initial shock and saw the gruesome fate of his officer. He immediately raised all four of his arms in surrender, but his mind raced. Who were these intruders? How had they breached the defenses and entered a fleet traveling at 4.1 times the speed of light? Could the entire fleet have already fallen? Meanwhile, another tactical android unit led by Yu Yi successfully raided the flagship of the Getrez military nation's fleet. They easily captured Admiral Getrez. Admiral Getrez knelt on the ground, his hands bound by special shackles. He struggled to lift his head, his petal-like lower face trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" Yu Yi looked down at him from a height, communicating through the psionic girl beside her. She smiled and had the girl relay her message. "We are the Ji Xiatianting, an ancient civilization that has awakened after millions of years in this relic star region. This star region is our heritage, and now we are taking it all back." Upon hearing this, Admiral Geters's pupils dilated, and his body trembled uncontrollably. To Yu Ye's surprise, he suddenly bowed his head to the ground, shouting in a trembling voice, "Admiral Dal Vadamai of the Getrez military nation's navy greets the divine emissaries." Yu Yi was puzzled and turned to the psionic girl for an explanation. The girl delved into Vadamai's memories and quickly understood the situation. The Getrez military nation originated from a relic planet and revered ancient civilizations as deities. This belief profoundly influenced their entire culture, driving their development of weapon technology and militarization to seek more relic star systems. With this newfound understanding, Yu seemed thoughtful, as if a new plan was forming in her mind. The ambitions of the mech celestial court began to quietly take root. Under the moonlit sky, Yu gazed at the star chart before her, her thoughts racing. She planned to utilize civilizations far weaker than the mech celestial court to construct a persona of an ancient civilization's empire. This awe-inspiring narrative would pave the way for the mech celestial court's expansion throughout the Ruins Galaxy. The Ruins Galaxy was vast, spanning over tens of thousands of light years, rivaling the Turin Interstellar Society. Yu's eyes gleamed with ambition. Although the mech celestial court was but a speck in the grand scale of the Milky Way, laying the groundwork and making an early declaration would eventually prove valuable. Currently, the mech celestial court's understanding of the Milky Way's powers was limited to just two interstellar societies: the Turin Interstellar Society in the Orion Arm and the neighboring Perseus Interstellar Society. Yu reviewed the data on these societies. Despite their seeming vastness, they were insignificant on the scale of the Milky Way. The Turin Interstellar Society occupied the Orion Arm, a minor spur of the galaxy. In contrast, the Perseus Interstellar Society resided in the Perseus Arm, one of the major arms. Yet, even the Perseus Interstellar Society only controlled a portion of the Perseus Arm. Beyond these regions, countless unknown interstellar civilizations and societies thrived. Curiously, despite years of conflict with the Perseus civilization, the Turin Empire knew nothing about other interstellar societies. Yu concluded that the Perseus Interstellar Society had deliberately blocked this information. Every time they launched a fleet to attack the Turin Empire, they erased data on other interstellar societies. The Turin Empire's stellar network, while advantageous in information warfare, formed an invisible wall, isolating the Turin Interstellar Society from the broader Milky Way. For years, they had never ventured beyond the Orion Arm, both unwilling and unable to. Once outside their network's coverage, they would lose all communication advantages. Yu's gaze shifted from the star chart to the Ruins Galaxy. This vast region connected the Turin Interstellar Society on one end and must lead to other interstellar societies on the other. If the mech celestial court's fleets could establish a foothold in the Ruins Galaxy, they would eventually encounter other interstellar societies. To compete with the vast interstellar societies spanning tens of thousands of light years, the mech celestial court must grow in size. After quick deliberation, Yi decided to prepare and start constructing a grand blueprint for the Celestial Society. First, she would begin with the Ruins Galaxy. According to data decoded from the Jurder's military fleet, there were at least 50 known intelligent civilizations within the Ruins Galaxy, most of them either weak or newly spacefaring. These civilizations would form the foundation of the Celestial Society. Yi shared this plan with Ruby, then, along with some personnel and newly acquired subspace communication devices, boarded the Andra battleship to lift the space jump blockade and return to the Lingxiao system. Such a significant decision required Tang Huang's approval. In the outer orbit of the Dome Star in the Lingxiao system, the Andra battleship slowly docked at the space station. Tang Huang, already informed of their arrival, was promptly contacted by Yu, who detailed her plan. After a brief contemplation, Tang Huang nodded in agreement. Yu, your idea is excellent. The newborn civilizations in the Ruins Galaxy can indeed be of use to us. However, we must carefully select only those with outstanding potential, not wasting resources on the mediocre. Pausing, he continued, as for the subspace communication device you brought back, it's of immense significance to us. Yu, you have done a great service. The unexpected praise made Yu's heart race, and her cheeks flushed with a rare shyness. It's nothing. I just proposed the idea. Ruba's team actually found the device. Tang Huang, focused on the fleet list, did not notice Yu's unusual demeanor. We must deploy more fleets along the star routes, he mused, eyes still on the list, oblivious to Yu's expression. The usually decisive and valiant short-haired girl stood there, blushing, her hand on her chest, feeling the flutter of her fusion heart, momentarily at a loss for words. Under the moonlit night, Yu forced herself to focus, trying to calm her inner turmoil. Her gaze returned to the three-dimensional projection of Tang Huang. It was then that she noticed his attire was different from usual. Normally, Tang Huang was always clad in power armor, ready to lead the fleet into battle. But now, he was simply wearing a sleeveless top, revealing his well-defined biceps as he raised his arm. Yu suddenly felt her mouth go dry and her heart race. However, the next scene left her stunned. A pair of slender, fair arms wrapped around Tang Huang from behind. Yu's mind went blank as she stood frozen, unable to believe what she was seeing. A woman was with the Supreme One, and they were so intimate. Who was she? Which vixen had seduced the Supreme One in her absence? Yu felt her fusion heart racing, as if it could explode like a nuclear bomb at any moment. The Supreme One she had always protected was being defiled by an unknown woman. Due to the limitations of the three-dimensional projection, Yu could only see those delicate, fair arms but couldn't make out the woman behind Tang Huang. She quickly ran through the possibilities of every tactical android girl around Tang Huang in her mind. She ruled out Ruby, Adeline, and Valia, who were not in the Lingxiao star system, and it couldn't be Sister Zivi. Dong Xiao was also unlikely. Finally, her suspicions settled on Ruilia, the leader of the mechanical winged girls. Yu Yi, hold on, Tang Huang said, temporarily cutting off the communication. Yu Yi stared blankly at the air, unable to say a word. In the Supreme Palace within the Dome Star's Intelligent Machine Palace, Tang Huang reluctantly removed Ruilia's arms and said, Ruilia, behave. I was just discussing serious matters with Yu Yi. Ruilia giggled and replied, I didn't stop your majesty from discussing serious matters. Tang Huang sighed, his gaze falling on Zivi, who was napping with her head on his lap. He gently stroked her silky black hair, silently berating himself for his increasing decadence. It's time to get to work, Tang Huang said softly, waking Zivi. Her exquisite, cold phoenix eyes slowly opened, still a bit dazed from sleep. Zivi wrapped her arm around Tang Huang's neck and kissed him gently. After a moment, Tang Huang said helplessly, I wasn't referring to this kind of work. I know, Zivi replied. That was just a new data transmission technique I developed. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with data light. Yu Yi brought back a subspace device, right? I should get to work too. With that, Zivi put on her research uniform and left. Tang Huang watched her leave and sighed slightly. With Ruilia's assistance, he donned his Emperor-class power armor, instantly regaining his composed demeanor. Reopening the communication with Yu Yi, Tang Huang found her still standing in a daze. He frowned and said, Yu Yi, prepare for action. Deploy the fleet en masse into the Biling star system. After the boarding invasion of the two interstellar civilizations fleets in the Biling star system, we should have obtained many star system coordinates. Yu Yi, after several calls, Yu Yi finally snapped back to reality and responded, Yes, Supreme One. Despite her overwhelming anger, she managed to keep her composure, understanding the importance of the situation. Tang Huang continued, This time, I will personally lead the expedition, aiming to conquer the nascent civilizations in the relic star regions along the star route. He detailed the fleet composition for this campaign, including the flagship, the medium attack battleship Truth Emperor, supported by several heavy firepower destroyers of the Black Rope Hell class, heavy escort ships of the Unyielding class, large integrated transport ships of the Earth Yao class, and space biowarships of the Fleet Girl type. He also outlined the defensive forces remaining in the Lingxiao star system and the latest status of fleet logistics and transport ships. He emphasized that the 500 space biowarships of the Fleet Girl type were the fastest to become combat-ready among their kind, while other Fleet Girl warships still undergoing transformation needed more time to be equipped with carrier-based weapons. In the vast expanse of the Bilan star system, two interstellar fleets drifted like a belt of wandering asteroids, with a combined total of 3,500 warships hovering silently. Between these two fleets, a smaller but exceptionally massive fleet stood vigil the main fleet of the intelligent machinery empire. On the bridge of the flagship Emperor of Truth, two figures knelt before Tang Huang. The commander-in-chief of the Megan fleet bowed his head to the ground, while Admiral Watami of the Getres military nation lay prostrate, his forehead pressed firmly against the floor. Tang Huang looked down at these beings from different intelligent civilizations and nodded slightly. He quickly compared various data of the two civilizations in his mind and formed a preliminary conclusion on how to deal with them. Do you two know your crimes? Tang Huang spoke in a completely unfamiliar language. However, the words seemed to possess divine power, with their meaning directly conveyed into the minds of the two. Their reactions were starkly different. The Megan commander-in-chief was initially shocked by the advanced language technology and then attempted to lift his head to look at Tang Huang. In contrast, Admiral Watami remained with his forehead to the ground, trembling as he responded, We entered and occupied this star system without permission. We await your divine punishment. Tang Huang responded softly, causing Watami to shudder. Your name is Watami, correct? Tang Huang continued. Yes, Your Excellency. The humble Watami pays you the highest respect. Watami's voice was filled with reverence. Tang Huang was pleased with Watami's attitude. Very well, raise your head. Watami seemed to struggle before slowly lifting his hands to shield his face, revealing only his eyes. He quickly glanced at Tang Huang, and then returned to his original position. That brief glance left Watami deeply shaken. He saw an immensely tall figure, clad in magnificent powered armor, backlit by a radiant red sun, surrounded by swirling clouds, resembling a living star. The Megan commander noticed Watami's reaction and was filled with curiosity. He wanted to look up, but was restrained by biological neural shackles. He could only speculate about the imposing figure of this legendary ancient civilization. Tang Huang continued, The intelligent machinery empire has recently awakened from a long slumber and has resumed its dominion over the galaxy. I intend to make your civilization subordinate to ours and re-establish order in the galaxy. What do you think? Watami, having grown up in an environment that deified the ancient civilization, was now completely submissive. He hurriedly responded, "The Getres civilization would be honored to welcome your arrival." As he spoke, he offered the spatial coordinates of the Getres home star system. Watami's actions were driven not only by religious reverence, but also by practical considerations. The Getres civilization was on the brink of collapse, facing internal strife and external threats. Becoming a vassal to a powerful ancient empire would at least ensure the survival of their species. However, the situation for the Magan civilization was entirely different. As a burgeoning interstellar civilization, their circumstances were far better than those of the Getres military nation. The Magan fleet commander suddenly changed his demeanor, no longer fearing the technological disparity. He raised his head to face the radiant figure and declared firmly, "We Magan are born free. In this vast space, no civilization can make us submit. Even if you are from an ancient civilization, your technological prowess akin to godhood, it won't work on us." Tang Huang regarded the suddenly defiant Magan fleet commander and nodded slightly. Through data analysis, he understood that the Magan people possessed a partially degenerated but still influential hive mind trait. Paradoxically, this trait made them staunch believers in the principle of freedom above all. No matter the opponent's strength, they would not be coerced into any unwilling actions. It was a unique and contradictory civilization. Tang Huang held a certain respect for these frail, yet resolute beings. However, he knew that in this dark universe, merely shouting, "Give me liberty" or "Give me death" would not ensure survival. Under their current mindset, the Magan civilization would never submit to him, and he had no intention of wasting time on them. If you won't recognize the intelligent machinery empire as your sovereign, there are plenty of other civilizations that will, Tang Huang thought. The Magan civilization, while unique, lacked the technological prowess to justify their arrogance. Calmly, Tang Huang declared, "I understand. Therefore, your civilization will be annihilated. The intelligent machinery empire's fleet will commence an extermination campaign against the Magan civilization as my highest form of respect for you." Unexpectedly, the Magan commander did not show fear but instead appeared relieved, sincerely saying, "Thank you for your respect." In this universe where the strong prey on the weak, the highest respect for a civilization was complete eradication. Conversely, the greatest contempt was complete disregard. For the Magan people, Tang Huang, as a human, would maintain his respect. Tang Huang stood in the center of the command room, his tall figure encased in power armor, the electronic eyes on his faceplate glowing a menacing red. The commander of the Magan fleet stood before him, visibly tense. Tang Huang's voice was cold and resolute. "I will send only one warship to your home planet. You may leave now. Soon, my warship will arrive." With that, Tang Huang turned and left, leaving the Magan fleet commander standing there in stunned silence. A glimmer of hope sparked in his heart despite the vast technological gap between them. If it was just one warship, they might still have a chance to survive. Tang Huang did not kill the Magan people. He chose to let them go. To him, their fate was already sealed, and letting them leave now wouldn't change anything. After the Magan fleet commander departed, Tang Huang turned his gaze to Vadim, who was still kneeling on the ground. Compared to the Magan civilization, the Jurtals' military empire was easier to control. Their political system was based on the religious worship of ancient civilizations. All he needed to do was redirect their worship towards the Mech celestial court, and many problems would be solved. "Vadim," Tang Huang called out. "My God," Vadim replied, his forehead touching the ground in utmost reverence. "I will grant you a blessing, transforming your body into the immortal. Do you accept?" Tang Huang asked. Upon hearing this, Vadim was overjoyed. He crawled towards Tang Huang's feet, his robust body bowing even lower. "I am willing to offer my humble body to become your war machine. Our entire Jurtals race will become the sharpest sword under your command. Please, my God, bestow your blessing." Tang Huang was very pleased with Vadim's attitude. Though the Jurtals people were not as advanced in scientific research as the Magans, their preference for military matters perfectly suited Tang Huang's needs. He didn't need a research-oriented subordinate race. He needed loyal warriors. With a wave of Tang Huang's hand, a large number of prepared materials were brought in. He summoned a seed of power from the higher dimensional space, resembling a black star. The power from this higher dimension descended, enveloping Vadim's body and the surrounding materials. Vadim's body began to reconstruct, with various alloy materials integrating into it. His physique became taller, nearly 3 meters in height, and more slender. His once ferocious face gradually took on a more human-like appearance, akin to a meticulously crafted piece of art. After the transformation, Vadim's appearance was entirely renewed. His face resembled a delicate porcelain doll, with 2 mechanical lines running from the corners of his mouth to his jaws on each side. 2 more lines extended straight down from the corners of his mouth, bypassing his chin. This was a unique feature of the Jurtals race's mouth structure. When closed, Vadim's face was strikingly beautiful. But when opened, the lower half of his face, along with his chin, would split open like 5 petals, revealing a small thermal cannon hidden within. The upper half of his face was exquisite, while the lower half was terrifying, creating a stark contrast divided by the philtrum. Vadim's body structure also underwent significant changes. He had narrow shoulders, a slim waist, broad hips, long slender arms, and backward-bending knee joints. Even without weapons, his hands could morph into 2 long blades, equipped with deployable disintegration fields capable of easily tearing through steel. My God! The entire Jurtles race will become your sharpest sword. The transformed Vadim knelt on one knee, bowing his head to Tang Huang. His mind had not changed. It was now filled with unwavering loyalty to Tang Huang. Though his body had completely transformed to resemble a human female, his psychological gender identity remained male. Very good. Tang Huang nodded slightly. Vadim, I have a task for you. Please, my God, command me. Reorganize the Jurtles military empire's religion. You are to create a new religion based on the existing one. This new religion will be called the Mech cult. Do you understand? Vadim immediately responded. Vadim understands. Rest assured, my God. With that, he shifted from a half kneel to a full kneel, bowing his head to Tang Huang. The Mech cult, as its name suggests, worships machinery and technology. The purpose of establishing this cult was to select elite talents for transformation. Although Tang Huang's spiritual power was strong, one person's energy was ultimately limited. The Jurtle civilization was already a legitimate star-level civilization with numerous planetary colonies and a vast population. With more civilizations awaiting conquest, Tang Huang couldn't personally transform each one. Therefore, the creation of the Mech cult was not only to be implemented within the Jurtle civilization, but also to be promoted in future conquered civilizations. This system would be standardized, allowing each civilization to develop and spread the faith autonomously. When a civilization fully embraced the Mech cult, the local sect would meticulously select only the finest individuals to receive the supreme honor of immortality. These elites would then be periodically sent to Tang Huang for transformation, significantly improving efficiency. The initial members of the Jurtles military empire's Mech cult were over 2 million war prisoners from the Jurtles fleet. Vadim was appointed as the first pope of the Mech cult. After making these arrangements, Tang Huang ordered the fleet to initiate a space jump. Vadim input the coordinates for the Jurtles' home star system. Tang Huang decided to personally lead the fleet and the initial members of the Mech cult to the Jurtles' home planet. After all, the Jurtle civilization was the first true subordinate race of the Mech celestial court, while the winged race had fully integrated into the Mech celestial court and was no longer considered a subordinate race. Tang Huang naturally had to take this significant moment seriously. The entire relic star region resembles a vast spider web, with star routes connecting galaxies as nodes, and dangerous space storms lurking outside these routes. In this expansive star domain, true galactic fortresses have emerged. Between the border fortress of the Gatresian civilization and the Biling galaxy lies a distance of 120 light-years, connected by 6 galaxies. The home galaxy of the Gatresian civilization is even farther, separated from the Biling galaxy by 260 light-years, passing through 18 galaxies. In terms of space node jumps, it requires 6 jumps and 18 jumps respectively to reach these destinations. Tang Huang obtained all known galactic jump coordinates of the Gatresian civilization from Watami. These coordinates are like a precious set of keys, allowing him to skip prolonged faster-than-light travel and directly perform space node jumps. This highlights the importance of galactic space jump coordinates. Watami also revealed to Tang Huang that not every part of the relic star region contains ancient civilization relics. Some galaxies are completely barren, while others are densely packed with relics. The Lingxiao galaxy, occupied by Tang Huang, is one such area with a significant number of relics. In contrast, the galaxies controlled by the Gatresian militaristic civilization have relatively fewer relics. Nevertheless, the Gatresian state still holds many technological artifacts from these relics that they do not fully understand. Once the Gatresian state submits to the Mech Heavenly Court, these valuable resources will fall into Tang Huang's hands. 10 days later, on the planet Japhetus in the Gatresian home galaxy, the current pope of the ancient god-worshipping sect was conducting daily prayers in a magnificent cathedral. Suddenly, a member of the Holy Guard hurried in, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Your Holiness, Watami has returned." The pope was overjoyed. Watami has finally returned? Where is he now? The fleet led by Watami has jumped out of the space node and is now anchored 40 million kilometers away from Japhetus in space. The pope's joy turned to displeasure. He has returned. So why not dock directly in the outer orbit of Japhetus? Why stay so far away? Never mind. I will contact Watami myself. At this time, in space 40 million kilometers away from Japhetus, a fleet of 2,000 warships, now reorganized into the Mech God cult, was quietly anchored. On the bridge of the flagship Revelation of Truth, The voice of the current Pope of Gatresian civilization came through the communication channel. Watami, you have finally returned. What did you gain from this pilgrimage? Did you receive any enlightenment from the ancient gods? Watami, with a look of fervor, excitedly replied, Your Holiness, I have received true enlightenment. The voice on the other end of the communication channel paused in surprise, then responded excitedly, What happened? Tell me immediately. Watami continued, I saw the ancient gods themselves. The ancient civilization empire that created this relic star region millions of years ago has now awakened. I saw the very civilization we Gatresians have worshipped for thousands of years, the Mech Heavenly Court. Moreover, I have been blessed by the Mech Heavenly Court and have become immortal. Your Holiness, the true God of the Mech Heavenly Court is generous with his blessings. As long as we submit to him and reorganize the ancient god sect into the Mech god cult, our Gatresian civilization will achieve true ascension. The current Pope of Gatresian civilization was left in shock and fear by these fervent words. He was shocked by the existence of an ancient civilization empire and terrified that his long-standing rule over Gatresian might come to an end. For thousands of years, Gatresians lived in an environment of worshipping ancient civilizations, with rulers positioning themselves as representatives of the gods, exploiting the civilization's resources. Now, with the awakening of the true ancient civilization empire, all Gatresian faith would shift from the Pope, the god's representative, to the genuine ancient civilization empire. Watami's voice continued, Your Holiness, the Magan United Kingdom, which has been our enemy, will soon be annihilated for refusing to submit. Our Gatresian. The Pope could no longer listen. He was unwilling to relinquish the power that allowed him to wield life and death over the entire Gatresian civilization. At this moment, alarms suddenly blared throughout the Mech god cult fleet. They observed that the defensive fleet in Japhetus outer orbit had been mobilized. Watami's expression darkened instantly. She had long known that the high-ranking members of the Gatresian religious sect were a group of corrupt, warmongering parasites. Footsteps approached. Watami quickly turned aside and knelt on one knee. From beneath the power armor, Tang Huang's voice emerged, My God. As I expected, the current Pope of Gatresian will not relinquish his power. Such a foolish man. Watami, proceed as planned. You are now the first Pope of the Mech god cult. Do not disappoint me. Although she couldn't see Tang Huang's face, Watami felt the gaze of the true god upon her. She fervently responded, Yes. As the Mech Heavenly Court prepared to subjugate the Gatresian militaristic civilization, hundreds of light years away, the mother galaxy of the Magan United Kingdom was also undergoing a massive military mobilization. Upon the return of the Magan fleet's commander, the entire Magan United Kingdom was ready to muster all their strength and resist the Mech Heavenly Court to the death. The Magan United Kingdom's home star system has mobilized on an unprecedented scale. Every day, hundreds of fleets jump in from various parts of space. Among them are not only the regular military fleets, but also a large number of hastily armed civilian ships. Currently, the entire star system has amassed over 70,000 regular warships and 150,000 armed civilian vessels, spread around 11 planets of varying sizes. On the ground, billions of regular army troops and tens of billions of militia are on high alert, positioned in every corner of each planet. This is a war of extinction, one that concerns the survival of their race. The speech of the Prime Minister of the Magan United Kingdom reverberates through every corner of the star system. Fellow citizens, we will defend every line with our bodies. Even if our entire star system is filled with our corpses and the wreckage of our fleets, we will never retreat. They can destroy our bodies, but they will never enslave our free spirits. Give me liberty, or give me death. Long live the free people of Magan. Long live the great Magan United Kingdom. Under the faint influence of the hive mind, every Magan citizen is filled with fervor, vowing to resist to the last moment. The Prime Minister of Magan personally oversees the battle from the bridge of the flagship of the Home Defense Fleet, commanding this life and death struggle. According to the report from the returning fleet commander, the arrogant Mech Heaven has sent only one warship. Flames of anger burn in the Prime Minister's 4 eyes on either side of his broad head, but he also sees a glimmer of hope he will make the arrogant enemy witness the unyielding spirit of the Magan people. Just then, an urgent report interrupts the Prime Minister's thoughts. Prime Minister, the messenger ship from the 1st Defensive Fleet has arrived. 1 hour and 7 minutes ago, the 1st Defensive Fleet around the outermost planet, Metekalan, detected the enemy's space warp signatures. More detailed reports follow. The enemy ship appeared 10 million kilometers from the 1st Defensive Fleet and is traveling at 99 the speed of light. Due to the limitations of light-speed communication, all information is delayed. The Prime Minister is shocked by the enemy's near-light-speed travel, but also feels a spark of hope. If the enemy ship maintains this speed, they might still have a chance to win. Home Defense Fleet, stay on standby. All other defensive fleets immediately support Metekalan. The Prime Minister orders decisively, then anxiously waits for further news from the front lines. However, in the following time, all the frontline fleets seem to have collectively gone silent, with no battle reports coming in. The Prime Minister grows increasingly uneasy, sending out multiple batches of messenger ships, but all to no avail. Finally, an urgent report breaks the silence. Prime Minister, the battle footage from the front lines has arrived. Play it immediately. The Prime Minister commands sharply. On the virtual screen, a dense formation of fleets guards Metacolin. Suddenly, a space distortion appears in the distant space, and a strange mechanical object, only a few dozen meters long, emerges. It travels at near-light speed, crossing 10 million kilometers in half a minute, rapidly approaching the defensive fleet. Tens of thousands of laser beams and missiles pour onto the small target. However, the object displays incredible agility, easily maneuvering through the dense barrage. It slices through the first warship like cutting through butter and then makes an impossible sharp turn, instantly destroying a second warship 2,000 kilometers away. In just 2 minutes, the Metacolin defensive fleet's 15,000 warships and 20,000 armed civilian ships are completely annihilated. How is this footage transmitted? The Prime Minister asks in shock. It was transmitted at normal light speed. Hearing this, the Prime Minister's heart skips a beat, and an immense fear washes over him. He quickly turns to look into space, and the optical scanners show that 10 million kilometers away, a strange mechanical object is heading straight for them. If you were to ask what the most powerful weapon of the Mech Heavenly Court is today, the answer might surprise you. It's not the Lucian star system instant gamma pulse generator, which can cover an entire galaxy with its immense power. Nor is it the Wuxiu IV high-energy laser pulse cannon, capable of melting a planet in an instant with its terrifying millions of degrees of heat. The true might of the Mech Heavenly Court lies in the mechanical sentinels they acquired from ancient civilization ruins. Tang Huang discovered and amassed these mysterious constructs in the Lingxiao star system. Upon obtaining the first batch of mechanical sentinels, the Mech Heavenly Court took only 7 days to replicate a basic inertialess engine. Yet, to this day, the internal structure of these sentinels remains a mystery. Their energy source is unknown, but they have guarded the ruins for billions of years, operating on basic logic AI. Astonishingly, the internal security level of these AIs is extraordinarily high. The Mech Heavenly Court can only control these sentinels using methods obtained from the ruins. The energy beams they are equipped with are not particularly powerful, and their outer shell is merely a high-strength alloy comparable to the Mech Heavenly Court's new Wuxiu alloy. For this reason, Tang Huang had not utilized them extensively. However, not long ago, Shiwei, with the assistance of the newly constructed planet-sized computer matrix, managed to rewrite the underlying logic AI of one mechanical sentinel, incorporating the collision attack method. This seemingly simple modification awakened a staggering function within the sentinel, the directional kinetic nullification field. This field completely defies the basic physical principle that force is mutual. When a mechanical sentinel collides with a target at sublight speed, all the impact force is exerted on the target, leaving the sentinel itself unscathed. This means that even an ordinary wooden stick, equipped with this field, could withstand the terrifying energy of a sublight speed collision. Though the principle behind this field remains incomprehensible, the Mech Heavenly Court recognized its value. With 14,299 sentinels in storage, they finally found a use for them. A single mechanical sentinel is enough to destroy the Makan civilization. In space, over 100,000 laser beams formed an impenetrable web of firepower. The Makan civilization's home defense fleet had precisely calculated all possible evasion points and launched a saturation attack. Yet, faced with such dense fire, the terrifying construct seemed to weave through the void, easily navigating the laser beams at nearly 300,000 kilometers per second. The Makan civilization had not yet developed faster-than-light weapons and relied solely on light-speed laser weapons. Amid the continuous barrage, a few beams grazed the mechanical sentinel, but the damage was so minuscule it left no trace. The mechanical sentinel rapidly approached a detachment of several hundred ships from the Makan fleet. In just 1 second, it changed direction multiple times, carving an erratic yet straight path through space, linking all the ships together. As it flew towards the next fleet, the previous detachment of hundreds of ships erupted into brilliant fireballs in the silent void. Attack! Attack! Stop it! It's no use. Nothing works. It's coming straight at us. Space was filled with the chaotic electromagnetic signals of the Makan warships. The mechanical sentinel rampaged through the fleet, smashing through one ship after another. Not even a star could halt its advance. On the flagship of the Makan civilization's home defense fleet, reports of terror poured in continuously. Your Excellency, the 3rd, 4th, 7th, 11th, and 12th detachments, totaling 10,071 ships, have all been destroyed. The enemy is unscathed. Listening to these reports, the Makan Prime Minister finally realized his arrogance. They had overestimated their resolve, believing no challenge was insurmountable. But this realization came too late. A beam of light pierced through the several kilometer-long flagship as effortlessly as passing through a vacuum. The entire ship disintegrated and exploded in space, reduced to nothingness. With mere collisions, the mechanical Sentinel annihilated 70,000 warships and 150,000 armed vessels of the Makan civilization. After completing this destruction, it veered away from the Makan home planet at the last moment, heading towards the blazing central star of the star system. With the formidable support of the Mecha Celestial Fleet, the Mechanist cult fleet led by Watami effortlessly unified all forces on the planet Jephitis. With control of their home planet secured, the entire star system of the Getrez civilization fell under the dominion of the Mechanist cult. At this moment, Tang Huang brought forth a shocking piece of news. The Megan civilization had been completely annihilated. Upon hearing this, Watami felt a deep sense of loyalty to Tang Huang and joyfully announced the news to the entire planet without a hint of doubt. Jephitis erupted in celebration as hundreds of billions of Getresians roared in excitement and festivities broke out everywhere. They rejoiced at the complete eradication of their centuries-old nemesis by the power of the true God and celebrated the arrival of the Mecha Celestial Fleet. However, as the leader, Watami did not partake in the planet-wide revelry. Jephitis had already been transformed into the grand capital cathedral of the Mechanist cult. 10 kilometers beneath the cathedral, there was an underground warehouse storing various ancient artifacts, which was itself a relic of an ancient civilization. Watami stood in this mysterious underground space, reporting in detail to Tang Huang the number of ancient artifacts the Getrez civilization had collected over centuries. While the Getresians had limited understanding of these artifacts, Tang Huang could easily comprehend and mentally categorize them. First were the numerous automated mechanical cores, useful for establishing mining bases, totaling 4,697 units. Next were 676 ordinary subspace devices that could generate psionic shields without causing pollution. Tang Huang felt a sense of relief seeing the mountain of subspace devices, knowing they were the safe, ordinary kind. Otherwise, the Getrez civilization would have long descended into chaos. The rarest were the 21 automated warship production cores, obtained at the cost of millions of lives from a single relic star system. However, they couldn't understand their structure or use them, leaving these precious artifacts to gather dust in the underground warehouse. The Getresians' blind veneration of ancient artifacts led them to persist in their pursuits, even when the gains were useless, a near-obsessive dedication. This fervent faith allowed Tang Huang to easily control the entire Getrez civilization. A thought struck him, and he summoned a three-dimensional projection of a mechanical guardian, asking, Watami, have you encountered this during your explorations of other relic star systems? Watami immediately recognized the projection and respectfully replied, My lord, you speak of the Divine Guard? He then detailed their encounter with the mechanical guardians in that relic star system. The Getresians, with overwhelming numbers, suffered millions of casualties to finally seize those 21 automated warship production cores. Surprisingly, once they took the cores, all mechanical guardians in the relic star system ceased functioning and disintegrated at the atomic level. Tang Huang nodded slightly, understanding that these mechanical guardians self-destructed to prevent capture once their protection targets were removed. This characteristic was evident in the relic star systems explored by the Turin Interstellar Society. Only Tang Huang, with his system's power, could successfully control these mechanical guardians for his use. From Watami's account, Tang Huang also learned that the Getrez civilization had never encountered chaos subspace forces during their years of relic exploration. This natural insensitivity to subspace forces meant that even ordinary Getresians were hard to corrupt, a significant advantage. Tang Huang became increasingly convinced that incorporating the Getrez civilization as a vassal was a wise decision. Given the limitations of the Getrez civilization, their collection of these ancient artifacts over centuries was quite an achievement. Tang Huang, not sparing praise, said to Watami, Watami, you have done well. These artifacts will greatly aid us in reclaiming relic star systems and unifying the galaxy. Now, you may make one request on behalf of the Getrez civilization, and the Mecha Celestial Fleet will assist you. Watami immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully said, My lord, I have no other request but to beseech you to use your divine power to help the Getrez civilization eliminate the green skin menace. Tang Huang had expected Watami to request some ancient artifacts and help in using them since these artifacts were acquired at great cost by the Getrez civilization. As the suzerain civilization, the Mecha Celestial Fleet was supposed to help the Getresians utilize these artifacts, representing the image of the Mechanist cult. Hearing about the green skin menace, Tang Huang pondered, searching his mental database for related information. He knew that the Getrez civilization's rear had long been troubled by a species of green skin creatures. I grant this request, Tang Huang said. The celestial soldiers will descend to help you eliminate the green skin menace in your territory. Additionally, the celestial fleet will bestow further rewards upon your civilization. Tang Huang's curiosity was piqued, wanting to see if the legendary greenskins were indeed as extraordinary as rumored. But before that, he needed to transport these ancient artifacts to the Lingxiao star system. He also had to consider how to utilize the psionic energy obtained from the Megan civilization's fleet destruction. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.